Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2314 to Chapter 2402. The dragon emerges from the Luo River, carrying the river diagram. This sentence kept echoing in Xianxia's mind, especially the part of the god Luo's diagram under the Luo River black turtle. It must be a peerless treasure in the divine world. Although Xianxia did not know what the god Luo's diagram represented, even the peerless divine emperor, the craftsman god, was wary of it. Moreover, the craftsman god was a peerless divine emperor, an existence comparable to a god emperor. It showed how important the god Luo's diagram was. However, Xianxia had no idea what the god Luo's diagram was because he did not know what it was. Putting away the god Luo's diagram, Xianxia's priority now was to forge a divine artifact armor. However, he had no choice but to pin his hopes on Red Lotus. He could not even melt the shell of the green jade profound turtle. How could he forge a new armor? Red Lotus, can you help me melt the green jade profound turtle now? Xianxia said with a smile. Red Lotus looked at him and said faintly, just this once. Don't do it again. Xianxia was delighted. Looks like Red Lotus is willing to help. This will save him a lot of time and effort. Most importantly, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could melt everything in the world, including the green jade profound tortoise. Under Red Lotus's help, the green jade profound tortoise melted in less than a quarter of an hour. Thank you, Red Lotus. Don't call me that affectionately. We're not that close. Red Lotus Lungling said and disappeared into the void, entering the myriad chi cauldron. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. This fellow was really not easy to deal with. If it wasn't for his coaxing and the fact that he had obtained the god Luo's scripture, he reckoned that she wouldn't have acted so easily. Xianxia did not have time to think and started forging the divine artifact. He held a giant hammer and continuously trained in the Zulong Tower. Only after thousands of tempering could it become a divine artifact. This forging session lasted for a month, but only a day had passed in the outside world. Although the defensive power of the heavenly dragon battle armor was very strong and it could be regarded as a peerless treasure, Xianxia did not intend to use it often. After all, a gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. Moreover, after entering the divine realm, he became more and more aware of this cold and indifferent world. There were many people stronger than him. Wealth should not be exposed. Once it was exposed, it could lead to a fatal disaster. This was not a baseless rumor. The defensive power of the heavenly dragon battle armor was indeed amazing. However, even if it was seen by heavenly gods or divine kings, they would also covet it. Therefore, Xianxia would not use it easily. Therefore, the armor that he forged with the green jade profound tortoise would definitely be able to show its true effect. Moreover, once the fusion was completed, Xianxia would be invincible with the double defense and the Zulong Tower in his hand. The 1 month of hard work did not go to waste. Xianxia finally forged a protective armor. The green armor was overflowing with light and could be integrated into the body. Xianxia used the heavenly dragon sword to strike it with all his strength, but he could barely leave a small mark on it. In the end, it was completely smoothed out by Xianxia. After a month of training, the green armor had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, Xianxia could feel that although this armor was a peak divine artifact, its performance was not comparable to a heavenly divine artifact. Because the tortoise shell of the green jade profound tortoise was terrifyingly hard. Xianxia knew this very well. Let's call it the profound heavenly armor. A faint smile hung on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. He was extremely confident in the profound heavenly armor. Moreover, in this 1 month, Xianxia's strength had also improved tremendously. He had even faintly touched the true god realm. Currently, his strength was only at the half-step void god realm. Although he could still fight against powerful experts, it was still too difficult. Moreover, those people were not easy to deal with. Each of them was one of the most powerful prodigies in the entire Linhe boundary. Who would be easy to deal with? Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia felt a little powerless. He did not want to rely on external forces. He wanted to defeat his enemies head-on. In this 1 month's time, Xianxia was very strict with himself. As the inheritor of the craftsman god, he did not have the ability to reveal his identity. Because his strength was too weak. If he revealed his identity, then there would be many people who wanted to take his life. Therefore, he must continue to improve his strength. After 5 times of exhaustion, Xianxia ate 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. These spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were extremely beneficial to Xianxia. If someone knew that Xianxia ate immortal-grade pills like jelly beans, they would probably vomit blood and die from anger. Just one more step. Xianxia's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was only one step away from the true God realm. In the hidden secret realm, there were countless dangers lurking in the dark. God knows how many prodigies had lost their lives here. More than 10,000 people. 3 months had passed. Almost half of them had died in the hidden secret realm. However, those who were left were all true experts, and they were quite powerful. Those who claimed to be experts were usually slaughtered by the demon law of the hidden secret realm bit by bit. In the far west, in a terrifying valley, there were 3,000 li of mountains and fields. Pine and cypress trees were as dark as ink, towering into the clouds. The cries of the crows were extremely ear-piercing and filled with a horrifying feeling. Dense white bones could be seen everywhere in the mountain range. A group of over 30 people walked through the valley one step at a time. Every single one of them had grave expressions on their faces. There were even over 10 of them who were seriously injured, and their faces were filled with shock. Not long ago, the infernal evil dragon had killed more than 40 of them. Now, only a small number of them were still wandering around the valley. They did not know when they would be able to leave this terrifying abyss. I don't want to die. I've had enough of this damned place. Someone said with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Do you think I want to die? This is like AF** King prison. A prison. And we are serving these evil demons. I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy. I'm going to die if I stay here any longer. Some people grabbed their heads and roared in anger. However, it was useless. The deep and gloomy valley was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if the evil spirits from hell wanted to devour them all. At this moment, the profound Feng sect only had the inner sect senior brother Panhong, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others. Even Wang Chongyang and Man Shui were separated from each other. Everyone in the hidden secret realm was in a state of panic. Most of them had lost their strength to fight back. Some of them even gave up and waited for death to come. Because countless experts and a dozen late true God prodigies were dying one after another. One could imagine how scared they were. I'm afraid we won't stand a chance if this continues. Don't tell me I'm going to die here again? Bai Yunfei said faintly with a hint of despair in his eyes. Jiang Chen and barbarian Marshal Wang Chongyang's life and death were unknown. In the entire profound Feng sect, there were only the 3 of them who were still connected to each other. All of them had died. They did not even know if Jiang Chen and the others were still alive. Right now, our strength is getting weaker and weaker, because we don't know what kind of crisis we're going to face next. As for Jiang Chen and the others, I hope they can escape. At least, they won't be like us, suffering heavy injuries one after another. In fact, there are only 20 of us left in terms of combat strength. The rest of us are probably struggling at death's door. That's right. Panhong smiled bitterly. His face looked terrible. His body was covered with wounds and blood stains. Senior Pan is right. We can only hope that we won't meet a force that we can't fight against. That infernal evil dragon's strength had already surpassed the heavenly God realm. We couldn't do anything. We only managed to escape after losing so many people. But now, our chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. In everyone's eyes, the hidden secret realm was actually a terrifying azure battlefield. Life and death are like ants. Yang Jian sighed incomparably. Experts had their own helplessness. In this region of the extreme west, they did not find any treasures and the 7-sect alliance that was formed was only left with slightly more than 30 people. If they continued to walk on, it would only bode ill for them. They would be stuck at the same spot and it would be even more difficult for them to survive. This was how cruel the secret realm was. Now, I finally know why so many genius disciples are unable to walk out of this azure battlefield. That's because those who can make it out of this place are all peerless monsters that have gone through the azure battlefield. Only by continuously slaughtering and becoming a true demon god of hell can one be qualified to be the final victor. Bai Yunfei sighed. But he knew very well that his life might come to an end in this hidden secret realm. Because no one knew his strength better than him. Although his strength had improved very quickly, he was still one step away from entering the true god realm. His talent was not bad, but he could not be considered as a true prodigy. Bai Yunfei knew that Yang Jian had broken through to the peak mid-true god realm. Bai Yunfei felt that he had become a burden when he was beside Yang Jian and Pan Hong. Bai Yunfei knew that Yang Jian had broken through to the peak mid-true god realm. Bai Yunfei and Pan Hong were both stronger than before. Profound Feng's sect was not a strong sect. It was even a weak sect. Compared to other powerful sects, they were much weaker. They could only place their last hope on Yang Jian and Pan Hong. I think that Jiangchen won't die so easily. Yang Jian said calmly. Although it was just his guess, he hoped that it was a good wish. However, he hoped that it was just a beautiful wish. After all, Jiangchen's strength was obvious to everyone. However, the previous crisis had also scattered them. Whether Jiangchen could stand out from the crisis was something that Jiangchen had to face. In this aspect, they were much luckier than Jiangchen. I also think that this guy is not simple. Let's hope so. Pan Hong said in a low voice. But at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Roar. Roar, it was deafening, and its might shook the heavens. It's the infernal evil dragon again. This evil dragon has caught up with us again. Mother ****. It can't be. Didn't we get rid of them? How is this possible? It's useless to talk about this now. Get ready to fight. They are everywhere in this mountain range. We can't run away. You're right. Now, we can only fight with our lives on the line. Everyone was excited. There were about a dozen people in the pro-war faction. As for those who were afraid, they chose to remain silent. That was because they wanted to continue fleeing. However, could fleeing solve everything? The answer was no. If they continued to escape, they would only be treated as prey and would be chased relentlessly. In the end, they would only be slaughtered mercilessly. If they fought with their lives on the line, they might have a chance of survival. Are you guys crazy? Did you guys forget how many of us the infernal evil dragon had killed? Do you guys still want to be a hero? Do you want to drag us to death? Yeah. If we don't run now, we'll die. Although the infernal evil dragon is injured, it's still a heavenly god realm beast. How can we fight against it? I don't care. I don't want to be eaten alive by the infernal evil dragon. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. 7 to 8 people, regardless of whether they were injured or not, all of them frantically tried to escape. Just as they were about to escape, they were swallowed into the stomach of an incomparably huge demonic beast, as if it was trying to devour the heavens. Its bloody mouth was a few 100 feet wide, and it slowly stood up in the middle of the mountains. Who wouldn't be terrified by such a huge demonic beast that blotted out the sky? What kind of beast is that? It's terrifying. The people of the Flying Tiger sect and the Golden Money sect were swallowed by that gigantic beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the gigantic infernal evil dragon, the mountain-like giant pangolin behind them was their true nightmare. This is the divine pangolin, also known as the pangolin. However, this is the first time I've seen this divine pangolin. I've only read about it in ancient records. This is an ancient giant beast. How could it appear here? Even the weakest divine pangolin is a heavenly god. At this moment, the situation was already difficult to advance or retreat, and it was difficult to move even an inch. Those who were just about to escape were all turned into food by the giant pangolin's bloody mouth. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. They kept retreating, but there was no way out. There was a pincer attack from the front and a divine beast from the back. This kind of crisis was not something they could contend against. They couldn't even change the situation. I think the day of our end is coming. Looks like we won't be able to live past today. This divine pangolin is probably more terrifying than the infernal evil dragon. Yeah. What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Heavenly God realm. None of us have reached the heavenly god realm. There are only 6 late true gods. The rest are all early and mid-true gods. I'm afraid this battle is going to end us. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They retreated step by step and gathered together. In the end, more than 20 of them were stuck together. Roar. The roar of the infernal evil dragon was getting closer and closer. A dark light could be seen from afar. A black dragon that was hundreds of times bigger than the dragon was coming from the void. It covered the sky and the earth. The roar of the dragon made everyone's heart weak at this moment. Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian, and Pan Hong were no exception. In the face of the huge black dragon, they could only stare at it and sigh. They silently chose to stay silent and hide in a cold and gloomy valley, hoping that the infernal evil dragon didn't discover them. However, it was obviously impossible. The infernal evil dragon's keen senses had already discovered them. This is my territory. Infernal evil dragon, do you want to fight me? The divine pangolin's body was huge. It was about 1,000 feet tall, standing tall like a mountain. Even the infernal evil dragon was tiny in front of it. The divine pangolin's deep voice wasn't loud, but it made Yang Jian and the others feel like the earth was shaking. It was just a light step, but the earth had already started to tremble. The infernal evil dragon hovered in the sky. Its huge eyes looked at the sky and said coldly, "I'm only here to catch a few little fellows. Are you trying to stop me? Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Don't you understand? Just a few human kids? I've already eaten a few just now. Unfortunately, it's not enough for me to have a sumptuous meal. If you think you can challenge me," said the divine pangolin in a low voice. His voice was deep and resounding, but it was filled with explosive power. Nobody dared to underestimate this divine pangolin. Moreover, his strength was clearly a level higher than the infernal evil dragon. "Don't think that I don't dare. Pangolin, I lost a dragon egg. Do you think I would joke with you? Even if I'm heavily injured, I'll fight to the death," the infernal evil dragon said in a deep voice. At this time, the divine pangolin fell into silence. Dragons valued their offspring the most. So, the divine pangolin knew that the infernal evil dragon wouldn't joke about this. "Looks like you're getting more and more trashy. Even your dragon egg was stolen by a human. Hee hee. What a joke. Get out of here immediately after you kill these humans," the divine pangolin said coldly with a touch of mockery. But it was obvious that he was giving face to the infernal evil dragon. Although the infernal evil dragon was a little angry, he knew that he had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the pangolin. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to fight evenly with the pangolin. Moreover, he was injured now. "But I have a condition," said the divine pangolin faintly. "Say it." "As long as I can satisfy you, I, the infernal evil dragon, will not say anything." He knew that the pangolin wouldn't be so kind. "The spiritual spring water of the sacred mountain in exchange for your son. It should be worth it, right?" "What? You want to take my share of the spiritual spring water for yourself?" said the infernal evil dragon while gritting his teeth. "With your current condition, do you think that you still have the qualifications to compete in the battle of the sacred mountain?" The divine pangolin was obviously not easy to deal with. "All right. I'll do as you say," the infernal evil dragon shouted. However, it also knew that what the old pangolin said was reasonable. There were 2 more months before the spiritual spring barrier of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would disappear. It couldn't recover its strength to its peak. Moreover, it could only swallow its anger. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had no other choice. If the old pangolin insisted on competing with it, then it wouldn't know what to do. "That's right. Hee hee. Good luck. I'm going to sleep. Awoo, I'm so tired." The divine pangolin returned to the mountain. Compared to before, he looked exactly the same as before. At this moment, Yang Jian and the others were panicking. They had heard the conversation between the infernal evil dragon and the divine pangolin. Now that the divine pangolin had been bribed, the infernal evil dragon might attack them without any hesitation. Damn it! Why didn't I hear that someone stole its dragon egg? Who could it be? I was wondering why the infernal evil dragon kept chasing us. So someone stole its dragon egg. Damn it. Who is it? Come out. Damn it. I'm going to die. Someone cursed from time to time. But finally, someone stood out. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm Liang Quanping, the eldest disciple of the Impermanence sect. This dragon egg, sigh. I never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. Bai Yunfei, who had taken a step forward, took a step back, but this small movement was seen by Yang Jian. So you also stole a dragon egg? Yang Jian said quietly and stared at Bai Yunfei. But it was too late to say anything now. Even if I go out and admit my mistake, I'm afraid it's useless. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice and shrugged. There was a hint of a sigh on his face. He did not regret it. Even if they did not meet the infernal evil dragon, they would have met other demonic beasts like the divine pangolin. They did not know how many super demonic beasts were in the hidden secret realm. A heavenly god realm demonic beast was enough to kill them all. Brother Liang, you've really dug a hole for us. Yeah. It's too late to say anything now. Let's fight. It's all because of this Liang Quanping that we'll die without a burial place. If we hand him over to the infernal evil dragon, maybe the infernal evil dragon will let us go. Someone suggested. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had already rushed over. Dark clouds rumbled and its roar was like thunder. Master Dragon, we'll hand over the person who stole the dragon egg. Please let us go. You bastard. Even if we hand over the person, do you think the infernal evil dragon will let us go? You're still trying to sow discord at this moment. Yeah. If we don't work together, we'll die. Who can fight against this infernal evil dragon? At the last moment, there was even a civil war. At this moment, death was inevitable. Everyone must die. All of you deserve to die. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, it was useless to blame anyone. Because the infernal evil dragon's attack was imminent and no one could resist it. The result would be death and survival. Their lives were hanging by a thread, the divine dragon swings its tail and 7 to 8 people were swept away. The terrifying energy caused everyone to be greatly suppressed. Yang Jian and the others took the lead with their 3-pointed, double-edged swords in their hands. They looked at Pan Hong and charged forward. Together with the other 4 experts, they charged forward with all their might. Although they managed to block the infernal evil dragon's attack, they did not have any advantage over the infernal evil dragon. Fight with all your might. Otherwise, you'll die. The genius disciple of the Divine Spear sect, Lung Lingi, shouted. He was the strongest among them, a late true god genius disciple. The Divine Spear sect was one of the top 20 super sections. They were not any weaker than the Heavenly Star sect. This time, he took the lead because if he could not withstand the infernal evil dragon's attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Lung. Please. Pan Hong glanced at Lung Lingi and the rest of the people continued to attack the infernal evil dragon. 7 to 8 figures flew up into the sky, dazzling with golden light. Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade kept hitting the infernal evil dragon's body. However, it was a heavenly god realm beast after all, it had a terrifying defense. Their attacks could not even leave a mark on the infernal evil dragon's body. Let's do our best. Even if we lose, we won't have any regrets. Lung Lingi roared in rage. The spear in his hand pierced through the void. Deafening spear shadows were shot towards the infernal evil dragon. A bunch of ants dares to compete with the moon? Hee hee. You're overestimating yourselves. The infernal evil dragon said faintly. He sneered and let out a roar. His 100-zhang-long body twisted the universe and sent the 3 of them flying. His body was huge and his strength was so strong that no one could withstand it. Even Lung Lingi was pushed back a few thousand meters and he stood awkwardly in the void. If we continue to fight, we won't stand a chance. Bai Yunfei sighed. At this time, the remaining people didn't dare to be negligent. Even though their strength was limited, but at this moment, even a little bit of strength was precious. Everyone was fighting, hoping to escape from the infernal evil dragon's control. This was their last chance of survival. If he failed, he would have to say goodbye to his family, friends, and sect brothers forever. The infernal evil dragon was incomparably powerful. It twisted its huge body and continuously smashed those towering ancient trees. The scene was quite shocking. Everyone was doing their best to fight against this infernal evil dragon. However, there was a limit to human strength. Compared to those beasts that were born from the heavens and earth, they were still lacking. The infernal evil dragon was unstoppable. It continued to flatten the mountains. Out of the 23 people, 5 of them had completely fallen. It was extremely tragic. Their life had been completely taken away by the infernal evil dragon. Their deaths were glorious, but they couldn't escape from the misfortune. We're not its match at all. Even though the infernal evil dragon was severely injured in the first collision, more than half of us have died. Now, we have a half-step heavenly god realm expert. It's impossible to stop this big guy. Panhong said while gritting his teeth. His injuries were not light. Lung Lingi, who was the strongest among them, was also helpless. He could only take the hits passively. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon had completely dominated their lives. We still have to fight. We have to stand till the last moment. Lung Lingi stood on the void. At this moment, his battle intent was burning like a raging fire. Panhong and Yang Jian were not to be outdone. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Even if it was the Grim Reaper in front of them, what could they do? They didn't even have the chance to live, so they might as well die with dignity. At this moment, no one blamed the person who stole the dragon egg anymore. Perhaps this was their fate. In the hidden secret realm, everything was a challenge. Only by staying alive could one obtain dignity and glory. If one died, then that was fate. A hint of despair could be seen in Bai Yunfei's eyes. At this moment, he really hoped that Jiang Chen would come and save his life. But things didn't go as he wished. He was on the verge of death in the battle just now, and he was severely injured. With his strength and talent, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live much longer. Yunfei. Yang Jian looked at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with relief. Because Bai Yunfei did not care about life and death anymore. Since he did not have the right to choose, why should he bother himself? This dragon egg, if you can survive, help me pass it to Jiang Chen. I owe him a favor. Bai Yunfei said with a smile and passed the spatial ring with the dragon egg to Yang Jian. If Jiang Chen did not challenge Yan Qing, then he would not be qualified to come to the hidden secret realm because he was not Yan Qing's opponent. However, he still came. This was Bai Yunfei's persistent pursuit. He did not want to let go of a chance to soar to the sky. He had the talent, but he was born at the wrong time. No one could do anything about it if he was not strong enough. If Jiang Chen was the one who challenged him, he might be able to stay in the profound Feng sect until the end of his life. However, that was not Bai Yunfei's goal. Yang Jian was a little sad as he took the ring. However, reality was cruel. Bai Yunfei's strength was not enough to protect himself. They did not have the extra strength to protect the others. Even he was a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. This infernal evil dragon was too terrifying. Every time the hidden secret realm was opened, every time there was a bloody lesson and the threat of death. However, there were still countless genius disciples who entered the hidden secret realm. In the end, death was their only destination. The experience was cold and cruel. No one could change it. The last battle, the winner is the winner. Yang Jian roared in rage. He held the three-pointed double-edged saber in his hand and flew towards the infernal evil dragon's head with a strong battle intent. Lung Lingi and the others charged up one after another, preparing for the last battle. Die, all of you. Everything within 100 miles was in a complete mess. The infernal evil dragon spewed out flames from its gigantic mouth, destroying the void. The fire spread and the entire mountain range was set ablaze, burning everything in its path. This time, I'm afraid that we won't be able to leave this place. Bai Yunfei revealed a hopeless expression and smiled bitterly. The surrounding fire was the infernal evil dragon's origin fire. Although it was not as terrifying as the 5 elemental true fire, it was still enough to make Bai Yunfei and the others change their expression. To think that there's a human here, this is quite unexpected. Wu Ruffing said faintly as he looked at the infernal evil dragon that was wreaking havoc in the thousand-leaf fire. The thick smoke rose up to the sky and the fire was monstrous. Even they were attracted here. Big brother, what should we do? Wu Ruffing looked at Xianyuan Kanglin and asked. Should we save them or not? Save them? How are you going to save them? How long has it been? Not even half a year has passed. If we expose our strength for the sake of these ants, seriously injure us, and force us into desperate straits, do you really think we'll have a chance to become true overlords? Xianyuan Kanglin said faintly. But, those are the genius disciples of our human race. Are we just going to watch them be tortured and killed by those beasts? Tangjin said while gritting his teeth. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. After all, it was impossible for him to save these people if he took action. Because his strength was not enough to fight against a heavenly god realm evil dragon, especially one that was incomparably terrifying. A bunch of ants, what's there to pity if they die? Xianyuan Kanglin said. That's the Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians. Yang Jian's eyes lit up. At this moment, they saw a glimmer of hope. The Clear Stream Sect's 3rd Grand Guardian should be the most powerful person in the entire hidden secret realm. At this moment, he was their last hope. It's really the Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians. Leng Lingyi said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If the Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians were willing to help, then they might still have a chance to survive. Because a heavily injured heavenly god realm beast might not be invincible. Although they did not know each other, Yang Jian and Leng Lingyi believed that they would definitely help them at this moment. Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians, I am Leng Lingyi from the Divine Spear Sect. Please help us. I will never forget your kindness, and I will never forget it. Leng Lingyi's voice spread across the mountain range. But Xianyuan Kanglin remained indifferent. Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. Perhaps this is your destiny. At this moment, we don't have the leisure to be entangled with you. Humph. Wu Ruffing said with a cold smile. At this moment, his words were like a bolt from the blue to Yang Jian and the others. This was their last hope, yet they were ignored. In other words, they thought that the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream Sect would help them. However, what they got in return was merciless mockery. This was quite ironic. Even the last spark of hope in their hearts had been completely extinguished. You guys are too inhumane. Bai Yunfei roared. The flames had already engulfed them. Only 8 people were left, and this number was still decreasing. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon didn't make any moves. It knew that if the 3 humans attacked together, they would be a threat to it. However, they shouldn't think too much about it. It hoped that they knew their limits. Human nature? Ha, how much is that thing worth? From the moment you entered the hidden secret realm, you should know that your life and death are no longer in your hands. A bunch of trash, a bunch of ants. It's not worth regretting if they die. Wu Ruffing said coldly. But at this moment, Tangjin became hesitant. His elder brother and the others were not as righteous as they were in the Clear Stream Sect. At this moment, they became extremely cruel. They did not help Jiang Chen and even attacked Jiang Chen, who had helped them before. Was this the human nature that they were talking about? Wu Ruffing said coldly. Tangjin wasn't a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. He also knew what was more important. However, at this moment, they could clearly make a move, but his big brother and second brother still chose to be a bystander. That was all. Human nature was revealed at this moment. Yang Jian, Pan Hong, Leng Lingyi, Bai Yunfei and the others were in despair. At this moment, the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream Sect had destroyed their last hope of survival. Especially Bai Yunfei. The thousand-leaf fire had already burned out and was closing in on him. It was impossible for him to stop the infernal evil dragon's life fire. Therefore, he could only walk towards the abyss step by step. Eldest brother, second brother. Tangjin said in a deep voice. Shut up. It's not your place to interrupt. You should know what our final mission is. This place is also dangerous for us. Can you bear the responsibility if we fail? Let's go. Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed and left. Wu Ruffing stared at Tang Zhan and quickly followed Xianyuan Kanglin. The departure of the Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians had helped the infernal evil dragon. But it made Yang Jian, Leng Lingyi, and the others fall into despair. Bai Yunfei was slowly being devoured by the fire. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. At this moment, he could only choose to die. However, he did not hate Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen did not challenge him and allowed him to come to the hidden secret realm, it was still his life's dream. If he did not come to the hidden secret realm, he would be able to enjoy his carefree life in Profound Feng sect. But if that was the case, he would never be a genius. He would not have the chance to enter this place. He would die without any regrets because he was dying to reach a higher realm. He would not have any regrets. If he had to stay in Profound Feng sect for the rest of his life, it would be a pain in his heart forever. Bai Yunfei looked at the boundless dark void with a faint smile on his face. He was calm as he dived into the sea of fire. Death, downfall, emptiness. No, Yang Jian murmured. His relationship with Bai Yunfei was very good. They were fellow disciples in the outer sect and they had fought together before. It was natural for them to be reluctant to part with each other. At this moment, he could not do anything when he saw Bai Yunfei dying in the sea of fire. Because the sea of fire had started to devour all of them. Let this fire burn even more fiercely. Ha ha ha. The infernal evil dragon sneered and twisted its body. The flames became even more ferocious. In the end, even Yang Jian and the others were in a sorry state. It was extremely difficult for them to escape from the sea of flames. The Clear Stream Sect's 3 Grand Guardians did not look back and left without hesitation. At this moment, their last hope had been destroyed. But they could not blame anyone. Pan Hong knew that if they had the 3 Grand Guardians, they might be able to win. They could only blame themselves for not being as strong as them. This time, the hidden secret realm might be their farewell. Bai Yunfei's death became an eternal scene. There were not many disciples left in Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen, Wang Chongyang and Man Shui had disappeared. Only Yang Jian and Pan Hong were left. Kaka, looks like someone's trapped in front. Time to catch a few more puppets. A soft voice was heard. 5 figures appeared in the sky, all of them were at the peak mid-true god realm. Behind the 5 of them was a 14 or 15-year-old black-clothed young man. He had reached the peak late true god realm. The young man had 2 horns on his head, and his expression was cold and stern. His eyebrows were filled with strength, and his blood-red pupils caused others to feel apprehensive. This seemingly harmless young man was, in fact, the leader of the 5. These 4 are quite strong. Let's keep them as our ghost slaves. The young man said. He was one of the twin princes of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Yan. His strength was close to a half-step heavenly god realm. All right. The 5 of them nodded and immediately joined the battle to defend against the infernal evil dragon. We're saved? Pan Hong looked at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared behind him in astonishment. He was fighting against the infernal evil dragon with them. It's the Ghost Eye sect. That's the twin princes of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Yan. Leng Lingyi said. He didn't expect that after the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect ran away, a group of murderous disciples of the Ghost Eye sect came to save them. It was really hard to predict what would happen in the world. To think that there's someone who dares to attack me. Hee hee. Looks like you're overestimating yourself. Die. The infernal evil dragon shot out a stream of demonic fire towards the 5 Ghost Eye sect disciples and Yang Jian's group. On the other side, Li Yan held a huge black seal in his hand. It covered the entire sky and hung in the sky, pressing down on them. Such a terrifying seal. After the infernal evil dragon attacked, it quickly retreated. The black seal expanded to 100 feet and extinguished the flames. Then, it turned around and continued to attack the infernal evil dragon. Li Han held the seal in her hand. After 3 consecutive seals, even the infernal evil dragon was forced to retreat. Lowly humans. Do you really want to meddle in other people's business? The infernal evil dragon suppressed its anger and said fiercely. It knew that it would not be easy to win this battle after being forced back 3 times by the mysterious black seal. Those who stand in my way shall die. Li Yan said indifferently. He was extremely arrogant. He didn't even take a step back when facing the infernal evil dragon. The infernal evil dragon was enraged, but at this moment, it was a little afraid of the black seal in the young man's hand. If I was at my peak, would you still dare to act so rashly? The infernal evil dragon shouted. That's only if. If you want to fight, then let's fight. This seal is forged from 9,999 souls. It's called the sky-flipping ghost seal. If you want to try it, I don't mind fighting. Li Yan smiled with a serious smile on his face. His pair of blood-colored eyes caused the infernal evil dragon to be a little fearful. Good, good, good. I, old dragon, will remember this. Just wait and see. The day I recover will be the day you die. The infernal evil dragon let out a furious roar and left unwillingly. The fire within 1,000 miles was instantly turned into thick smoke and extinguished. Thank you, Crown Prince Li Yan of the Ghost Eye sect, thank you very much. Yang Jian and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief and said in a deep voice after surviving the calamity. Only the 4 of you are left? Were the others completely annihilated? So many good people died. Li Yan frowned and asked in a deep voice. Almost 70 people died. Only the 4 of us are left. I am Linglingi of the Divine Spear sect. These 2 brothers are Yang Jian and Pan Hong of the Profound Feng sect. This brother is the eldest disciple of the Impermanence sect, Liang Quanping. Linglingi cupped his fist and said. They were heavily injured now. Luckily, the people of the Ghost Eye sect saved them. How could they not be grateful? You guys are really lucky. I think the evil dragon must have been provoked by something. That's why it killed all of you. It's not easy for the evil dragon to chase after all of you. Moreover, the evil dragon seems to have been injured by you guys. Li Yan said with a faint smile. But the 4 of them felt strange. It's me. I stole its dragon egg. That's why this happened. I'm the one who harmed everyone. I'll give this dragon egg to Brother Li Yan. Liang Quanping said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Fortunately, Li Yan had saved them at this time. Otherwise, this dragon egg would be useless. Furthermore, he was afraid that the evil dragon would come looking for him in the future. As long as he had the dragon egg in his hand, he would definitely not be able to escape from the evil dragon's pursuit. So, even though he was reluctant, he could only reluctantly give it up in the end. To put it bluntly, in order to protect himself, he had no other choice. Li Yan's eyes brightened up. Even he was drooling over this dragon egg. To think that this Liang Quanping was so sensible to hand over the dragon egg, saving him a lot of effort. Alright. I won't reject it then. Li Yan took the dragon egg. The energy contained in this dragon egg was definitely worth tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones. It was definitely more than that. If it was auctioned, no one would sell it even if it was 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Of course. Hee. Good things belong to the virtuous. Liang Quanping said with a chuckle. His flattery was on point. Do you know why I saved you guys? Li Yan kept the dragon egg and looked at Yang Jian, Linglingi, and the others. Brother Li Yan's kindness, of course we will never be able to repay it. We will remember it forever. Linglingi said. Really? Hee. I don't think so. I saved you guys should at least do something for me, right? Li Yan's words stunned Linglingi and the others. If there's anything, we will not reject it. Brother Li Yan, just say it. Pan Hong said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Li Yan had saved their lives after all. So if there was anything he wanted to do, they would not reject it. Alright. Since you guys are so righteous, I won't be courteous. My puppet formation is just lacking 4 puppets. Hee, what do you guys think about it? Are you guys willing to help me with this? Li Yan's words made Yang Jian and the others' expression changed. They took 2 steps back subconsciously. Li Yan's eyes became colder. So, you came prepared. Linglingi's eyes became cold. Li Yan's words were obvious. He wanted to turn them into his puppets. Dream on. That's impossible. Yang Jian shouted. If he was to be a puppet, he would rather be killed by the infernal evil dragon. Even if we die, we will fight till the end. Pan Hong said while gritting his teeth. Is this how you treat us? Just now, you guys said that if there's anything I can do, you guys will not reject it. Hee hee. So you guys are just a bunch of hypocrites. After saving you guys, I will turn you guys into puppets. That way, you guys will be more obedient. Hee hee hee. Yang Jian's face turned gloomy. This was no longer a matter of sending them to work. This guy had ulterior motives and wanted to take their lives. What they saved was not their own conscience but a tool. They knew that Li Yan was a peerless genius of the Ghost Eye sect. They were at their wits' end now. But even if they were to die, they would not be controlled by others. Especially being a puppet of the Ghost Eye sect. Which of those who could enter the hidden secret realm was not a true genius? Which of them was not arrogant and had their eyes on the top of their heads? How could they be willing to be someone else's puppet? You're dreaming. Liang Quanping said angrily, his eyes were cold. But he had already given his dragon egg to the other party. At this moment, he did not even have the right to negotiate. Really? Hee hee, I don't think so. Since I've saved you guys and you guys promised to do anything for me, how could I disappoint your sincerity? Don't worry, you guys will be very comfortable to be my puppet. You guys will become the strongest puppet in this world. Li Yan's eyes were cold as he said with a smile. But in the ears of Lung Lingi and the others, it sounded very sharp. This meant that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss from despair. You're courting death. If you go out, you'll be attacked by the other sections. Pan Hong said in a deep voice. Go out? After we go out, I have my own ways to hide them. Ha ha ha. But now, you guys will become my slaves and fight for me. Soul assimilating great technique, I am the only one. Li Yan growled as a blood-red light emitted from his eyes. Instantly, the expressions of Pan Hong and the other three changed drastically as they continuously retreated. However, their strength was too weak. Furthermore, they had suffered heavy injuries and currently, they did not have any strength to retaliate. Furthermore, Li Yan and the other five were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. They did not have any strength to retaliate. No, I don't want to be a puppet. No, Liang Quanping furiously roared. However, the four of them were already slowly drowned by Li Yan's great spirit assimilating technique. During this period of time, Xianxia walked in the dark alone and killed many demonic beasts. There were even some peak true god demonic beasts. He had obtained quite a number of demonic beast souls. He could break through to the true god realm anytime now, but he was suppressing the energy within his body. The lightning tribulation was one of his trump cards. Even a peerless expert would not be able to escape from his lightning tribulation if his strength had not reached the heavenly god realm. Once he encountered a true heavenly god realm demonic beast, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned around and ran away. He even jumped into the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing those heavenly god realm demonic beasts to be helpless. After more than a month, Xianxia's body was covered with wounds. However, he had the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, so he did not need to worry about consuming it. However, he did not need to consume these immortal-grade pills unless he was in real danger. Even he would feel heartache as there were only 90 of them. Xianxia's eyes slightly twitched. He had a bad premonition. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 people surrounding a white-clothed lady. I don't want to kill anyone. Moreover, I don't want to kill a lady. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. A cold voice came from the green-robed young man. There were many people behind the green-robed young man. All of them had an extraordinary aura. Obviously, they had already surrounded the lady. The lady in front of them was also heavily injured. Her brows were knitted tightly. Being in danger, the white-clothed lady's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. If it wasn't for the reincarnated datura in my hand, you wouldn't have acted so hastily. The white-clothed lady sneered disdainfully. In the end, you don't have any way out. Do you think you still have a chance to leave this place? I'll give you a chance. Hand over the reincarnated datura. Also, answer a question of mine. Was my brother killed by Xianxia? Or was it someone else? The green-robed young man said faintly. There was an undetectable ripple in the depth of his eyes. He was none other than the genius disciple of the Tai Chi sect, Helian Wuji. The white-clothed lady in front of him was the Lotus Cloud sect's Yuki Chihian. She was extremely beautiful and holy. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Your brother deserved to die. If you want the reincarnated datura, you'll have to do it over my body. Yuki Chihian Lingling said. The reincarnated datura had a great effect on her. After she entered the forbidden area, she was heavily injured. Although her strength had improved tremendously, there were still some sequelae left behind. The reincarnated datura had a miraculous effect on her injuries. Therefore, Yuki Chihian spent a lot of effort to obtain the reincarnated datura. She killed her way out of the crowd. In the past half a month, she was chased by Helian Wuji and the others. At this moment, she was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. She had killed more than 10 people along the way. However, Helian Wuji and the others had the advantage in numbers. She was alone. Moreover, she was injured when she was trying to obtain the reincarnated datura. Helian Wuji and the others took advantage of her. Yuki Chihian despised them. But in this hidden secret realm, she knew that morality was not as valuable as life. You might be righteous to others, but others would stab you in the back. This was human nature. Looks like you're going to fight me till the end. You should know your strength the best. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Helian Wuji said faintly. His long green hair was fluttering in the wind. Yuki Chihian did not plan to surrender even at the last moment. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to die in a dignified manner. In the end, you still want to protect a stranger. I admire you. But after you're dead, my next target will be Jiang Chen. He won't be able to escape from my palm. Jiang Chen said with a sinister smile. What's the point of talking so much? If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Yuki Chihian, will fight you till the end. Yuki Chihian pointed her sword at Helian Wuji. This battle was unavoidable. Brother Wuji, why are you still talking to this bitch? She has killed many of our men. This time, we must tear her into pieces. That's right. Brother Wuji, I will fight you. Today, we must capture this bitch and take revenge for our brothers. Everyone, let's go together. Don't give her any chance. This bitch is cunning. Don't hold back. Helian Wuji said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 people surrounded Yuki Chihian. Even when facing the attacks of more than 20 people, her expression was still cold and she did not even frown. Shui Qinying fought against 10 people alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. Even though she was injured, her strength had reached the late true god realm. Shui Qinying shuttled back and forth again and again, fending off the experts of the various sects with ease. However, the strength of more than 20 people was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Yuki Chihian was gradually defeated. She was injured one after another. In the end, she spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face became pale. Obviously, she did not have any strength left to fight anymore. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Now, you should know the consequences of going against me, right? Helian Wuji smiled and shook his head. However, Yuki Chihian's cold and skinny face did not give in at all. I will fight until the last moment. Yuki Chihian said, refusing to admit defeat. Women should take a rest first. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen appeared behind Yuki Chihian. He grabbed her shoulder with one hand and smiled. Yuki Chihian looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. She blushed because this fellow was grabbing her shoulder tightly. Jiang Chen. Looks like I don't have to look for you anymore. Helian Wuji squinted his eyes. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes became cold and murderous. Compared to before, it was many times stronger. Jiang Chen was the real thorn in Helian Wuji's eyes. It's you? Yuki Chihian was slightly startled and murmured. Yeah, the feeling of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Not bad, right? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Shui Qinying remained calm and cold, choosing to remain silent. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Ha ha ha, you really dare to dream. Xianxia, do you think you can still leave here alive? Even if I'm a hero saving a damsel in distress, I still have to act within my capabilities. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, it saves me the trouble of searching for you. Helian Wuji Lingling said and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia was not even a true god, how could he fight against him? Looks like you've got me. How can I embarrass myself in front of a beauty? There are so many of you men bullying a weak girl. This is really despicable. I really feel ashamed for you. Xianxia sighed and cast a disdainful look at Helian Wuji and the others. Weak girl? More than 10 of us were killed by her. Can she still be considered a weak woman? Someone was dissatisfied with Xianxia's words and retorted in a deep voice. That can only mean that you guys are trash. You can't even beat a woman. What right do you have to strut around here? Don't you have any shame? Xianxia sneered. You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. A mere void god dares to show off in front of us? You're really trying to show off in front of us. Humph, I'll take care of you first before dealing with that bitch. A peak early true god expert instantly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia smiled indifferently. He raised his sword and a light flashed. In the next second, the true god expert was decapitated. Blood splashed on the ground, but the heavenly dragon sword was not stained at all. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Yuki Chehian was slightly stunned. Her expression slightly changed. Xianxia's sword was too fast. Even she could not catch the shadow of Xianxia's sword. She did not know when Xianxia started his attack. However, this sword instantly killed a true god. From Helian Wuji's point of view, this fella had hidden his strength very well. It was the first time in history that a void god could kill a true god in an instant. At least, Helian Wuji might not be able to do it. Was this fella really that powerful? Helian Wuji did not believe it. Although his sword was fast enough, it might not be invincible and invincible. This fella, could he be a devil? Did any of you see how he attacked just now? I didn't see it, I didn't see it either. This fella is a devil. The one who died was one of the 3 strongest disciples of the Flying Feather sect. He was just one step away from entering the mid-true god realm. How could he be killed in an instant? I think we should let Brother Wuji deal with this fella. Many of them were shocked by Xianxia's sword. Some of them even took 2 steps back. Because Xianxia's aura was too terrifying. Even Helian Wuji could not kill a true god in an instant, right? Moreover, his strength was only at the void god realm. If he was a heavenly god realm expert, it would be understandable. However, Xianxia defeated someone stronger than him in an instant. This was a huge setback for them. Xianxia had destroyed most of them mentally. They did not even have the courage to attack him. Helian Wuji squinted his eyes. He could not help but admire Xianxia's mental battle. In the end, Xianxia's strength might not be as strong as him. However, this sword had left a deep impression on many of them. They could not help but look at him in a different light. They even felt a trace of fear in their hearts. You want to fight me to the end with just this? You're too naive. A peak void god. Hee hee. You've really opened my eyes. Let's see how you're going to defeat me today. Helian Wuji said in a low voice. I'll kill you to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. He's already dead. As his brother, how can you still have the face to linger on with your last breath? Shouldn't you have accompanied him a long time ago? If it's me, I won't live alone. Xianxia said confidently. You have a sharp tongue. It's useless to say more. Today, I'll capture you alive as a sacrifice. I'll let you know that I, Helian Wuji, am not someone that can be offended. Helian Wuji roared in rage. He held the 9-foot-long sword in his hand and swept across the place. More than 20 people retreated. Helian Wuji raised his sword and charged towards Xianxia. A terrifying gust of wind tore through the air, crushing towards Xianxia. Wind blades swept through the air, completely sealing off Xianxia. Be careful. Yuki Chehian said in a low voice. Don't worry. I won't lose. Since I'm saving the damsel in distress, I'll win beautifully. I've already killed my brother, let alone my brother. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a meaningful arc. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness. He looked at Yuki Chihian and signaled her to retreat. Yuki Chihian's face turned red. This fella is really shameless. Although he had killed Helian Wushuang before, Helian Wuji was still not a match for his brother. Moreover, he was able to become the most outstanding disciple of Tai Chi sect in 100 years. He also had the ability to lead the group of heroes. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Jiang Chen did not have an easy time in this battle. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Shui Qianying's eyes were like torches as she stared at Jiang Chen. Of course, she hoped to see an unparalleled feast. Of course, the final winner must be Jiang Chen. Only then would it be perfect. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was sharp and the stars were moving, constantly intertwining with Helian Wuji. The ear-piercing sound of metal and iron stimulated everyone's heart, especially the terrifying sword Qi, which was not any weaker than Helian Wuji's. There was a huge gap of 3 levels between the two of them. As a late true god, it was hard for Helian Wuji to gain the upper hand against Jiang Chen, who was only a peak void god. You're still too weak. Let's see how long you can last. Helian Wuji's attacks were ruthless and filled with killing intent. It made Jiang Chen go all out. At this moment, Jiang Chen quickly used the dragon transformation. After the transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was close to a mid-true god. He did not feel any pressure when facing Helian Wuji. Moreover, his combat strength had been increased by 10 times. Not only his aura, but his strength as well. Helian Wuji finally felt a little bit of pressure. Helian Wuji's strength and sword Qi were unstoppable within 1,000 miles. Helian Wuji finally felt a little bit of pressure. No one had ever thought that a peak void god like Jiang Chen could give Helian Wuji such a huge pressure. This fella is too monstrous. Can this really be the battle strength of a void god? Too powerful. I feel that even I might not be his match. A peak mid-true god murmured. Seems like even Helian Wuji will not dare to let his guard down. Who will win and who will lose in this battle? I really don't dare to casually judge. Countless people were looking forward to it. They knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He could even be considered as a peerless monstrous genius. A peak void god was able to fight against a late true god. They had never seen or heard of someone who was able to challenge a late true god. Such a monster. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a huge threat in the future. Helian Wuji was also shocked. After Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation, his combat strength increased by 10 times. He felt pressured. Taiji blade, swaying with the wind. I will seal the heavens and slay the geniuses. Wherever Helian Wuji's blade passed, the space would crack. The Taiji blade was peerlessly terrifying. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He used a sword to block the attack. Helian Wuji did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to withstand the attack. Both of them retreated 3,000 meters. The sword and blade shook the surrounding. Even the terrifying ripples made the experts of the various sects retreat. Even Yuki Chihian was no exception. This fella has become much stronger. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. When she fought with Helian Wushuang, he did not have this kind of power. Otherwise, it would not have been so difficult for her to kill him. But how long had it been? If she had not entered the forbidden area of the sect, it would be impossible for her to reach such a powerful strength. But even so, Yuki Chihian was not sure if she could win against Jiang Chen if she fought with all her strength. For Helian Wuji, Yuki Chihian was not afraid at all. But it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. She was defeated, not by him, but by all of them. Just like what Jiang Chen said, with so many people fighting against a weak girl, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would still be defeated. You're very strong. But let's see if you can last until the end. Helian Wuji said with a sneer. Jiang Chen kept on defending against Helian Wuji's continuous attacks. No matter how strong Helian Wuji was. Then let's wait and see. I believe that you won't be disappointed. Jiang Chen and Helian Wuji were fighting against each other for countless times. Terrifying ripples burst out from their battle. The grass, trees, mountains, and rocks within 1,000 miles were all turned into powder and flattened to the ground. The terrifying momentum shook the heavens and earth. However, in the eyes of Helian Wuji, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was obviously a secret technique that overdrafted his body. But after fighting for a long time, Jiang Chen did not feel defeated at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous. This was what shocked him the most. Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha, if that's the case, I'm afraid that the next battle will be under my control. Jiang Chen said with a sneer, looking at Helian Wuji with disdain. Since that's the case, as you wish. Tai Chi diagram, quaking the universe. Helian Wuji's hands were well versed. Starting with the power of Tai Chi, he drew the 8 trigrams and created the Tai Chi diagram. Endless divine origin Qi surged towards the Tai Chi diagram in Helian Wuji's hands. The Tai Chi diagram was less than 9 feet in size. Helian Wuji clenched his hands tightly. More and more terrifying power gathered in it. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the strangeness of the Tai Chi diagram. To be able to absorb the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Looks like you really want heaven and earth to become your vassal. But with your current strength, I'm afraid that you can't control such a terrifying power of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen thought. But even so, Helian Wuji was still unable to control all the power of heaven and earth. But this Tai Chi diagram was formed, it had already integrated the divine origin Qi of heaven and earth into it. The terrifying momentum shook the world, oppressing the sky. Such a terrifying Tai Chi diagram. Yuki Chihian's expression changed. This Tai Chi diagram gave her a sense of danger. Once Jiang Chen and the Tai Chi diagram collided, it might be as terrifying as the collision of stars. With Jiang Chen's strength as a void god, it's impossible for him to resist it. Even though Xue Qianying was not familiar with Jiang Chen did it to save her. Moreover, she was saved by Jiang Chen once. At this moment, she felt that she was carrying a sense of guilt. Jiang Chen didn't know Xue Qianying well. This Tai Chi diagram is really something. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Facing the increasingly powerful Tai Chi diagram, with the power of heaven and earth as its backing, it's terrifying. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram could continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth to fight for it. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. The domineering aura that could crush the heavens and everything under the heavens and earth made Jiang Chen become serious. It's good that you know. But it's a little too late now. Helian Wuji harumphed coldly. With a push of both of his hands, the Tai Chi diagram pressed down and shrouded Jiang Chen completely. The terrifying deterrence made those experts who were watching the battle have the urge to kneel down and worship him. Brother Wuji is stronger after all. Indeed, I think this Jiang Chen is at his wit's end, isn't he? Ha ha ha. Yeah. This Tai Chi diagram is a treasure. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's comparable to a heavenly divine tool. At any point in time, strength will always be the most important factor. It won't be easy to suppress me. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and the 5 elements combat dragon seal flew out and hit the Tai Chi diagram directly. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, there were no ripples at all. Jiang Chen made 2 seals in succession, and the slaughter dragon seal was also quickly released. However, there was only a ripple on the Tai Chi diagram. It could not cause any fluctuations at all. Admit defeat, Jiang Chen. This Tai Chi diagram can absorb thousands of energy. No matter how strong your attack is, it will be useless. Ha ha ha, accept your fate. You are not my opponent after all. Helian Wuji's eyes were cold, and the Tai Chi diagram became bigger and bigger. Jiang Chen already felt great pressure. At this time, it seemed that he had to show some real skills. Zulong Tower, suppress for me. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand. The blood-colored tower was mixed with the golden light, shining brightly. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, Jiang Chen was completely wrapped in it. Moreover, the power of the Zulong Tower directly caused the Tai Chi diagram to shake. Break! Jiang Chen roared, and the majestic power of the Zulong Tower instantly broke the Tai Chi diagram. Helian Wuji's Tai Chi diagram was torn apart at this time, and finally completely turned into nothingness, disappearing in the void. Helian Wuji flew backward, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face was pale. What kind of treasure is this? Even my Tai Chi diagram was suppressed and shattered? Helian Wuji looked at Xianxia in shock. At the same time, everyone, like Helian Wuji, stared at Xianxia's Zulong Tower. The horror of the Zulong Tower made everyone gasp. The Tai Chi diagram was already unparalleled in the world, but at this time, the power of the Zulong Tower was even stronger, and it could even be said that it shattered the Tai Chi diagram without any effort. I don't believe that no matter how strong the treasure is, your strength is only this. Helian Wuji gritted his teeth and said. Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to 4 divisions, 4 divisions give birth to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams return to 10 directions, Tai Chi is free and unfettered. Along with Helian Wuji's cold voice, 2 Tai Chi 8 trigrams appeared on his hands. Each of them contained the terrifying Tao of Wuji. Undeniably, even Xianxia became serious because Helian Wuji was indeed very strong. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams had been evolved to such a terrifying stage by him. Even Xianxia could feel a trace of danger from it. Let's see how you can break my Wuji Dao. The power of Helian Wuji's hands shook all directions. Each of his palms contained the power of Tai Chi, the Wuji Dao, and the terrifying aura was comparable to a heavenly divine tool. It's too scary. Brother Helian has also used his special skill. It seems that he has learned the true inheritance of the Tai Chi sect. I can't say it, I can't say it. This battle is simply too shocking. After this battle, I know that geniuses are all bullshit. In front of these 2 people, we are not qualified to be geniuses at all. Some people's eyes flickered with complacency, and their hearts were filled with shock. Some people were disheartened and trembled indifferently. Because whether it was Xianxia or Helian Wuji, both of them had become so terrifying that they were not even 1/10,000th of them. This was a real battle between heavenly kings. The power of Tai Chi, the Wuji Dao, was even more ferocious than the Tai Chi diagram. At this moment, Xianxia was forced to retreat by Helian Wuji. Even after his dragon transformation, he still did not dare to face Helian Wuji head-on. Because the power of Tai Chi was really too overbearing. Under Tai Chi, there are no eggs that are unharmed. Helian Wuji approached Xianxia countless times. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, but even the sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword was not enough to force Helian Wuji to retreat. In the end, Xianxia was seriously injured by Helian Wuji more than 10 palms. However, Helian Wuji did not expect that Xianxia only spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was still extremely gloomy and he did not really hurt him at all. Fortunately, I have the arcane heavenly armor. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face looked extremely gloomy. This time, not only Helian Wuji but also Xianxia was really angry. If a tiger doesn't show its power, then I will treat it as a sick cat. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stared at Helian Wuji. He actually has such a powerful defensive method. However, even so, no one can survive under Tai Chi in the Wuji Dao. I am the only one. Helian Wuji struck out a few Tai Chi forces, but they were all blocked by Xianxia. However, the overbearing Tai Chi force had actually injured Xianxia. Even with the arcane heavenly armor, he was still injured by the Tai Chi force. This showed how terrifying the Tai Chi force was. The real battle has just begun. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a devilish smile as he slowly raised his head. Thunder rumbled in all directions. Within 1,000 miles, thunder rumbled and roared. You can cause the 8-direction thunder? Helian Wuji looked at Xianxia in shock. However, he did not think that he would lose to Xianxia. Xianxia was only a void god. If he lost, how could he walk out of the hidden secret realm? So what? It seems that if I don't increase my strength, it will be difficult to deal with you. Xianxia smiled faintly, looking rather calm. You want to break through here? Helian Wuji sneered. Looks like you're really crazy. Do you think that you can fight me under the lightning tribulation? You're overestimating yourself. Today, you'll die. Helian Wuji took a step forward, breaking the void and sweeping across. The force of Taiji swept across thousands of miles of the sky and pressed towards Xianxia. This was a terrifying limitless Tao. Helian Wuji was determined to cut off Xianxia's thoughts. Go to hell. Helian Wuji roared furiously and struck out 2 Tai Chi force consecutively. Xianxia did not move at all. The thunderclouds from all directions gathered in one place. Thousands of miles of thunderclouds were flashing above Xianxia's head. Xianxia walked leisurely in the face of Helian Wuji's Tai Chi force. In the lightning tribulation, he did not even care about the danger. Xianxia endured the Tai Chi force. His face looked extremely calm as the lightning tribulation area continued to expand. I'd like to see if a void god like you who can cause the lightning tribulation is really that terrifying. Helian Wuji did not leave at all. He let the thunderclouds gather from all directions. As the lightning flashed and the thunder roared, the heart-palpitating feeling forced all the onlookers to retreat. Within 1,000 miles, it was a mess. The thunderclouds were getting thicker and thicker. Xianxia's smile became more and more intense. Then let's fight. Since you're here, don't leave. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he looked at Helian Wuji. The two of them fought again in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was exerted to its limit. The sword of solitude, sword chi sweeping 1,000 June. What a terrifying sword intent. It's even able to neutralize my Taiji force. You really do have some skills. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied because the Sword of Solitude was one of his strongest killing moves. Even so, it still couldn't defeat Helian Wuji. This indirectly reflected how terrifying this guy was, especially his Taiji force, which had completely displayed the essence of the Taiji sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a rare peerless genius in the Taiji sect. However, Xianxia had neglected one point. If his strength had reached Helian Wuji's level, then Helian Wuji wouldn't have been able to resist the sword. Even so, the Sword of Solitude still affected Helian Wuji. Being suppressed by the Sword of Solitude, Helian Wuji felt a great hindrance, as though his battle strength and mentality were greatly affected. Xianxia's Sword of Solitude was so overbearing. Even Helian Wuji's strongest move, the Taiji force, had collapsed. Even Helian Wuji didn't expect that Xianxia's Sword of Solitude would directly affect his strength. At this moment, the lightning force had begun to surge under the lightning tribulation. Once the 9-layered lightning tribulation descended, Xianxia would definitely be struck by it. Moreover, Helian Wuji was very clear that if one person resisted the lightning tribulation alone, there might be some hope. However, if another person joined in, then the lightning tribulation would definitely be more ferocious. It might even surpass the power of 2 people resisting the lightning tribulation together. Are you trying to trick me? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Helian Wuji. Looks like you're not too stupid. I'll use the Taiji diagram to suppress all directions and resist the power of the lightning tribulation. Let's see how you're going to resist the 9-layered lightning tribulation. Ha ha ha. Helian Wuji stared at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia dared to undergo his tribulation in the open. Helian Wuji looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy must be out of his mind. Otherwise, how could he do such a stupid thing? Who would be so unscrupulous when undergoing tribulation? Moreover, if one were to be severely injured under the lightning tribulation, wouldn't it be easy for others to take advantage of it? Therefore, when it came to transcending the tribulation, almost everyone would find a secret place, just in case. Moreover, some of them couldn't even pass the lightning tribulation. If they couldn't bear the 9 strikes of the lightning tribulation, they would probably be struck into ashes. However, it was rare for a void god to pass the lightning tribulation after advancing to the true god realm. Helian Wuji was very clear about this. Therefore, once someone passed the lightning tribulation, it wouldn't be simple. Isn't this fellow too stupid? Even if he can't defeat Brother Helian, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Haha. What a joke. That's right. I originally thought that this young man was a genius of the present age. I didn't expect that he would do such a stupid thing. How sad, how lamentable. What a touching IQ. But if that's the case, it seems like Brother Wuji is also planning to kill this guy. As a late true god, Brother Wuji should be very confident about the power of the lightning tribulation. However, this Xianxia is only a peak void god. It's my first time seeing two people facing the lightning tribulation together. I hope that he won't be struck to death by the lightning. Even if he doesn't die, he's probably at death's door. Hee hee. This kind of person deserves to die. Other than Jiang Chen, the only one who could remain calm was Yuki Chihian. Because she had seen Jiang Chen facing the lightning tribulation with her own eyes. Helian Wushuang was killed by Jiang Chen in the same way. You are so despicable. You want to kill me with the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen took a few steps back with a terrified expression on his face. It's too late to understand now. Since you want to break through, you should know the consequences of facing the 9-stage lightning tribulation here. Helian Wuji looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. A guy with such a low IQ was not worthy to be his opponent. I thought this would be a fair fight. I didn't expect to be tricked by you in the end. Man proposes, God disposes. Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, even Yuki Chihian curled her lips. This guy was really good at pretending to be pitiful. His acting skills were really admirable. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. As long as you can survive, you will be a true expert. Dead people have no right to say such things. No matter what method I use to kill you, you're just a puff of smoke in the end. Helian Wuji seemed to have seen the moment when Jiang Chen was smashed into pieces by the lightning tribulation. His eyes were filled with pride. I hate it. I hate it. Jiang Chen kept shaking his head. At this moment, the 9-stage lightning tribulation finally came down. Within the radius of 1,000 miles, it was filled with the dreadful strength of thunder and lightning. As the lightning flashed and the thunder roared, the dreadful lightning tribulation struck down one after another. Obviously, its target was Jiang Chen and Helian Wuji. When the first lightning struck Helian Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. This is Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. Normally, only Heavenly God Realm experts would be able to receive such treatment during their lightning tribulation. How is it? Comfortable, right? Are you surprised that I'm on your side? Surprised? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning? Helian Wuji's expression changed drastically. His face was ashen and his heart slightly trembled. The spectators looked at this scene in disbelief. No one expected that Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation was not an ordinary lightning tribulation. It was the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning that would only appear when a Heavenly God Realm expert underwent their lightning tribulation. The power of the lightning was extremely terrifying. It was not a power that a true God Realm expert could touch. Yes. Looks like Brother Helian is really knowledgeable. How does this Dawn Sky Golden Lightning taste? Jiang Chen said with a smile. As soon as Helian Wuji opened his mouth, the second Dawn Sky Golden Lightning struck down. The power of the lightning tribulation was unstoppable. The power of the lightning tribulation had increased. Even Helian Wuji found it hard to defend against it. Helian Wuji spurted out a mouthful of blood as the lightning tribulation approached him. Even though he had used all his strength to resist it, he was still struck by the two Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and was heavily injured. His face was extremely gloomy. Why? Why are you fine? Helian Wuji looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Several lightning bolts fell on Jiang Chen's body, but it was like a clay ox falling into the sea. It didn't cause any ripples at all. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was walking leisurely in the 1,000-mile lightning tribulation land. Helian Wuji was completely dumbfounded. Maybe this is a problem with my character. Your character is obviously not as good as mine. Then, another bolt of lightning struck down. Helian Wuji couldn't avoid it and his entire body was disfigured by the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. The blood vessels in his body were completely shattered and his body was a mess of blood. His face didn't have any color left. *CK your mother. You tricked me, Jiang Chen. Helian Wuji roared with all his might. However, his energy was completely absorbed by the lightning tribulation and he had completely lost the ability to resist under the 3 bolts of Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. You were the one who wanted to stay and now you're blaming me? Did I tie you up here? You can run. why didn't you run? Xianxia said seriously. Run your ass. I'm not willing. Helian Wuji's heart was dead. He didn't expect that his attempt to trick Xianxia would become his own grave in the end. TSK. It's already come to this, yet you're still unconvinced. That's how your younger brother died. You can be considered to have died a worthy death. It's okay. Your brother is stupid and your brother is also stupid. When you go to the netherworld, you might as well change your name. You'll be called Big Fool Helian and your brother will be called Second Fool Helian. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed maniacally. Before the fourth bolt of lightning landed, Helian Wuji was already vomiting blood from anger. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia made his body tremble. He looked up and saw that the fourth bolt of dawn sky golden lightning had already landed. He didn't have any ability to resist at all. Boom, an ear-piercing sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. Helian Wuji was struck by the dawn sky golden lightning. Not even his bones were left. Yuki Chihian was dumbfounded. The other experts were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Xianxia, who was supposed to die, would become the final winner. Xianxia came out unscathed while Helian Wuji died unjustly. This tells us one thing. One should never have the intention to harm others. One's character is very important. Xianxia looked at those geniuses. He did not kill them as it was not difficult to kill them. What was difficult was that he did not want to break the rules of the hidden secret realm. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. Scram. If you guys want to taste the 9 lightning tribulation, I won't object. Xianxia shrugged and said. More than 20 of them immediately ran away and disappeared 1,000 miles away. As the lightning dispersed, Xianxia's expression was cold. His silver eyes shone with a strange elegance. At this moment, although he had lost half of his strength in the battle with Helian Wuji, he was still full of arrogance. Xianxia's eyes were sharp as he struck out a punch. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. His aura was powerful and overbearing. With my current physical strength, I'm afraid that I can kill an ordinary early true god. Xianxia thought. The strength of a true god was indeed extraordinary. If he were to fight against Helian Wuji again, Xianxia would not need to use the lightning tribulation to kill him. He would be invincible if he used the dragon transformation. Congratulations. Yuki Chihian said faintly. Thank you. Xianxia smiled. I should be the one who should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by Helian Wuji and the others. That fellow was unjust. He and his brother deserved to die. If he wanted to kill someone and rob them, it would depend on whether he had the ability to do so. Looks like this reincarnated datura is very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to die to protect it. You're right. This reincarnated datura can heal my injuries. Yuki Chihian said. Xianxia frowned. You're injured? It's my own doing. It has nothing to do with others. Is it the side effect of increasing your strength? Xianxia smiled. How did you know? Yuki Chihian looked at Xianxia in surprise. Don't forget that I'm an alchemist. Do you know how to use this reincarnated datura? Hearing Xianxia's question, Yuki Chihian held her breath. She really did not know how to use the reincarnated datura, orally or externally. You know? Of course, this reincarnated datura, someone interrupted Xianxia halfway through his sentence. This reincarnated datura has to be applied externally. Moreover, it has to be ground into powder and mixed with spiritual spring water. Then, it has to be spread evenly on the lady's body. If you need me to do it for you, I can reluctantly give it a try. The person who spoke was Li Yanchao. At this moment, he walked over with a meaningful look in his eyes. He looked at Yuki Chihian covetously. I was wondering who it was. So it's the little bastard from the Divine Pale sect. Why? Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Xianxia said with a smile. I should be the one saying this to you. Little bastard, do you think that you can look down on everyone just because you showed off in the auction? This is the hidden secret realm. No one can save you. Li Yanchao said with a proud and arrogant face. In his eyes, Xianxia was already his prisoner. Now, hand over this woman and the divine artifact in your hand. Maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse. Xianxia shrugged. There are always people who want to harm me. Just you? Do you think you have the ability? If Xianxia was here, I might be afraid. But you, I'm sorry. I've never looked at you. Even if you're compared to Helian Wuji, I'm afraid you might not be able to defeat me. Xianxia was not angry and said, You're really strong. To be honest, I might not have a good ending if I were to fight against you. But Helian Wuji, that idiot, has taken care of this for me. Do you think I will fall into your trap? You've lost half of your strength fighting against Helian Wuji. Plus, you've gone through the 9 heavenly tribulation. Do you think you still have the strength to fight? Killing you now is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Helian Wuji lost to you because of his arrogance. In the end, you're just a little bastard who had just reached the true God realm. What do you think you can do? His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. Xianxia was sure that he could defeat Xianxia. Plus, there's a beauty beside him and the reincarnated Datura. Xianxia was overjoyed deep down in his heart. Looks like you're determined to eat me. You want to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Interesting. Then you'll have to show me your true abilities. I've already eaten the mantis, so I won't be merciful to you, the oriole. Stubborn. Since you insist on fighting, then I shall do as you wish. Don't blame me if you end up with your head and soul dispersing. Humph. Xianxiao's eyes were cold and his blood-red pupils became extremely gloomy. This battle was unavoidable. In Xianxiao's eyes, Xianxia was at the end of his rope. He was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you still have the strength to fight? Even Yuki Chihian was filled with doubt. If Xianxia was defeated, then both of them would become Xianxiao's food. It would be too humiliating if that happened. After all, Xianxia had just killed Helian Wuji and even broke through to the true God realm. If Xianxia was able to rest, Yuki Chihian was not worried that he would be defeated. However, Xianxia had just experienced a great battle. Could he really fight Xianxia again? You think I can't beat a little brat like him? Why would I care about a little bastard from the Divine Pill sect? If Xianxia was here, I might be a little fearful. But this fella is not just a little bit weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia's ridicule made Xianxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his expression became extremely gloomy. Being number 2 for 1,000 years, this was his eternal pain. How could Xianxia be willing to be suppressed by Xianxia? Bastard, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Tisk tsk. Look, you're angry because you're not as good as me. Xianxia continued to say. Xianxia gritted his teeth in anger and his body trembled. See, you've poked his sore spot, right? In reality, he was just a paper tiger, a spearhead made of wax and silver, good to look at but useless. Ha ha ha. Xianxia's words stung Xianxiao's chest. At this time even Yuki Chihian curled her lips slightly. This guy was really a little shameless. Needless to say, Xianxia's provocation worked. To Xianxia, Xianxia was a heart demon that could not be erased. One was the number 1 genius of the Divine Pill sect, while the other was the number 2. How could Xianxia accept that? However, if he was not as skilled as others, he could not blame anyone. However, when Xianxia said it like that, Xianxiao's anger had been completely ignited. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll show you my true abilities. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated Helian Wuji. Even if you've broken through, you're still an early true god. Xianxia sneered and charged at Xianxia. Be careful. Xianxia cannot be compared to Helian Wuji. Moreover, you're injured now. Yuki Chihian said. At this moment, Xianxia no longer had the lightning tribulation to rely on. Moreover, he was not Helian Wuji. Obviously, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Xianxia had planned this for a long time. Obviously, he understood Xianxia very well. This battle was not going to be easy for Xianxia. Don't worry. Who said that I'm not his opponent now that I'm injured? Here. Xianxia threw a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to Yuki Chihian and ate one himself. His strength instantly recovered and he was not afraid of Li Yanchao anymore. This is? Yuki Chihian's body shook. She had never eaten fat pork before, but she had never seen a fat pig running. The richness of the elixir shocked even Li Yanchao, who was not far away, and his expression changed greatly. An immortal-grade pill. Li Yanchao took a deep breath. This fella is totally wasting it. To think that he would use an immortal-grade pill to recover his strength. Is this really an immortal-grade pill? Yuki Chihian was shocked. She did not expect Jiang Chen to give her such a precious pill. Eat it. You've recovered your strength. It shouldn't be a problem for you to fight this fellow with me, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He did not care about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill at all. All right. Yuki Chihian took a deep breath and swallowed the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. In an instant, she could feel the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill spreading throughout her body. A terrifying healing power instantly filled her body. All her injuries were instantly healed. It really is a supreme-grade immortal-grade pill. Yuki Chihian thought in her heart. But she did not say anything. Jiang Chen had saved her time and time again. Yuki Chihian could not express Jiang Chen's kindness no matter what she said. Why should she say anything more? You two are too despicable. That is an immortal-grade pill. To think that you two took it as an energy recovery pill and ate it. Aha! Li Yanchao was going crazy. If those two immortal-grade medicinal pills were to be auctioned, they would be worth more than 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones. After all, these were priceless items. Those who were below the heavenly god realm, those who had reached the limit of their lifespan, and even those who were in the heavenly god realm would go after them. The value of an immortal-grade pill was immeasurable. What are you worried about? Did I eat your rice? Jiang Chen sneered. He took a glance at Yuki Chihian. The latter nodded silently. The two of them charged towards Li Yanchao. Stubborn. 1 against 2. I, Li Yanchao, am not afraid of you. Li Yanchao harumphed coldly. He was not afraid at all as he charged towards them. Shui Qianying's strength had recovered and she was now a late true god. Her strength was not any weaker than Li Yanchao's. In addition to Jiang Chen's recent breakthrough, even Li Yanchao had to retreat when the two of them joined forces, not daring to face them head-on. Li Yanchao held the phoenix wing goldenrod sword in his hand. His movements were powerful and terrifying. Even if he was fighting against two people, he would not be in a disadvantageous position. However, he still needed to be wary of Jiang Chen. Although he was only an early true god, he was the one who killed Heli and Wuji when he was only a void god. Although Li Yanchao looked carefree, he would not be as careless as Heli and Wuji when his life was at stake. Moreover, Yuki Chihian's strength had exceeded Li Yanchao's expectation. He never thought that Yuki Chihian would be so terrifying after she recovered her strength. She held a white jade divine sword in her hand. 1,000 miles of ice, one sword return. Yuki Chihian shouted. Her sword swept across 1,000,000 miles. Li Yanchao wielded the phoenix wing goldenrod sword and fought against her. Jiang Chen supported from the side. His heavenly dragon sword cut through the wind and rain. Countless mountains crumbled. Ancient trees flew into the sky. Everything in the world was trembling. This battle was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the battle against Heli and Wuji. Within 1,000 miles, it was a complete mess. The deafening sound was deafening. Divination of heavenly mystery, great divination art. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The great divination art was able to deduce Li Yanchao's attack and defense. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword became even more ferocious and rushed towards Li Yanchao recklessly. 8 Extreme Heaven's Blast. Li Yanchao held the divine weapon in his hand. The might of such a divine weapon was boundless, sweeping across the vast sky. Yuki Chihian and Jiang Chen were not afraid at all. Jiang Chen instantly casted the dragon transformation. The heavenly dragon general pressed downwards, causing the void to collapse. With just one sword, Li Yanchao was forced to retreat. Even Yuki Chihian's countenance changed slightly. After Jiang Chen broke through to the true god realm, the strength of his dragon transformation had reached such a terrifying level. It was truly shocking. Such domineering strength. The webbing between Li Yanqiao's thumb and forefinger was split open, and he was heavily injured. This sword had practically sealed all of his attacks, and it had also completely suppressed his aura. The power of Jiang Chen's sword had the power to split the heavens and earth. Li Yanqiao was forced to retreat 10 miles and was completely in a passive position. Die. Little bastard of the Divine Pill sect. You're just SOSO. Jiang Chen roared and joined forces with Yuki Chihian again. Li Yanqiao's countenance changed drastically and retreated 300 miles. However, Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. Under his crazy suppression, Li Yanqiao did not have any strength to fight back. Moreover, a heavenly dragon sword chi had injured him. Yuki Chihian did not show any weakness. She did everything she should do, causing Li Yanqiao to fall into endless darkness. 7 consecutive sword strikes tore apart Li Yanqiao's defense. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. Li Yanqiao stared at Jiang Chen. He had never thought that he would be defeated by these 2 bastards. Moreover, he was defeated in such an embarrassing manner. After Jiang Chen's breakthrough, it was as if he had become a completely different person, like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Yuki Chihian was just as shocked as him. Jiang Chen's terrifying aura had completely overshadowed her sharpness. Undeniably, Jiang Chen was quite fortunate for her. At least, she might not be able to kill Helian Wuji alone. It's not that easy to kill me. Li Yanqiao still did not let his guard down. Because he must not lose. If he lost, he might be killed by Jiang Chen. This was not the outside world but the hidden secret realm. Moreover, he had revealed his killing intent. He did not believe that Jiang Chen would let him go. Let's see what you can do to me. Li Yanqiao took 3 supreme-grade medicinal pills in an instant. They were all supreme-grade medicinal pills that he concocted himself. All of them could instantly increase his combat strength. Although he was still far from the half-step heavenly god realm, he had already reached the peak of the true god realm. At this moment, Li Yanqiao's strength had increased tremendously. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against Jiang Chen. This is interesting. Jiang Chen sneered. The current him was incomparably powerful. He would never lose to Li Yanqiao. Moreover, his combat strength had reached its limit. He was not weaker than Li Yanqiao at all. How could he be unscathed under the dragon transformation? Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the heavens and earth, blocking all of Li Yanqiao's attacks. How come my attacks seem to be seen through by him? There's no effect at all. Moreover, the energy of the medicinal pills is decreasing rapidly. Li Yanqiao thought worriedly. Compared to Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Li Yanqiao was completely relying on medicinal pills. If the medicinal pills were to be used up, Li Yanqiao would fall into a state of emptiness. At that time, Li Yanqiao would not be able to make a comeback no matter what. One sword light chills the 14 prefectures. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. His sword chi swept across 1,000 miles like a ghost whale and the mountains shook. Sacrifice the heavenly fire, gold-plated phoenix wings, conquering the universe. Above Li Yanqiao's gold-plated phoenix wings, there was a blazing heavenly fire. That was Li Yanqiao's natal flame. He had obtained it from a small-sized heaven-devouring beast to refine his weapon. This was his final move and also his ultimate move. The flames filled the sky, blocking out the sun. It was as if the entire void had been illuminated. You retreat first. Wait for an opportunity. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, ordering Yuki Chihian to retreat. The latter knew that at this moment, Li Yanqiao's attack was extraordinary. With just the heavenly fire, she was already restrained by Li Yanqiao. Ice and fire were incompatible. However, was Jiang Chen really a match for him alone? You're really overestimating yourself. Then, go to hell. Playing with fire with me, you're courting death. Jiang Chen's sword slashed out. Even the blazing flames seemed to be split apart. Unity of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen transformed into the heavenly dragon sword, splitting apart the raging flames. Li Yanqiao retreated quickly. His face was filled with disbelief. The heavenly fire combined with the gold-plated phoenix wings actually failed to repel Jiang Chen. On the contrary, Jiang Chen went against the flow and attacked with all his strength, breaking Li Yanqiao's defense. That sword slashed horizontally and vertically. No, Li Yanqiao roared. But in the next second, Jiang Chen's figure already appeared behind him. The unity of man and sword pierced through Li Yanqiao's body. Perish. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. As the seal was unleashed, Li Yanqiao, who was already dying, was finally killed by Jiang Chen. At that moment, Li Yanqiao never thought that he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. He was the second strongest expert of the Divine Pale sect. To think that he would be defeated by a nobody. The flames were extinguished, and Li Yanqiao was completely exhausted. When his body completely collapsed, the area within 1,000 miles became quiet. That piece of trash was actually killed by someone. Xianxia murmured. He frowned and his expression was cold. There was a jade talisman in his hand that linked the two of them together. When Li Yanqiao fell down, the jade talisman in his hand also shattered into pieces and disappeared in the hidden secret realm. In the entire hidden secret realm, there are less than 10 people who could kill Li Yanqiao. Who killed this fella? Don't let me find out who you are. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He squinted his eyes and slowly flew away. He should not be killed by a beast. Even if he could not defeat the beast, he should still be able to protect himself. Yuki Chihian felt relieved. This fellow was too abnormal. He killed Li Yanqiao with one strike. Moreover, this fella did not show any mercy. Li Yanqiao was a genius disciple of the Divine Pale sect. He was killed by Jiang Chen just like that. Moreover, his strength was only at the early True God realm. Compared to when he was at the Void God realm, it was a world of difference. This fella's future achievements were limitless. Of course, the premise was that he could survive in the hidden secret realm. Thank you. Yuki Chihian said with a serious expression. Her beauty was out of this world. She was cold like an ice sculpture. Even when she was facing her savior, Jiang Chen, she did not seem to change much. I have heard this sentence more than once. You're always thanking me without saying anything. I thought that you would repay me with your body. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're thinking too much. Yuki Chihian said coldly. You're thinking too much. I'm just joking with you. Haha. Jiang Chen's words made Yuki Chihian a little angry. Her eyes turned cold and she snorted coldly. This reincarnated datura, do I really have to grind it into powder and apply it externally? Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Yes, although this Li Yanqiao is a little annoying, what he said is right. Moreover, there must be spiritual spring water. As for what grade it is, naturally the higher the better. Mixing it with spiritual spring water can better absorb the medicinal properties of the reincarnated datura. Jiang Chen stopped joking and said in a serious tone. Don't tell me you want me to apply it externally for you? I'm not a shameless person who fishes for fame. If you want me to apply it externally for you, then I can only reluctantly do it. But now we lack the spiritual spring water. I advise you to keep the reincarnated datura first. Shameless. Yuki Chihian said coldly and turned to leave. Is this how you treat your savior? Then what do you want? Yuki Chihian stopped and did not look back. Lung Lung said. Forget it, only women and villains are hard to take care of. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill should have helped you resolve a lot of internal problems, so you don't have to rush to find the spiritual spring water. After all, it's not urgent. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he rolled his eyes. He was being kind, but the other party might not appreciate it. This was the most painful thing. The people of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sects are all there, but their situation is not very optimistic. After Yuki Chihian finished speaking, she had already disappeared into the vast darkness. Jiang Chen's face changed. The heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sects must be trapped in a battle. It seemed that he had to go to the north to find out. Perhaps Yang Jian and the others were there. An incomparably lofty and majestic mountain range lay across the heavens and the earth. It stretched horizontally from north to south, ran through the west to the east, and towered into the clouds. Its walls were pitch black like ink, mysterious and bizarre, and as it stood towering there, it caused one's mind to be oppressed and shocked. Within a circumference of several thousand li, it stretched on endlessly. Ancient pines existed for a long time, green cypresses sealed off the mountain. The long river and setting sun flowed downwards, cold and lonely. The mountain valley was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Countless people had rushed here, countless people had died here, and countless people were still rushing forward. This is Mount Qiling. 100 years ago, I heard from an uncle master in the sect that there are countless ghosts and gods here. Who knows how many senior experts have died here? His motive is also very clear. There is an unparalleled divine weapon here, the great soul-forming light. Lu Quanchao said with a serious expression. Behind him stood more than 30 people, all of them were disciples of the heaven, earth, profound and yellow sects. With him as the leader, Zhang Lei and the others followed closely behind. Man Shui was considered lucky. His cultivation realm had reached the peak of early true god realm. Even an ordinary mid-true god might not be his match. I also heard from the seniors of the sect that if we could find the legendary Mount Qiling, then we must go and explore it. But the final result will depend on our own luck. Because they directly said 2 words, enter with caution. There was no need for Zhang Lei to say anything else. Everyone knew that if the genius disciple of the earthly Hades sect was so secretive, who would dare to act rashly? Great soul-forming light? What kind of divine weapon is that? Jiang Hao asked with a serious expression. It's a divine weapon passed down from the ancient times. It's said that its grade is even higher than a heavenly divine weapon. Lu Quanchao said quietly. Everyone took a deep breath. At this moment, although they had gone through a few days of battle and everyone was exhausted, their fighting spirit was still strong. Everyone wanted to leave this place alive, to walk out of the hidden secret realm alive. Then, they would definitely shock the world and become the true prodigies of the Linhe boundary. An ancient divine weapon that gathered millions of souls to form the soul-forming light. Although it's a bit monstrous, it's still a peerless divine weapon. This Mount Qiling is filled with grievances. For millions of years, almost all of the souls have gathered here to nourish the great soul-forming light. Legend has it that the great soul-forming light appeared here when the hidden secret realm opened 1,300 years ago. However, no one knows if the great soul-forming light is still here or not. Zhang Lei said. It should still be there. In the past 1,300 years, I have never heard any news about the great soul-forming light from the outside world. Otherwise, no matter how secretive the person who obtained it is, he would definitely leak the news. So, I'm sure that the great soul-forming light is still in this Mount Qiling, Lu Quanchao said confidently. This Mount Qiling is really terrifying. There's a terrifying aura everywhere. We've just been attacked by a group of flying mantises. We must not let our guard down. Jiang Hao said. You're right. Those flying mantises killed more than 10 of us. However, there are too many of them. If we continue to fight with them, we'll be devoured bit by bit. Lu Quanchao was also helpless. At that time, they had to think about the big picture. They could only retreat. After entering the boundary of Mount Qiling, the group of flying mantises disappeared without a trace. They did not chase after them anymore. Obviously, there's something that they're afraid of here. We must be more careful now. This Mount Qiling is not a good place. If the great soul-forming light is really here, then there must be a group of demonic beasts. Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. He couldn't guarantee everyone's safety, so he couldn't make any promises at this moment. In this place, no one would be your support forever. You could only take care of yourself if your parents died or your parents got married. No one would care about you when it came to a life or death situation. Everyone knew this very well. Therefore, after Zhang Lei's words faded, they became extremely serious. After the battle with the flying mantis not long ago, they no longer dared to think about luck anymore. Once there's a crisis, it might be a battle of life and death. In the hidden secret realm, no one could stay out of it. I wonder how Jiangchen is now. This hidden secret realm is really scary. Life is like grass in here. It's worthless. Man Shui murmured. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Everyone would experience a huge change after entering this place. Especially their temperament. They would become more mature. Because if you're naive, you'll be killed by the demonic beasts. Living on is your only belief. What brotherhood? What morality? They were just like dirt. In the face of death, the one who betrayed you might very well be the brother you swore to death with. Look, there's a purple light flickering on that towering mountain. Yeah. It's so scary. My eyes are going to go blind. Yeah. It seems like something unusual is happening there. Everyone's heart was tightly clenched together. There's definitely something fishy going on. Everyone, be more careful. Lu Quanchao took the lead and led everyone to the tallest mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. The setting sun in the dusky sky had already become even more dusky. The rays of light on the mountain also appeared and disappeared at times, appearing even more strange and dazzling. What do you think? Zhang Lei. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice and looked at Zhang Lei. The two of them walked in front. That depends on our luck. If it's really the great Yu soul-forming light, I'm afraid it won't be simple. It's impossible for such a peerless divine tool to be unprotected. Moreover, a divine tool that surpasses a heavenly divine tool has a soul. If it's not the great Yu soul-forming light, it must be a terrifying demonic beast. It's dangerous for us to go there. Zhang Lei said earnestly. However, their hearts were filled with curiosity. No one was willing to retreat at this moment, whether it was Zhang Lei or Lu Quanchao. Even the disciples behind them did not want to be outdone. If their courage to move forward was extinguished, then where was their will to live? Experts, geniuses, they must move forward bravely under constant encouragement. Even if they were killed on the beach, some people would still move forward without hesitation. The 10,000 feet mountain was extremely high. Even the air in the sky had become extremely cold. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other and leaped up the mountain. The top of the mountain was actually a flat roof. In the middle of the flat roof was a huge empty space. In the middle of the empty space, there was a deep cave that ran through the entire Spirit Mountain range and led to the fiery red magma underground. Rays of purple light rose, causing Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei to fall into a daze. The Mount Qiling was hollow, and the center of the mountain was connected to the ground. They could feel the heat from the magma, and the purple light seemed to be emitted from the magma. This magma is terrifying. Even with our strength, we can't withstand it. It seems like this magma is not simple. Zhang Lei said in shock. If we want to know what the purple light is, we must enter the mountain and investigate. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. But if we go in, we don't know what's inside. If danger lurks in every corner, we might die here. Zhang Lei hesitated. Then, do you want to retreat? Lu Quanchao glanced at Zhang Lei. Right now, we only have two choices. If we retreat from the range of Mount Qiling, more demonic beasts will appear. Even the flying mantises are secretly observing us. The intelligence of those demonic beasts isn't any lower than that of humans. Furthermore, there are no demonic beasts that dare to approach this area for thousands of miles. This is already enough to prove that this place is definitely not ordinary. Make your decision, Senior Brother Lu. We're all willing to follow you. Otherwise, leaving Mount Qiling might not be the best choice. Even if we have to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we're willing to give it a try. Yeah, we're willing to give it a try. Otherwise, if we just sit here and wait for death, we won't be able to endure this inhumane torture. At most, we'll just die. If we don't even have this little bit of courage, how can we be worthy of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sex? At this time, even if it's a bottomless abyss, we'll still have to explore it. Everyone was speaking righteously and passionately, but Lu Quanchao could not guarantee that nothing would go wrong. This was the biggest headache for him and Zhang Lei. Once an accident happened, they could only watch as their innocent senior and junior brothers were buried in the sea of fire. Mount Qiling, as the name suggested, was a place where one's soul was taken away. This kind of danger, whether it was worth it or not, no one could say for sure. Since everyone has said so, then we have no reason to retreat anymore. Let's go. Whether we live or die, we'll only know after we try. Even if we know there's a tiger in the mountain, there's no turning back. Although the road ahead is full of thorns, at least there's hope. Zhang Lei smiled. At this moment, he, who had always been cold and serious, became much more relaxed. The two of them indeed carried the hopes of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow sex, but who knew what would happen next? Even they didn't know if they could live past tomorrow. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, who cares about the frost on other people's roof? It wasn't that he was selfish, but in this environment, only those who were cold and emotionless could live longer. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were still the two of them. They squinted their eyes, blocking the dazzling purple rays as they dove into the belly of Mount Qiling. The magma kept rolling, bringing with it a terrifying heat. They were thousands of meters away, but they were already sweating profusely. The terrifying heat didn't seem to be caused by ordinary magma. Lu Quanchao's eyes and ears were alert in all directions, not daring to miss a single corner. Within the belly of the mountain, there was a radius of dozens of miles, and the magma mouth was several miles wide. The pillars of magma that shot out from the mouth were hundreds of meters tall, and as they sprayed down, it was a spectacular sight. In the middle of the mountain, the temperature had almost reached 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Within a kilometer of the magma, the temperature had reached hundreds of degrees Celsius. The temperature of the magma was even more shocking. The magma was obviously more terrifying than the magma they had seen in the past. It could even melt people directly at the closest point. It's too hot here, I'm going to be roasted. Yeah, other than the heat, I feel like I'm suffocating. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. It's just a place of magma. Let's hurry up and leave. I can't stand it anymore. Everyone was sweating profusely. Even though they were thousands of meters away from the magma, they could still feel the heat bursting out from their hearts. On the other hand, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei had a serious expression on their faces. That was because after they entered this place, the purple light from before had disappeared, as if it had been withdrawn. Something's wrong. Lu Quanchao murmured. Zhang Lei also noticed it. Where's the purple rays of light? Look. That's a flower, a very, very big flower. No one knew who shouted. In the darkness far away, in a place where the light from the magma couldn't find, a purple and blue flower bloomed on the rock wall. It was 5 to 6 meters tall, and the size of the flower was even more astonishing. It was 2 meters tall, and the petals were shining with blue light, while the center of the flower was shining with purple light. The stamen of the flower was abnormally demonic, and everyone was fascinated by it. I see it, I see it. I see it too, that flower, it's so big. More than 10 people murmured. In the next moment, they started walking towards the terrifying purplish-blue flower. They were like walking corpses. Everyone, don't look at it. That flower is too strange. Zhang Lei shouted. Lu Quanchao also noticed it at the same time as Zhang Lei. However, more than 10 people had already started to walk towards the flower. No matter how Lu Quanchao and the others shouted, they didn't seem to hear them and continued to walk forward. Zhang Heng. Come back here. Mo Qiancheng, you bastard. Can't you hear me? Come back. Lu Quanchao bellowed, but the dozen of them were like puppets. Their eyes were lifeless as they walked towards the blue-purple flower step by step. Finally, when they got close to the blue-purple flower, they were instantly sucked into it. The blue-purple flower became unusually bright, and within the purple, there was even a hint of red. Lu Quanchao and the others quickly retreated, narrowing their eyes. However, that terrifying soul-sucking force didn't stop. Those dozen people were all devoured by the blue-violet flower. Not even their bones were left. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. The man-eater flower was filled with tyranny and viciousness. Furthermore, no one was able to escape from its soul suction force. It's too terrifying. Could this be the legendary resurrection red spider lily? Zhang Lei took a deep breath. Even he became solemn and did not dare to let his guard down. Resurrection red spider lily? Everyone looked at Zhang Lei. Yes, the resurrection red spider lily. I've seen this kind of demonic man-eating flower from an ancient book in the earthly Hades sect a long time ago. It can reflect one's past and present life. Once one's soul is controlled by it, that person will become the nourishment of the resurrection red spider lily. In the end, they will be sucked into the flower and become its fertilizer. Furthermore, this flower usually grew with tens of millions of souls. What nourished its growth was the unending stream of soul energy. Fortunately, we didn't get too close to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one would be able to escape. Even so, Xianxia and the rest had retreated a few miles away. As they watched from afar, their expressions were extremely stifled. Now that there were less than 20 people left, the pressure in everyone's hearts grew heavier. After listening to Xianxia's words, everyone kept it a secret and did not dare to take a step forward. Even so, they felt as though their souls were trembling. The demonic death spider lily produced a purple light that continuously spread out in the air. Not good, the fragrance of this flower also has the effect of bewitching the mind. Cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe in this flower fragrance, Xianxia said as he continued to back away. At this moment, their situation was extremely dangerous, because they had to be careful even when facing a resurrection permetha flower. It was afraid that it would devour all of them. I don't believe it. Let's see if it can still do evil after I chop it down, a genius disciple of the earthly Hades sect shouted. He took a step forward and closed his eyes. Relying on his consciousness, he walked toward the resurrection spider lily. Wang Zexu, don't. By the time Xianxia shouted, it was already too late because Wang Zexu had already rushed into the area of the resurrection red spider lily. Within 100 meters, the resurrection red spider lily grew crazily. Whether it was the leaves or the petals, they all became abnormally luxuriant. It directly swallowed Wang Zexu whole. Although Wang Zexu struggled for a while, it was already too late when he opened his eyes. Sigh. Xianxia's expression was cold, but he was sighing in his heart. This guy is too reckless, and he loves to be a hero. At this moment, he's undoubtedly being swallowed by the resurrection spider lily. Xianxia said angrily, whoever dares to disobey my order will die. Everyone shuddered in their hearts, but no one dared to act rashly. This is a resurrection spider lily that can disturb one's mind and see through one's past and present life. It's also a man-eating flower, Lu Quanchao said quietly. We can only retreat now. Yeah, otherwise, we'll all be killed by the resurrection spider lily. I don't want to die here. To be killed by a flower. That's right. I don't think the legendary Great You soul-forming light has any fate with us. Where there's life, there's hope. I'd rather encounter a beast than die in the hands of a flower. Clearly, everyone had an indescribable fear for the dead life red spider lily in their hearts. In this world, the only person who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him was a dead person. Why don't we retreat first, then we'll make other plans, Man Shui said in a low voice. Now, he was the only one left in Profound Feng sect, following the team of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. As for the other 3 sects, there weren't many people left. If this continued, it wouldn't be surprising if all of them were killed. That's right. This afterlife permetha flower is truly way too strange. There's a high possibility that all of us might end up dying here. Who knows? Jianghao said earnestly. As the representatives of the 2 great sects, although he did not have much say in front of the Heaven and Earth sect and Yellow sect, he still had the support of the people. At this moment, the difference between sects was not that important anymore. As long as they could survive, it was more important than anything else. Alright, let's retreat from Qiling Mountain and make other plans, Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. Although he was unwilling, the dead flower of red spider lily was too terrifying. There was no way to deal with it. Even Xianxia, the only person who knew about the origin of this flower, had no way to deal with it. Now, we can only take a step back. Perhaps, the great You soul-forming light is not fated with us. Xianxia looked at Lu Quanchao and felt a little disappointed. However, it was a matter of life and death. They would not joke around with the lives of their companions. Even if he and Lu Quanchao had the ability to protect themselves, it did not mean that everyone had the ability to protect themselves. Whether they should advance or retreat, they had to do it. Xianxia was actually very eager to obtain the great You soul-forming light. Although countless of his ancestors had died here and Qiling Mountain had become a place of death, he was still willing to give it a try if he could obtain the great You soul-forming light. After all, everyone had their own goal. His choice was to obtain the great soul-forming light. This was his biggest goal. Gagaga. Gagaga. Sharp and ear-piercing rattling noises appeared beside everyone's ears. Quite a few people were bewildered as they looked in all directions. The sky above their heads seemed to have darkened at this moment. The magma pillar was rising higher and higher. It was difficult to see the height of 1,000 meters. What's that sound? Why is it so strange? Let's go, let's leave this place. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other. Both of them felt that this place was not normal. This strange and sharp cry seemed to be able to pierce through people's hearts. Those people's eyes clearly revealed a hint of fear. They were still in shock from the death of those people. Now that there was such a sudden change, who wouldn't be shocked in their hearts? A bad life was better than a good death. Even if they had to fight to the death with those demonic beasts after leaving this place, they would not be willing to be buried in this unknown place. Furthermore, an eerie feeling shrouded everyone's hearts. Although the temperature of the magma here was over 100 degrees, the chill that penetrated their hearts and the eerie feeling in their bones could not be changed. Xianxia flew on his sword and flew across the mountain. However, he stopped here and looked at the extremely quiet mountain. He frowned slightly. He didn't find any traces here. He followed the traces along the way and Yuki Chihin's direction to find this place. However, there were no traces left here. Could it be that these people disappeared into thin air? Strange. Jiangchen murmured. However, he still didn't find anything strange after flying across the mountain. Compared to those beasts that he had met before, there were no traces of beasts here. Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? Jiangchen was puzzled. However, they were in front of him after all. If he wanted to find them now, he would have to continue moving forward. Forget it, let's go and have a look. Jiangchen shook his head. At this moment, the hollow on the main mountain range of Mount Qiling had changed. Because of a mountain peak that was on top of the main mountain range, the hollow in the middle of the mountain couldn't be seen. Therefore, Jiangchen missed the best opportunity. When Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, and the rest arrived at the exit, they discovered that an incomparably huge mountain had completely sealed off their exit. How could this be? How could the entrance that they had used to enter be sealed shut? Could it be that we've entered a sealed place with evil spirits? Someone screamed with a pale face. At this time, no one could help them. They could only rely on themselves. It's just a mountain. Blast it apart. I don't believe anyone can stop me, Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei snorted coldly. He held the purple golden spear with red embellishment in his hand and pierced through the void. The spear light was unstoppable and pierced towards the mountain. The terrifying attack was enough to shatter the mountain. However, at this moment, it did not move at all. Zhang Lei himself was pushed back and his face was extremely solemn. This is a seal? Zhang Lei shouted. This mountain was obviously sealed, it couldn't be broken at all. Moreover, the seal was even more terrifying than the formation. It was supported by the power of an almighty expert. It wasn't something a formation could compare to. A formation could be destroyed, but the seal was supported by the power of an almighty expert. Only an even more terrifying power could destroy the seal. Obviously, Zhang Lei's attack didn't manage to break the seal. What? It's a seal. Lu Quanchao's expression changed drastically. In other words, it was very likely that they had been imprisoned here and had become turtles in a jar. Seal? Could it be that we can't get out of here? Jiang Hao said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, no one wanted to be trapped. However, the truth spoke louder than words. When they came in, there was no mountain to suppress them at all. However, after they came in, the exit of this place had been completely sealed. At this moment, being trapped in this place, no one would be able to calm down. What should we do now? Let's join hands and try. Zhang Lei said. There was no other way at this moment. Ga. Ga. The strange voice rang in everyone's ears once again, as if it was mocking them. This voice also made the last line of defense in their hearts, which was already under great pressure, feel as if it was about to be destroyed. Don't let it affect your mind. Attack with all your strength. Don't hold back. This is our only chance. Lu Quanchao took the lead and unleashed his full strength together with Zhang Lei. A terrifying attack directly smashed towards the mountain peak. More than a dozen people did the same. However, the next scene caused them to fall into a passive position. All of them were pushed back to the bottom of the mountain by the recoil of the seal. No matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't break the seal. The air here is getting thinner and thinner. The magma has burned away a large amount of air, and we're sealed here. If time passes slowly and we still can't find a way out, we might be suffocated to death here before any danger appears. Xianxia said in a low voice. Although he didn't want to believe it, there was nothing they could do. They were indeed suppressed here and they couldn't advance or retreat. The magma had burned a large amount of air. Even their breathing had become sluggish. If this continued, their chances of survival would be slim. I'm afraid that we are being watched. Or, we don't even know whether the person controlling all of this is a human or not. Lu Quanchao said to Zhang Lei through telepathy. He didn't say it out loud because he didn't want to cause panic. However, even so, everyone was extremely depressed. At this moment, they knew how dangerous their situation was. I hope that your guess is wrong. Zhang Lei said unwillingly. He was also worried about the same thing. Especially that strange cry, it made them even more fearful. Look, the dead spider lily is growing crazily. It seems like it's coming. Man Shui kept retreating with a solemn expression. Just as he had said, the resurrection Permetha flower stretched out its branches and began to trap them inside. Whether we can survive or not depends on whether we can defeat the dead spider lily or not. Lu Quanchao gripped his longsword and pointed it at the ascending branch of the resurrection spider lily. Everyone entered a state of alert. At this moment, the resurrection spider lily seemed to have a life of its own as it began to grow crazily. The incomparably tough branches swept out like vines, wrapping everyone within. However, Lu Quanchao and the rest would not sit still and wait for death. They continued to chop off countless branches. At this moment, fresh blood flowed out from those branches that were chopped off. It was even more frightening. The dead spider lily kept wrapping around them, but Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei led the others to cut through the thorns and opened a bloody path. The dead spider lily couldn't really trap them. Except for the terrifying fragrance and the soul-hypnotizing pollen, the dead spider lily didn't cause any more harm to them. However, Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others did not dare to let their guard down. After all, the resurrection red spider lily might not be so powerful. There must be something unknown behind the resurrection red spider lily. Waves of fear suppressed everyone's heart. Facing the crazy growth of the resurrection red spider lily, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were unable to suppress them. They could only maintain a balance. The people behind them were all entangled by the resurrection red spider lily, unable to escape. Ha ha ha. I never expected that there's a human who dares to come here. Looks like your memory is not enough. A hunchbacked, skinny macaque slowly walked out from behind the dead spider lily. Its body was covered with long black hair. Its eyes were sunken and its mouth was protruding. It was indeed a macaque. But this macaque was filled with coldness and killing intent. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Who are you? Lu Quanchao looked at the black-haired old macaque and asked. Who am I? Hee hee. I'm afraid that I've forgotten about myself. Since you've entered Qiling Mountain, stay here. Soon, I'll be able to break the shackles and come out. Old macaque said with a smile on his face. However, there was a bone-chilling old voice in his voice. It was vigorous, gloomy, and filled with killing intent. I thought there were no monsters in this Qiling Mountain? Are you the one who chased them away? Zhang Lei squinted his eyes and said. I guess so. You guys came at the right time. After killing you guys, it'll be perfect. Hee hee. The wick of the great Yu soul-forming light has been completed. I can finally see the light of day again. After all, these old bones of mine haven't been corroded by time. The old macaque stretched his body and said casually. Great Yu soul-forming light? You have the great Yu soul-forming light? Zhang Lei looked at the old macaque excitedly and said. Yes. If it wasn't for the great Yu soul-forming light, I would have died long ago. And you guys will be the last wick of the light. Ha ha ha. You. Are you the heaven-splitting divine monkey under the hidden secret god emperor? Lu Quanchao took a step back. He was shocked. He had heard that the master of the hidden secret realm was the hidden secret celestial emperor. Hidden secret celestial emperor had a macaque under him. The macaque had been cultivating in the great Yu soul-forming light all year round. It was the most beloved macaque of the hidden secret celestial emperor. Its strength could shake the heavens, hence its name, heaven-splitting divine monkey. Hee, I didn't think that after millions of years, there would still be people who remember me. It wasn't easy. Old macaque smiled and shook his head. I'm the old macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Back then, the great Yu soul-forming light saved my life and made me immortal, neither human nor ghost. The great Yu soul-forming light was also destroyed when the hidden secret celestial emperor died. I can only be reborn by forming the soul-forming wick. This wick is made from the souls of 99 million people. After millions of years, I finally gathered all the souls and reforged the lamp wick. Now, I can return to the world. Your Majesty, although you have fallen, old macaque will not let you die in vain. Old macaque seemed to be lost in his memories and murmured. The heaven-splitting divine monkey. It really is the heaven-splitting divine monkey that served the tranquil divine emperor. We don't have any chance of survival. Lu Quanchao murmured. Old macaque gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei joined hands, they would still be no match for old macaque. Moreover, there was still the dead spider lily. They had no chance of survival. So many lives were sacrificed just for you, old macaque. You're really cruel. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth. The great Yu soul-forming light was about to be reforged, but his chance was ruined by old macaque. Human life is like grass, life and death are like ants. How can I, 6 years heaven-splitting divine monkey, be compared to you lowly ants? You're really lucky to be the one to reforge the lamp wick. Hee. Old macaque said. He did not treat Zhang Lei and the others as human beings. He only wanted to be reborn. Even so, you're just a soul. Even if you were powerful when you were alive, what will you do now? Zhang Lei said unwillingly. He would never give up in this battle. Because I have the great Yu soul-forming light. Old macaque smiled. Zhang Lei was completely listless. Even though the great Yu soul-forming light was broken, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was the hidden secret divine emperor's natal divine tool. It was definitely not simple. Old macaque turned his palm and an ancient bronze lamp appeared in his hand. A terrifying pressure covered the sky. Everyone felt suffocated and their faces became extremely serious. The pressure seemed to be able to make them surrender from the bottom of their hearts. What a terrifying great Yu soul-forming light. It's just the afterglow of the lamp, yet we're already helpless against it. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. He finally knew that he was dreaming. Although the great Yu soul-forming light was powerful, it was not something that he could obtain. The old macaque was definitely an evil person. He had killed millions of people and absorbed their soul power to refine the wick of the lamp. He wanted to revive Zhang Lei so that the great Yu soul-forming light could form a soul for him. This was really infuriating. Now, you have no way out. Accept the judgment. You're the most glorious people. Because the great Yu soul-forming light was born because of you. Old macaque smiled and the passion in his eyes could not be concealed. For millions of years, he was born with the great Yu soul-forming light. He had been struggling at death's door. In order to stand up again, he had killed millions of people. In the end, he was cast into the wick of the great Yu soul-forming light. How could he not be excited at this moment? At this moment, even the magma was rolling violently and the magma pillar was shooting up to 1,000 meters high. The temperature was rising rapidly. Everyone's countenance changed and they kept retreating. Facing the great Yu soul-forming light in old macaque's hand, their souls seemed to be suppressed. The terror of the great Yu soul-forming light was obvious even before the attack. I don't want to die. You old thing, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I hate you. You old and immortal macaque. You will die a horrible death. Although everyone hated Old Macaque, the great Yu soul-forming light had suppressed their souls. They did not even have the strength to resist. Only Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and Xianxia were able to hold on. However, their faces looked terrible. This is the last fight. Even if we know we will die, we must try. Zhang Lei looked at Xianxia and Lu Quanchao. The three of them rushed towards the Old Macaque while feeling the pressure in their souls. The Old Macaque smiled and waved his hand. The great Yu soul-forming light shot out a ray of blue light. Be careful. That's the blade of soul. So scary. Lu Qianchao's expression changed drastically. However, the two of them were their last hope. They must not fall at this moment. Fight. Lu Quanchao charged forward with his long sword. Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Lu Qianchao's sword was 100 zhang long and it slashed down. Magma splashed everywhere and the sound was deafening. The Old Macaque was still calm. He casually cast out another blade of soul and easily destroyed Lu Qianchao's Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Zhang Lei did not want to be outdone and he immediately went forward. However, he still could not gain anything from the attack. The two of them were sent flying away. Two late true gods could not even withstand a single blow from the Old Macaque. His strength has reached the peak true god realm. Plus, he has the great Yu soul-forming light. We are not his match at all. Zhang Lei smiled bitterly and took a few steps back. His face was filled with despair. They had lost all hope in the end. Are we really going to die here? Unexpected. Unexpected. Lu Quanchao closed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The Old Macaque had completely suppressed their souls and could kill them anytime with his blade of soul. A bunch of ants. Accept your fate. Old Macaque said faintly. His eyes were burning with passion. He could finally live a dignified life like millions of years ago. His days in the great Yu soul-forming light were like years. Finally, he could be completely liberated. Rumble, the sound of mountains crumbling and the earth cracking rang out above their heads. Everyone stared at the sky. That terrifying ceiling mountain had actually been smashed into pieces. Rumbling sounds rang out as the entire mountain directly fell down, turning into dust and sinking into the magma. Who? Old Macaque suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a skinny figure standing in the sky. He was cold and his aura was forceful and overbearing. It's him. It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is here to save us? Are we saved? It's him. It's him. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He had always felt that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. At this moment, he had proven that he was a good judge of character. The seal that they could not break was broken by Jiang Chen. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Some of them even shed tears of joy. The pressure on their souls almost made them surrender without a fight. Deep inside their hearts, they had completely collapsed. At this moment, the appearance of Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war, giving them a last glimmer of hope. You can actually ignore the power of the seal? Old Macaque gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Is the power of this seal very strong? With a single strike of mine, this mountain peak was shattered. Jiang Chen clapped his hands with a serious expression, which made Old Macaque even more solemn. He's only an early true god. How is this possible? Unless, he's also the one who sealed the seal. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was not sure. Even a peak heavenly god might not be able to break this mountain peak, but a true god kid managed to do it. This could only mean one thing, he was the one who sealed the seal. But how was this possible? How could a sealed person still be alive in this world? In fact, Jiang Chen had already flown away from Mount Qiling. However, he felt that this mountain was unusual as there was no trace of any beasts. That's why he came back. In the end, Jiang Chen spent a lot of effort to use the great divination art to deduce what had happened here. He got a vague trace of it and was even more certain that those people were here. In the end, Jiang Chen's choice was correct. The great divination art had helped Jiang Chen a lot and saved their lives. You're just an early true god. How dare you meddle in my business? If that's the case, all of you shall stay here and forge the wick of my great you soul-forming light. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with killing intent. In order to be reborn, he had worked hard for millions of years. Now that he had succeeded, he would not let go of anyone who stood in his way. Although he was slightly afraid of Jiang Chen's appearance, he would not let go of any obstacle in front of him. Moreover, he was just an early true god kid. However, Jiang Chen was able to break the mountain peak. Old Macaque had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. He was also suspicious of Jiang Chen's identity. Logically speaking, those who were sealed would not be able to survive. Moreover, who would seal a true god brat? In Man Shuai's heart, he was incomparably excited because he finally saw hope. Jiang Chen was always the one who could create miracles. His appearance had also calmed everyone down. Regardless of success or failure, at least they were not fighting alone anymore. Especially for him, he felt that he had a true comrade. He was the only one left in the profound Feng sect, he had no one to rely on. Jiang Chen's appearance had lifted his spirits. Although Jiang Chen has broken the seal, can he really save us from this crisis? Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. Although Jiang Chen's current strength was not weak, his true strength was only at the early true god realm. Could Jiang Chen really fight against Old Macaque, who was a late true god like them? Or was it just a coincidence that he managed to break the seal? Let's hope that your thoughts are unnecessary, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. When they just entered the hidden secret realm, the elders of their sect had reminded them to help Jiang Chen. They did not expect that the situation would change. At this moment, they needed Jiang Chen to save them. Undeniably, it was a great mockery to Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao, and the others. However, they were no match for Old Macaque now. There was no doubt about it. After calming down, everyone started to look at Jiang Chen's appearance rationally. Were they really going to hand over their hope of survival to a true god disciple? Moreover, he had just broken through in the hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen, are you confident? Lu Quanchao asked. No. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Compared to the other solemn expressions, his expression was a stark contrast. He didn't seem to care at all. Then you. The great you soul-forming light. When Jiang Chen saw the great you soul-forming light in the Old Macaque's hand, he was slightly shocked. It was definitely not a heavenly divine tool. It was an existence that surpassed a heavenly divine tool. It was a genuine essence divine tool. However, the great you soul-forming light was completely damaged. Jiang Chen was not confident that he could repair the great you soul-forming light. After all, he could not even refine a heavenly divine tool. However, it was not impossible for him to repair the great you soul-forming light. I'm definitely getting this god lamp. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. The Old Macaque was slightly afraid of him. Others might not know, but the Old Macaque felt that Jiang Chen's appearance was extraordinary. If you're really the person who sealed the mountain, then I will overcome all obstacles and give you the most terrifying blow. Even the person who sealed the mountain will not be able to stop me. The Old Macaque murmured in his heart. He took a step forward and the great you soul-forming light in his hand shot out a blade of soul towards Jiang Chen. Be careful, Jiang Chen. That's the blade of soul. Don't get hit by it. Otherwise, your soul will be attacked. Lu Quanchao reminded him worriedly. Really? I want to see exactly how powerful this soul blade is. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He fought against the Old Macaque and the Old Macaque. The terrifying blade of soul was shot out continuously. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be invincible. The terrifying blade of soul was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Great soul derivation technique. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The blade of soul from the great you soul-forming light was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, he would never have the chance to dodge it. The great soul derivation technique absorbed the attack of the blade of soul, which made Jiang Chen invincible. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Old Macaque. He could not believe what he saw. Jiang Chen was closing in. Although he was only an early true god, he was not injured by the blade of soul. The Old Macaque could not help but have a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen's sealed body. That's impossible. Unless your soul energy surpasses the heavenly god realm, it's impossible for you to block the soul blade. Old Macaque said coldly. This fellow is indeed a little abnormal. Even we have difficulty fighting against that spiritual blade, and we do not dare to face it head-on. However, in his eyes, it is as if there is no one around. Could it be that this spiritual blade is truly unable to hurt him? Xianxia murmured in disbelief. The scene in front of him gave him a huge setback. Since Jiangchen was only an early true god while he was a late true god, the gap between their cultivation realms made him become someone else's foil. Xianxia was not willing to accept this. Jianghao was the one who knew how terrifying the soul blade was. That was because he had completely lost his ability to fight after being struck by the soul blade. He had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiangchen's attack had given him a glimmer of hope. There were only two people who had confidence in Jiangchen. One was him and the other was Man Shui. The blade of soul is only SOSO? Jiangchen could feel the humiliation, anger, and unwillingness from the soul energy. The terrifying blade of soul was purified by his great soul derivation technique and turned into nothingness. The great Yu soul-forming light's blade of soul did not seem to have any effect on Jiangchen. Therefore, he became solemn. This early true god fellow was not easy to deal with. Old Macaque continued to cast his attacks again and again, but the great Yu soul-forming light's blade of soul seemed to have no effect on Jiangchen. Since the great Yu soul-forming light could not harm you, let's see if you can withstand the power of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores. The old macaque harumphed and retreated. The flower of resurrection of opposite shores grew rapidly and charged towards Jiangchen, blocking all of his escape routes. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and every strike was filled with destructive power. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut down the branches of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores, causing the flower of opposite shores to shrink back. Because the flower of opposite shores that was cut down by Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword could not grow anymore. In other words, the flower of opposite shores that had lost its regenerative ability could not really suppress Jiangchen. If you think this is the end, then you're too naive. He. Be careful. The most frightening thing about this resurrection lily is not its branches. Instead, it is its bewitching power. Lu Quanchao exclaimed. However, at this moment, it was too late. The old macaque let out a strange cry and soared into the sky. The pollen of the flower of opposite shores sprayed out instantly. The purple light engulfed Jiangchen and Jiangchen fell into a daze at this moment. What Jiangchen saw were broken walls and dilapidated walls. Grand palaces that pierced through the clouds, shining brilliantly, but were already in ruins. Colorful giant beasts roared and shook the heavens, but their blood had already dried up. Ancient god emperors that could shake the heavens tore the heavens apart with their hands, but they had also turned into dried corpses. The earth was roaring, the sea was rolling and the sky was wailing. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was the end of the world. As for Jiangchen, he was like an outsider, watching everything silently. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Jiangchen clutched his chest tightly. He was in so much pain that he knelt down on one knee. It's so scary. Why am I crying? Jiangchen murmured as tears rolled down from his eyes uncontrollably. Go to hell. The old macaque roared furiously. His voice was like a morning bell that appeared beside Jiangchen's ears. Jiangchen's chest was hit by the old macaque's hammer. Jiangchen was blown away and fell on the edge of the magma pool. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiangchen could not forget what happened just now. If it was an ordinary late true god, that person's internal organs would have been shattered by old macaque's hammer strike and he would have died without a burial place. However, Jiangchen patted the dust off his body and stood up again. The blood on the corner of his mouth made him look even more enchanting. The hearts of Lu Quanchao and the others who were gripped with anxiety became more and more solemn, because they thought that Jiangchen was dead for sure, but he still managed to stand up. It seemed like his injuries weren't serious. How is this possible? The storm hammer is a heavenly divine tool. No one could withstand its attack. How could a true god like you be fine? Old macaque was a little angry. This guy was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Whether it was the soul blade or the resurrection flower of red spider lily, they couldn't control him at all. Even the storm hammer that he used to be sure didn't kill him. This guy's defense could only be described with one word: abnormal. This guy did not disappoint us. Jiang Hao, who had lost an arm, said faintly. Jiang Chen was able to turn the situation around at this moment. It was enough to prove his existence. He was definitely able to suppress everyone, including Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao. Because the two of them could not save him. At this moment, Jiang Chen had made old macaque a little mad. This flower of resurrection can reflect one's past life. Then, what was my past life? Jiang Chen murmured. However, he couldn't see what kind of place it was and what kind of existence it was. He was like an outsider who was watching the battle from the sidelines. There was no sign at all. What he saw had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen didn't know if it had anything to do with him. Flower of resurrection, one thought to transform past life. Old macaque attacked again. At this moment, the flower of reincarnation bloomed and engulfed Jiang Chen. A terrifying force swept across the area. Everyone was forced to take a step back. Jiang Chen was devoured by the flower of reincarnation without him noticing. The flower of resurrection grew to 1,000 zhang in size. However, Jiang Chen suddenly woke up in the heart of the flower. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he swung his sword upwards. The flower of resurrection had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. The great soul derivation technique was invincible in the soul. No matter if it was the blade of soul or the flower of resurrection, none of them could cause any harm to him. As the sword fell, the resurrection red spider lily was cut into pieces by Jiang Chen's sword and it instantly withered. Below the resurrection red spider lily, there was a piece of extraterrestrial meteor that shocked Jiang Chen. It was definitely a precious gem that could be used to refine weapons. The extraterrestrial meteor that could be extracted from it was more than enough to refine a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was a meter tall. No wonder the flower of resurrection has developed its own intelligence and is being controlled by this old macaque. Seems like the fallen from the heavens played a crucial role. Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Chen stood proudly and unstoppable after breaking two of the old macaque's attacks. Whether it was Lu Quanchao or the others, they were completely convinced by Jiang Chen. Was this fella still an early true god? Could an early true god be this strong? Of course, his strength could not be measured by common sense. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the god of war in their hearts. Even Lu Quanchao, who was told by the elders to protect Jiang Chen, was no exception. The strong were destined to be respected. This was a fact that only the strong could survive. What else do you have? Show me now. Otherwise, you might not have the chance anymore. Jiang Chen said faintly. You're really naive. Do you think that you can be fearless after breaking my soul attack? Ha ha ha. You're too naive. Now, I will show you what a true expert is. Your strength is still too weak. Old macaque sneered. He held the storm hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Jiang Chen. His speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying aura almost caused the magma nearby to ripple. It was extremely hot and could melt everything in its path. Face the storm. Old macaque wielded the storm hammer with tremendous strength. Although his soul had yet to recover to its peak, his combat strength was comparable to a late true god. With the addition of the storm hammer, his strength was terrifying. If he really obtained the great soul-forming light and was reborn, he would be unstoppable. Countless wind blades pierced through the sky and crushed the rocks. Jiang Chen was buried in the dust. The storm hammer was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. It was as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he roared furiously. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and cast the heavenly dragon battle armor to block old macaque's attack. Moreover, even the old macaque was extremely shocked. Even a half-step heavenly god would not dare to take that attack head-on. However, Jiang Chen did it and he did not even move an inch. A layer of golden armor appeared on Jiang Chen's body. The shadow of a dragon roared and shook the void. As soon as the shadow of the dragon appeared, the mightiness of the heavenly dragon battle armor was unstoppable. Even old macaque was forced to take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. He held the storm hammer in his hand and fell into silence. Xianxia was too strong. He could not break through such a defense. He thought that the storm hammer would definitely put Xianxia in danger. However, it turned out to be a stalemate. Xianxia had used his strength to make the old macaque gain his respect. Such an expert was worthy of his attention. How could this guy be so monstrous? It's unbelievable. Yeah. Looks like we finally have hope. Haha. Don't be happy too early. Don't give up before the enemy is completely defeated. Otherwise, we might suffer from extreme joy. Everyone was full of confidence because Xianxia was their last hope. As long as he did not fall, they would be saved. The truth has proven that you still can't defeat me, Xianxia said faintly. At this moment, he was invincible. Whether it was the profound heavenly armor or the heavenly dragon battle armor, even a heavenly god expert might not be able to do anything to Xianxia. Obviously, the old macaque was in a dead end now. This fella was only an early true god, but he was helpless against him. This was unprecedented. Even when he fought against a half-step heavenly god, he had never suffered such a defeat. This fella is too strong, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice as he squinted his eyes. He was extremely curious about Xianxia's strength. At this moment, he was slightly convinced by Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was everyone's hope at this moment. This fella deserved respect. Zhang Lei stared at the great soul-forming light in the old macaque's hand. That was what he wanted the most. Looks like you guys are very happy. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Old macaque was furious. He kept waving his giant hammer, creating a deafening sound that tore the sky apart. Xianxia casted the phantom wolf doppelganger technique and kept shuttling back and forth, avoiding the magma pillars. At this moment, old macaque could not find any trace of him at all. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was threatening old macaque all the time. With the strength of an early true god, Xianxia was not weaker than a late true god. Just the heavenly dragon sword alone had helped Xianxia a lot. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Old macaque's eyes looked gloomy. He must kill Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not be at ease because he did not know the background of this guy. Moreover, Xianxia was able to break the seal mountain easily. This proved that Xianxia was not afraid of the power of the seal. There was only one result: Xianxia must be the one who sealed the mountain. The strength of old macaque's hammer was unstoppable. Xianxia and old macaque were having a good fight. Both of them were fighting fiercely. However, old macaque did not want to see this continue. Because his spiritual strength was still very weak. If it was not for the great soul-forming light, he would not be able to have such a combat strength. Xianxia had ruined his plan. If Xianxia appeared a little later, he could have killed all of them and cast the great soul-forming light. In that case, he would not be afraid of Xianxia anymore. However, things did not go as he wished. He did not complete his transformation at the last moment. The great soul-forming light had become the only thing he could rely on. There was another important point. Even his master, hidden secret celestial emperor, was sucked into the divine tomb. However, he managed to survive because of the great soul-forming light. The great soul-forming light was an ancient divine tool. It was extremely terrifying. However, if he lost it, it would mean the end of his life. For millions of years, the old macaque would never allow anyone to destroy his plan. For countless years, the old macaque had been dreaming of this day. He was about to succeed, but who would have thought that Xianxia would appear out of nowhere? At this moment, the old macaque's anger towards Xianxia was imaginable. He wanted to tear him into pieces. The game is about to end. I don't want to continue playing with you. Xianxia sneered. He transformed into a sword, dragon, and sword as one, instantly fusing as one. The 300-zhang-long sword streaked across the sky, sweeping away the endless universe. The golden rays of light dazzled the world, causing people's hearts to tremble. Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao, and the rest all retreated, their faces pale. What a domineering dragon sword fusion. I'm afraid that even if the two of us joined hands, we might not be able to take it, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. He admired Xianxia more and more. He was a real genius, one in a million. Storm hammer, explode. One hammer to determine the universe. The old macaque held the storm hammer and waved it against Xianxia's attack. The terrifying strength even shattered the magma pillar. The scene was extremely terrifying. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword, under the dragon sword fusion, completely suppressed the old macaque's soul body. The storm hammer was completely shaken off. His face was extremely solemn. Obviously, the old macaque was severely injured. You, still lost in the end. Xianxia said faintly. Really? That's not necessarily true. Now, you've finally enraged me. You're very successful, but it's a pity that you're destined to die here. Such a genius with outstanding aptitude, even I feel a little afraid of you. If I let you grow up in the future, then it'll be unimaginable. So, I must do justice on behalf of heaven. Ha ha ha. The old macaque laughed sinisterly. He took a few steps back and formed a seal with one hand. What the hell is the old macaque doing? He's already been defeated by Xianxia. Could it be that he still has a trump card? It's hard to say. After all, he's the macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Everything is uncertain. Even the great you soul-forming light is controlled by him. It's really hard to say. Hurry up and kill him. Xianxia, don't drop the ball. I hope so. But it seems that the old macaque is not deliberately mystifying. Look, the magma is starting to spurt out. Let's resist it with all our strength. Otherwise, we'll definitely be turned into ashes. As expected, as soon as Jianghao's voice fell, the magma started to spurt out and formed a huge flame whirlpool. It seems that it's really not simple. Jiangchen smiled and shouted angrily, what the hell is under the magma? Just what the hell is under the lava? Hurry up and show yourself. Roar under the vortex, a deafening roar had already sounded out. Before they could see it, they could already hear the roar. It was enough to make one's liver tremble. It's getting more and more exciting. Jiangchen murmured. At this moment, a 10-zhang tall magma giant slowly crawled out from the whirlpool. The terrifying temperature of the flame was dazzling. The giant was made of magma rocks. Its pair of fiery eyes could see through one's heart and ignite the fire in one's heart. That terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone, causing everyone to feel despair from the bottom of their hearts. Jiangchen was stunned. The giant hand that looked like a cattail leaf fan kept dropping magma. A flaming tail swept across the sky and a scorching aura was completely ignited at this moment. The moment the magma beast came out, the temperature in the mountains suddenly rose. Everyone could feel the heat and fear in their heart. The strength of the magma beast made Jiangchen feel powerless. Because this big fellow had reached the heavenly god realm. What a giant! Jiangchen's eyes became cold. However, he could not withstand the terrifying temperature of the giant magma beast. Even he could not help but take 2 steps back. Now, you can sacrifice your souls. From this moment onwards, I declare that your souls will become my eternal slave. Especially you, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. You will experience life and death and you will never be able to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The old macaque shouted and pointed at Jiangchen. The giant magma beast also kept patting its chest as if it was going to launch a destructive attack at any time. Oh my god, do the heavens want me to die? This is Heavenly God Realm. It's a Heavenly God Realm magma beast. Yes, it's not a half-step Heavenly God. It's a real Heavenly God Realm. The 10-zhang tall lava beast's fiery eyes were like torches. It was unstoppable as it leaped out of the lava. A terrifying heat wave assaulted everyone's faces, forcing them to retreat. Their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in sweat. The giant magma beast's strength made everyone's heart palpitate. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It stepped on a rock and emitted black smoke. The giant magma beast was panting heavily. Every time it breathed, a large amount of magma would fall from its nose. It was terrifying and imposing. The mightiness of a heavenly god realm was unstoppable. Let's see how you're going to fight against me this time. Old macaque stared at Jiangchen. This time, he would never let Jiangchen escape from his grasp. This fella is invincible. Even Jiang Hao felt a little hopeless. Although Jiang Chen's appearance could be considered as turning the tide, the old macaque was more cunning and powerful. There was always a mountain higher than the other. They were in a dilemma. Jiang Chen and Jiang Hao were in a dilemma. "Everyone, get out of here!" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei looked at each other in doubt. But in the next second, they understood that Jiang Chen was going to fight with old macaque to the death. However, they had to make these people leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a devastating battle. It was not a battle between true gods but a real heavenly god realm. They knew that kind of destructive power very well. "But, what about you if we leave?" Man Shuai's face was filled with unwillingness. He did not want to leave even if he had to die. Because if Jiang Chen died for them, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Moreover, it was Jiang Chen who gave him a second chance at life. Man Shuai would never forget his kindness. "Stop talking and leave now. Otherwise, we'll all die here. You'll only become my burden if you stay here," Jiang Chen said firmly. At this moment, everyone became determined. They must leave. Jiang Chen was risking his life. If they were to be stubborn, they would be letting down Jiang Chen's kindness. Moreover, they would only be helping Jiang Chen more. "Everyone, leave. Except me and Lu Quanchao, all of you must leave. Otherwise, you'll be killed," Zhang Lei said coldly. At this moment, even Man Shuai was dragged away by someone. Jiang Chen gave him a deep glance. Man Shuai knew that Jiang Chen's resolution wouldn't allow him to have any objections. Even if he was unwilling, he couldn't become Jiang Chen's stumbling block. "Want to leave? Ha ha ha, it might not be as easy as you think. Giant lava beast, go and tear them apart. I want their souls to be roasted by the fire. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha." Old macaque roared hysterically. At this moment, the giant lava beast suddenly leaped forward. Its huge body shocked everyone. Jiang Chen swung his sword and the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was caught by the giant lava beast. The heavenly dragon sword became extremely hot and even red. However, the giant lava beast still could not melt Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, Jiang Chen who was holding the heavenly dragon sword was only pushed back 100 meters. To think that even the giant lava beast couldn't break your sword. "Looks like I'm blind. This sword might even be stronger than the storm hammer," Old Macaque said with a smile. He could not help but covet Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. "Get out of here!" Jiang Chen roared and pushed Man Shuai and the others out of the mountain. Only Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were left. The three of them faced the giant lava beast and were sent flying away by the giant lava beast. There was no suspense at all. After all, the difference in their combat strength was too big. Other than Jiang Chen, Zhang Lei, and Lu Quanchao looked like they were being burned by the fire. They were in a mess. Three of them were pushed back by the giant lava beast with just one move. Jiang Chen's face turned gloomy. At this moment, he had to show his true strength. "It's impossible for you to defeat the giant lava beast. A heavenly god realm giant lava beast is comparable to a divine beast. How can you touch it?" Old Macaque's sneer entered Zhang Lei and Lu Qianchao's ears. The two of them smiled bitterly. It was useless as they could not withstand the giant lava beast's attack. "Fire Qilin, come out." Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand and shook it. A few zhang tall fire Qilin appeared in an instant. It was surrounded by flames. It was reborn from the fire and faced the giant lava beast head-on. It had terrifying horns that were covered with terrifying underworld fire. Its entire body was like the giant lava beast, it was made of flames. "This is Fire Qilin. It's the Fire Qilin. I never expected this fella to have a mount like the Fire Qilin." Lu Qianchao's mouth was wide open. Apart from shock, there was nothing else he could do. This Fire Qilin was also extremely powerful. However, from the looks of it, it was still weaker than the giant lava beast. He, I never expected to have such an unexpected gain. You're a genius to be able to tame the Fire Qilin. In the past, even my master failed to tame a water Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin is as powerful as a divine beast and even a true dragon is afraid of it, its strength is still weaker than the giant lava beast. Old Macaque said confidently. At this moment, he was not afraid at all. Even though Xianxia had a trump card like the fire Qilin, it only made him a little worried. However, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. This fellow was like a treasure chest. He had everything he wanted. Even the fire Qilin was tamed by him. How many trump cards does he have? It's just a giant lava beast. How can it fight against me? I'm not afraid even if I'm stronger than it. The fire Qilin roared in anger. Flames shot out from its eyes and shot up to the sky. I hope so. Old Macaque was very confident in the giant lava beast. Is there a problem? Fire Qilin. Jiangchen asked worriedly. The fire Qilin was just a half-step heavenly god. However, the fire Qilin was different. It was a true heavenly god. If you lend me a hand, I'll be more confident. The giant magma beast was born from the lava. It was extremely powerful and it had even reached the heavenly god realm. It was hard to defend against such a terrifying beast. No one below the heavenly god realm could fight against it. I'm afraid that Jiangchen is going to die this time. Although we managed to escape, they are still entangled by the giant magma beast. You're right. The giant magma beast is too terrifying. I don't want to see it ever again. Heavenly god realm. We can't even fight against it. That's right. I'm afraid that Jiangchen, senior brother Lu and senior brother Zhang will not be able to escape this time. It's impossible for us to defeat a heavenly god realm expert. We don't even have the confidence to fight against that peak late true god old monkey. Let alone now, it's even more dangerous. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger when the giant magma beast comes out. Everyone was panting heavily as if they had just survived a disaster. Their complexions were very ugly, but at least they were out of danger. This Mount Qi Ling was really too scary. Can't you guys talk a little less? Don't you know who saved your lives? How dare you say such sarcastic words here? I feel ashamed for you guys. Jiang Hao's face was gloomy and he shouted in a deep voice. He really felt that these guys had no sense of shame. Moreover, Jiangchen had risked his life to save them, but they only cared about his own safety. Apart from a little bit of pity, they only cared about their own lives and did not care about others. This kind of people made Jiang Hao feel ashamed to be associated with them. A bunch of shameless guys. Man Shui stood on Jiang Hao's side. If Jiangchen did not chase him away, he would definitely fight against Jiangchen until the last moment. However, these people only wanted to run away. Hee hee. It's easy for you to say. How dare you two flatter yourselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself. We naturally want to stay and help Jiangchen and the others, but what do you think we can do by staying? We'll only become cannon fodder, and our deaths will be worthless. Since that's the case, why don't we hurry up and flee for our lives? In this way, we'll give the four sects a chance to catch their breath. The people of Heavenly Star Sect said and looked at Jiang Hao and Man Shui in disdain. That's right, senior brother from the Heavenly Star Sect is right. It's only human nature to look out for oneself. Besides, wasn't there an old saying? Where there's life, there's hope. We're the hope of the Tianjin sect and the earthly Hades sect. How would you know? This is righteousness. We won't do something that would bring about our own destruction. If we don't live well, wouldn't we be letting down the hopes of Jiangchen and the others? Senior disciple Zhang and senior disciple Lu were true geniuses, and we are proud of their deaths. Senior disciple Jiangchen is also a genius of his generation, and we will remember them forever. But now, we have to leave this place. Otherwise, if the giant lava beast rushes out, we'll be dead for sure. You're right. We can only run for our lives now. If you two want to die here, we won't be able to stop you. Hee hee. Then, let's part ways here. After saying that, the 10 people turned around and left Mount Qi Ling quickly. They were worried that they would be doomed if the giant lava beast rushes out. Jiang Hao and Man Shui looked at each other bitterly. Although what they said was not unreasonable, they didn't know whether Jiang Chen and the others were still alive. It would be too heartless for them to leave just like that. How could they be chased out by humans? they're right. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. If we want to live, what's so difficult about it even if we have to eat each other? But there's something that's more important than living. Xianxia looked at Man Shui and smiled. Death can be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. Although we don't have any righteous cause, we can't die without knowing why. In this life, we have to leave something behind. If we don't even have something to remember when we die, what difference is there between us and the walking dead? If Jiangchen is really dead, I'm afraid that we won't be able to move a single step in this hidden secret realm. Xianxia sighed. He had lost an arm and his strength was only at the early true god realm. It would be hard for him to fight against any danger. The giant magma beast took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shake. The whole mountain was trembling and magma kept spurting out. Jiangchen stood there proudly, allowing the magma to fall on his body. He was not injured at all. The fire Qilin did not want to be outdone. His flaming body was like a thunderbolt. The magma beast and the fire Qilin kept clashing against each other. The terrifying flame was getting bigger and bigger. The mountain was getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao could only try their best to protect themselves. It was very difficult for them to take action now. The battle between the fire Qilin and the magma beast was extremely terrifying. The magma beast's cultivation realm was higher than the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin could only defend passively. But even so, he was not defeated. After all, he was an ancient divine beast. Qilin and the true dragon were equally matched. There was even a rumor saying that the Qilin was the king of all beasts, ranked above the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. However, it was only a golden Qilin. The lava beast's attacks were ruthless and unparalleled. The fire Qilin's aura was calm and steady. At this moment, Jiangchen could feel the pressure from the fire Qilin. After all, the grade of the lava beast was much higher than any ordinary demonic beast. Moreover, the divine beast, the fire Qilin, was suppressed by the fire Qilin. Jiangchen, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The fire Qilin shouted. Although Jiangchen was only an early true god, the fire Qilin knew how powerful Jiangchen was. If they were to fight, he might not be Jiangchen's opponent. However, the fire Qilin hoped that Jiangchen would be able to fight against him when he was heavily injured. All right. Jiangchen said in a deep voice and quickly attacked. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the sword pierced through the sky and cut through the void. The sword fell on the body of the giant magma beast. Flames burst out and a terrifying heatwave rushed towards Jiangchen's face. Jiangchen stood still like a mountain because he had the protection of the five elemental true fire. Magma was nothing to him. Good fella. Even magma can't do anything to you. Looks like I have underestimated you. I'm afraid that your soul is worth more than 100 people. Old Macaque said with a faint smile. Roar. Let's take action. At this time, the more people we have, the more power we have. It seems like the old monkey will not give up so easily. Lu Quanchao said. Let's wait and see. Even if we rush in now, we won't be a match for this old monkey. Let's just wait and see. It won't be too late for us to strike when it's a life and death situation. In other words, if even Jiangchen isn't a match for this old monkey, doesn't that mean we can only wait for our deaths silently? Zhang Lei's words were reasonable. Lu Quanchao sighed and nodded silently. However, at this time, he was in a dilemma. Jiangchen's crisis was not simple. Whether it was the old macaque or the giant lava beast, both of them were existences that could destroy the world. Although the old macaque's great soul-forming light was ineffective against Jiangchen, it was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Jiangchen faced the old macaque and the giant lava beast. The old macaque did not want to be outdone and guided the giant lava beast to counterattack. Giant lava beast, break out. Devour them and you will gain more power. As soon as old macaque's voice fell, the giant lava beast leaped up like a heavenly pillar and descended from the sky. It had the strength to pick up mountains and its aura was unparalleled. The rolling lava torrent poured down. Everywhere it passed was covered by lava and flames rose to the sky. Countless lava fell on Jiangchen's body, but it did not cause any ripples. Xianxia did not dodge and did not flinch in the face of the giant lava beast. The old macaque was also quite shocked. Why is this guy so fearless? Even he felt that something was amiss. The fire qilin roared continuously and kept colliding with the giant lava beast. Both of their techniques originated from the flame. Therefore, it was difficult for them to do anything to each other. However, the giant lava beast was always in the lead because of the difference in cultivation level. However, Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. At this time, he naturally became the biggest threat to the giant lava beast. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Xianxia's attack was earth-shattering, but even so, when it hit the lava beast's body, it only made the beast's body tremble slightly. What a tyrannical defense! Xianxia was shocked. Do you think you're the only one with amazing defense? Gagaga, the lava beast's strongest point was its fire attack and defense. If your qilin was a water qilin, you might be able to fight evenly with the lava beast. However, since they were both of the fire attribute, the suppression in rank was something that the fire qilin could never reverse. As for you, you're dreaming if you want to break through a god's defense alone, especially one that's on par with a mid-god. Old macaque sneered as if he was mocking Xianxia. The scariest thing was that he couldn't break the defense of the giant lava beast. Is that so? I don't believe it. Xianxia Lungling said. Seeing that the fire qilin was being forced back step by step and had even been lightly injured by the giant lava beast, Xianxia knew that he had to go all out. Otherwise, they could only die with a grievance. Look at my invincible prowess! Xianxia roared. After the dragon transformation, his strength had increased tremendously. It was comparable to a late true god. At this moment, Xianxia's strength was the most terrifying. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible. It was a true primal origin treasure. It was just that his master had added a layer of seal on it. It was hard for others to see the true power of the heavenly dragon sword. However, at this moment, he had to go all out. Break it for me! Xianxia swept across. Even an ordinary half-step heavenly god would not dare to take this attack head-on. Facing the powerful defense of the giant lava beast, Xianxia did not believe that he couldn't break it. Wherever the sword light passed, the heavenly thunder rumbled. The sword chi rippled. The giant lava beast staggered 2 steps back. Its eyes were burning with anger. 2 rays of fire shot out from its eyes towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. He quickly retreated. The heavenly dragon sword blocked the 2 rays of fire. He was pushed back 100 meters by this terrifying force. This giant lava beast was too powerful. Xianxia's eyes became solemn again. Xianxia could clearly see that the heavenly dragon sword could only leave a mark on the giant lava beast's body. Moreover, it was his full strength. If his strength was at the heavenly god realm, he would definitely be able to kill this giant lava beast with a single slash. Gaga gaga, I've said it before. You can't break the giant lava beast's defense. It would be strange if you could break the strongest defense of a heavenly god realm. The old macaque laughed loudly. The giant lava beast was unstoppable. It crushed towards Xianxia. The fire qilin rushed forward. The 2 flaming beasts collided with each other again. Even Xianxia was a little shocked. The fire qilin was suppressed by the giant lava beast without any warning. The fire qilin was getting stronger as the battle went on. The fire qilin had exhausted most of its divine origin energy. However, facing the giant lava beast which was still in its peak state, it could only passively take a beating. You never know who will have the last laugh until the last moment. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Lung said. Sword of Solitude. Unity of Dragon and Sword. Xianxia instantly turned into a sword, shuttling through the void, crushing Wanqing. The Sword of Solitude soared up to the sky, piercing through the giant lava beast's body. At this moment, the giant lava beast was pierced through by Xianxia's sword. Even the fire qilin was a little dumbfounded. This guy is too terrifying. Just now, the Sword of Solitude and the Unity of Dragon and Sword, even I dare not take it head-on. The giant lava beast collapsed with a loud bang. The magma in the flame was boiling more and more violently. You lost. Xianxia said faintly. He looked at the old macaque. The latter's smile was still there. Xianxia frowned. This guy, could it be that he still has some tricks up his sleeves? Well done, Xianxia. Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. It's too early for you to be happy. The giant lava beast is indestructible. As soon as the old macaque's voice fell, he raised his hand and smelted all the gravel and the magma together. At this moment, an even more powerful giant lava beast was reforged. This time, the giant lava beast was more than 15 feet tall. It completely crushed the fire Qilin. Even the fire Qilin felt his heart palpitating. Xianxia stared at the giant lava beast. This old macaque was really difficult to deal with. The giant lava beast that was crushed by him stood up again and was even stronger than before. This was something that Xianxia did not expect. The old macaque and the giant lava beast were too strange. Immortal. Immortal. I don't believe that there's a beast that has no weaknesses in this world. If that's the case, I'll give you eternal life. The second time, it was the same. The giant lava beast condensed again. The flaming magma spewed thousands of meters into the sky. It was scorching and terrifying. The third time, it was the same. Xianxia once defeated the giant lava beast, but the result was the same. The price he paid was that he was exhausted. How is it? Do you believe that my giant lava beast is immortal now? He he he. Old macaque sneered and said disdainfully. This was his strongest technique. Xianxia could not break it. Xianxia was panting heavily. He knew that he must have missed something. Could there really be something that could not be killed or destroyed in this world? As long as there is a lava stone, the giant lava beast can regenerate infinitely. You can't beat me. Haha, die. Lowly guy. My patience has been completely worn out by you. Old macaque said in a deep voice. His overbearing aura was unstoppable. The colossal lava beast looked like it could destroy the world. Every step it took in the huge pit under its feet weighed more than 5 million kilograms, shaking the ground as it pounced over. The fire Qilin fought desperately and repelled the giant lava beast. However, he was seriously injured and knelt on the ground. Thank you. Xianxia looked at the fire Qilin with a gentle gaze. At the moment of life and death, the fire Qilin did not abandon him. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But you guys still have to die. This is something that no one can change. Accept your judgment. He he he. Old macaque sneered and waved his palm. The giant lava beast stepped on the magma and punched heavily. It was unstoppable. It wanted to take the lives of Xianxia and the fire Qilin. Eat it. Xianxia threw a medicinal pill to the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was slightly stunned, but he still ate it in the end. At the next moment, he felt that his body, limbs, and bones seemed to be reborn. His strength was restored in an instant. This is a celestial-grade pill? The fire Qilin was incomparably shocked. It was easier for demonic beasts to absorb elixirs than humans, and it was more thorough. The medicinal properties of the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir were almost completely absorbed by the fire Qilin in an instant. Xianxia didn't have time to say anything else. He also ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Now that he was facing the lava beast again, he was no longer as reckless as before. Otherwise, it would only be a futile effort. Moreover, the lava beast was getting stronger the longer it fought. Get lost. Xianxia slashed down with his sword, barely managing to block the lava beast's attack. However, he was also forced to retreat. Old macaque was surprised. He did not expect Xianxia to recover his body in such a short time. Is this guy as abnormal as the giant lava beast? This guy is not easy to deal with. Keep him occupied. I want to see what kind of tricks this old monkey can come up with. Xianxia gave the fire Qilin a glance. The fire Qilin understood his intention and charged towards the lava beast. Although it would not be easy to defeat the beast, it was still a piece of cake to stop it. Old macaque, next, I will go and see what is under the lava. Xianxia smiled slightly. Old macaque moved his mind and quickly rushed to the front of Xianxia. Your opponent is me. Old macaque said coldly. It seems that there is something fishy in the lava. I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to give in so quickly. Xianxia said. Humph, even so, you can't pass me. Even if you pass me, I don't believe you dare to jump into the lava. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As for whether I dare to jump or not, it's not up to you. Humph. Xianxia's sword fell like a storm. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. He forced Old Macaque to retreat. Under the great soul-forming light, Old Macaque could do nothing to Xianxia except for the giant lava beast. Tempest Hammer. This hammer is not bad. I want it. Xianxia sneered. The fusion of dragon and sword pierced through the void. Old Macaque also suffered the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart. However, he was only in the form of a soul, so he only suffered heavy injuries. However, the Tempest Hammer was taken away by Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia and the Tempest Hammer falling into the lava together, Old Macaque's eyes turned cold and murmured, I hope you can come out alive. I hope you can come out alive. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. No one can resist the heat in the depths of the magma. Even when I moved the 10,000 miles of Qi Ling Mountain into the hidden secret realm, even my master couldn't dive into the deepest part of the magma. Tens of millions of years ago, this Mount Qi Ling was not something that belonged to the hidden secret realm. It was the hidden secret celestial emperor who used the mountain-moving technique to stuff this Mount Qi Ling into the hidden secret realm. Xianxia jumped into the lava and disappeared. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. This? Will Xianxia come out alive? I think Xianxia is going to die this time. Zhang Lei smiled sadly and shook his head. I think he will create a miracle. Lu Quanchao had always held on to a glimmer of hope for Xianxia. You're too naive. That's lava. This lava is scarier than normal lava. Although we didn't go there, we could feel the mysteriousness and horror of the lava. Zhang Lei said. Even so, we still have a glimmer of hope. Lu Quanchao smiled faintly. He had already given up on life and death. The moment he decided to stay, he was relieved. In the lava, Xianxia dived for thousands of meters, but he still couldn't find the end. He continued to dive, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, the temperature of the lava was getting higher and higher. However, he had the 5 elemental true fire to protect his body. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus might not be able to burn him into ashes, let alone this lava. Even though this lava was different. 13,000 meters, even Xianxia felt the heat in his heart. At this moment, the lava turned out to be a broken ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, flags fluttered in the wind. Blood and flesh were everywhere. Even the grass and trees were dark green. At this moment, Xianxia was shocked. How could there be such a place at the bottom of the lava? Countless arrows, broken divine weapons, bodies of divine kings, heads of hierarchs, and souls of divine emperors. It was a tragic scene. No, this must be a sealed place. Otherwise, these things would have been melted by the lava. Forbidden place. Xianxia thought of these words. At this moment, he turned his eyes and found a fiery heart beating like a baby. Heart of lava. The heart of magma was the source of the magma beast's energy. The entire flow of magma underground originated from this heart of magma. Xianxia took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. If it wasn't for this vigorous heart of magma, perhaps the magma wouldn't have gushed out, and the magma beast wouldn't have been reborn again and again, becoming immortal. To Xianxia, the giant lava beast was too hateful, especially the old monkey. If it wasn't for Xianxia's great soul derivation technique, even a heavenly god realm expert would be defeated by it. The great soul-forming light was terrifying and the giant lava beast was immortal. As long as Xianxia could get the heart of lava and cut off the connection between them, the giant lava beast would not be reborn again and again. Under the lava, there was a taboo in the ancient battlefield. Xianxia knew that he should not take any risks. Otherwise, he might not be able to deal with the seal. The heart of lava. I will take the heart of lava. How are you going to fight me then, old monkey? Xianxia clenched his fist and his eyes were filled with a strange radiance. Xianxia used the 5 elemental true fire to refine the heart of lava with the myriad chi cauldron. He integrated the entire heart of lava with himself. However, Xianxia knew that the energy of the heart of lava had the ability to regenerate. Although his 5-elemental true fire was more powerful, the heart of lava was endless. With the integration of his 3000 flames dragon seal and the heart of lava would definitely reach a higher level. Moreover, the heart of lava was a great supplement for the fire qilin. The fire qilin could devour the heart of lava directly. Rise! Jiangchen held the heart of lava tightly. The majestic energy felt like it was going to tear him apart. However, with the suppression of the 5-elemental true fire, the whole process was not difficult. The heart of lava was gradually refined by Jiangchen and entered the myriad qi cauldron. In the end, it was completely refined by Jiangchen. Jiangchen is really staying at the bottom of the lava, Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with radiance. Their last hope was about to vanish. Perhaps, this is our destiny. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was no doubt about Jiangchen's death because he had been gone for a long time. Even the fire qilin was exhausted. Facing the terror of the giant lava beast, the fire qilin tried his best, but the giant lava beast was still invincible. The combat strength of a heavenly god was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the giant lava beast had the strongest defense of a heavenly god. The fire qilin was pushed back by the giant lava beast. However, he believed that Jiangchen would not die so easily. Now, all of you shall die. The old macaque sneered and said disdainfully. He raised his hand and the meteor hammer smashed towards the fire qilin. With the help of the giant lava beast's pressure, the fire qilin was heavily injured. The fire qilin was blown away by the meteor hammer. At this moment, the colossal lava beast took advantage of the situation and gave chase. Its huge fist landed on the fire qilin's head. The fire qilin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, a deep scar appeared on its body. Its internal organs were sent tumbling by the colossal lava beast's fist. The old macaque attacked again. He found an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the fire qilin the moment the giant lava beast attacked. The fire qilin was shocked when the old macaque smashed his hammer. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red figure appeared in the magma and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. You want to touch my people? Shouldn't you ask me, Jiangchen's permission first? Jiangchen sneered. His sword slashed through the void, sending old macaque's meteor hammer flying towards the void. The meteor hammer and the tempest hammer were a pair. The tempest meteor hammer was a mid-grade heavenly divine tool, not to be underestimated. Jiangchen kept the meteor hammer. The old macaque was so angry that his eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth. Jiangchen, you're not dead? Lu Quanchao was pleasantly surprised. Jiangchen had given them too many surprises over and over again. Now, after staying in the magma for such a long time, he was able to walk out of it as if he was taking a stroll in the park. How could they not be shocked? Even the old macaque was shocked and angry at Jiangchen. You're not dead yet? The old macaque's face turned gloomy as his heavenly god tools were taken away by Jiangchen. At this moment, he could not do anything to Jiangchen. No one could be so difficult for him. Now, he could only hope that the giant lava beast could finish off the fire qilin as soon as possible. But just as he thought, the fire qilin had lost his initiative. In terms of defense, he was weaker than the giant lava beast. He would be the final winner in this battle. If you don't die, I won't die. If you die, I won't die either. Jiangchen said coldly. At this moment, he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the giant magma beast once again. The sword of solitude combined with the fusion of dragon and sword. The tip of the sword shook the sky and swept everything in its path. The sword light flashed across hundreds of miles. The sun, moon, and stars were overshadowed by it. The magma beast roared furiously and grabbed Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword with both of its hands. However, the heavenly dragon sword was indestructible and indestructible. It was still getting closer and closer to the magma beast. The magma beast only held the heavenly dragon sword for 3 seconds before its palm cracked. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the magma beast's body once again. My giant lava beast is immortal. It's impossible for you to defeat it. Old Macaque was fearless. He was calm and composed. It was as if he would not change his expression even if the mountains and rivers were to collapse. But this time, after the giant lava beast fell, all the lava stones became dim and did not reforge. At that moment, the old macaque's heart felt as though it was struck by a heavy blow. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the magma. Xianxia smiled and said, "Are you looking for it?" The heart of lava was held tightly in Xianxia's hand. The unparalleled blazing energy was earth-shattering. Even the fire Qilin could not help but lick his dry lips. The heart of lava. You actually took away the heart of lava. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Old Macaque staggered a step. His eyes had already lost its luster. He had never thought that Xianxia would be able to extract the heart of magma from the bottom of the magma. It was unimaginable. Moreover, could Xianxia really ignore the power of the seal at the bottom of the magma? Even he could only look at it from afar. He did not know how terrifying the existence at the bottom of the seal was. In the past, even with the protection of the great soul-forming light, he could only dive to within 1,000 meters of the core of the lava. He could not even get close to the sealed land below the core of the lava. That was because the sealed land was terrifying and it was not something he could fight against. Even his master, the hidden secret divine emperor, could not do anything to the sealed land. Because Old Macaque had a conjecture that the sealed land was most likely the desolate god battlefield of the immemorial era. It was also the most terrifying sealed land in the entire immemorial era. No one could break the sealed land and no one could get close to it, unless it was the person who sealed it. This guy had too many secrets. Even the six-eared macaque, who claimed to know all the laws of heaven and earth, could not see through him. Even the six-eared macaque could not see through him. Old Macaque was shocked. His hard work for millions of years was going to be in vain at this moment. Since the heart of the lava had been obtained by Xianxia, the lava giant beast would not be able to stand up again. Immortality was just a gimmick. The thing that gave the lava giant beast its energy was the heart of the lava. They were bound together for good or bad. The sealed place, the person who sealed it. Ha ha ha. Maybe I should have gone with my master millions of years ago. Old Macaque roared. His voice was filled with desolation and sorrow. He could not tell who was right and who was wrong. If Old Macaque was the one who had the last laugh, he would rewrite history. But it was the truth. Xianxia had defeated him. Old Macaque was not satisfied. But what could he do? This was his fate. 3 realms, 6 Tao, 9 cycles of reincarnation. It has its own destiny. Old Macaque looked at Xianxia deeply. Xianxia frowned. This guy seemed to know something about the sealed place. Nothing is impossible. Old man, your death is not to be regretted. Zhang held the purple golden spear with red embellishment in his hand. The spear radiance was as cold as the wind, piercing through Old Macaque's weak soul. No. Xianxia wanted to ask Old Macaque about the sealed place, but Zhang destroyed his soul. In an instant, they turned into specks of starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. What's the point of keeping such a demonic soul? Killing him would reduce the risk for those who enter the hidden secret realm in the future. There are tens of thousands of souls on this Mount Qiling. I'm afraid it will be difficult to wash away this injustice. Zhang said with a straight face. Xianxia frowned and let out a sigh. He did not say anything as Zhang actions were too fast. This time, it's all thanks to you, Xianxia. Lu Quanchao said sincerely. Xianxia nodded and kept the great soul-forming light in front of him. Zhang eyes were filled with excitement, but he knew that Xianxia would never give it to him. There are thousands of souls in the great soul-forming light. You'd better release them and return to the heavens and earth to be reincarnated. Otherwise, it's too cruel for them. Thousands of souls have been trapped in the great soul-forming light for thousands of years. The great soul-forming light is so terrifying. It must be an unparalleled evil weapon. Lu Quanchao looked at the great soul-forming light in Xianxia's hand and said. All right. This old macaque collected thousands of souls just to reforge the great soul-forming light and let him be reborn. However, he has killed many innocent people. Xianxia knew how terrifying the great soul-forming light was. The great soul-forming light is about to be formed. It's a pity to release those thousands of souls. Xianxia sighed. So what if it's a pity? Do you think we can use thousands of souls to reforge the great Yu soul-forming light? What's the difference between that and the evil Tao? The great Yu soul-forming light does not necessarily require thousands of souls to be formed. Xianxia said faintly. Then, he turned on the great Yu soul-forming light. At this moment, the entire Qiling mountain was spinning. Ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Millions of soul strength soared up to the sky. All the souls were bidding farewell to Xianxia said. They were very grateful to Xianxia. If the souls below the heavenly god realm did not enter the divine tomb, they would be imprisoned and would never be able to reincarnate. Xianxia had given them a new chance to be reborn. Life and death are decreed by fate. Xianxia looked at the thousands of souls and said. The whole Mount Qiling was shaking and the ground was shaking. The impact of the souls rose up to 90,000 miles. It was a magnificent scene. Xianxia clenched his fist tightly. To him, it was a waste of effort. Old Lecoq's millions of years of effort was wasted. All the souls were released. The great Yu soul-forming light had become a useless divine tool. Xianxia was as still as a mountain. He looked at the millions of souls flying towards the void and his heart was as calm as still water. He wasn't a savior, but he wasn't an executioner either. He couldn't use millions of souls to forge the great Yu soul-forming light. Although once the great Yu soul-forming light was completed, his fighting power would definitely rise to a new level. However, Xianxia couldn't do it. He couldn't make these tens of millions of souls become his vassals and turn them into ashes for the sake of the great Yu soul-forming light. Then, it wouldn't be a divine tool anymore. It would be an evil tool. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a familiar aura. Bai Yunfei. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and he grabbed Bai Yunfei, who was floating far away. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and his aura was filled with anger. Who? Who is it? Xianxia said in a deep voice, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bai Yunfei smiled bitterly and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough. Bai Yunfei's soul was sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light. Tell me who it is. Xianxia's voice was deep and full of killing intent. I was killed by the beasts. But I am not willing to die. We were seriously injured and met the 3 great guardians of the Clearstream sect. We asked for help but we were mercilessly rejected. They could have left us, but I still died. Maybe this is my fate. But I don't regret it, Xianxia. If you had challenged me, I might not have come here. This is my life stream. To live a mediocre life is not the life I, Bai Yunfei, want. If I stayed in Profound Feng sect, I might not be able to become a heavenly god realm expert in my entire life. But now, I've become a genius disciple and entered the hidden secret realm. I'm in the same boat as countless disciples of the Emperor. Even if I die here, I won't have any complaints. This is the cruel competition. From the moment I left the Profound Feng sect, I knew that I'm going to die. Bai Yunfei said dispiritedly. But at this moment, he was only a remnant of his soul. The 3 grand guardians of the Clearstream sect. I, Xianxia, swear that I will make you pay with your blood. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He pointed his sword towards the sky and his sword Qi sword. At this moment, Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with excitement. What more can I ask for with such a brother? Ha ha ha. Although I'm going to die, I, Bai Yunfei, have lived a good life. Because I know a brother called Xianxia. Xianxia's strength had reached a whole new level. He could see that even the chief disciples of Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect were standing behind him. Xianxia was afraid that he had the ability to gain the respect of the 2 of them. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I will definitely take revenge for you. I will refine the great Yu soul-forming light for you. Wait for me. When the great Yu soul-forming light is completed, you will be reborn. Xianxia took a deep breath. He could not swallow his anger. He would definitely look for the 3 grand guardians of Clearstream sect to settle the score for Bai Yunfei's death. Otherwise, it would be a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. Although Bai Yunfei's death was not caused by him, Xianxia still blamed himself. Great Yu soul-forming light? You said that this magic lamp can help me to be reborn? Bai Yunfei said excitedly. His eyes were filled with tears. That's right. However, the great Yu soul-forming light is damaged now. It can't form a soul at all. Previously, someone used thousands of souls to refine it. You are one of them. It was about to succeed, but I released all of them. Believe me. I will definitely make the great Yu soul-forming light form a soul for you. Xianxia said. Brother, I believe you. Bai Yunfei couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He wanted to shake Xianxia's hand, but he couldn't. From now on, the great Yu soul-forming light will only form a soul for you. Xianxia and Bai Yunfei looked at each other. Bai Yunfei was touched by their friendship. From now on, Bai Yunfei's soul would be the only one left in the great Yu soul-forming light. Although Xianxia might not be able to refine the great Yu soul-forming light now, he would definitely be able to refine the great Yu soul-forming light one day. At that time, Bai Yunfei would be reborn. Bai Yunfei was placed back into the great Yu soul-forming light by Xianxia. He had to find the third grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect and make things clear to Xianxia. The third grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect did not save Bai Yunfei and caused his death. If Tangzhen is also helping the evildoer, I don't think I will show any mercy. 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect, I will fight you to the death. Jiangchen Lungling said. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei could feel their hearts pounding. This fella's killing intent was too strong. Both the old macaque and the giant magma beast died in his hands. This early true god was not as simple as he looked. Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief as he put away the incomparably huge piece of fallen heavens that had once grown the dead spider lily. He would definitely be able to use it when he refined equipment in the future. Even if it was a heavenly god tool, it was absolutely indispensable. Senior brothers, please protect me. I would like to see what kind of item this great Yu soul-forming light is. Jiangchen said. All right. Don't worry. Lu Quanchao said. Jiangchen nodded his head and went into meditation. The Zulong Tower was already guarded outside. At this moment, the Fire Qilin's injuries were extremely serious. On the 33rd floor, the Fire Qilin was also recuperating. Jiangchen threw a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to the Fire Qilin. However, the Fire Qilin was not willing to eat it and looked at Jiangchen. Thanks. Jiangchen smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I might be in a worse situation today. I have said it before. If there is any danger, I will not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, I am living under someone else's roof now. Haha. The Fire Qilin laughed. Although he was joking, it made Jiangchen sigh. The Fire Qilin risked his life to save him at the critical moment. Jiangchen was touched. Although the Fire Qilin was an eccentric beast, he was a man of his words. Moreover, he did not hold back when he was with Jiangchen. In this battle, the Fire Qilin was able to take down the giant lava beast. If Jiangchen was alone, it would be difficult for him to do so. After much consideration, Jiangchen did not take the heart of lava for himself. Perhaps the Fire Qilin needed the heart of lava more than him. Moreover, he deserved it. Jiangchen never wanted to mistreat the Fire Qilin. Since the Fire Qilin risked his life to save him, it meant that the Fire Qilin treated him as a friend. Moreover, the Fire Qilin was a genuine person. This is for you. Jiangchen stretched his hand and the heart of lava appeared in his palm. At this moment, the Fire Qilin's pupils contracted and his expression changed. His heart was beating rapidly. This is the heart of lava. The Fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would be lying if he said that he didn't covet it. The importance of the heart of lava was self-evident. However, it was something that Jiangchen obtained, so the Fire Qilin wouldn't ask for it from Jiangchen. Wait, did he say that he's giving it to me? Raging waves rose in the Fire Qilin's heart. His entire body trembled slightly. You're saying? You're giving the heart of lava to me? Only then did the Fire Qilin react, muttering in disbelief. Yes, I'm giving it to you. I don't have any use for it anyway. Jiangchen tossed it over to the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin caught it and his breathing stagnated. The heart of lava was the energy source of the giant lava beast, so the fire attributed energy in it was self-evident. He would be lying if he said that it was useless. How could the fire Qilin not know that Xianxia had the 5-elemental true fire? If the heart of lava was used together with his 5-elemental true fire, it would be perfect. However, the fire Qilin had never expected that Xianxia would give it to the fire Qilin. The value of the heart of lava was immeasurable, especially to the fire Qilin. Alright, I'll accept it. The fire Qilin looked at Xianxia deeply. The heart of lava was too important to him. With the heart of lava, he would have the opportunity to break through to the heavenly god realm. If he succeeded, his fire-attributed energy would be even more terrifying. The fire Qilin's natal true fire combined with the heart of lava would be even more terrifying than Xianxia's 5-elemental true fire. The fire Qilin knew that this was Xianxia's trust in him. Xianxia's strength was terrifying. Even if the fire Qilin was in his best condition, he might not have much chance of winning against Xianxia. The fact that Xianxia was able to reach the bottom of the magma and obtain the heart of lava was enough to show how terrifying Xianxia was. He was also the one who defeated the giant lava beast. The fire Qilin wasn't a person with strong principles. During this period of time, he had benefited a lot from cultivating in the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the flow of time was 30 times faster than normal. He wouldn't have any complaints even if he had to stay in the Zulong Tower for 1,000 years. That was equivalent to 30,000 years of cultivation for others. When he came out, his strength would definitely be able to suppress everything. However, this opportunity was given to him by Xianxia. He only wanted to repay Xianxia's kindness. However, it seemed like his kindness could never be repaid. The heart of lava was a priceless treasure, yet Xianxia gave it to him without hesitation. The fire Qilin would never forget this kindness. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. Some words could only be kept in his stomach. I'm injured now. With the heart of lava, I will definitely benefit a lot. It will also be beneficial to my injuries. I need to go into seclusion now. Take care of yourself. The fire Qilin said. Alright. Xianxia took out the great Yu soul-forming light. When the great Yu soul-forming light was at its peak, it was a primordial divine tool. It was not an ordinary primordial divine tool as there were not many primordial divine tools that could attack the soul. It was obvious that this was the peerless treasure of the hidden secret divine emperor. However, it had been destroyed and millions of souls were released. Xianxia needed to research on how to repair the great Yu soul-forming light. Xianxia put the great Yu soul-forming light into the myriad chi cauldron to reforge it. However, it was useless. The great Yu soul-forming light could not be repaired. Outside Qiling Mountain, Jiang Hao and Man Shui were extremely nervous. There was no sign of Xianxia and the others. They did not know if they were dead or alive. However, at this moment, Xianxia felt that the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron seemed to have a little effect on the restoration of the great Yu soul-forming light. He couldn't help but feel surprised. As expected of the myriad chi cauldron. It's really great. Although the recovery speed is very slow, it's good as long as there's hope. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was very happy. He was going to leave the great Yu soul-forming light here to repair it. He did not know how long it would take to repair it, but it was still a glimmer of hope. His current level of crafting was not enough to refine an origin divine tool. Moreover, he did not even dare to think about refining an origin divine tool that could attack one's soul. However, one day, he would definitely succeed. Help, help, in the distance, 2 of the 10 people who had left returned. Both of them were covered in blood, and their faces were pale. The fear in their eyes was self-evident. The 2 of them were even dumbfounded. Clearly, they had just escaped from death, and were still in a state of shock from the previous scene. Even now, they were still in a state of shock. What happened? Did the rest of them die? Man Shui said with a solemn expression. His heart sank. Dead, all dead, all dead. We encountered an army of skeletons. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Millions of skeletons were marching forward. We just entered their ranks and were instantly torn to pieces. The other 8 are all dead. The disciple of the earthly Hades sect murmured. His eyes were glazed over. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits and was dumbfounded. What? Skeleton army, where did they go? Man Shui asked. They went to the north. I'm afraid the leader is a heavenly god. He's a black-robed man. We didn't even see him before we were drowned by the army of skeletons. It's terrifying. I don't want to see them ever again. The other person from the Heavenly Star sect said softly with lingering fear in his heart. Humph, who asked you to be so ungrateful and insist on leaving? Why have you come back now? I tried to persuade you but you didn't listen. Now that you're all dead and only the two of you are left, how dare you come back? Xianxia said with a sneer. The two of them lowered their heads. Their faces were pale, but they were speechless. It took a lot of courage for them to turn back now. However, it was better than being torn into pieces by the skeleton army. Xianxia laughed and said. Are Xianxia and the others dead? The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect asked. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Believe it or not, I'll kill you before the army of skeletons tear you apart. Man Shui rolled his eyes and said angrily. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. I just want to know how's the situation now. The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect waved his hand and took a step back subconsciously. In their eyes, they were like stray dogs. It was a sad situation. There are many people who want me dead. But until now, no one has succeeded. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind the disciple of the Heavenly Star sect. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chen, Zhang Lei, and Lu Quanchao were all safe and sound. At this moment, the result was obvious. The old macaque had lost and he must have lost miserably. The souls of the entire Mount Qiling just now were soaring up to the sky. Did you guys do that? Man Shui asked. That's right. The old macaque is dead. Oh, where are the rest of them? Where did they go? Lu Quanchao said. The 10 of them were afraid that you would die inside. Without a guarantee of safety, they decided to form an alliance and directly left Mount Qiling to find another way out. But who would have thought that they would encounter an army of over 1 million skeletons? Now, only 2 of the 10 of them are left. Humph. Xianxia did not have any pity for these people. If they died, then they died. It was not a big deal. These 2 men were also struggling at death's door. Those people had brought this upon themselves. Now that Jiang Chen and the others had returned triumphantly, they had lost their lives. He did not know what those people were thinking. At least, these 2 disciples in front of him were already filled with regret. Jiang Chen was the first disciple of Jiang Chen. Everyone has their own fate. We can't blame anyone. But it seems like we have to be careful of this skeleton army. Zhang Lei nodded silently. Since it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame themselves for being too anxious. Otherwise, they would not have died. The earthly Hades sacred mountain is 30,000 li away from here. We can go there and have a look. If we can get a drop of the spiritual spring water from the earthly Hades sacred mountain, this trip will be worth it. Lu Quanchao said. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Lu Quanchao must have the map of the entire hidden secret realm. But for the profound Feng sect, every time they entered the hidden secret realm, they would not be able to find anything. This was the gap between them and the profound Feng sect. Even the current Jiang Chen was like a headless fly. This is the general map of the entire hidden secret realm. There might be some places that are missing, but it should not be difficult to find the general location. Lu Quanchao took out a roll of the map and passed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation. He looked at the map of the entire hidden secret realm. They were now at the northwest of Mount Qiling. It was only 30,000 li away from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. They did not know what kind of danger they would meet in the earthly Hades sacred mountain this time. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate the demonic beasts in the hidden secret realm. There were dangers everywhere. He did not know when he would fall into a dangerous situation. The spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is said to have the effect of reviving the dead. It's a real spring of the heavens and earth. The spiritual spring water can refine cultivation and nourish the body. 1 drop of the spiritual spring water can nourish the body for 100 years. It's a peerless holy water, Lu Quanchao said. Old ancestor Di Long also said that if you can get a drop of the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain, you will be very lucky. If you can get a small bottle, you will be very lucky. A terrifying blood-colored centipede soared up into the sky, its body dozens of meters long, blotting out the sun. As it swayed back and forth, sticky liquid sprayed out of its mouth, filling the air with a poisonous miasma. The crimson centipede shrieked and hissed incessantly. Two agile figures, one at the front and one at the back, stabbed at the crimson centipede respectively. However, the surrounding venom made the two of them extremely cautious. They did not dare to let their guard down for fear that the venom would stick to them. Even so, the venom that filled the air still caused the two agile figures to slow down a lot. A stinky bug, trying to overturn the seas and rivers? A green-clothed lady shouted. She held a 3-foot-long ice sword in her hand and slashed through the sky, cutting off more than a dozen of the blood-red centipede's legs. On the other side, the white-clothed lady did not want to be outdone. She danced in the air with a murderous aura. Although she was corroded by the poisonous gas of the blood-red centipede, her combat strength was still terrifying. Her 9-segmented whip swept across and hit the blood-red centipede. A deep crack appeared on the centipede's body. Perish! The white-clothed lady coldly snorted. The 9-segmented whip flew out of her hand and turned into a 1,000-foot-long shackle, completely binding the blood-red centipede. Even though the blood-red centipede struggled with all its might, it was to no avail. It could only spit out venom continuously, causing the surrounding sky to be filled with poisonous gas. The green-clothed lady raised her sword and stepped on the void, riding on the blood-red centipede. She stabbed her sword into the blood-red centipede's body. Green blood spurted out and the blood-red centipede roared continuously. However, the green-clothed lady's long sword had already pierced through the blood-red centipede's body again and again. As it struggled, the blood-red centipede gradually lost its ability to resist. However, the two ladies' countenance became extremely ugly. Because the blood-red centipede's poison was not that simple. A half-step heavenly god realm, this kind of strength was quite terrifying. Even they were severely injured and fell into a passive position. Although the blood-red centipede was dead, the two of them were still in a dangerous situation. After all, this hidden secret realm was full of danger. The green-clothed lady took out the monster spirit from the blood-red centipede and glanced at the white-clothed lady. Both of them were not in a good condition. Although both of them had reached the peak of the late true god realm, they did not fight for the monster spirit. The woman in green was none other than Xianxia. Many thanks. You could have just sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. You could have waited for me and this demonic beast to injure each other, then snatch the demon spirit. The woman in white looked indifferent. She shook her head and looked at Xianxia, who was also deeply poisoned. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Moreover, what would I gain by killing you? Wasn't it still useless? Too many people have died in this hidden secret realm. It's a blessing from the heavens to be able to walk out alive. Lotus Cloud Sect, Xianxia. Heavenly Star Sect, Ling Long. The two women looked at each other. There wasn't much complicated communication, because they both understood that fighting side by side was more worthy of respect than any words. Moreover, they also appreciated each other's talents. Yeah. Too many people have died. Those who could leave this place alive are all powerful experts. In front of death, we're still too weak. This hidden secret realm is like hell on earth. Life and death are already out of our control. Xianxia said faintly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She did not know why, but Jiang Chen's figure appeared in her mind. That fella should not die so easily, right? After such a long time, she wondered how he was doing. Being alive is better than anything else. Let's go. If we continue to stay here, we'll only attract more people and beasts. By then, this place might not be safe anymore. Ling Long said. Someone's here? Shui Qianying frowned and suddenly stood up. Not far away, for people were slowly walking towards them. It's you, Yang Jian? Xianxia asked in a low voice. I never expected to meet you here. It's fate. Yang Jian looked at Xianxia and said. This is our profound Feng Sex Great Senior Pan Hong. This is Divine Spear Sex Lung Lingi. This is Impermanent Sex Great Disciple, Liang Quanping. Beside Yang Jian, Lung Lingi, and the others also nodded their heads at Yuki Chehian and Ling Long. It's indeed the Divine Spear Crown Prince of Divine Spear Sect, Lung Lingi. Ling Long squinted her eyes and looked at Yuki Chehian. Both of them felt that these people's arrival was a little strange and unusual. It's fate that we meet each other. But we're going to leave this place now and head to the northwest. Farewell. Ling Long said faintly. She looked at Yuki Chehian and turned around to leave. Ling Long, do you still remember me? Ever since I first laid eyes on you, I've been thinking about you day and night. For so many years, you've always appeared in my dreams. The hidden secret realm is so dangerous. Why don't we travel together? We can take care of each other. Lung Lingi smiled and said. I've always liked to be alone. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Ling Long did not leave any room for negotiation. Lung Ling said. Then we'll bid our farewells here. Yuki Chehian and Ling Long wanted to leave but they were stopped by Lung Lingi. Why can't you give me a chance? Your strength has obviously been damaged. If you insist on going your own way, you'll definitely face danger again. Lung Lingi advised earnestly. Even Yuki Chehian was slightly shaken. Their strength was indeed greatly suppressed. The terrifying poisonous gas had invaded their bodies. It was already good enough for them to unleash the strength of a mid-true god. Why don't we travel together first? Yuki Chehian said quietly. I have a bad feeling. These people are not that simple. If we fall into their trap, we'll never be able to escape. Ling Long transmitted her voice to Yuki Chehian. Yuki Chehian looked at Ling Long meaningfully. At this moment, both of them understood what Ling Long meant. Forget it. Since Ling Long doesn't agree, then we'll leave first. Yuki Chehian pulled Ling Long up but they were stopped by Yang Jian once again. Qianying, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. I don't care what she thinks. I just want to know, do you really have to leave? Stay, I'll help you to heal. Yang Jian comforted. Yuki Chehian still shook her head. It was not the first time that Yuki Chehian met Yang Jian, but she felt that something was wrong with this Yang Jian. I just want to be with you. Is that wrong? No matter what, I must have you today. Lung Lingi still had a smile on his face. He looked at Ling Long's graceful figure and charming face, making Ling Long feel disgusted. Go! Ling Long shouted. The two of them quickly turned around and left. However, their strength had been damaged. It was unwise to fight Lung Lingi and the others now. So they could only try their best to escape. Want to leave? Hee, not so easy. Yang Jian held the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth. He was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Lung Lingi's spear shone brightly and broke the void. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down fiercely. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Ling Long and Lung Lingi's eyes changed slightly and they quickly dodged. It was a close call and it was extremely overbearing. He did not show any mercy to the two ladies. Yang Jian was in front and Lung Lingi was behind. Under the encirclement, the two ladies were finally stopped. If their strength was at its peak, the two ladies would not be afraid of them. However, they were like arrows at the end of their flight now. There was no chance for them to escape. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Hee, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're mine now, Ling Long. Lung Lingi looked at Ling Long and said. His eyes were filled with greed. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Ling Long said faintly. Life or death, it's up to fate. Let's do it. We won't regret it even if we die. Yuki Chehian said in a deep voice. The two ladies showed their strength and decisiveness at this moment. It was impressive. However, Yang Jian and Lung Lingi did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Then I'll have to be a hypocrite for once. Ha ha ha. Yang Jian laughed out loud. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was unusually scary. The Yang Jian from before wasn't like this. He was gentle and polite, extremely humble. Could it be that this is your true self? Yuki Chihian said. A leopard can't change its spots. I've been a hypocrite enough. I might as well go crazy for once. Hee hee. For you, I can change my principles. Yang Jian sneered and approached Yuki Chihian step by step. Let's fight. Even if we die, we can't compromise. Ling Long looked at Yuki Chihian. The determination in their eyes was incomparably strong. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long were true heroines. Even if they were injured, they would not show any weakness. They fought with all their might. Yuki Chihian fought against Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not gain the upper hand in the beginning. After all, he was not a match for Yuki Chihian. However, Yang Jian was strong and his three-pointed, double-edged blade was unstoppable. Even if Yuki Chihian used all her strength, she still could not defend herself. Her injuries were getting more and more serious. On the other side, there was no need for Liang Quanping and Pan Hong to take action. Leng Lingyi was not any weaker than Ling Long. Their battle strength was on par with each other. Ling Long's nine-jointed whip was too far away to reach Leng Lingyi. To Leng Lingyi, it was not a threat at all. His long spear continued to shoot out spear light. Ling Long could only retreat step by step. It was obvious that she was losing. Leng Lingyi did not hold back during the battle. Ling Long attacked like lightning, but she still could not escape from Leng Lingyi's peerless spear light. Bang! Leng Lingyi smashed his spear on Ling Long's shoulder. Ling Long was pushed back a few hundred meters. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. At this moment, she finally knew that these two guys did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. They wanted to deal with her and Yuki Chihian. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Ling Long sneered. Her nine-jointed whip continued to strike. Even though Ling Long was injured, she did not lose the mightiness of a peak true god. Her counterattack was on par with Leng Lingyi's spear light. However, Ling Long could not hold on forever. The poison had attacked her heart. At this moment, she was completely exhausted. Under Leng Lingyi's attack, she was pushed back once again. However, she still maintained her peerless elegance. Yuki Chihian was also in the same situation. Both of them were constantly pushed back and eventually lost their battle strength. Now, let's see how you guys are going to fight against me. Leng Lingyi said with a smile. Hand over your treasures. Otherwise, I'm going to unleash my bestial nature. Liang Quanping chuckled and leaped out. His feminine eyes were flickering with a strange light. Yuki Chihian and Leng Lingyi looked extremely solemn. They did not expect that the two of them would be defeated by these vile people. If my strength was at its peak, would you guys dare to fight against me? Ling Long sneered. But that's just a hypothesis. Now, the two of you are in my hands. Yang Jian shouted in a deep voice. Kill or plunder, do as you wish. Ling Long said. Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you? Hee hee hee. Liang Quanping said with a feminine face. A bunch of shameless people. I've already given up on life and death. Shui Qianying also looked down on them and said in disdain. Sure enough, women are not inferior to men. Since you guys are so courageous, then I will not kill you. I will torture you guys. Isn't that comfortable? Liang Quanping smiled coldly as he slowly approached Ling Long. The ambiguous look in his eyes became even more intense. Someone's coming. Watch out. Yang Jian glanced at Leng Lingyi and said in a deep voice. At that instant, a storm hammer landed in front of Liang Quanping. I dare you to make a move. A cold voice reverberated in the sky as a stalwart figure stood proudly in the sky. Jiang Chen, is it really you? That's great. Yang Jian said with a surprised look. Senior brother Yang, it's you? Jiang Chen was slightly startled, before his lips curled into a joyful smile. These two are Leng Lingyi from the Godly Spear sect and Liang Quanping from the sect of Impermanence. By the way, where are you guys? Is it just you? Us too. Man Shui, Jiang Hao, Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, and the rest walked over. Jiang Hao's broken arm was a shocking sight. Senior brother Pan, senior brother Yang, I didn't expect to see you guys here. Man Shui smiled as if he was very close to them. In this hidden secret realm, there were less and less people from Profound Feng sect other than him and Jiang Chen. Therefore, Man Shui was very happy to see the people from Profound Feng sect here. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with them. Ling Long said. Yuki Chihian looked at him blankly without saying a word. Why did you guys tie them up? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. Ling Long was the goddess of Heavenly Star sect. Therefore, Lu Quanchao was obviously unhappy at this moment. What's going on? Senior brother Yang. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Jian with burning eyes. Sigh. It's a long story. Both of them were poisoned. They killed everyone they saw. More than 10 of our brothers died in their hands. Therefore, we had no choice but to capture them. Yang Jian shook his head and said. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Jian and the others and asked in a deep voice, what poison did they get? Blood centipede's poison. Pan Hong said. From Jiang Chen's point of view, Pan Hong was rather calm. Blood centipede's poison? Then why is it so crazy? Lu Quanchao frowned, he was confused. Slander, you bunch of ambitious bastards. That's not what you said just now. Humph. Ling Long sneered. Ever since they got poisoned by the blood centipede, we had no choice but to tie them up. More than 10 of our brothers have died in their hands. We had no choice. Lung Lingyi said as he glanced at Jiang Chen and the others with a calm expression. Lung Lingyi pointed from afar. As expected, more than 10 people were lying on the ground in a bloody mess. It was obvious that they had just died not long ago. Even their breaths were still lingering. Liang Quanping's face was filled with sorrow. They killed 4 of my brothers. If it wasn't for Yang Jian, I would have paid with blood. Liang Quanping's words made Lu Quanchao and the others feel ashamed. Regardless of the reason, they were the ones who killed them. You guys really did it. Zhang Lei frowned. Even the women were no exception. They had killed so many people. Could they forgive them just because they were furious? Zhang Lei had always been fair and just. At this moment, even he felt that the 2 women's crimes were unforgivable. So you guys had planned this. I didn't kill them. Ling Long gave Lung Lingyi a glance, then looked at Jiang Chen and Lu Quanchao. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable disdain and disgust. Because the deaths of the 10 people were obvious. Moreover, there was also the poison of the blood centipede on each of their wounds. Then how do you explain the people there? It's reasonable that you couldn't control yourselves after being poisoned. But is it that hard to admit it? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. I've said it before. I didn't kill them. Ling Long looked straight at Lu Quanchao. The latter was slightly taken aback, but the evidence was conclusive. What else could he say? The people there are all dead, and they've been poisoned by you. How can they explain themselves now? Do you still want to struggle free? A life for a life, a debt to be repaid, this should be a matter of course. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, this, Lu Quanchao whispered. Tell me, should we kill him or not? Jiang Chen looked at Pan Hong and Yang Jian. So what if I kill him? A grave mistake has already been made. Every death is a loss for us. Sigh. Lung Lingyi sighed. That's true, but they can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. They must be controlled by us until the blood centipede's poison is completely cured. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. That's right. They've already killed so many people, we can't help the wicked. We must control them first. They are extremely dangerous. Even we might not be able to come out unscathed. Pan Hong nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we should punish them severely. Only by killing them can we be happy. Jiang Chen said. Ling Long and Yuki Chihian looked at him in disbelief. How could this guy be so ruthless? Forget it. The dead can't come back to life. Even if we kill them, so what? Liang Quanping murmured. At this moment, he was no longer high-spirited as he complained. What do you want? Ling Long stared at Jiang Chen. because Jiang Chen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His killing intent was obvious as he walked towards Ling Long. Jiang Chen, you're crazy. If you want to kill Ling Long, you'll have to kill me first. Lu Quanchao took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen, protecting Ling Long with his life. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Lu Quanchao stared at each other. Move. Jiang Chen said. I'm not your match, but if you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my body. Lu Quanchao knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen, but he still stood in front of Ling Long. They were both disciples of Heavenly Star sect, and Lu Quanchao had liked Ling Long for 10 years. Although she didn't have any feelings for him, he was willing to die for Ling Long. A man could die, but he had to die with dignity. Don't force me. Jiang Chen thrust his sword towards Lu Quanchao. However, Lu Quanchao didn't move at all. The sword pierced through his chest and blood flowed out. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Jiang Chen, let's forget about it. Man Shui said in a low voice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They've killed so many people, don't they deserve to die? I don't need you to plead for them. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, telling everyone to back off. You can always find a way to frame someone. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Long's eyes shone as she stared at Jiang Chen fearlessly. Jiang Chen, Yuki Chihian looked at him. Is he still the guy I know? In his eyes, it seemed like he was always the one who was closer to his elders. However, Yuki Chihian also saw a hint of affection in Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Yuki Chihian's body trembled and she stopped talking. I've misjudged you, Jiang Chen. The elders of the 4 sects wanted us to protect you with our lives. Now that I look at it, it's a joke. You saved my life, so I won't fight back. Living in this world, it might be difficult to live with an indomitable spirit, but it's not difficult to live a carefree and unrestrained life. Come and go without worries, and view life and death as a path. Lu Quanchao's righteous words had pushed Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. At this moment, both Jiang Hao and Man Shui seemed to be disappointed with Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen's decisiveness in killing and his coldness was really frightening. Ha ha ha, you've become the righteous one, while I've become the one you despise. Do you think I'm wrong to kill them? Jiang Chen laughed wildly. I'd rather die than let you harm a single hair on Ling Long's head. Lu Quanchao was still as stubborn as before. Good. 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 Get out of here. Jiang Chen drew out his sword and kicked Lu Quanchao away. The latter flew backward and was seriously injured. Jiang Chen, Man Shui was about to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Jiang Chen. Shut up and get out of here. Don't you think I'm wrong too? Lu Quanchao and the others dragged Ling Long and Yuki Chihian away. Junior Jiang, you can't blame them for this. Sigh, they were just poisoned. Yang Jian said in a low voice. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a despicable person. If it wasn't for my lack of strength, I would have beaten him up. The disciple of Heavenly Star sect said in a deep voice. At this moment, he was excited. It's too late to say anything now. Since Jiang Chen doesn't differentiate between right and wrong, I also feel that there's something fishy about this. His temper is so violent. It doesn't seem like his style to ignore the 2 ladies when they're in danger. Zhang Lei pondered. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since that's the case, we can only go our separate ways. It's worth it to take that sword. Otherwise, Ling Long and Lady Shui would have been in danger. Lu Quanchao said. Although he had taken a sword from Jiang Chen, he didn't hate Jiang Chen because his life was saved by Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen were to kill him, Lu Quanchao wouldn't say anything. What an arrogant fella. I'll definitely kill him the next time I see him. Ling Long said faintly. However, at this moment, Lu Quanchao knew that she was really angry. What's with the blood centipede's poison? Lu Quanchao asked. Both of us were poisoned by the blood centipede, but we didn't kill innocent people. We don't know where those people came from. Do you really believe his words? Ling Long said. Her eyes were filled with hatred towards Jiang Chen. She didn't expect this fella to be so stubborn. How dare he hang out with those people? They're all jackals of the same tribe. He must have his reasons. Yuki Chihian looked into the darkness and murmured. Reasons? Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that at a time like this. He wanted to kill you just now, but now it turns out that he has his own difficulties. The disciple of earthly Hades sect said with a sneer, full of disdain towards Jiang Chen. He had even forgotten that his life was saved by Jiang Chen. Now, his expression changed and he started to criticize Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Yuki Chihian's eyes were filled with killing intent as she glared at the disciple of the earthly Hades sect. The disciple was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around. Don't think that just because Jiang Chen doesn't dare to kill you, I also don't dare to kill you. Zhang Lei took a step forward. Since Yuki Chihian wanted to kill someone from the earthly Hades sect, he could not just stand by and watch. You can try. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Yuki Chihian sneered. Are you provoking me? Zhang Lei narrowed his eyes. So what? If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't have it easy either, right? Moreover, I might not lose to you. Yuki Chihian's cold voice was extremely oppressive. At this moment, even Zhang Lei did not dare to act recklessly. Enough, what are you two arguing about? What's the point of quarreling with your own people? We've just escaped from death, yet you still want to fight? Lu Quanchao said. So you guys know that you just escaped from death. Hee, that's good, that's good. Jiang Chen didn't do anything wrong, but it's too sad. You bunch of useless people don't deserve him to risk his life to save you. After saying that, Yuki Chihian turned around and left without hesitation. You better make yourself clear before you leave. Zhang Lei shouted coldly. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. Jiang Chen isn't trying to kill you guys, he's trying to save you guys. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. However, I advise you guys not to go back. Otherwise, you'll still die and you'll be wasting Jiang Chen's effort. Ling Long frowned as she watched Yuki Chihian leave. Was Jiang Chen trying to save them? How was that possible? Jiang Chen almost killed Lu Quanchao with a single sword strike. Was this his way of saving them? I have to go back and take a look. Ling Long said. No, it doesn't matter if Jiang Chen is trying to save us or not. If we go back now, it's no different from throwing our lives away. Lu Quanchao stopped Ling Long, and everyone fell into silence. Yang Jian and Pan Hong stood on his left and right. They were extremely passionate when they saw each other. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He did not know that at this moment, Lin Lingyi and Liang Quanping had already attacked him from the back. The two of them held their divine weapons and went straight for Jiang Chen. Their aura was like a dragon. Jiang Chen was about to make a move, but he was completely suppressed by Yang Jian and Pan Hong. He couldn't move at all. Lin Lingyi's spear light was unparalleled and pierced towards Jiang Chen. Since it was unavoidable, Jiang Chen didn't block it. However, when Lin Lingyi's divine spear landed on Jiang Chen's back, it was bounced back. Jiang Chen was unharmed. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold. The moment he turned around, he raised his sword. In an instant, the heavenly dragon sword pierced through Liang Quanping's chest, right at his heart. Liang Quanping looked at the scene in disbelief and slowly fell down. Yang Jian and Pan Hong quickly took action. Jiang Chen struck the two of them with his sword. The edge of the sword was sharp and it went straight for the root of the problem. The tip of the sword was pointed at Lin Lingyi. The spear is like a dragon, the spear is still as before. Lin Lingyi was extremely powerful. His spear light turned into spots of starlight. The spear was terrifying and it was stained with blood. Before he arrived, a spot of cold light had already arrived. The heavenly dragon sword crisscrossed and the sword shadows overlapped. Jiang Chen forced Lin Lingyi to retreat. He was overbearing and unstoppable. Then, Yang Jian held his three-pointed, double-edged sword and went forward. Pan Hong followed closely. The three of them formed an encirclement and completely blocked Jiang Chen's way out. The three of them had forced Jiang Chen into a corner. It was a battle of the three heroes. Jiang Chen did not want to be outdone. He had already expected it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take the risk alone. From the look in her eyes, he already knew that Yuki Chihian was innocent. then Ling Long would definitely not be a murderer. Both of them were in such a dangerous situation, but Yuki Chihian still had such deep feelings. He knew that Yuki Chihian must have her own difficulties. Moreover, he always felt that Yang Jian and Pan Hong were somewhat unfamiliar to him. It was as if they knew each other, but he could not find the feeling of relying on each other. Jiang Chen concluded that this was definitely a conspiracy. In desperation, Jiang Chen quietly performed the great divination skill on Yang Jian and the others. As expected, when the divination skill was revealed, Jiang Chen also saw something fishy. They were obviously being controlled. Moreover, the person behind them was absolutely powerful and should not be underestimated. In desperation, Jiang Chen had no choice but to force Yuki Chihian and the others to retreat. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand this unknown danger. Even Yang Jian, Pan Hong, and the top expert of the Godly Spear sect, Lung Lingyi, were being controlled. Then, one could imagine how terrifying the person behind them was. I would like to see who is behind this. Great Soul Derivation Skill. Open up. Jiang Chen roared and used the Great Soul Derivation technique to restrain Yang Jian and the others. However, it would take a long time for them to regain their consciousness. Because their souls had been planted with a terrifying intent. As long as the intent was not removed, there would be no other way to recover. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Great Soul Derivation Technique. Jiang Chen's Great Soul Derivation skill could temporarily control the three of them. However, if he wanted to completely remove it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only find the person behind this and kill him. Clap. 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 A sound of applause was heard. The gentle sound made Jiang Chen frown. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. To be able to make my soul worm goo lose its effect temporarily. Looks like your soul technique is not weak. Ghost Eye Sect, Li Yan. Nice to meet you. Li Yan said with a smile. Behind him were 5 peak mid-true god experts. Their faces were covered and their killing intent was overflowing. Ghost Eye Sect. Li Yan. Not even the Clearstream Sect's 3 great guardians dare to look down on you. Looks like you're quite capable. Jiang Chen said faintly. It's good that you know. My target is only you. Their life and death have nothing to do with me. But it's also good if I can use them to exhaust you. Hand over the human-faced demon, the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the heaven-seizing fortune pills formula, and I might leave your corpse intact. Li Yan's smile was mellow, but the coldness and killing intent in his eyes could not be changed. At this moment, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. So you want the formula in my hand? But, you found the wrong person. If I were you, I would surrender right now. Otherwise, the pain of my flesh and the pain of my soul will be even more terrifying. Li Yan shrugged and said as if he was giving Jiang Chen a good choice. As long as the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and said faintly. He did not even look at Li Yan as he was focusing on the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Li Yan's eyes became colder and colder. He felt that he had been humiliated like never before. How could this fella be so fearless? Even if he was strong, he was just an early true god. How could he be so arrogant? Isn't he still going to be killed by me? I don't even need to do anything. These 5 fellas are more than enough to beat him up. Seems like you want to fight with your life on the line. If that's the case, you'll look like an invincible hero, right? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Song Mountain's 5 ghosts, form the formation and kill him. Don't hold back. A dead man will not resist. Li Yan said lightly. All right. The 5 of them said at the same time. When the 5 of them combined their strength and formed a formation, no one below the half-step heavenly god realm would be their match. This Jiang Chen was just an early true god. Li Yan did not put him in his eyes at all. This fella had obtained the heaven-seizing fortune pills formula, which was much more precious to Li Yan. In addition to the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in Li Yan's eyes. Attack! Kill without mercy! Li Yan roared in anger. The Tsung Mountain's 5 ghosts attacked in an instant, directly attacking Xianxia. 5 brats want to fight against the king of hell? You're overestimating yourselves. Xianxia smiled coldly and charged forward with his sword in hand. The heavenly dragon sword's overbearing and dreadful pressure pierced through the sky. The 5 of them were completely restrained by Xianxia as soon as they joined the battle. The heavenly dragon sword complemented Xianxia's overbearingness. It was not a problem for him to fight 5 mid-true god experts at the same time. Xianxia completely suppressed the 5 mid-true god experts and they could not pose any threat to him. Xianxia's every step was filled with killing intent. Each of his sword was filled with terrifying sword qi. The Tsung Mountain's 5 ghosts could not defend themselves at all. Each of his sword strikes made the 5 of them fearful because Xianxia was too strong. Was this the strength of an early true god? He was like a rabid dog. Li Yan's expression turned cold. Xianxia's strength had exceeded his expectation. The Tsung Mountain's 5 ghosts could not gain any advantage against him. Formation. 5 Ghost Azure formation. Li Yan shouted. The 5 of them instantly changed their formation and surrounded Xianxia. Their steps were strange and unpredictable. Once the formation was formed, their strength had increased by a lot. The 5 Ghost Azure formation required them to go all out. Xianxia was calm and composed while facing the 5 Ghost Azure formation. The 5 Ghost Azure formation was a cunning formation. Every step was filled with killing intent. Furthermore, all 5 of them had mastered the technique and Xianxia was being suppressed within the formation. However, Xianxia did not care about it at all. His great divination art had already seen through the flaws of the 5 Ghost Azure formation. In his eyes, the 5 Ghost Azure formation was completely useless. He had always believed in one sentence. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. Xianxia's sword slashed down and split one of them in half. The other 4 were scared out of their wits. No one had expected that Xianxia would be able to find that guy's real body under the 5 Ghost Azure formation's attack and kill him with one slash. The 4 of them roared and charged forward with all their might. At this moment, Xianxia had an opening. The 4 of them rushed forward and slashed with their swords. Xianxia retreated step by step. Under the overlapping sword shadows, his figure also changed several times. The Phantom Wolf clone technique transformed into thousands of shadows, causing the 4 of them to fall into a state of confusion. Xianxia drew his sword again and slashed another person. At this moment, even Li Yan's face turned cold. He had underestimated Xianxia from the start. None of you will leave here alive. Xianxia said indifferently. As he turned around, his movements were like lightning. His sword shadows were illusory, shaking the wind and clouds. The heavenly dragon sword edge slashed 5 people in a row. The light shone brightly. Trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. I hope that you can give me a little surprise. Xianxia said. Good. 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 Xianxia. You're only an early true god and you have such strength. Looks like I've underestimated you. Today, I will let you know who's the real expert. You're just a trash from a small sect. You're only fit to be my stepping stone. This pill formula is mine. Li Yan took a step forward and held his saber horizontally. The steel whip in his hand carried a demonic aura. I'll be waiting. Xianxia stood tall with his sword in hand, facing Li Yan in high spirits. Then, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Li Yan harumphed and raised his hand. 9 black corpse puppets appeared in front of Xianxia. These are my 9 earth corpse puppets. Even a half-step heavenly god might not be able to gain the upper hand against them. Today, I'll let you see if you can become the 10th one. Li Yan's eyes moved. The 9 corpse puppets charged towards Xianxia. These corpse puppets were controlled by Li Yan's will. They were truly invulnerable. Xianxia's sword fell on the corpse puppets without any damage. Moreover, the corpse puppets were extremely tough, comparable to a divine tool. The ghost dissect was indeed extraordinary. To be able to refine corpse puppets to the level of a divine tool. No wonder they're the #1 evil sect in the Linha boundary. Xianxia thought in his heart. He dared not let his guard down. 1 against 9, Xianxia was not at a disadvantage. Even the Earth Corpse puppets could not make Xianxia show any signs of fatigue. Li Yan's face turned gloomy. The Earth Corpse puppets could not do anything to Xianxia. Looks like this fella's strength was not just for show. Those 5 fellas did not die in vain. Xianxia was also going all out. The 9 Earth Corpse puppets were ruthless and reckless. They were no longer humans, but puppets, tools of war, or weapons. Each of their attacks were fearless, exchanging blows for blows. Xianxia did not dare to face them head-on. Even if he managed to kill a few Earth Corpse puppets, Li Yan, who was watching him from the side, might take action at any time. At that time, he would be in danger. Let's see how long you can last. Li Yan sneered and was ready to take action at any time. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Once he got it, he would surely deal a fatal blow to Xianxia. Plus, his strength was at the peak true god realm, he was not afraid of Xianxia at all. However, the terror that Xianxia displayed was not matched with his strength. Li Yan did not take action in a hurry because he was waiting. Xianxia was finally angered. With his dragon transformation, he could fight against these Earth Corpse puppets with his life. Xianxia was completely fearless after his dragon transformation. He threw out a punch that could shake the mountains and rivers. Even the Earth Corpse puppet had a crack on it. Xianxia's punches landed on the Earth Corpse puppet's body. Each of his punches was earth-shattering. Li Yan's Earth Corpse puppet was comparable to a divine tool, but Xianxia's body after his dragon transformation was even stronger than a divine tool. Xianxia was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the 9 Earth Corpse puppets started to crack under Xianxia's attacks. Damned fella. No. Li Yan's expression became extremely serious. After his dragon transformation, Xianxia's combat strength was increased by 10 times, reaching the peak mid-true god realm. Naturally, it was easy for him to deal with these Earth Corpse puppets. Li Yan once again felt the terror of Xianxia. He punched a hole through the Earth Corpse chief's chest, and then Xianxia tore the Earth Corpse chief's incomparably tough body apart. Xianxia was like a ferocious tiger coming out of its cage, peerless and peerless. The Earth Corpse puppets were like children in front of Xianxia in close combat. Xianxia tore apart 5 Earth Corpse puppets one after another. At this moment, Li Yan could no longer sit still. If this continued, all of his efforts over the years would go to waste. This was one of his trump cards against a half-step true god, but he never expected that it would be destroyed by an early true god kid. This was his painstaking effort for more than 10 years. Li Yan's heart was bleeding. These Earth Corpse puppets were his lifeblood. I'll kill you. I'll refine you into my Earth Corpse puppet. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xianxia disregarded everything and charged into the Earth Corpse puppets, tearing them apart. At this moment, Li Yan's body was trembling. 9 Earth Corpse puppets were defeated by Xianxia just like that. Moreover, they could not even withstand a single blow. Is this fella really a monster? Even so, he still wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson, to let him know who was the real expert. The Ghost-Eye Crown Prince of Ghost-Eye sect would not be defeated so easily. You've completely infuriated me. Li Yan leapt up, the dark steel mace in his hand was wreaking havoc in the sky. Lightning flashed and struck down like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Xianxia used both of his hands to catch Li Yan's dark steel mace. At this moment, Xianxia was also pushed back, his expression was extremely solemn. Half-step heavenly god realm. Xianxia squinted his eyes as he felt a great pressure. This fella was not someone to be trifled with. Although his realm was a little unstable, there was still a huge difference between the half-step heavenly god realm and the peak of the true god realm. Because the half-step heavenly god realm was already at the doorstep of the heavenly god realm. 1 step to become a god, and 1 step to become a dragon. Not bad. It's good that you know. Humph. Now you should know that you're not my match. When I entered the hidden secret realm, I had just reached the half-step heavenly god realm. As the Ghost-Eye Crown Prince of Ghost-Eye sect, I can't fall behind. If I'm at the peak true god realm, I might be afraid of you. But now, killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Li Yan held the dark steel whip in his hand. His aura was at its peak. He stepped on the void and looked down on the 9 heavens, completely above Xianxia. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Xianxia had destroyed his earth undead puppet. Now, he's going to use him to refine it again. This fella's strength had indeed exceeded many people's expectations. I have to say, even I am a little worried if I let you continue to grow. But as long as I kill you in the cradle, you'll become history. Hee hee. So, today is the day you die. Half-step heavenly god realm, I have never challenged you before. But it seems like it's going to be a little challenging today. Xianxia was calm and collected. He held the heavenly dragon sword and soared into the sky again. At this moment, he knew that it was impossible for him to run away. He could only fight with his life on the line. Those who run away are cowards, those who fight are heroes. He had no other choice. Half-step heavenly god realm. Xianxia did not expect this. That's why he did not dare to let more people stay behind. Otherwise, he would not be able to take care of those people's safety. They would only become cannon fodder. It was not easy for him to defeat this fella. Xianxia might have a chance of winning against a peak true god realm expert, but a half-step heavenly god realm expert had already reached the heavenly god realm. Although the giant lava beast had reached the heavenly god realm, it was still a beast after all. Its defense was strong, but its combat strength was restrained by Xianxia. That's why Xianxia was able to defeat it. Now, Li Yan was a genuine half-step heavenly god realm expert. His strength was undeniable. Your challenge will be your end. I like to use the blood of experts to strengthen my dark steel whip. It's very exciting. Li Yan smirked. He could already see the moment when Xianxia would kneel down and beg for mercy. On a mountain far away, Yuki Chihian looked into the distance with a cold expression. She could guess what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia also knew what she was thinking. In order to save everyone, he was willing to take the risk alone. However, he was misunderstood by those people. At this moment, she felt that it was not worth it for Xianxia. However, no one could change the fact. Xianxia knew that there was a tiger on the mountain, but he still went ahead. He was not only bearing the misunderstandings of the people, but also the real danger. This battle was against a half-step heavenly god. Xianxia was not confident at all. Otherwise, why would he try to force them to lead by injuring himself? This fool. Li Yan's every step was filled with killing intent. While he was charging forward, the steel mace flickered, splitting mountains and rivers, shaking the void. Xianxia quickly dodged the attack. The current Li Yan was unparalleled, the dreadfulness of a half-step heavenly god was unimaginable. Xianxia knew that this battle would be his strongest battle. Although he was not sure if he could win, he might not lose. However, he did not know what Li Yan's skills were, so he could only retreat in order to advance. He wanted to find out his opponent's strength first. In this way, he would be invincible if he knew himself and his enemy. Li Yan continued to attack. Xianxia's concession gave him the capital to charge forward continuously. Xianxia was hit by Li Yan's whip twice due to his carelessness. That kind of pain was like hitting the deepest part of his soul, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. This fella seems to be ridiculously strong. Li Yan's every move had made Xianxia unable to move forward at all. As long as Xianxia wanted to charge forward, he would be repelled by Li Yan's sharp whip. Even after transforming into a dragon, Xianxia had no choice but to evade the attack. He could only fight evenly with Li Yan, provided that Li Yan did not continue to charge forward. After transforming into a dragon, Xianxia's strength had reached an unprecedented level. With the help of the profound heavenly armor, Xianxia was not afraid of Li Yan. However, Li Yan's profound iron steel mace was not able to protect him completely. Xianxia felt a slight sense of danger. The profound iron steel mace was indeed able to affect one's soul. A single strike from the mace was enough to shock the heavens. Xianxia's strength had also reached its peak. However, it was still difficult for him to cause any damage to Li Yan. Because from the beginning till the end, Li Yan was suppressing Xianxia. The more they fought, the more frightened Xianxia became. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted by Li Yan. However, Xianxia did not give up. Both of them were in a love-hate relationship. Neither of them dared to slack off. Soaring God-striking whip. Li Yan roared, the whip shadow turned into a gust of wind and fell from the sky. His imposing manner, at this moment, also rushed out like a bull. It was incomparably violent, as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Jiang Chen's countenance changed greatly, he quickly retreated, but he was still hit by Li Yan. Under the God-striking whip, Jiang Chen was hit hard and flew backwards. The heavenly dragon sword slashed out, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the ancient trees were flipped over, the earth was roaring, ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and his expression changed. This attack made him feel Li Yan's killing intent. This guy was so terrifying that it was hard to accept. Great divination art. Jiang Chen used the great divination art as his foundation to fight Li Yan. This time, he was finally going to use his strongest attack. That was to increase his strength to the point where it was truly domineering. Jiang Chen and Li Yan were in a stalemate. After using the dragon transformation, he could even fight against a half-step heavenly god, but he could not truly defeat Li Yan. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen roared in rage. This was the first time he used the ancient soaring dragon technique. This time, his entire body was covered with golden scales, it was extremely dazzling. The ancient soaring dragon technique made his strength reach the same realm as Li Yan, half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow, his killing intent was rippling. Even Li Yan was dumbfounded. How did Jiang Chen suddenly reach the half-step heavenly god realm? Li Yan's expression became solemn as he went all out. This time, he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that his body was filled with the power of a vast ocean. It could shake the heavens, crack the earth, and stir the heavenly river. With just a wave of his hand, the oars turned into ashes, the winds and clouds changed, and all living things trembled. Jiang Chen felt that the world was within his grasp. An unprecedented power filled his meridians, limbs, and bones. Jiang Chen dared to fight against the Heaven Duke. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen swung his sword. 100 li of mountains were split into two, the river roared, and all living things sank. At that moment, Li Yan was also pushed back, suffering a heavy injury. The mightiness of the sword shook the heavens and earth. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the ancient soaring dragon technique could raise his strength to the half-step heavenly god realm. He had crossed two realms. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength seemed to be multiplied by several folds. The dragon transformation was even more terrifying. Even though they were both half-step heavenly gods, Li Yan was pushed back by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not plan to give Li Yan any chance. At that moment, he dashed forward again. The 5 elements combat dragon seal was more than 100 times stronger than before. Jiang Chen could feel that the ancient soaring dragon technique's effect on the 5 elements combat dragon seal was immeasurable. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with waves of shock. Even he couldn't control himself. Strength was the absolute truth. In front of absolute strength, everything else was futile. Who could resist the might of a person? Jiang Chen knew that his strength was still too weak. If he had the strength of a half-step heavenly god, what would he be afraid of? Li Yan was hit by the 5 elements combat dragon seal and was heavily injured again. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would have such a skill, catching him off guard. It was unheard of for Jiang Chen to forcefully raise his strength twice in a row. Today was an eye-opener for him. How is this possible? Li Yan could not believe it. However, the truth was right in front of him. He was pushed back twice by Jiang Chen without any strength to resist. Even though he was also a half-step heavenly god, he was like a child in front of Jiang Chen. He did not have any strength to fight back. He was the one who suppressed Jiang Chen just now. However, their positions were reversed now. Li Yan could feel that Jiang Chen's strength was unstable. Jiang Chen forcefully raised his strength and there would definitely be repercussions. As long as he persevered, he would definitely be able to wait until Jiang Chen's strength weakened. If you want to wait for my strength to collapse before launching an attack on me, you might not have the chance. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. 3,000 flames dragon seal. The 5 elements true fire converged into a terrifying dragon seal. This time, with the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen was speechless. Li Yan's strength was much weaker than Jiang Chen's because he had forcefully raised his cultivation when he entered the hidden secret realm. At this moment, the 5-elemental true fire of the 3,000 flames dragon seal struck his chest. Li Yan felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. No, no. Your end is near. Jiang Chen said faintly. The dreadfulness of the 3,000 flames dragon seal was beyond his imagination. At this moment, he could finally hold his head high and show Li Yan his true strength. The ancient soaring dragon technique was indeed dreadful. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the divine origin strength in his body was being consumed continuously after using it for the third time. He knew that the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill couldn't make up for the emptiness in his body because he felt like he was overdrawing his life. The ancient soaring dragon technique was indeed powerful. However, it also made Jiang Chen understand that the consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was terrifying. Li Yan ran away in panic. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, he was like a stray dog. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt pressured. He must kill Li Yan. Otherwise, once his divine origin energy is exhausted, Li Yan might suppress him instead. Trying to run away? You don't have the chance anymore. Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The mightiness of a half-step heavenly god was revealed once again. The sword of solitude swept across the universe. No, Li Yan exclaimed in shock. However, the destructive sword had made him feel hopeless. However, Jiang Chen would not stop. The dreadfulness of that sword made Xue Qianying, who was far away, felt her heart palpitate. The sword fell, the rain fell, the wind blew, the mountains were howling, the wind and thunder were flickering. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee, his face was pale. The ancient soaring dragon technique was extremely powerful. However, Jiang Chen's body was almost sucked dry. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Chen? What happened to you? Yang Jian and the other two arrived. They were worried when they saw Jiang Chen's pale face and his body was covered in blood. If he dies, you guys will live. Jiang Chen smiled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Pan Hong frowned and said in a deep voice. I remember now. Our souls were controlled by ghost dissects Li Yan. How did this happen? Where was Li Yan? Is he dead? Leng Lingyi looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. In their eyes, Leng Lingyi was quite powerful, but he died in the hands of Jiang Chen. They couldn't help but sigh. Leng Lingyi couldn't help but feel shocked after witnessing Jiang Chen's strength. That's Li Yan's corpse. Yang Jian looked at the corpse that couldn't be any more dead and said. Jiang Chen's means had completely shocked them. Yang Jian was still fine as he had seen how terrifying Jiang Chen was. When he was still a late void god, Jiang Chen had killed Helian Wushuang, who was a mid-true god. But even so, Yang Jian was still in awe of Jiang Chen when he saw the peerless genius of ghost dissect lying in a pool of blood. Ah, this is the dragon egg Bai Yunfei asked me to give to you. He's all ready, Yang Jian said awkwardly. I know. Jiang Chen nodded. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect Junior Bai. Pan Hong sighed. It's not your fault. He's not wrong either. What's wrong is that this is a dog-eat-dog world. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Whoever is a step slower will be eliminated. Dying among the crowd is the lightest punishment. Human lives are like ants in grass. We can't blame anyone. Jiang Chen said in a low voice and kept the dragon egg. He did not reject it. This was the last thing Bai Yunfei left for him. Jiang Chen would definitely keep it well. Who is it? A deafening roar reverberated in the sky and could be heard from thousands of miles away, as if it was the roar of the heavens. Jiang Chen's countenance changed. This voice doesn't seem friendly. Go. Jiang Chen said. But what should we do? I'm afraid this voice doesn't seem friendly. Yang Jian said. There's no time to talk. Let's go. Jiang Chen roared. It was Yang Jian's first time seeing Jiang Chen being so overbearing and furious. He was slightly startled and quickly left with Pan Hong. Take care. Pan Hong said. The three of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. The moment Xianxia turned around, a man in a black robe appeared in the void. He was 9 feet tall and extremely muscular. His cold eyes were filled with anger. His overbearing aura seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. It was as if everything had to submit under his feet. He had only felt this aura from one person before. Xianxia, the Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. The man in the black robe had long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked extremely evil. However, his eyes were as deep as a black hole. It was quite terrifying. This aura was much stronger than Li Yan. At this moment, he had completely locked onto Xianxia. "You're the one who killed my brother, Li Yan?" The man in the black robe said indifferently. However, the killing intent in his words had completely covered Xianxia. "Yes. You're his brother. Are you here to collect his corpse?" Xianxia smiled indifferently. "You have a sharp tongue. However, you're already dead the moment you saw me. I've heard about you, Xianxia, a brat from the Profound Feng sect. I heard that even the Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians are looking for you. I'm curious. What do you have on you that even Xianxia is coveting it?" Li Zongheng said. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia as if he was trying to see through him. "But the Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians failed to catch me." Xianxia was not afraid of Li Zongheng. "Very well. Very well. If Xianxia failed to catch you, it doesn't mean that I, Li Zongheng, can't as well. Show me what you've got." "But it seems like you're at the end of your rope now," Li Zongheng said indifferently as if he was filled with disdain towards Xianxia. "I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me today. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood," Li Zongheng said coldly. He struck out a palm that covered the sun and the sky towards Xianxia. Xianxia quickly retreated. Even though he had eaten 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he only managed to recover 20% of his strength. The consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was too much for Xianxia. Xianxia quickly dodged the attack. But even so, he was still hit by Li Zongheng's palm. A half-step heavenly god's palm was too much for Xianxia to withstand with his injured body. "Not bad to be able to withstand my palm. Then, take my second palm." Xianxia's facial expression changed drastically. He quickly casted the Great Void technique and dodged more than 10 of Li Zongheng's palm strikes. Li Zongheng's face turned solemn as he did not expect Xianxia to have such a trump card. Even Li Zongheng could not understand the Great Void technique. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to tear the void, but it was actually done by a true god. It was unbelievable. However, at the same time, Li Zongheng became more and more curious about Xianxia. This fella might give him a huge surprise. Heavenly Fortune Palm. Everything within 100 li radius could feel the terrifying pressure of this palm technique. Xianxia had no way to avoid it. This palm had completely sealed off all his escape routes. Moreover, he was still too weak right now. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Be careful. A tender voice was heard. Xianxia was slightly startled. A green figure rushed towards him and stood in front of him. "It's her." Xianxia's facial expression changed drastically. The palm had almost broken Yuki Chihian's meridians. She was seriously injured. "Bastard," Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. He carried Yuki Chihian and retreated continuously. Xianxia casted the Great Void technique to the extreme. At this moment, he was definitely not Li Zongheng's opponent. If the Fire Qilin was still here, he would not be in such a difficult situation. However, the Fire Qilin was in seclusion to refine the heart of lava. Xianxia must not disturb the Fire Qilin. Unless it was the last resort, Xianxia would not do that. If the Great Void technique could only be used to escape, even Li Zongheng would not be able to do anything to him. Xianxia carried Yuki Chihian in his arms. At the most crucial moment, Yuki Chihian had sacrificed her life for Xianxia. Xianxia's heart was filled with bitterness and anger. However, he was not Li Zongheng's opponent now, so he knew that he must not be impulsive. "Why are you so stupid?" Xianxia said as he ran for his life. You can face the danger alone for everyone, why can't I be fearless just to save you? Yuki Chihyun said faintly. She did not have any feelings even at this moment. However, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with self-blame. If I was a second slower and snatched you away, you would have lost your life. He's a half-step heavenly god expert. A late true god would not be able to withstand his attack. Jiang Chen said angrily. However, it was too late to say anything now. Let's see where you can run to. Surrender. Li Zongheng's voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. Jiang Chen turned his head and did not dare to hesitate. He continued to cast the Great Void technique to escape. Put me down, otherwise, you won't be able to run away. Yuki Chihyun said. Bullshit? Am I still a human if I leave you behind? Jiang Chen slapped Yuki Chihyun's buttocks hard. The latter's face turned red and her eyes were filled with anger. She bit her lips but did not say anything. Jiang Chen did not pay attention to Yuki Chihyun. Fortunately, the Great Void technique was unparalleled. Otherwise, Li Zongheng would have caught up with him. Even so, Li Zongheng did not stop chasing after him for thousands of miles. A half-step heavenly god was much stronger than Jiang Chen. Hence, he could not get rid of Li Zongheng at all. Even the Great Void technique could only slow Li Zongheng down, but it couldn't really cause any harm to him. The Great Void technique could allow one to travel 1,000 miles in the void, invisible and formless. However, Jiang Chen still couldn't do it as that was the highest realm of the Great Void technique. Along the way, there were glaciers, mountains, forests, rivers, lakes, broken walls, and countless other places. Jiang Chen had already forgotten where he was going, but at this moment, he had arrived at a bamboo forest that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The mountains were covered with a sea of trees, and above the sea of trees, there was a 3,000-meter-tall mountain wall. 5 words were written on it, 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. Jiang Chen was running madly. The Great Void technique had almost consumed the last of his strength. Both of them were severely injured and they were stuck in the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. Finally, you're not running anymore? Li Zongheng smiled indifferently. He was calm and composed. After chasing for such a long time and thousands of miles, Jiang Chen could finally take a breather. However, Li Zongheng was already standing in front of him. You're really persistent. Jiang Chen sneered. You're right. Because I want to know why Xianyuan Kanglin wanted to chase after you. Li Zongheng smiled. That's the reason. Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihyun entered the Zulong Tower and disappeared. Spatial Divine Tool? Li Zongheng's pupils shrank and his expression changed. He had heard from his master that there weren't many spatial divine tools in the world. Moreover, spatial divine tools were much harder to refine than spatial rings. Spatial divine tools that could accommodate people were even more difficult to make. It could even be said that they were rare in the divine world. Otherwise, Li Zongheng would not know so much about it. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He did not expect Li Zongheng to know so much. He actually guessed his intention. What is this place? Spatial divine tool? Yuki Chihyun's expression changed as she looked around. Li Zongheng was not far away like a giant. Yuki Chihyun had heard about spatial divine tools before. But she did not expect Jiang Chen to be this terrifying. He actually had a spatial divine tool. No wonder the Clear Stream Sect's 3 great guardians and Li Zongheng were chasing after him. I know. You must be hiding in a spatial divine tool. But do you think I won't be able to find you? Hee hee. You're underestimating my ghost sect. Li Zongheng said. Jiang Chen finally calmed down. But he did not dare to let his guard down. It would be troublesome if Li Zongheng really had some tricks up his sleeves. This is my natal divine tool. You don't have to worry. It's safe here. I just don't want to be trapped here by him. I think I need some time to recover my strength. I'm afraid you'll have to suffer during this period of time. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yuki Chihyun said in a low voice. She did not complain at all. Her strength was greatly damaged now. Jiang Chen took out a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill and gave it to Yuki Chihyun. Yuki Chihyun did not hesitate and ate it. Her strength was greatly restored in an instant. Although the effect of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was miraculous, Yuki Chihian was not only severely injured, but her meridians were also severely damaged. She might need 1 or 2 days to recover to her peak. But even so, Yuki Chihian was extremely shocked. Kill them all. Li Zongheng's palm was filled with thunder and lightning. The entire 1,000-leaves purple bamboo forest was in a mess, but he still could not find Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not afraid of the Zulong Tower at all. Good lad, looks like I've underestimated you. Li Zongheng smiled. I forgot to tell you. Jiang Chen, the strongest skill of our ghost eye sect is not the art of refining corpse puppets, but the ghost cave formation. The heavenly eye can see through all things, and the ghost cave formation is unparalleled. I don't know if you've heard of this. Hee hee. Li Zongheng's voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. The ghost cave formation of the ghost eye sect is very powerful. It's unparalleled in the entire Linhe boundary, especially the ghost cave formation. The ghost eye is unparalleled, it's not just for show. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. She was worried and her face was solemn. Let's see if he can find me with his ghost eye. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Are you sure he can't find you? Yuki Chihian continued to ask. Even if a divine emperor is here, I'm still confident. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Ghost cave heaven splitting formation. Activate. Li Zongheng shouted and casted his formation technique. Within 100 miles, no one would be able to escape. The ghost cave heaven splitting formation was left behind by the ghost cave clan. It was rumored that millions of years ago, the Ghost Eye sect was a branch of the Ghost Cave clan. Everything in the Ghost Eye sect was inherited from the Ghost Cave clan. However, what happened in the world was not known to outsiders. At that moment, the entire 1,000-leaves purple bamboo forest became silent. The 100 miles Ghost Cave heaven splitting formation, even a half-step heavenly god would not be able to break through it. This formation was one of Li Zongheng's trump cards. As long as the eye of the formation was still there, the formation would not be destroyed. Heaven's eye discerns loyalty and treachery. Show me. Li Zongheng suddenly opened his eyes. His ghostly blue eyes could see everything within 100 miles. However, he could not find Jiang Chen. Moreover, there was nothing that could prove that Jiang Chen was still here. Impossible, this is impossible. How could my ghost eye not see it? No one would be able to escape from the ghost cave formation. I don't believe it. Li Zongheng roared in a deep voice. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, Li Zongheng firmly believed that Jiang Chen had not left this place. It was just that he had not found him yet. Ghost Eye Sword Rain. As far as Li Zongheng could see, tens of thousands of swords fell like rain. Within 100 miles, everything was turned into ruins. Everything was turned into powder under his ghostly eye sword rain. Even Shui Qianying's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. It was truly terrifying. Because she did not know when Li Zongheng would be able to break Jiang Chen's spatial divine tool. At that time, there would be no way out for them. Don't worry, no one can break through the Zulong Tower. No matter how powerful his ghost eye is, it's impossible for him to find me. No matter how sharp and terrifying the sword rain was, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Come out, come out. Li Zongheng exerted all his strength. The ghostly eye sword rain caused the entire 1,000-leaves purple bamboo forest to become a mess. The terrifying might of the heavens and earth and the sword rain could not make Jiang Chen submit. Li Zongheng finally understood why the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect were defeated by Jiang Chen. It seemed like Jiang Chen's reputation was not undeserved. *T, why is this formation so terrifying? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He felt that the heavens and earth were changing at this moment. If the previous moment was like scratching an itch, then it was like a real sword and a saber colliding with each other. Even his ancestral dragon pagoda was trembling at this moment. What formation is this? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had never felt so terrifying before. Even though he was in the depths of the Zulong Tower, the pressure from the formation still made him feel breathless. This is not Li Zongheng's formation at all. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Because at the same time, Li Zongheng's expression also changed greatly. his face was filled with fear. In the center of the ghost cave-splitting sky formation, a palm-sized whirlpool began to rotate gradually. It was getting bigger and bigger. In less than 15 minutes, the whirlpool was dozens of feet wide and all the rocks and bamboo were sucked into it. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom, and it was so dark that it made one's heart tremble. This is not my formation at all. Li Zongheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect such a terrifying formation to exist. Moreover, the power of the terrifying whirlpool kept increasing. He kept retreating, but he could not break through the ghost cave-splitting sky formation at all. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The huge suction force in the whirlpool made Li Zongheng's face a little distorted. Even though he stood firm, he still could not resist the huge whirlpool. Half an hour had passed and the whirlpool was already 10 miles wide. Li Zongheng knew that he was in big trouble this time. No. No. Li Zongheng roared angrily. However, there was nothing he could do. He was still sucked into the whirlpool. The suction force of the whirlpool is too strong. It's impossible to resist it. All the mountains and plants within 100 miles are being sucked into it. It's too terrifying. Yuki Chihian's shoulders trembled slightly. She took 2 steps back subconsciously, but she realized that she was in the Zulong Tower and there was no way out. This formation must be caused by Li Zongheng's ghost cave-splitting sky formation and the ghost eye sword rain. Damn it. Oh no, my Zulong Tower is going to be sucked into it. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. However, he could not do anything about it. If he were to go out at this moment, he would most probably end up like Li Zongheng. This guy is really despicable. At this moment, no one could stay out of it. Even Xianxia, who was in the Zulong Tower, could only resign himself to fate. Because the power of the whirlpool was too terrifying. It was a power that he could not resist at all. Maybe this is also a formation. Li Zongheng accidentally touched the eye of the formation. That's why it's like this. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. However, could such a powerful formation really suck everything into it? It was pitch black inside the whirlpool. The Zulong Tower could not escape and was sucked into the whirlpool in the end. Xianxia's heart was in a mess all the time. He looked at Yuki Chihian and saw that she was also unafraid of death. She had already died once, what was there to be afraid of? The sound of chanting echoed in the whirlpool from the beginning to the end. Xianxia frowned, but he could not understand what was going on. Hum mani padme hum, hum mani padme hum. A breeze blew past, the pine trees fell, and the bamboo leaves fluttered in the air. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he was still in the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. No one would have thought that they would return to the original place after the dust had settled. It was as if the whirlpool had never appeared. The scene from before reappeared in front of him, as if everything had returned to the beginning. Xianxia's pupils contracted and his expression changed. He could not believe that nothing had happened. What's going on? Could it be that everything just now was just an illusion? Yuki Chihian looked at Xianxia. She was a little nervous because it was her first time encountering such a situation. She did not expect everything to be so familiar, yet so strange at the same time. It's not an illusion. Everything that's happening right now might be an illusion. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Not far away, Li Zongheng was standing there with a confused look on his face. His cold body seemed to have been standing there since the beginning of time. How could this be? Why am I still here? Didn't I get sucked into the whirlpool? Xianxia, he's here too. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, his punch was not as powerful as he had expected. It was not an earth-shattering force. An earth-shattering aura swept across the sky. How could this be? Where's my divine power? Why did it disappear? Li Zongheng screamed and his expression changed. He took 2 steps back and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not know where he was, but why did his divine power disappear without a trace? His domineering aura of being in control of the world had completely disappeared. Xianxia was slightly stunned. He was about to run away, but he did not expect that the punch was just a feint. There was no change at all. Li Zongheng stood there like a clown, his face was filled with doubt and astonishment. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Oh no, the divine power in my body is gone. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Xianxia's expression also became solemn. My divine power is also gone. If my guess is correct, we might really have fallen into a spirit formation. However, the scene before us is exactly the same as when we entered the 1,000-leaf purple bamboo forest. No. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He looked at the 1,000-foot-tall mountain wall and finally narrowed his eyes. The characters in the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest are reversed. We're not in the same place as before. This is a formation that can make us lose ourselves and even lose our divine power. There's actually such a strange formation in this world? That's a little too terrifying. Xianxia's voice was a little gloomy, but in this place, it was indeed difficult for them to mobilize their divine power, and they felt rather insignificant. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. I believe that the eye of this formation should be the vortex we saw earlier. Also, did you hear the Sanskrit chant in the whirlpool? Xianxia said. I heard it, but what does it mean? Xianxia was puzzled. It's very likely that this is a Buddhist place, and a very powerful one at that. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, he wanted to perform the Great Void technique, but he realized that he could not mobilize his divine power at all. It was also impossible for him to travel out of this place. Even the Great Void technique had lost its effect. Most importantly, even the Zulong Tower did not respond. Xianxia finally understood how terrifying this place was. This was something he could not imagine at all. Even Li Zongheng might have completely fallen into a state of panic at this moment. This time, Xianxia really did not have a plan. He could only take one step at a time. However, he was sure that this was definitely not the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. There was no doubt about it. You've lost your divine power too? Li Zongheng looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. What do you think? Xianxia asked. Do you know what kind of place this is? Li Zongheng asked. At this moment, it was rare for the two of them to be able to stand together. Furthermore, it was a conversation without any schemes. The previous battle had become a complete joke because they had both lost their divine powers. You claim to be the peerless genius of Ghost Eye Sect and your formation skills are unparalleled. Can't you see that this is a formation? And we are also in a formation. Xianxia said indifferently. Li Zongheng harumphed coldly. However, he knew that they were all in the same boat. Li Zongheng had nothing to say after being ridiculed by Xianxia. After all, it was the truth. Li Zongheng snorted. His guess was the same as Xianxia's. This was not the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest, but a secret formation. Now, they could only think of a way to get out of this place as soon as possible. Breakthrough no beginning, emptiness in one thought. I never expected 3 people to appear at the same time. It's a surprise, but it's hard to make a decision. A clear voice sounded beside Xianxia's ears. A somewhat comical and adorable young man with 2 upturned buns slowly appeared in front of Xianxia and the others with steady steps and an air of seniority. Little kid, who are you? What is this place? Li Zongheng said. Little kid? Ha ha ha. The young man laughed wildly and looked at Li Zongheng disdainfully. I've lived for more than 1,000,000 years and this is the first time someone called me a little kid. You're crazy. Xianxia's expression changed immediately. 1,000,000 years old. That means he's still alive after living for more than 1,000,000 years. This means that this fella is quite terrifying. 1,000,000 years old. What kind of existence is he? Is he a divine emperor or even a god emperor? But he doesn't look like one. He hasn't even reached the heavenly god realm. However, he had an arrogant look on his face. Even Li Zongheng was stunned by the young man's words. Who are you? Why are you here? Li Zongheng asked in a low voice. He did not want to argue with the young man any further. Who am I? You're not qualified to know. Hee, I just want to say that I was a martial highness when I was trapped here. Now, I'm not even a heavenly god anymore. The young man said while gasping for breath. Obviously, he was very angry. His face was extremely gloomy. He looked at the sky fiercely with a wronged expression. He looked like a child, innocent and pure. When he looked at Xianxia's eyes, there was a touch of motherly tenderness. Are you kidding me? Nonsense, do you really think we're stupid enough to listen to you? An ultimate god expert's maximum lifespan is only 100,000 years. How dare you say you've lived for more than 1,000,000 years? Do you think you're a divine emperor? Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm impressed by your IQ. Li Zongheng sighed. In his eyes, the young man was an arrogant guy. Even if he used to be capable, he had now become immortal. In this formation, everyone was equal. Moreover, he had been trapped for so many years. It showed that this formation was not simple. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. Some venerable ones may only live for 10,000 years, but I live as long as the heavens. Who can stop me? The young man said arrogantly. In the end, you're still trapped here. Yuki Chihian said softly. The young man's face turned red. He looked at Xianxia with dissatisfaction and he said in a deep voice, do you think anyone can escape from this formation? Even when I was in the venerable realm, I couldn't break out of this formation. Jiang Chen could see that the young man was probably driven crazy by this formation. If what he said was true, the fact that he did not go crazy or commit suicide after being trapped in this formation for 1,000,000 years proved that he was a man of great perseverance. If Jiang Chen was the one trapped here for 1,000,000 years, he did not know if he would choose to commit suicide. This young man was not simple. Come to think of it. Venerable sir, do you know what formation this is? Where did it come from? Is there really no way to get out of this formation? What's that huge whirlpool? Jiang Chen looked at the young man with a solemn face. He did not look at the young man with disdain like Li Zongheng did. Therefore, the young man was relatively polite to Jiang Chen. The young man looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, this is the no-beginning formation. This is the no-beginning array formation. It originated from the array god King Ba and from the primordial age. The no-beginning array formation originated from the creation of heaven and earth. King Ba meditated between heaven and earth to create such an exquisite array formation. He was trapped in the array formation for 30,000 years before he managed to unlock it. There was an ancient saying, once you see nothing, everything else is empty. Since ancient times, only 2 people had been able to break through this formation. As for the other, it was the master of the Buddhist region. He can be said to be the person with the highest comprehension of the laws of the 3 realms and 6 daos. Great Master once said that this array formation will reincarnate once every 5,000,000 years. The no-beginning array formation will collapse on its own. Perhaps, in another 3,000,000 years, I will be able to see the light of day again. The young man murmured. His eyes were blank. He was happy, but also helpless. He was happy that there was someone who could accompany him for 100 years. He was helpless because 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He would have to face the no-beginning array formation alone for millions of years. Great scholar? Who is the great scholar? Also, what is the Sanskrit sound in the vortex? Jiang Chen asked. You're thinking too much. That's not something you can understand. Since you're already here, you might as well make the best of it. It's already impossible for you to leave this place. In this world, there's only the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. Since you've all come here, accompany me for 100 years. One day, when you all leave, I'll mourn for you all. The young man sneered. If you don't try, how do you know that you can't get out of this no-beginning array formation? Jiang Chen smiled. Seems like you're still confident in yourself. I thought so too when I was trapped in the no-beginning array formation for the first 10,000 years. However, time will tell you that the no-beginning array originates from heaven and earth. Do you know what no beginning means? It means that there's no end and no end. Don't waste your energy. The young man's sarcasm did not make Jiang Chen lose his confidence. You can be immortal for 1,000,000 years, but we don't have much time left. Li Zongheng said. You've been a prisoner for 1,000,000 years, yet you're still so excited. I feel happy for you, hee hee. Li Zongheng said sarcastically. Once I see no beginning, everything is empty. Jiang Chen murmured. He was helpless in the face of this world of nothingness and the array formation. After all, an ultimate god expert could not find the exit after 1,000,000 years. If he found the gate of life in one go, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the young revered one? It's the no-beginning array formation of King Baan. This array formation was said to have been lost in the divine world during the ancient times. I didn't expect it to be here. Red Lotus's voice echoed in Xianxia's mind. You're awake? Xianxia asked. In this no-beginning array formation, even your Zulong Tower has lost its effect. The myriad chi cauldron is no exception. This no-beginning array formation is very strange. Even a god emperor can't do anything to someone trapped in the Zulong Tower. Xianxia was deeply shocked by Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus had existed since the ancient times. It was an encyclopedia of the divine world's history. How could he forget about her? However, if it wasn't for the no-beginning array formation that changed the myriad chi cauldron, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus might not have appeared. You know about King Baan's no-beginning array formation? Xianxia asked in surprise. Red Lotus's appearance at this time undoubtedly gave Xianxia a boost. I don't know much about it. However, King Baan's reputation is well known. During the ancient times, King Baan relied on the no-beginning array formation to fight against a god emperor. He's a real legend. Isn't King Baan an god emperor? Xianxia asked in his mind. Red Lotus rolled her eyes and stared at Xianxia. Do you think god emperors are cabbages? Do you think anyone can comprehend the law of heaven and earth and become an emperor? God emperors represented the most powerful existence in the divine world. Once they became an emperor, they would be the only one in the entire divine world. God emperors usually wouldn't appear in front of people. Because at their realm, they have already surpassed the mortal world. It is said that only the Lord of the Buddhist region can break this array formation. Even god emperors aren't willing to face this no-beginning array formation. There's a saying that goes, once you see the no-beginning, everything else is empty. In other words, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything in this no-beginning array formation. To break this array formation, you don't need to use brute force. Instead, you need to comprehend the principles of the array formation between heaven and earth. Red Lotus's words weren't of much use to Xianxia, but it solved the doubts in his heart. Do you know who Dashi is? Xianxia continued to ask. One of the ancestral Buddhas of the Buddhist region, Avalokitesvara. Apart from him, I've never heard of anyone who dares to call themselves Dashi. Even when my father was at his peak, he wasn't willing to offend Avalokitesvara. Could this array formation be related to Avalokitesvara? Red Lotus raised her eyebrows slightly. At this time, she was also a little doubtful. However, looking at this no-beginning array formation, she couldn't do anything. I really didn't expect your luck to be this good. There's only one no-beginning array formation in this world and you actually fell in. Even the God Emperor can't do anything about it? Xianxia was slightly moved. Could it be that they were going to die here? Even this young man who claimed to be an immortal sage could not change the current situation. In other words, this no-beginning formation is the end of life? Li Zongheng murmured. His face was slightly pale. He had tried but he did not even have divine power. How long could he survive here? Moreover, they did not have any ability. How could they break through the no-beginning formation? It was like a fantasy story. Li Zongheng was a little crazy. His face kept changing. He could not stand this terrifying pressure, not even for a second. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person with nothing. Li Zongheng even saw himself 10 or 100 years later in the empty no-beginning formation. He would spend every minute, every second, every day, every year in this space with a circumference of 100 miles. This kind of torture was more torturous than death. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I will be trapped here for the rest of my life. I can't. Li Zongheng shouted at the top of his lungs. However, Xianxia could feel the despair and trembling in his heart. Even he was no exception. However, he had to face this fact. This was something that no one could change. Since he could not leave this place, why not enjoy his time here? Xianxia looked at Li Zongheng's dispirited figure. His face became a little ugly. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? Li Zongheng was the true portrayal of an expert who had fallen to the peak. At this moment, no one was willing to fall and become a weakling. However, this was fate. What could they do? Yuki Chihian looked at Jiang Chen. She looked more relaxed than Jiang Chen. You don't seem to be worried at all. Jiang Chen looked at Yuki Chihian. If you're not worried, why should I be? Could it be that he would only be happy when he was in control of life and death? This is the most painful thing in the world. Many people clearly know that what they want is not what they want, but they still insist on doing it. Even if they know that what they are doing may not be right, they will still persist until the end. Who would have thought that if we take a step back, everything will be fine? In fact, the things that we pursue for our entire lives are often only fame and fortune and endless killing. How can this be the source of happiness? Yuki Chihian's words made Jiang Chen slightly shocked, and his heart calmed down a lot. Take a step back and you'll see the world. But even if it was him, when had he ever thought of taking a step back? If he did not move forward resolutely, then who would protect his family and friends? If he had fallen on the path of ascension, who would care about this pile of bones? Your way of thinking is the opposite of that, fellas. Young lady, I have high hopes for you. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. The young venerable said righteously and gave Yuki Chihian a thumbs up. Yuki Chihian did not expect this old and experienced young man to be so calm. With just a look of encouragement, Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihian understood that the young venerable in front of them was not an ordinary person. Venerable sir, how did you end up being trapped here? Yuki Chihian also lowered her stance and asked softly. Since they were already trapped in the no-beginning formation, it was unlikely for them to get out. The young venerable snorted coldly and pretended to be aloof. Jiang Chen glanced at Yuki Chihian, then pulled Yuki Chihian's hand and walked into the distance. At this moment, the young venerable was a little anxious. Why are you pulling my hand? Yuki Chihian's face was red as she said softly. She wanted to break free, but Jiang Chen held her tightly. Since the two of them had lost their divine force, they walked in the bamboo forest step by step. A gentle breeze blew past them, and they seemed to be very satisfied. Wait. Where are you going? Wait for me, I'm familiar with this place. The young venerable's voice echoed behind Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihian. Yuki Chihian instantly understood and let Jiang Chen hold her hand as they walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. These two fellas, why don't they have any patience at all? I just wanted to test them, but they didn't even talk to me. Damn it, after more than 1,000,000 years, two people finally came. I finally don't have to be as lonely as before. Hee hee. The young venerable rubbed his hands and quickly caught up with Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihian. Don't worry, he will definitely take the initiative to tell us. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, calm and collected. He seemed to have seen through the young revered man's temperament. If I were to be trapped in the no-beginning formation, that would be a great story in the divine realm. Back then, I was a true super venerable. I'm serious, I really was a super venerable. Are the two of you listening? Can you give me some face? The young venerable seemed to be a little angry as he caught up with Jiang Chen and said. We've been listening. Tell us. Jiang Chen said. At that time I was proud of my strength, but I didn't expect to meet that bastard hidden path divine emperor. Back then, I defeated the divine emperor when I was still in the hierarch realm, so I was naturally arrogant. In the end, I fought with that old bastard hidden path divine emperor for 3 years without a clear winner. Who knew that this fellow would frame me and set up a trap in the southern sea purple bamboo forest to lure me in? In the end, I accidentally hit the entire southern sea purple bamboo forest, causing tsunamis and volcanoes to erupt. The entire southern sea purple bamboo forest was turned upside down by me. In the end, even Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara did not lend a hand to save me. Just when I knew that I had committed a grave mistake and had lost all hope, that old bastard Tongyu took advantage of my unpreparedness and used the no-beginning formation to trap me here. In the end, even Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was unable to save me. After that, Hidden Path Divine Emperor used a blood sacrifice to send his hidden secret realm into the spatial tunnel between heaven and earth. In the end, no one knew where the hidden secret realm was sent to. After that, Avalokitesvara told me that 1,000,000 years would be my tribulation. If I could avoid it, I might be able to become the disciple of Avalokitesvara again. If I failed the tribulation in 1,000,000 years, then I don't even need to wait for 5,000,000 years for the no-beginning formation to be activated again. I'll turn into dust and disappear from this world. Do you know how I survived for 1,000,000 years? Avalokitesvara used 100,000 years of cultivation to strengthen my divine spark to become an undying venerable. Because of that, Avalokitesvara's vitality was greatly damaged. That's why I could survive for 1,000,000 years in this no-beginning formation. Doesn't it sound very legendary? Do you worship me? I'm an undying existence after all. The young venerable said with a smile as if he was looking down on the world. So what if you live for another 1,000,000 years? Aren't you still trapped here? Don't look down on me. I have been studying how to get out of this place. Although I have failed countless times, I will succeed one day. Even Avalokitesvara said that in this world, I can only rely on my own hands to open the formation eye of the no-beginning formation. Then continue to look for it. Yuki Chihian rolled her eyes. She was so beautiful. Kid, you seem to be very arrogant. Aren't you afraid of death? If you continue to live here, even loneliness will engulf you. Young Reverend looked at Xianxia. You only live once in your life. If you can stir up trouble, why do you need to be calm? But the truth is that I can't stir up trouble, so I can only be ordinary. Xianxia said with a smile. Looking back at Saint Origin World, the immortal world, and his journey, his heart was filled with emotions. Along the way, he had experienced life and death, brotherly love, familial love, all of them were vivid in his mind. Xianxia felt as if he had gone through a transformation of life. From having nothing, to fighting for the hegemony of the world, from having the spirit of a rainbow, to ashes. All of these were like an illusion, like a dream. Young Reverend looked at Xianxia and Yuki Chihian without fully understanding what was going on. He couldn't understand these two people. On the contrary, he felt that Li Zongheng was very simple, while Xianxia was very hard to understand. Xianxia stood in the bamboo forest, gently caressing the tender bamboos in front of him. Once I see no beginning, everything is empty. I have nothing in this world, I am all alone in this world. In this way, I can witness no beginning, right? Xianxia murmured. The clouds between the heavens and the earth seemed to become clear at this moment. He stood in the middle of the bamboo forest, and no matter how the wind and rain blew, he remained unmoving like a mountain. Yuki Chihian stayed by his side, not moving at all. As for the young venerable, he sighed again and again. He thought he had found someone to talk to, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be like a madman at this time. He stared at the bamboo forest in a daze, not saying a word. It was as if he had become a fool for a whole month. If the master of the Buddhist region can break the no-beginning array, why can't I? Xianxia said lightly, as if he was talking to himself. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I am the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens is me. The heavens have no Tao, so I formed my own Tao. But what exactly is this Tao? The green bamboos grew luxuriantly. Just like that, Xianxia stared at them for a whole month. There was no change at all. In this month, he didn't sleep or rest. He was observing the bamboos. From the growth of the bamboo shoots to the germination of the bamboos, it was as if they had experienced the baptism of time. An autumn rain was cold. As the rain fell, Xianxia didn't have any god power, so he couldn't avoid the rain. When the raindrops landed on his body, his clothes were wet, and his cheeks were wet. At this moment, Xianxia didn't have any god power, but he was extremely happy. The autumn rain in the mountain, the dark green bamboo, it was as if a seed had been planted in his heart. Under the nourishment of the rain, it gradually sprouted. All of this was a reincarnation cycle. This rain cleansed Xianxia's soul and thoughts, causing his heart to sublimate from the ordinary. The Tao can be Tao, but it's not an ordinary Tao. The Tao follows nature, and naturally becomes the Tao. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. This is the Tao. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, he closed his eyes, his hands caressing the green bamboos after the rain. A drop of tear rolled down from his eyes. He could feel the feelings of the green bamboos. The wind, the rain, the sun, the wind, the rain, the wind, the north, the south, and the east. Is this the Tao? Why is the heavenly Tao so sad? Xianxia closed his eyes. He saw the saint origin world, his family, his brothers, the immortal world, his father, Yan Xinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Nangong Wendian, and the boundless sky of the immortal world. Xianxia's mind seemed to have wandered off to another world. He saw the big yellow dog teasing a beautiful girl who was only wearing a doo-doo. He saw Dragon Shersan. Dragon Shersan's eyes were like torches, and he wore a golden crown on his head. His body was bathed in blood, and he held a peerless divine staff in his hand. He swept through the world, and his aura shook the heavens and the earth. Behind him stood a devastatingly beautiful woman who was breathtakingly beautiful. He saw Tyrant holding a golden alms bowl, sweeping across the land with a pair of iron fists. He saw the fall of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely tragic. Everything was like a dog, the heaven and earth were like a chessboard. Xianxia suddenly raised his head. At this moment, he could no longer hold back his tears. However, these tears seemed to be related to the heavenly Tao. His eyes were filled with pity and regret towards the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Xianxia knew that what he saw just now was the truth. At least, his family and friends were still fine. At least, he was no longer obsessed with being invincible under the heavens. Is this the Tao? Why did I feel like I saw the entire world in that instant? Xianxia's heart was filled with doubts. However, in the depths of his heart, his understanding of the Tao shocked even himself. In this 1 month, Xianxia's Tao was gradually engraved in his heart. His Tao was not the heavenly Tao, but it surpassed the heavenly Tao. His Tao was the breath in his heart. His Tao was only for the heaven and earth, for his family and friends, and for the injustice of the world. Xianxia abandoned everything he had. The 4 elements were empty, only then could he achieve the great Tao of no beginning. The 4 elements were empty. What was empty was one's heart, not one's Tao. Xianxia swept out with a palm. Between the heaven and earth, the wind howled and the cranes howled, everything submitted. This was the Tao. His Tao didn't require divine force, it could form its own Tao. Now, Xianxia finally understood why the Buddhist sect's master could break the no-beginning formation. It was because the Buddhist sect's Tao was the Tao of compassion and kindness. Their Tao was different from the great Tao of the world. It formed its own Tao and wasn't affected by the no-beginning formation. Therefore, the no-beginning formation couldn't trap the Buddhist sect's master. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with doubts. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person the Buddhist sect's master was. From now on, my Tao will be the heavenly Tao. Above all things, controlling the heavenly Tao, a ray of light appeared in Xianxia's heart. That ray of light was the Tao. It was illusory, yet it existed. It was the Tao that belonged to him. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up. His Tao had finally become one after abandoning divine force. However, his Tao was too weak. It was just that his Tao was beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. What can this no-beginning formation do to me? The heavens and earth changed color, the clouds and the wind changed. A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky. Xianxia wielded the heavenly dragon sword, holding the sun and moon in his hand. He swung his sword to resist the lightning, but his expression remained unchanged. The power of the lightning was completely assimilated by the dawn sky golden lightning. Xianxia stood proudly, his aura pierced through the galaxy, as if he was above everything. His eyes, at this moment, seemed to have traversed through the ages, sharp and filled with Tao essence. This, how is this possible? The young venerable's expression changed drastically, shock was written all over his face. He staggered backwards, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Yuki Chehian also stood silently behind Xianxia. At this moment, his silhouette was so majestic, radiant, filled with boundless Tao light, as if he was a divine will between the heavens and earth, turning into Qinghuang, invincible. Xianxia closed his eyes. The 108,000 formations, at the moment when the no-beginning formation was broken, surged into Xianxia's mind. The 108,000 formations were the life's work of the master of the no-beginning formation, King Baan. He could be called the formation god because of this. The 108,000 formations gathered to form the strongest formation in the world, the no-beginning formation. The only thing that could break the formation was Tao essence, a Tao essence. Since the ancient times, I, Reverend Mu Ling, have lived for millions of years. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing. Other than the Lord of the Buddhist region, there is actually a second person that can break the no-beginning formation. Ha ha ha, this is too shocking. Venerable, it seems like you have foreseen this long ago. 1,000,000 years of tribulation, becoming a Buddha or being annihilated, it only takes an instant. This child is definitely not an ordinary person. Reverend Wood Spirit's expression was solemn. He was even more clear on what kind of matter it was to break the no-beginning array formation. Back then, it had shocked the entire divine world and sealed the 8 God Emperors. Not a single one of them could break through the no-beginning array formation. In the end, the master of the Buddhist region brazenly acted and broke it. In the divine world, there was only one person who could do so. He had been instigating for more than 1,000,000 years but to no avail. He could only be crushed by the passage of time. However, he had never thought that the appearance of Xianxia would become his hope. A brat who hadn't even reached the heavenly god realm actually managed to break the no-beginning formation. This made Reverend Wood Spirit feel that it was a fantasy. However, the truth was that the no-beginning formation was broken by Xianxia. At that moment, the joy in the Wood Spirit's heart could be imagined. He cried tears of joy. Who could understand the loneliness and torment he had endured for over 1,000,000 years? Moreover, he had an undying and indestructible body, bearing the legacy of Bodhisattva. All the more he could not die. Not driving himself crazy in this no-beginning formation was already his limit. Venerated Wood Spirit slowly knelt down and kowtowed heavily 3 times to Xianxia, who was standing silently. His kindness was akin to giving him a new life. The Wood Spirit Venerable did not have the time to bid farewell to Xianxia and Xianxia because he knew that Xianxia was in an extremely mysterious state. If he were to disturb him now, it would only hinder his future cultivation. The Wood Spirit Venerable's strength was also increasing at this moment. It was as if half of the divine origin energy of the entire hidden secret realm was gathering towards him. Come back, Wood Spirit Venerable. Ha ha ha. It's been more than 1,000,000 years. I'm finally out. The moment Shui Qinying turned her head, Reverend Wood Spirit had already stepped on the void and left, soaring up 90,000 miles. Such a terrifying expert. This young man. Xianxia was slightly moved. This kind of expert made her feel suffocated. The strongest expert that she had ever seen was only a late heavenly god. It was rare to even see a divine king expert, let alone a hierarch expert. Not long ago, a hierarch expert was angered by her and she even quarreled with him. Xianxia was a little scared when she thought about it. Fortunately, this fellow was not a petty person. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. What's that? Ren Yuanzi shouted with a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. They who were outside the hidden secret realm became extremely solemn. I don't know. It seems to be a person. Old Ancestor Di Long was also nervous. This aura was too terrifying, it made one's heart tremble. It's too fast. We can't see it clearly. Xian Qingming also shook his head. Undeniably, everyone outside the hidden secret realm was in awe. No one dared to be careless in front of such an expert. Could it be a peerless expert in the hidden secret realm? Even my old ancestor does not have such strength. Jiang Qingzi sighed. He looked nervous. This expert ignored the hidden secret realm and flew out directly. The entire ancient dragon city was in an uproar. Countless experts raised their heads in anticipation. However, this powerful figure disappeared into the horizon in a blink of an eye. I'm afraid it's a late divine king. Late divine king. Hee hee. I'm afraid it's more than that. Yeah. How long has it been since the ancient dragon city was this lively? I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the hidden secret realm this time. In the sky above the ancient dragon city, 4 extremely powerful figures appeared in the void. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. They looked at the source of the figure. It was the twisted forest. They could not help but believe that the figure must have come out from the hidden secret realm. Dark clouds are rising. War is stirring up. Cold wind is blowing. Seems like the hidden secret realm is going to change the sky of the ancient dragon city. On this night, the entire ancient dragon city, outside the hidden secret realm, was awakened by this terrifying figure that made them shiver in fear. Xianxia stood alone in the middle of the bamboo forest. However, the current bamboo forest was no longer the thousand leaves purple bamboo forest where the rain drizzled and the bamboo shoots rose. The surroundings were a mess. They had returned to the barren and dilapidated thousand leaves purple bamboo forest. At that moment, Yuki Chihian felt that the 1 month she spent in the No Beginning formation was the most peaceful and carefree time she had ever had. At this moment, Xianxia was still standing there silently. Yuki Chihian did not dare to disturb him because Xianxia's condition was too mysterious. The moment the No Beginning formation was broken, Xianxia fell into a meditative state. 108,000 formations. Even Xianxia did not expect that the No Beginning formation was formed by 108,000 formations. Moreover, each of these formations represented the true mystery of the formation. Xianxia looked at his dantian and 5 palaces to understand the formations in his mind. 108,000 formations. It was such a huge number and it was so difficult to carve them. Xianxia was having a headache. However, he still memorized all 108,000 formations. 36,000 beginner formations, 36,000 intermediate formations, and 36,000 advanced formations. Every single formation seemed to be related. Otherwise, how could 108,000 formations form the No Beginning formation? The moment Xianxia broke the No Beginning formation, he was destined to bear the 108,000 formations within the No Beginning formation. Even Xianxia himself did not expect that the Tao intent in his heart would be able to master these formations in such a short time. This was the inheritance of the formation god, the No Beginning formation. It had not been broken for millions of years. It was just waiting for someone who could unveil its true face. Xianxia gradually understood that under his Tao, there was no place for these 108,000 formations to hide. He could break the No Beginning formation with his own Tao. Naturally, these scattered formations would not be a problem for him. Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. These formations, even the primary formation, would cost tens of thousands of divine origin stones. It was really terrifying. Some of the high-level formation actually needed a primal origin treasure as the formation core, supported by countless heavenly divine tools and origin divine tools to form a peerless sword formation. It was really a big deal. When Xianxia gathered his Tao intent, he felt that the divine origin force in his body had reached a critical point of balance. The number of dragon marks was also increasing crazily, as if he could break through to the mid-true god realm at any time. High-level formation, Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation. 1 Primal Origin Treasure, 18 Origin Divine Tools, 108 Heavenly Divine Tools. It can kill a Divine Emperor and repel a God Emperor. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation was so powerful and it was not the only one. No wonder King Ba-an was so arrogant to be able to trap a God Emperor with the No Beginning formation. It was really shocking. Moreover, his strength was not that of a God Emperor. Although I don't have so many Origin Divine Tools and Heavenly Divine Tools, I can forge some Divine Tools. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword as the guide and the Divine Tool as the support, I wonder how powerful this sword formation will be. Xianxia couldn't wait to see what would happen. He had already mastered the formation. Coincidentally, he had obtained the inheritance of the formation god, which was the legacy of the No Beginning formation. Xianxia was extremely excited deep down in his heart. This formation would definitely become one of his trump cards. Although he might not be able to achieve perfection in the formation, he would definitely be able to make this formation shine after obtaining the inheritance of the No Beginning formation. Thank you. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Yuki Chihian. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't broken the No Beginning array, that place might have been our final resting place. After Yuki Chihian finished speaking, her face turned slightly red. Her words sounded a little ambiguous, so she immediately stopped talking. Isn't that also a choice made out of helplessness? If that's the case, perhaps I won't be unhappy, but I won't be reconciled. Xianxia said in a low voice. Yuki Chihian did not speak. At the moment when Xianxia saw the entire 3 realms and 6 paths, she also saw a touch of deep love in Xianxia's eyes. He was carrying too many things on his shoulders. Perhaps she should not put too much pressure on him. If she really stayed in the no-beginning array for the rest of her life, she might be happy. However, Xianxia could lock his body, but not his heart. Yuki Chihian left without any warning, nor did she tell Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xianxia was in the Zulong Tower, wholeheartedly refining the divine weapons. Xianxia clenched his hands, the meteor hammer and the storm hammer, and began to forge the divine weapons. Moreover, there were 108 divine weapons. This was not a small project. Xianxia used the falling meteorite that he obtained from Mount Qi-Ling to forge the divine weapons, which was exactly what he wanted. Time passed by. Xianxia worked hard for 3 months. Under the quenching of the 5 elements true fire and the forging of the myriad Qi cauldron, he finally completed 108 divine swords. Xianxia held the divine swords tightly, and his expression changed slightly. He gently stroked the swords. These 108 divine swords had all reached the level of the peak divine weapon. Although there was still a distance from the heavenly divine weapon, it was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, the material of the falling meteorite was quite good. If Xianxia's strength was enough, he could refine a heavenly divine weapon. It was a pity that the material of the falling meteorite was not enough for him to refine 108 peak divine weapons. However, these peak divine weapons, together with the little azure formation of the Sky Dragon sword, would definitely be extremely terrifying. Xianxia held the divine swords in his hand, and his domineering aura shot up to the sky. Now, he really dared to compete with the heavens. 3 months had passed in the Zulong Tower, but it was only 3 days in the outside world. When Xianxia jumped out of the Zulong Tower again, he saw Li Zongheng for the first time. "It seems that you have finally shown up," Li Zongheng said faintly. His hair was a little messy, and his expression was cold, but he was still very arrogant and domineering. "So what?" Xianxia looked straight at Li Zongheng and said to Lung Lung. "Although you saved me, we still have to settle the score between us. However, you only saved yourself. At this time even I have to admire you for being able to break the legendary no-beginning formation. It's really impressive. Actually, I, Li Zongheng, am not an unreasonable person. Hand over all your treasures, and maybe I can let you go. After all, you are half my benefactor." He. Li Zongheng smiled and looked at Xianxia with interest. "The treasures on this guy are too tempting. I have to do this. Otherwise, if I fall into the hands of the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? You are a good person. It's a pity that I, Xianxia, will never do such a thing. If you want to let me go, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to let you go." Xianxia's voice gradually became cold. His eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Li Zongheng. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I can't do anything to you in the formation, but now, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You want to escape from me? You're dreaming. Since you want to meet the King of Hell, I have to fulfill your wish. This is my way of repaying you." Li Zongheng took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. His overbearing aura pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn. This guy is really not easy to deal with. I haven't had a good fight with him yet. Today, I shall have a good fight with him. Otherwise, I will be hunted down by him. Do it. It's useless to talk more. If you can kill me, you will get what you want," Xianxia said. "That's what I was thinking. Why would I need a butcher's knife to kill you? Ha, die now, Xianxia. You reap what you sow. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I would have committed suicide by now, because I couldn't stand the loneliness and helplessness. However, at the moment when I was in despair, you gave me hope. So, feel my despair, that's what you should feel. Nobody can stop me from moving forward, not even the heavens." Xianxia faced Li Zongheng head-on. At this moment, he unleashed the dragon transformation. Facing Li Zongheng's attack, Xianxia did not fall into a disadvantageous position. His heavenly dragon sword and Li Zongheng's battle halberd clashed one after another. Li Zongheng was filled with killing intent, he did not give Xianxia any chance at all. Because he must obtain the treasure in Xianxia's hands. Then, he would not have to worry about facing the Clear Stream sect's third Grand Guardian. Your end is nigh. Li Zongheng's battle halberd soared into the sky. However, Xianxia did not show any signs of weakness as he unleashed the Great Void Technique and Great Sky Secret Art at the same time. Even Li Zongheng, a half-step true god, could not defeat Xianxia in a short period of time. Whether it was the Great Void Technique or the Great Sky Secret Art, they were both supreme techniques. Li Zongheng's opportunity was seized by Xianxia. However, Li Zongheng was a half-step heavenly god expert after all. Xianxia could only take one step at a time, constantly looking for opportunities. Using the Great Sky Secret Art, Li Zongheng could not find any trace of Xianxia at all. He was in an invincible position. The Heavenly Dragon Sword and Li Zongheng's battle halberd clashed again and again. No one could gain the upper hand. However, Xianxia's Great Sky Secret Art made Li Zongheng feel helpless. Previously, when Li Zongheng wanted to catch Xianxia's Great Sky Secret Art made him flee for thousands of miles. In the end, he accidentally entered the No Beginning formation. Xianxia's Great Sky Secret Art was unleashed to the maximum. He constantly changed his position, giving Li Zongheng a terrifying killing intent. If this continued, Li Zongheng would be overwhelmed. Moreover, Xianxia's Great Sky Secret Art could appear at any time. It would be extremely difficult for him to catch Xianxia. You are not qualified to kill me. Xianxia sneered and unleashed his Sword of Solitude. The Sword of Solitude pierced through the sky and fell upon Li Zongheng. Li Zongheng kept attacking with his halberd but was still pushed back by Xianxia's Sword of Solitude. 12 Fire God Guards. Xianxia roared. The 12 Fire God Guards immediately surrounded Li Zongheng. The strength of the 12 Fire God Guards had already reached the peak mid-true god realm. Moreover, their strength was extremely terrifying as they were constantly improving. The 5 elements true fire had nurtured the 12 Fire God Guards, making them even stronger than Xianxia. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and became dignified when he saw the 12 Fire God Guards. Xianxia was already invincible when he fought against Li Zongheng alone. Now that the 12 Fire God Guards came out, it seemed that Li Zongheng had to go all out. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to fight against Xianxia. Great Heaven Fortune Palm. Li Zongheng's palms were like the wind, continuously striking out 3 palms. Xianxia blocked them with his sword and retreated 100 meters. However, he managed to stabilize himself. Even if the Great Heaven Fortune Palm landed on him, that kind of destructive power was not enough to defeat Xianxia. The profound heavenly armor was enough to withstand such a terrifying attack. You want to fight against me with just a few flaming puppets? What a fool's dream. Li Zongheng sneered. He obviously did not put the 12 Fire God Guards in his eyes. You won't understand if you don't try. Xianxia said faintly. Under the joint attack of the 12 Fire God Guards, even Li Zongheng, who was a half-step heavenly god, was in a panic. He finally knew that he could not underestimate Xianxia anymore. Under the joint attack of the 12 Fire God Guards, their strength was not any weaker than his. At this moment, Xianxia was still casting the Great Void Technique to keep an eye on Li Zongheng. Damned fella. Li Zongheng gritted his teeth, feeling extremely depressed. He did not have any chance to counterattack against the 12 flaming puppets. This time, Xianxia finally started his attack. True Dragon Palm. Xianxia struck out a seal, causing the sky and earth to spin. Li Zongheng quickly dodged to the side and fought with the 12 Fire God Guards. Xianxia, on the other hand, was just watching from the sidelines. 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia was exuding killing intent. If he did not kill Li Zongheng would find a way to get rid of him. This was a game where one had to die. The competition was extremely fierce and cruel. Even Li Zongheng could only avoid the attacks of the seals. However, he was still hit by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The fire dragon devoured the heavens and earth, wreaking havoc in the void. The 12 Fire God Guards also cooperated perfectly, leaving Li Zongheng no chance to fight back. You forced me to do this. This was originally prepared for Xianyuan Kanglin. But now, you have completely infuriated me. Li Zongheng held the halberd and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he swept the halberd across. Horned dragon halberd, peerless, nirvana of life and death, thousand ghosts devouring soul. The horned dragon combat halberd in Li Zongheng's hand exploded in an instant. Thousands of ghosts were devouring the soul. It was truly terrifying. Thousands of ghosts were wailing and howling, wreaking havoc in the air. Their harsh cries alone were enough to make people feel uneasy. They were like fierce tigers coming down from the mountains, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed as he felt the trembling from the depths of his soul. Even a half-step heavenly god might not dare to face my thousand ghosts devouring soul head-on. My horned dragon halberd is stained with blood. Every life will turn into a ghost and become a part of my thousand ghosts devouring soul. Let's see how long you can last. They will tear your soul apart. Ha 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 ha. Li Zongheng laughed arrogantly. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even Xianyuan Kanglin might not be able to stop his thousand ghosts devouring soul. Moreover, the thousand ghosts devouring soul was all-pervasive. As long as there was an opportunity, they would be able to devour one's soul. The horned dragon halberd continued to attack. The 12 fire god guards were not affected because they were puppets. However, Jiang Chen bore the brunt of the attack. The thousand ghosts devouring soul was like wailing ghosts and howling wolves, crushing towards him. As expected of the ghost Isaac's peerless genius. It's a pity that you have to face me. Jiang Chen remained calm and collected. Even in the face of the thousand ghosts devouring soul, he did not flinch and faced it head-on. Looks like you really think too highly of yourself. Even if you try your best, you won't be able to withstand my thousand ghosts devouring soul. Wreak havoc, tear his soul apart. Mother ****. Even if it's the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul, you still have to bow down to me. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and the flag fluttered in the wind. As he waved the flag, the wind howled, the cranes cried, and the grass and trees were all treated as soldiers. Even the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul became hesitant at this moment. The divine burying flag was waved by Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of ghosts rushed forward one after another. However, all of them were captured by the divine burying flag. They were either annihilated or kept into the divine burying flag. Countless ghosts screamed and lost their initiative. Under the divine burying flag, the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul became the 10,000 ghosts roar and 10,000 ghosts escape. No, 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 this is impossible. Divine burying flag, how can you have the divine burying flag? Even the sect lord of my ghost I sect only has a broken divine burying flag. Li Zongheng's expression changed. Others might not know about it, but the people of the ghost I sect were very familiar with the divine burying flag. Moreover, the might of the divine burying flag made the 9 nether malicious ghosts unable to hide. The divine burying flag was a sacrificial flag passed down from ancient times. It was a rare existence in the entire divine world. Although it was only a heavenly divine tool, even an origin divine tool might not be as valuable as the divine burying flag. Li Zongheng was shocked. Jiang Chen had a lot of treasures in his hands. Just the divine burying flag alone was enough to make Li Zongheng yearn for it. If he could get his hands on the divine burying flag, his strength would definitely rise to the next level, like adding wings to a tiger. The 10,000 ghosts devouring soul had now become the 10,000 ghosts escape. Li Zongheng's expression changed a few times. His strongest move had become a joke in front of Jiang Chen. The might of the divine burying flag was something that even he had to retreat from. Jiang Chen did not make a move, but once he made a move, it shocked everyone. Divine burying flag, I must get my hands on the divine burying flag. Li Zongheng looked at the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand with a ferocious and covetous look in his eyes. It was as if he was a pervert who had seen a beautiful lady. One could imagine the temptation. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept it out. Gusts of chilly wind rose one after another and the wind was like a blade. Li Zongheng had no choice but to give up the offensive and switch to a defensive stance. He retreated step by step and did not have any chance to attack Jiang Chen again. The 12 fire god guards also blocked his way of retreat. At this moment, Li Zongheng had nowhere to hide. Ghost Eye Vermilion Net Array. Li Zongheng looked serious. Now, he could only rely on the Ghost Isek's formation and Li Zongheng's strength to defeat Jiang Chen. Li Zongheng did not dare to be negligent. As the most powerful genius of Ghost Isek and a master of formation, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with Jiang Chen. The Ghost Eye Vermilion net array trapped Jiang Chen in it. 16 ghost shadows were distributed in all directions and locked Jiang Chen tightly. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly and his expression changed. He retreated in order to advance. Since Li Zongheng wanted to use the formation to deal with him, he could only try and see whose formation was better. I wonder what kind of effect it will have if I use the formation on the 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. The formation of the 12 people was as many as the hair on a cow. However, Jiang Chen could only activate the primary formation at most. For example, the Little Ashura Sword formation was just a smaller version of the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation. If he really controlled so many primordial divine tools and heavenly divine tools, Jiang Chen would probably be exhausted to death and he would not be able to use the formation. In the end, he would be playing himself to death. Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation, that's it. Jiang Chen directly controlled the 12 Fire God Guards and assigned the Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation to the Fire God Guards. The formation changed and became a big killing formation formed by the 12 people. I didn't expect you to know formation. That's right, if you don't know formation, how could you break the no beginning formation? However, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Luck played a big part in it. Li Zongheng sneered at Jiang Chen. However, when his Ghost Eye Vermilion formation went against Jiang Chen's Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation, he knew that his formation might be inferior. Moreover, Jiang Chen directly controlled the 12 Fire God Guards to fight. The 12 Fire God Guards had already forced him into an extremely difficult situation. Now, with the help of the Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation, Li Zongheng already felt that he was stretched and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. The formation of the 12 Fire God Guards was quite terrifying and it was done with ease. At the moment when Jiang Chen instilled the formation into the puppet bodies of the 12 Fire God Guards, they had already understood it. Although they were puppets, they had already developed a puppet spirit. Although they could not think independently, they were able to deal with the instinctive changes of the formation that Jiang Chen had instilled into their bodies with ease. Damn it! How could this guy be so powerful? Could it be that he also has exceptional talent in the field of formations? Before Li Zongheng's voice died away, he was repelled by Jiang Chen's 12 Fire God Guards. Moreover, this terrifying formation gave him a headache. The Ghost Eye Vermilion formation was almost useless in front of the Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation. In less than 10 moves, it was completely broken. Li Zongheng was severely injured. At this moment, his face was like a pig's liver. He retreated step by step. He had lost to Jiang Chen and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, it was already difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen easily repelled him with the help of the 12 Fire God Guards and the formation. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the Surging Wave Earth Spirit formation could not be underestimated under the cooperation of the 12 Fire God Guards. At this moment, the 12 Fire God Guards could completely crush a half-step Heavenly God Realm expert. Moreover, there was more than one formation that was suitable for them. I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave now. Jiang Chen sneered. He raised his Heavenly Dragon Sword and chased after Li Zongheng. I will be back. Jiang Chen, I will fight you to the death. Li Zongheng's voice was full of unwillingness. Jiang Chen used the Great Void technique but Li Zongheng still managed to escape in the end. When Jiang Chen's sword fell, it only hit Li Zongheng's clothes and a pool of blood. Li Zongheng also used a top-secret forbidden technique to escape from here. You won't be so lucky next time. Jiang Chen looked at the sky and said faintly. The sacred mountain spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is the real sacred spring water. It can heal the dead. Looks like we have to go and have a look this time. Yang Jian said solemnly. It's time to go and have a look. It's a pity that we don't know where Jiang Chen is now. Otherwise, the earthly Hades sacred mountain would be very lively with him around. Pan Hong said softly. Look, isn't that Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei? This is great. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Zhang, we've finally found our team after seeing you guys," Panhong said excitedly. The three of them were still relatively weak. Now that they saw Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, and the others, they finally found their backbone. No one knew how many people had died along the way. Currently, everyone's heart was filled with a depressing feeling. Panhong was the same. The people of Profound Feng's sect were dying one after another without any signs. From the moment they entered this place, they were destined to face death. The number of people who died far exceeded the number of people who survived in the hidden secret realm. It didn't matter if you were a prodigy of a sect or the son of a sect lord. As long as you entered the hidden secret realm, you would enter the hell of death. If you want to live, you have to become stronger and kill more people. Panhong, Yang Jian, and the others knew that their strength was only average. It was all luck that they could survive. Not to mention the top three sects, even Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were extremely powerful in their eyes. If they met such an opponent, they could only wait to be captured. No one was willing to be a burden to others, but Panhong and the others knew very well that they would die faster if they didn't form a group. This was a dog-eat-dog world. In order to save them, Jiang Chen had risked his life and death. How could they not feel uneasy and guilty at the same time? The appearance of Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, and the others gave them a boost of confidence. Lu Quanchao and the others felt the same. They were all from the four great sects after all. No one would go overboard. Moreover, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were also carrying a heavy responsibility. If they could help them, they would do their best to help. What happened before was our fault. At that time, our souls were controlled by Ghost Eye Sect's Li Yan. That's why we did such a despicable thing. Senior brothers, please don't be offended. I, Yang Jian, apologize to all of you. As Yang Jian spoke, he bowed deeply with a solemn expression on his face. Ghost Eye Sect, Li Yan. He's indeed a powerful person. Don't blame us for not knowing him. Get up. I did not expect this to be so dramatic, Lu Quanchao said with a bitter smile. Panhong and Ling Lingyi wore ashamed looks too, but Zhang Lei and the others did not continue to speak. Where's Jiang Chen? How can I trust you now? Exquisite Ling Ling said. It was obvious that she was still angry about what had happened and was still brooding over it. We were indeed under Li Yan's sole control. In order to save us, Jiang Chen's life and death are still unknown. Sigh. Yang Jian's words caused Lu Quanchao and the rest to hold their breaths. What? Life and death unknown? Man Shuai's expression changed drastically. I think that Jiang Chen will definitely be able to turn this crisis into safety. Although his strength may not be the strongest, no one has been able to break his wings. At least, I haven't met anyone who can. Lu Quanchao pondered for a moment and said with certainty. I hope so. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. Are there only 3 of you left? Lu Quanchao looked at Yang Jian and the others and asked. Divine Spear Sect, Lung Lingyi. Lung Lingyi cupped his fists and said. He was very happy to be able to meet up with Lu Quanchao and the others. After all, there was strength in numbers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive in the hidden secret realm with just the 3 of them. Divine Spear Sect, Lung Lingyi. I've heard of you before. Nice to meet you. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Are you guys going to the earthly Hades sacred mountain too? Panhong said. Yes, you guys too? Looks like it's a coincidence. Jiang Hao said as he looked at the majestic yellow mountain far away. He nodded and looked solemn. I'm afraid that the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain will not be easy to obtain. There should be many beasts eyeing this place, and they should be powerful heavenly god realm beasts. Yang Jian nodded and said. How do you know? Zhang Lei asked. Because the earthly Hades sacred mountain is a place where demons run wild. Previously, we were chased by an infernal evil dragon and we almost died. Moreover, we met a terrifying divine pangolin which is also a heavenly god realm demonic beast. They said that these 2 demonic beasts have a share of spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. In other words, these 2 demonic beasts will come back. Not only that, there will be other demonic beasts coming back. Yang Jian said with a gloomy face. At this moment, their hope was getting slimmer. Heavenly God realm beasts, how powerful were they? If the infernal evil dragon was not injured, they would not have been able to escape. Even so, they did not rely on their own strength to escape. Therefore, Yang Jian and the others did not know about the infernal evil dragon and the heavenly God realm beasts. According to what you've said, we've come to the earthly Hades sacred mountain for nothing. Not only will we not get the spiritual spring water, we might even die here. Zhang Lei said. He was extremely afraid of the heavenly God realm beasts. If the heavenly God realm beasts were to appear now, all of them would not be able to survive. Not necessarily. We can continue to make friends with some human experts and form an alliance. In that case, we might have a chance of winning against those heavenly God realm experts. Leng Lingyi pondered for a while and said. You're right. We can make friends with some human experts. In that case, we'll have a foothold here and we won't be killed by those beasts. Only the truly strong can stand proudly and ignore those demonic beasts. Lu Quanchao said seriously. You're indeed an expert from Heavenly Star Sect. Well said, count me in. I'm Wu Qianxuan from Wui Sect. This is my brother, Wu Tingho. A hardy man in azure robes walked over with a hearty laugh. His steps were like the wind. Surprisingly, no one present had noticed the other's presence. This was truly shocking. Lu Quanchao silently nodded. Greetings, Lu Quanchao from Heavenly Star Sect. Senior brother Lu is a dragon among men. His name is like a thunderclap piercing my ears. Now that we are fated to meet, it can be considered a wonderful thing for us to form an alliance. Ha ha ha. In the past, I've never heard of any human expert taking the spiritual spring water from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. I'm afraid it's been more than 10,000 years. Wu Tingho, who was 9 feet tall and wore a blue robe, said solemnly. Brother Wu is right. I'm afraid it's been more than 10,000 years since someone mentioned that there's a spiritual spring water in the ancient dragon city. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Now that we've formed an alliance, we'll definitely be famous in the Linhe boundary and the ancient dragon city. It's really a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha. I never thought that this place would be so lively. It really makes me happy. A handsome young man slowly walked over with a folding fan in his hand. One word Fengyun Hall, Yang Mingqing. Lu Quanchao said. Rumor has it that this guy has been hiding his strength. This time, he entered the hidden secret realm just to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He has overcome all the obstacles along the way. He is a rare genius disciple of the one-word Fengyun Hall. His strength has already reached the half-step heavenly god realm. He is not any weaker than the experts of the 3 sections. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. He had only heard it from others, but this kind of news shouldn't be fake. Otherwise, how could Yang Mingqing be so arrogant and insufferably arrogant? Let me lead you guys. What do you think? Yang Mingqing looked down at everyone and said faintly. Our temple is small, we can't afford to raise a big Buddha like Brother Yang. Wu Qianxuan sneered. Looks like I'm not welcome here? One word Fengyun Hall was one of the top 10 sects 1,000 years ago. I never thought that you guys would look down on us. Today, I will represent one word Fengyun Hall to give you guys a piece of advice. Those who follow me will prosper or those who oppose me will perish. Those who stand in my way will not have a good ending. Wui sect is not afraid of you. I don't think anyone here is willing to live under someone else's roof. So, I think Brother Yang should find another place to go. Wu Qianxuan said coldly. He did not give Yang Mingqing any face. Indeed, they might not be afraid of this half-step heavenly god realm guy. Interesting, interesting. Could it be that you want to fight again? Yang Mingqing squinted his eyes. The mightiness of a half-step heavenly god realm was revealed. His overbearing aura made everyone fearful. It's getting more and more lively. Looks like I'm not late. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter reverberated in the void. A black figure stood proudly. Overlord Sect Su Jin. Lu Quanchao said. Su Jin's strength had also reached the half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, there were many half-step heavenly god realm experts. Long time no see, Lu Quanchao. I don't believe that you're still at the peak of the late true god realm. Sometimes, if you want to hide your strength, you need to see who your opponent is. Su Jin obviously knew Lu Quanchao very well, so he wasn't vague about Lu Quanchao at all. What are you saying? How could we dare offend Brother Su's dignity? Ha ha ha. Half-step Heavenly God Realm. Looks like you guys are getting stronger and stronger. I'm the only one who has fallen behind. Lu Quanchao smiled and shook his head. Humph, how pretentious. Tell me, where is Jiangchen? Su Jin shouted in a deep voice. His voice traveled 1,000 miles and was extremely domineering. What? Did Jiangchen offend Brother Su? Bullshit, he killed my junior brother Zhu Mingyang. Today, I must vent my anger on him. Su Jin was enraged, and his aura soared to the clouds. Jiangchen is not here. Your brother died in Jiangchen's hands. I guess it's because he's not as strong as Jiangchen, right? He's killed because he's not strong enough. Looks like he can only let his senior brother take revenge. Such a trash, even if he didn't die in Jiangchen's hands, I'm afraid he won't be able to live long in the hidden secret realm. Lu Quanchao smiled, which made Su Jin's face turn ugly. You're courting death. Let's see how long you're going to hide your strength. Su Jin took a step forward and attacked Lu Quanchao with his palm. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. Lu Quanchao was calm and steady as he clashed with Su Jin's palm. Both of them took 3 steps back. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Even Zhang Lei, Yang Jian, and the others were shocked. Sure enough, senior brother Lu has been hiding his strength. No wonder he was so confident and unafraid of death. Zhang Lei said with a complicated expression. Lu Quanchao hiding his strength was undoubtedly a bargaining chip for them. However, he could not feel happy about it. Senior brother Lu has also reached the half-step Heavenly God Realm. Congratulations. That's right. Our safety is finally guaranteed this time. It's all because we're not as strong as him. Sigh. If we're as strong as senior brother Lu, who would dare to act rashly? Su Jin squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Quanchao. Just as I expected, I knew it. You wouldn't be so useless. But I must kill Jiangchen. Whoever dares to stop me, I will not let it go. Anytime. Jiangchen is our heaven, earth, profound and yellow sex hero. If you want to kill Jiangchen, you have to ask them first. Lu Quanchao was calm and fearless. Even Yang Mingqing and the Wu brothers dared not underestimate Lu Quanchao. Half-step Heavenly God Realm was considered as the strongest among them. Even the experts from the 3 sects, Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect were not as strong as him. But coincidentally, the people from the 3 great sects did not appear here at all. Humph. You should worry about yourselves first. The earthly Hades sacred mountain is not a place that anyone can come to. Rumor has it that even the ancient dragon city had not obtained the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain for tens of thousands of years. In other words, everyone who came here in the past was buried here. Weaklings like you want to come here and get a piece of the pie? Hee hee. I'm looking forward to it. Su Jin said disdainfully. Although Lu Quanchao's strength had reached the half-step Heavenly God Realm, the strength of the people behind him was extremely pitiful. Without reaching the half-step Heavenly God Realm, entering the earthly Hades sacred mountain was basically courting death. Because there were not only Heavenly God Realm beasts in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There were countless dangers there. Some of them died before they could even reach the sacred spring of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Quanchao said with a cold smile. Brother Su, why don't we join hands? Something big is going to happen. Yang Mingqing looked at Su Jin and offered him an olive branch. After all, it was unrealistic to fight alone in this place. Although he might not be able to find an ally who would risk his life for him, it would save him a lot of trouble. That's what I'm thinking. I'm afraid some people will shoot themselves in the foot. Let's wait and see. I've been drooling over the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain for a long time. Su Jin and Yang Mingqing hit it off immediately. The two of them laughed and entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain hand in hand. Senior brother Lu, we will take you as our leader. This time, even if we can't get the spiritual spring water, we will have no regrets. Our priority will be to gain experience. Good things like this will naturally belong to those who are capable. All right. Lu Quanchao agreed. The Wu brothers also faintly smiled. Being able to form an alliance with everyone was better than having another enemy. However, Yang Mingqing and Su Jin were not to be underestimated. If the two of them joined hands, even with so many of them, they might not be able to gain the slightest advantage. As far as we know, there are only 9 portions of spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Those who are qualified to obtain the spiritual spring water are all real heavenly god realm beasts. There are quite a number of heavenly god realm beasts in the hidden secret realm. The battle for the spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain will not only be between humans, the beasts will probably take up a large portion of the battle. By then, our situation will be even more dangerous. After all, it's like snatching food from the tiger's mouth. We must not let our guard down. Wu Qianxuan said in a deep voice. Obviously, he knew about the earthly Hades sacred mountain very well. He said this not to discourage his own people, but because the danger level of this place was extremely high. Once the heavenly god realm beasts fought, no ordinary people would be able to withstand it. If that's the case, our situation this time will be even more dangerous. Yang Jian nodded and said. Riches come from danger. Otherwise, wouldn't our purpose of coming here become deserters? Leng Lingyi smiled indifferently. He was fearless. After all, he was the only one left in the Divine Spear sect. You're right. There will definitely be danger. Since when has it been safe in the hidden secret realm? We might die if there's a slight mistake. We can only pray for our own good luck. An expert does not grow up in a greenhouse. We need to go through trials and tribulations. As for who can laugh till the end, it depends on his luck and strength. Zhang Lei said. Then, what else do we have to worry about? Since it has come to this, we have to enter the earthly Hades sacred mountain no matter what. Ha ha ha. Lu Quanchao laughed and led the way to the earthly Hades sacred mountain with the Wu brothers. Of course, no one knew what kind of terrifying existence was waiting for them. Perhaps it would be a demonic beast or a natural disaster. The earthly Hades sacred mountain was 1,000 miles of yellow soil. The high slopes were endless and it was difficult to see the end of it. There was only one kind of plant on the earthly Hades sacred mountain, and that was the 10,000-year pine. There wasn't even any grass. The 10,000-year pine could be seen all over the mountain. Moreover, the earthly Hades sacred mountain was abnormally cold. Only the 10,000-year pine, which didn't have any harsh requirements for the environment, could live here for a long time. Some of the 10,000-year pines that were hundreds of meters tall had millions of years of history. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They did not know where this chill came from, but they could still bear it. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. The 9 dragon caves of the earthly Hades sacred mountain were bustling with noise. There were more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts gathered here. Such terrifying combat strength was enough to sweep across the entire hidden secret realm. No one had expected that the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would be so attractive. Almost all of the high-grade beasts in the heavenly god realm were attracted. When Yang Mingqing and Su Jin saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. In the 9 dragon caves, each cave could only accommodate 1 beast. Moreover, each person could only get a small portion of the spiritual spring water. Now that more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts had gathered here, a great battle was inevitable. More than 20 heavenly god realm beasts either formed groups of 3 to 5 or fought against each other. They directly occupied the 9 dragon caves. The 9 dragon caves were the place where they could obtain the spiritual spring water directly. None of the demonic beasts were willing to let go of such an opportunity because the spiritual spring water could help them transform their bodies and improve their cultivation. This was the most tempting thing in the entire barren hidden secret realm. It was also the most direct thing for them. The leader of the beasts was a 10 zhang tall beast with a single horn on his head. He looked at all the heavenly god realm beasts and said faintly, "Today, I, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, will say something fair on behalf of everyone. Good things naturally belong to those who are capable. Whoever can stand on the 6 dragon caves will be able to obtain the spiritual spring water. Of course, if anyone wants to challenge me, I will not have any objection." As long as you are strong enough, I will not have any complaints. What do you say, old pangolin? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros looked at the divine pangolin. The divine pangolin was like a mountain. He lay there, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, I want 2 portions of this year's spiritual spring water. The entire group of beasts was in an uproar. Even the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was slightly stunned. Old pangolin, what do you mean by this? The infernal evil dragon said that he will give me his share. If you have any objection, you can go and find him. In short, I'm going to take his share. The divine pangolin said firmly. The boss is still not here yet. So, you want to be the boss? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros sneered. Of course, I don't have the ability to be the boss. But the second position is not for you, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. The divine pangolin said faintly. The entire group of heavenly god realm beasts were at each other's throats. Each of the beasts was extremely ferocious in order to fight for the spiritual spring water. It was necessary for them to fight. No one dared to fight for the first position because the boss was too strong. No one dared to challenge him for tens of thousands of years. The divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros did not give in to each other. Both of them had reached the peak of early heavenly god realm. As for the others, they were all early heavenly god realm experts. The infernal evil dragon was just lucky last time. He only got 1 position. Does he really think that he can be the champion this year? Or are you arrogant and think that you are more powerful than the boss? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said. I did not say that. But if anyone wants to fight with me, don't blame me for being rude. The divine pangolin said firmly. In this way, 4 portions of the spiritual spring water had already been occupied. There were only 5 portions left and there were more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts eyeing it. Old pangolin, you fella. I was threatened in your territory and I had to leave. You did not help me. Now, you want to take my spiritual spring water. Don't even think about it. Hee hee, this time, I'm afraid you won't get a second share of the spiritual spring water. Looks like the infernal evil dragon did not give you face. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said faintly. However, the divine pangolin was furious. This fella did not keep his promise. You dare to go back on your words? The divine pangolin roared. You're the one who went back on your words. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I'm going to get the spiritual spring water. The infernal evil dragon sneered. That's enough. Since the infernal evil dragons are here, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. Let's see if you can get the first place in the 6 dragon caves. As soon as the single-horned spirit rhinoceros finished his words, the entire 9 dragon cave was in chaos. Because no one wanted to give up. This battle was inevitable. The battle was about to start. Same old rules. Whoever stands till the end will be the winner. Although the divine pangolin was angry, he was still very fair. Now that the infernal evil dragon had appeared, he didn't continue to pester him. After all, the spiritual spring water was extremely important. He wouldn't let the infernal evil dragon off just because of his personal grudge. Looks like we'll be able to witness a real battle between heavenly gods this time. Sujin said with a deep voice. It was basically impossible for them to participate in the battle between the heavenly god realm beasts. Therefore, they could only wait for an opportunity. If that was the case, as long as the other party could obtain the spiritual spring water, it would be perfect for them to kill those heavenly god realm beasts that were at the end of their road. From afar, Lu Quanchao and the others had also entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Looking at the over 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, everyone felt like there was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. This kind of pressure came from the depths of their hearts because these heavenly god realm demonic beasts were too powerful. None of them were a match for them. They could only wait and see. The 9 dragon cave was bound to be a bloody battle. This is the real feast of gluttony. Lu Quanchao said solemnly. His eyes were filled with envy. When would he be able to step into the heavenly god realm? Once his divine spark was formed, it would be the difference between a mortal and a god. Half-step heavenly god realm was still a distance away from the heavenly god realm. That's right. This is a true gluttonous feast. This battle will definitely change the heavens and earth, and the winds and clouds will change. Wu Qianxuan pondered silently. At this moment, they could only choose to wait quietly. Only by doing so could they catch them off guard and obtain a chance. If they were to fight the heavenly god realm demonic beasts head-on, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. This time, it's really exciting. These heavenly god realm beasts are too strong. Man Shui was also extremely excited. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The battle in the 9 dragon caves would only happen when the beasts were badly injured. Even if they managed to obtain the spiritual spring water, they would still be heavily injured. That would be the best time for them to act. As the saying goes, the manta stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yang Mingqing and Su Jin were the same, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Let's see who dares to compete with us 3 brothers today. A giant python rose up, followed by 2 other pythons. If Jiangchen or Tangzhen were here, they would definitely recognize them. They were the 3 giant pythons that were dragged out from the riverbed. A terrifying aura swept across the area. All the heavenly god realm beasts chose to remain silent at this moment. After all, the 3 brothers only wanted one share. If you dare to come, the 3 brothers would beat you up. It was a good deal. No one wanted to provoke these 3 fellas. Coincidentally, we, the golden-winged marten brothers, also want one share of the 9 dragon caves. 2 celestial martens with golden wings on their backs took a step forward and stood in front of the 3 giant pythons. Akiji, Qing Lu, Qing Feng, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to defeat us without fighting. He. Mother ***, looks like you're still brooding over the death of your dead brother. But you 2 better think it through. There's no turning back now. If you're fighting against other beasts, you might have a chance to survive. But it won't be easy for you to stand out against us 3 brothers. The eldest brother, Akiji, said in disdain. Every debt has its debtor. We're here for you 3 brothers. Today, you're not afraid of death. You'll have to fight even if you don't want to. The golden-winged marten said proudly. They did not want to be entangled with the 3 giant pythons any longer. They were determined to fight against the 3 giant pythons and settle all their grudges. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let the 2 of you gather with your brother in the underground. Akiji said with a smile. However, this battle was indeed going to be a tough one. These 2 fellows weren't ordinary people. It wouldn't be easy for Akiji and the other 2 to win this battle. These heavenly god realm demonic beasts were also demonic beasts. After they had made up their minds, they were much more stubborn than humans. Moreover, this battle was a battle of life and death. Many of these demonic beasts were fighting for life and death. Not long after, the heavenly god realm demonic beasts began to compete against each other. The real battle between the strong had just begun. The competition for the 6 dragon caves was like a raging fire. No one wanted to miss the spiritual spring water. Once they missed it, it would be 100 years later. Moreover, after 100 years, the demonic beasts that had been purified by the spiritual spring water would be much stronger than those demonic beasts. At that time, they would be left in the dust. Therefore, each of the demonic beasts gave it their all. The intensity of the battle was terrifying because they knew that if they were to slack off, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Although these demonic beasts seemed to be living in harmony with each other, it would be a battle of life and death when it came to their own interests. In the hidden secret realm where resources were scarce, the spiritual spring water became the most important thing for them. They cultivated hard and finally completed their transformation. What they needed was the spiritual spring water. In the entire hidden secret realm, the spiritual spring water was considered as a real treasure. To humans or beasts, this place was a must-fight for it. Heavenly god realm experts could not enter the hidden secret realm, but it was different for the beasts that lived in the hidden secret realm. Their strength was getting stronger and stronger, but none of them managed to break through to the divine king realm. This was the most puzzling existence in the past millions of years. Because of this, the strongest beasts here were only at the late heavenly god realm. However, a late heavenly god realm expert was already powerful enough to stand above the rest. No human could fight against them. The divine pangolin, single-horned spirit rhinoceros, golden-winged marten, blue flower giant python, flying mantis, six-legged divine elephant. Each of the terrifying heavenly god realm beasts were like immortals, invincible. The battle was intense, the mountains collapsed, the ground sank, the rivers and seas roared, the wind and thunder rumbled, the scene was dazzling and deafening. One by one, the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell to the ground. The victors were also covered in wounds. One by one, the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell to the ground and stood up one by one. They only had one choice: grow stronger, or die. Once their strength was continuously weakened, there would only be one ending. Even Su Jin and Yang Mingqing held their breaths looking at the tragic scene. The heavenly god realm beasts were defeated one by one, and the victors were bound to suffer losses as they were all early heavenly god realm beasts. For example, the divine pangolin and single-horned spirit rhinoceros could already stand out when they reached the peak of early heavenly god realm. It was not easy to become stronger in the hidden secret realm that was lacking in resources. Every heavenly god realm beast that ascended the altar, countless corpses would be trampled under their feet. This is tragic. Lu Xianxia's expression changed. In front of such a terrifying heavenly god realm beast, they might not even be able to stop one of them. This was the difference in strength. Every heavenly god realm beast was not easy to deal with. Their blood was dripping all over the nine-dragon cave of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Yeah, if this goes on, I'm afraid there won't be many heavenly god realm beasts left. Wu Qianxuan sighed and said. Isn't this what we want? Otherwise, how many heavenly god realm demonic beasts can we deal with? Wu Tingho sneered. He was used to seeing death and slaughter. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. But even so, the battle between the heavenly god realm demonic beasts was still terrifying. Everyone was watching the scene with great concentration. It was so horrifying and unbelievable. Fresh blood shot up into the sky like a flood, 100-meter blood pillar was shot up. In an instant, the heavenly god realm demonic beast fell down. The most terrifying thing was that the huge demonic beast was hundreds of feet tall. The moment it started to fight, the earth shook and the mountains shook. This kind of strange beast that was born from the heavens and earth had extraordinary strength. However, it was also filled with bloodthirst. No one could imagine how simple and violent their fighting style was. It was even more terrifying than the wrestling of humans. They knew that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They would not take action so easily. They must wait for these heavenly god realm beasts to get their hands on the spiritual spring water before they could take action. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin were sitting on the fishing platform. No one could challenge their authority. On the highest position, there was an empty seat, which was their leader's seat. The three azure flower giant pythons were fearless against the two golden-winged celestial martens. However, the azure flower giant pythons were stronger after all. The two golden-winged celestial martens were defeated by Akiji. Although his two younger brothers were injured to varying degrees, his strength was not affected at all. However, the price that they had to pay was also huge. However, with three green flower giant pythons joining hands, even the divine pangolin could resist a little, let alone the two gold-winged celestial martens. However, everyone understood that although they had killed the two gold-winged celestial martens, the green flower giant pythons did not dare to attack again. This spot was already their limit. If they were to attack again, it was very likely that someone would take advantage of it. At that time, even if they managed to defeat the demonic beasts, they would only end up being taken advantage of. It's a pity that the two golden-winged celestial martens still died in Akiji's hands. That fella is quite sharp. Perhaps he will be able to reach my level in a few thousand years. At that time, the three brothers will join hands and it won't be easy to deal with him. He. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said faintly with a gentle smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the infernal evil dragon's strength was also terrifying. Even though he had yet to recover from his injuries, he managed to defeat the two great demonic beasts and stabilized the situation. The infernal evil dragon's strength was also considered to be top-notch. However, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, no one would dare to challenge him. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Ultimately, he was still stronger. However, the price that he had to pay was extremely heavy. I suggest that our target is the infernal evil dragon. I swear that I'm not a human if I don't kill this demonic beast. Yang Jian said with a cold expression. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This time, if they were to take action together, the infernal evil dragon would not be able to escape so easily. The spiritual spring water would naturally be within their reach. Alright. Even though the infernal evil dragon is powerful, his strength is greatly reduced now. Let's wait and see when he can get the spiritual spring water. Lu Quanchao nodded his head heavily. He knew the importance of the spiritual spring water. Hence, if he helped Yang Jian and the others to get the spiritual spring water, Lu Quanchao would not be calculative. At that time, the distribution of the spiritual spring water would be decided according to Lu Xianxia's opinion. Every man for himself. Lu Quanchao was their leader. It was natural for him to think for himself. This was the human heart. A selfless and selfless person did not exist. Moreover, there would be no conflict if there were no benefits. No one would want to fight each other. However, sometimes, it was necessary because it was a fact that could not be changed. In the end, there were only 8 heavenly god realm beasts left. The viridescent flower giant python, a Kiji, and the other 2 occupied one dragon cave, while the other 5 occupied one dragon cave. The divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros occupied one dragon cave each. In the end, there was only one dragon cave left and no one dared to fight for it. When the earthly Hades sacred mountain opens, a drop of spiritual spring water is worth more than 10,000 gold. Lu Qianchao's eyes were filled with envy. The first dragon cave could almost contain a big bottle of spiritual spring water. The caves of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin could also contain a small bottle. The remaining 6 dragon caves could at most produce a dozen or more drops of spiritual spring water. Rumble. Every 100 years, the foothills of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would change. Once the earthly Hades sacred mountain cracked, spiritual spring water would flow out from the belly of the mountain. The spiritual spring water would also drip into the 9 dragon cave. Although it changed every 100 years, the spiritual spring water had never changed. The 9 dragon cave was born a long time ago. No one knew what kind of existence it was. Where's the source of the spiritual spring of the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Isn't it easy to find the source of the spiritual spring? Why do we have to wait for 100 years for such a small amount of spiritual spring water? Zhang Lei frowned and was puzzled. Do you think that no one has looked for it before? Since the birth of the hidden secret realm, countless experts have been searching for the source of the spiritual spring. However, no one has come out alive after entering the belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. In the end, the earthly Hades sacred mountain still exists after millions of years, but no one dares to enter it anymore. Before us, there were countless brave warriors who went to the earthly Hades sacred mountain to look for the source of the spiritual spring. However, the truth has proven that the earthly Hades sacred mountain is a place of death. There is only so much spiritual spring water every 100 years. No one can change the spiritual spring water and no one can find the source of the spiritual spring water. The belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is like a passage to hell. It's pitch black. Until now, no one has come out alive after entering the place. So, I advise you not to have any ideas about the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wu Tingho said in a deep voice. His words made everyone retreat. They did not dare to think about the source of the spiritual spring anymore. Especially the terrifying black hole in the middle of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There was no light in the belly of the mountain. No one knew what was in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. However, if you don't look for it, no disaster would happen to the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Even though those heavenly god realm beasts knew that there was a source of the spiritual spring in the earthly Hades sacred mountain, none of them dared to take a step forward. All of them waited quietly. The black hole was getting bigger and bigger. The entire belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain was exposed, but it was pitch black. Neither the divine pangolin nor the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had any desire to explore it. Drop by drop, the spiritual spring water flowed into the 9 dragon cave. The 6 small dragon caves were the first to be affected, followed by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin. As for the first dragon cave, it was not left behind, because the last spiritual spring water would flow into it. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm not too late. This spiritual spring water is really good stuff. From 1,000 miles away, I can already feel the fragrance of the spiritual spring water. A thunderous voice reverberated throughout the earthly Hades sacred mountain. A majestic silhouette stood on top of the dragon cave, looking down on everyone. He was fearless even when facing a dozen heavenly god realm demonic beasts. It's him, Xianxia. Divine Pill Sex Xianxia. Lu Quanchao exclaimed. Xianxia's prestige was extremely terrifying. He was the most mysterious person among the 3 great sections. His fame spread far and wide in the Linha boundary. His skill in alchemy was superb. No one knew how terrifying he was because not many people had witnessed his strength. Even Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho looked solemn. They did not expect Xianxia of the Divine Pill sect to be here. His appearance had added some uncertainty to the battle for the spiritual spring. This fellow was able to change the situation of the human experts, but he was still too arrogant when facing so many demonic beasts. Everyone thought that Xianxia was crazy. Although this fella is powerful, isn't he thinking too highly of himself? There are more than a dozen heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Is he confident that he can fight against all of them? Hee hee. Wu Qianxuan sneered. Don't make wild guesses. This fella definitely lives up to his name. Moreover, Xianxia's strength has been speculated to be on par with Li Zongheng of the Ghost Eye sect and Xianyuan Kanglin of the Clearstream sect. The 3 of them are considered as the most monstrous prodigies in the Linha boundary. I think he has his own plans. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. His brother, Wu Qianxuan, was stunned by his high evaluation of Xianxia. Yang Mingqing and Su Jin, who were far away, wore a solemn expression. Xianxia's appearance had disrupted their thoughts. Now, even those who had obtained the spiritual spring water and were preparing to leave had a huge change in their minds. Why did he appear at this time? He's crazy. Yang Mingqing said with a gloomy expression. This fella must have a dog's nose. He has already smelled the spiritual spring water. Moreover, the spiritual spring water is a necessary ingredient to concoct spiritual pills. Why would he give up on such a big piece of cake? I'm not surprised that he's here. If he didn't come out, I would feel that something is wrong. Su Jin said faintly. Obviously, he knew better than Yang Mingqing that Xianxia must have come prepared. Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Do you know where you are right now? Get out. This is not a place you should be in. Your death has been determined the moment you entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Ignorance is equal to idiocy. You're dead, damn human. A few heavenly god realm demonic beasts glared at Xianxia. Only the single-horned spirit rhinoceros remained calm. Even the divine pangolin was shocked. Does this human want to die? Senior spirit rhinoceros, please take care of us this time. Ha ha ha. I will give each of you a supreme-grade spiritual pill. I hope that all of you will accept it. Xianxia's lips curved into a faint smile. He took out 9 supreme-grade spiritual pills and sent them to the 9 heavenly god realm beasts, excluding the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. All of the beasts were slightly stunned. They did not know what was going on. Today, your boss has gone to the Withered Leaf Dojo. I don't know when he'll be back. I'll take care of the spiritual spring water for him. Hearing the words Withered Leaf Dojo, all of the heavenly god realm demonic beasts' expression changed and became gloomy. Senior Spirit Rhinoceros, this is an immortal grade dragon snake vigorous pill and 10 supreme grade spiritual pills. I hope that you will accept it. Xianxia said with a smile. When he took out the dragon snake vigorous pill, his heart was bleeding because this pill was given to him by his master. He was reluctant to eat it. However, the value of the dragon snake vigorous pill was incomparable to the value of the spiritual spring water. Moreover, it would definitely help him concoct more spiritual pills. Although it was like asking a tiger for its skin, Xianxia knew that he must get the spiritual spring water. Great! 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 The single-horned spirit rhinoceros took the pill from Xianxia and his eyes lit up. This spiritual pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the beasts here. Moreover, in their eyes, the spiritual spring water was a notch lower than the immortal-grade spiritual pill. To them, it was just a matter of taking what they needed. My immortal-grade spiritual pill, where is it? At this moment, a deep and overbearing voice was heard from behind the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros took an immortal-grade pill and 10 supreme-grade pills for himself. The others might not have any opinion about it, but the divine pangolin did not care about it at all. Especially when their boss was not here, it was impossible for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros to take everything for himself. All the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell into silence. The divine pangolin's dissatisfaction made Xianxia's expression solemn. Xianxia's countenance slightly changed. He did not expect things to turn out like this. The divine pangolin did not give the single-horned spirit rhinoceros any respect at all. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted, "Why? Do you have any opinion? Do you think you have the right to decide in the Nine-Dragon Cave?" The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was extremely angry. The divine pangolin had gone against him several times. Especially at this crucial moment, the divine pangolin did not give him any respect at all. One could imagine how angry the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was. The two of them had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, they were like fire and water. Moreover, the divine pangolin was not afraid of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the big brother had a good relationship with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, the divine pangolin would have already fallen out with him. Now that he wanted to cover the entire Nine-Dragon Cave with one hand, the divine pangolin would definitely not agree to it. That's right. I don't have the right to decide in the Nine-Dragon Cave. But do you think you do? Hee hee. Such a thing is really despicable. Don't you feel ashamed? Kid, do you think it's easy to enter the Nine-Dragon Cave? Can a single supreme-grade pill move all of us? You're too naive. The divine pangolin said disdainfully and glanced at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia realized that he might have neglected the existence of this old man and provoked his anger. However, there was only one immortal-grade pill, even he was reluctant to part with it. But for the sake of the spiritual spring water, he had no choice but to pay. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to obtain the spiritual spring water. Moreover, there were many heavenly god realm beasts here. Senior, you're wrong. This Nine-Dragon Cave doesn't have an owner. Since there's no one here, why can't I get a portion of the spiritual spring water? Moreover, you've also accepted a top-grade medicinal pill. Don't let it lower your status. Xianxia said indifferently. Kid, it's not your place to behave atrociously here. What, do you want to exchange a few blows with me? The divine pangolin said in disdain. Although Xianxia's strength was not ordinary, he was still not a match for the divine pangolin. At this moment, the divine pangolin wanted to go against the single-horned spirit rhinoceros because the immortal-grade pill was also very attractive to him. Don't push your luck. Do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? Old man. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros glanced at the divine pangolin. Lung said. That depends on whether I have an immortal-grade pill or not. Hee hee hee. The divine pangolin was not angry and said with a faint smile. At this moment, Xianxia fell into an awkward situation. There's a saying that a mountain cannot contain two tigers. However, these two fellas were evenly matched. In other words, if he could not take out a second immortal-grade pill, he might not be able to pass this stage so easily. He did not care about the other beasts, but this divine pangolin was very powerful. He dared to challenge the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. It seems like you're going to pester me till the end. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's voice became colder and colder. This fella did not only want the pill. Most importantly, he was dissatisfied with Xianxia. Moreover, he would definitely seize this opportunity to make a big fuss. Even if the single-horned spirit rhinoceros wanted to settle this peacefully, the divine pangolin might not want to settle this peacefully, unless this human could take out a second immortal-grade pill. However, how could an immortal-grade pill be so easily obtained? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's eyes were filled with resentment. The divine pangolin was dissatisfied with him and made him look bad in front of so many heavenly god realm beasts. Today's matter had escalated to a tit-for-tat confrontation between the two of them. From the provocation at the beginning to the argument at the end, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros could feel the divine pandolin's battle intent. It seemed like it was time for a decisive battle between the two of them. After so many years, they had already disliked each other. However, at this moment, the divine pandolin would not give in at all. On the surface, the divine pandolin only wanted an immortal-grade pill. However, in fact, he was competing with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros secretly. Neither of them would give in. Moreover, the immortal-grade pill was something that even heavenly god realm experts would go after, let alone beasts. Therefore, the divine pandolin would definitely compete with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros in this dispute over the immortal-grade pill. In fact, I don't want to do this as well. However, I can't stand it when you do such an unfair thing. I can't stand it. You have an immortal-grade pill, I want one too. Am I right, little boy? The divine pandolin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia felt threatened by his huge eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Since you want to fight with me, I will accompany you to the end. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted in anger. His aura was overwhelming and he instantly released a terrifying aura. He was determined to fight with the divine pandolin until the end. Ha ha ha. You're really forthright. Senior divine pandolin, if you can kill that human and this shameless old rhinoceros, I will give you 2 immortal-grade pills. How about it? A figure arrived at lightning speed. Thunder rumbled in the void, and it seemed as if it could travel 1,000 miles. Xianxia. It's you again. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This fella is really like a dogskin plaster. However, his appearance had stunned the divine pandolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. An early true god brat could take out 2 immortal-grade pills? Could it be that immortal-grade pills are so worthless in the human world? You have immortal-grade pills, aren't you afraid that I will kill you and rob you? The divine pandolin murmured and gave Xianxia a condescending glance, full of arrogance. I definitely can't defeat you. But if I don't have the ability to run away, do you think I will come here to seek my own death? Not only the divine pandolin, but also the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and all the heavenly god realm beasts on the scene. At this moment, their eyes turned red because the temptation of the 2 immortal-grade medicinal pills was too great. However, Xianxia took out 2 of them at once. This was enough to make the beasts go crazy. If it wasn't for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pandolin, they would have already charged towards Xianxia. It's him, it's him, it's him. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you're finally here. I told you, he's not dead. Yang Jian's eyes were filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Xianxia's appearance had made them excited, be it Pan Hong, Lu Quanchao, and the others. After all, one more person meant one more power. Moreover, Xianxia appeared fearlessly in front of these heavenly god realm beasts. He must have been holding back. At this moment, he was confronting Xianxia with vigor and vigor. He's Xianxia? I heard that he killed Zhu Mingyang of the Overlord sect and Li Yanchao of the Divine Pill sect. He's very strong, a heaven-defying monster. But he doesn't seem to be very strong. Wu Qianchuan said in a low voice. Don't judge a book by its cover. Qian Sun, remember not to look down on anyone, especially a famous person. We don't know how strong Xianxia really is. That's why he's scarier than Xianxia, said Qian Sun. Lu Quanchao and the others were impressed by Wu Tinghao's words. Because what he said was very reasonable and it was full of affirmation for Xianxia. This Wu Tinghao was very good at reading people. Where did this fella come from? How dare he confront Xianxia? Moreover, there are many heavenly god realm beasts behind him. He's really daring. Humph, Yang Mingqing snorted and narrowed his eyes at Xianxia. This fella should be Xianxia. I've seen him at the auction in the ancient dragon city. He's full of vigor and arrogance. Hee hee. I guess he's just a good-for-nothing. Plus, he dares to confront Xianxia. He's definitely courting death. Although he took out 2 immortal-grade medicinal pills, do you think this fella still has the ability to survive? Su Jin sneered without end. His judgment of Xianxia was that he was a fellow who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, arrogant and conceited. In the end, he would still have to pay the price with his life for his actions. Then let's wait for the show. Ha ha ha, I think that Xianxia and Xianxia are not easy to deal with. Let them kill each other. At that time, it's hard to tell who will be the one laughing in the end. It looks like these two demonic beasts are ready to fight. This way, it's quite advantageous for us. Yang Mingqing said. Let's see how many people are waiting to watch the tigers fight. Plus, these two demonic beasts are the most difficult to deal with. Xianxia alone might not be a match for us even if we join hands. But these heavenly god realm demonic beasts are too troublesome. Su Jin said quietly. These demonic beasts were what he was worried about. To think that you're quite daring. But I don't like to trade with humans. Plus, I don't want to be used as a tool. The divine Pandalin's words made Xianxia smirk. This fella doesn't look easy to deal with. Xianxia seemed to have touched the divine Pandalin's bottom line. I'll kill you and the medicinal pills will belong to me. Isn't it a win-win situation? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Lowly human. Xianxia smiled indifferently. He was not angry. Instead, he generously threw the two immortal-grade medicinal pills to the divine Pandalin. The divine Pandalin was slightly stunned. But he quickly kept the two immortal-grade medicinal pills. My sincerity is enough, right? Senior divine Pandalin, if you think that I'm using you, then you don't have to make a move at all. Anyway, you've already gotten the two immortal-grade pills. Of course, your battle with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros might be strenuous and unrewarding. Are you threatening me? Or are you trying to provoke me? The divine Pandalin threw a punch at the ridge of the nine-dragon cave. A terrifying shockwave pressed towards Xianxia. Xianxia instantly used the heaven and earth great shift and appeared in front of the divine Pandalin. At that moment, the crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that Xianxia could teleport through the void. Even a heavenly god realm demonic beast could not do anything to him. This fella, it seems like I've underestimated him. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said lung lung. However, he would not let it go since it had come to this. Xianxia must be killed. Otherwise, he would become a huge threat in the future. You've successfully provoked me. Of course, your provocation is very useful to me. Because I don't believe that this old rhinoceros can do anything to me. The divine Pandalin shouted. He had received the two immortal-grade medicinal pills from Xianxia. To him, it was already a profit. Even if he did not continue to fight against the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, Xianxia would not be able to do anything to him. However, as a demonic beast, he had his own dignity and credibility. If he retreated now, everyone would think that he was afraid of the old rhinoceros. Moreover, since he had received the immortal-grade medicinal pills from Xianxia, he would definitely help him. To the divine Pandalin, this revenge was worth it. As a demonic beast, his dignity was more important than anything else. Although they were violent, they were trustworthy. Especially an expert like the divine Pandalin, he would never neglect his words. Xianxia was betting that the divine Pandalin would definitely help him. Obviously, he was right. Xianxia was very clear that the battle between the divine Pandalin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was imminent. However, he had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, he had to find a reliable helper for his camp. The divine Pandalin was the best choice. Since Xianxia had reached an agreement with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, he would definitely become a cannon fodder if he fought alone. A peak early heavenly god realm demonic beast was not easy to deal with. Taking someone's medicinal pills, helping to eliminate the disaster. I also want a portion of the spiritual water. Single-horned spirit rhinoceros, let's see who's the winner today. The battle between the divine Pandalin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros finally began. No matter who it was, everyone was holding their breath. Especially the two of them, they had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. 100,000 years ago, when they had just advanced to the heavenly god realm, the two of them had tested each other. However, they ended up in a draw. This time, they were going to fight to the death. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros stared at Xianxia fiercely. However, the divine Pandalin had already unleashed its attack at this moment. Its huge body was like a mountain, crushing towards Xianxia. The battle between the two peak demonic beasts was like the end of the world, colliding with each other. However, at this moment, the Nine-Dragon Cave was not affected at all. The sacred mountain was still collapsing, and the spiritual spring water was slowly flowing out. Every drop of it was attracting the hearts of all the demonic beasts and human experts. Xianxia was no exception. Whether it was for concocting pills or for personal use, drinking the spiritual spring water was a divine item for cultivation. The entrance of the sacred mountain cracked open, forming a dark cave. However, no one dared to go in and search for the source of the spiritual spring water. Xianxia frowned and looked at the dark cave. That bottomless black hole seemed to have a great magical power, attracting him to go in. It was like a summoning, but also like a silent attraction. In short, Xianxia felt that the inside of this black hole was not simple. The spiritual spring water came from here. If he entered this black hole, would he be able to find the source of the spiritual spring water? Xianxia could not help but think about it. However, that silent calling made him feel strange. Xianxia was not an insatiable person. If he could think of it, others could also think of it. However, no one dared to go in. This meant that there must be some unknown danger in this black hole. Xianxia decided to give up on the black hole. However, the calling from the bottom of his heart made him a little uncomfortable. That silent attraction seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Xianxia, I want to see what you're capable of. Let me punish you now. You're not qualified to get the spiritual spring water. Even if I give it to you, it'll be a waste. Ha ha ha. Xianxia sneered. He took a step into the void and pointed at Xianxia. His battle intent was high. You want to fight with me? Hee hee, I'm not that stupid. The spiritual spring water is coming out soon. I only want the spiritual spring water. I won't let anyone who blocks my way off. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile. What a coincidence. I don't like people getting in my way either. So, I can only reluctantly let you get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Xianxia was full of confidence against Xianxia. A half-step heavenly god against an early true god. Was there any suspense? However, he didn't want to take action now as he needed to preserve his strength. He was the first one to take action, he didn't know how many people were hiding in the dark. Moreover, these heavenly god beasts might betray him at the crucial moment. Xianxia had thought of the chain reaction, that was why he was so careful. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You don't have the ability to subdue the enemy without fighting. I, Xianxia, am not someone who is afraid of death. I'm going to take this spiritual spring water, and I'm going to take your life. Originally, I didn't want to kill you now, but it seems that you're courting death. Xianxiao's death should be caused by you, right? Although Xianxia and Xianxiao were both from the Divine Pill sect, an arrogant and monstrous genius like him would never put Xianxiao in his eyes. So, their relationship was not unbreakable. However, Xianxia killing Xianxiao was a humiliation to the Divine Pill sect. So, Xianxia couldn't just sit and watch. Come. If you can kill me, you'll be the winner of this Nine-Dragon Cave. Obviously, Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time talking to Xianxia. It was impossible for Xianxia to preserve his strength. Xianxia and Xianxia had already been at each other's throats for a long time. So, fighting was the only choice at this moment. The battle between the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was getting more and more intense. Two early heavenly god realm demonic beasts were extraordinary. Their battle was terrifying. Every heavenly god realm demonic beast was looking forward to it. They didn't want to offend either of them because these two fellas were not easy to deal with. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin were fighting fiercely. However, the Nine-Dragon Cave was not affected at all. This could only mean that the Nine-Dragon Cave was different from the other places. The spirit spring water had proven that this place was not ordinary. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros' strength was terrifying. However, the divine pangolin was not to be outdone. Both of them had been rivals for tens of thousands of years. Every time they fought, it would be extremely murderous. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath. The battle was so intense that it made everyone's heart skip a beat. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was agile while the divine pangolin was overbearing. Both of them had their fair share of victories and defeats. Moreover, the battle between the two top demonic beasts had given Xianxia a lot of inspiration. A battle of this level would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Brother Xianxia, I am willing to lend you a hand. No one had expected that the infernal evil dragon would stand up for them at this moment. Moreover, he was injured. There was no other reason. The infernal evil dragon did not care about the person who stole the dragon egg in the divine pangolin's territory. This made the infernal evil dragon bear a grudge against him. Moreover, the divine pangolin wanted its spiritual spring water. This made the infernal evil dragon even angrier. Count us 3 brothers in. Haha. Akiji laughed and said while looking at Xianxia coldly. The 3 brothers would never forget this fella even in their dreams. It's the 3 of you. Xianxia Lungling said. Back then, you destroyed our home and caused us 3 brothers to lose our love nest and become homeless. How can we tolerate you today? Akiji roared in anger. A bunch of shameless bastards. Taking advantage of others. Yang Jian said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Xianxia felt like he was surrounded by enemies. These fellas wanted to take advantage of his weakness. Moreover, Xianxia was the weaker party in the battle against Xianxia. Now, it seemed like he was in danger. Whether it was the viridescent flower giant python or the infernal evil dragon, both of them posed a great threat to Xianxia. As long as they worked together and the divine pangolin was defeated, Xianxia would definitely die under the siege of these heavenly god realm demonic beasts. This is something that nobody can change. Xianxia has too many enemies. It's definitely disadvantageous for him now. Now, let's see if Xianxia can withstand Xianxia's attack and that divine pangolin. Let's hope that he can withstand the joint attack of these beasts. Lu Quanchao said quietly. He was also powerless. Although he was a half-step heavenly god, he knew that Xianxia might not be weaker than him in a life-and-death battle. He could only hope that Xianxia could create a miracle. Of course, the biggest hope was still placed on the divine pangolin. Although they were very clear in their hearts that placing their hopes on others was a display of incompetence, Lu Quanchao was currently in a dilemma. If he led so many disciples to charge forward, it was possible that they would all be wiped out in the end. That required a great deal of courage. After all, letting his emotions affect his decisions was not a good idea. Damn it, you bastards. Xianxia had yet to start the battle, but the divine pangolin was already extremely excited. Because he and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros were evenly matched. They were betting on who would have a greater chance and who could last longer. But now that the infernal evil dragon and the viridescent flower giant python had joined the battle, the situation would change instantly. This was not what he wanted to see. Xianxia's expression became solemn. At this moment, Xianxia's attack had finally arrived. No matter when, do not place your hope on others. This is my advice to you. I hope that you can remember it in your next life. Only when you control the situation will you be able to laugh till the end. Xianxia smiled and said to Xianxia arrogantly. In his eyes, Xianxia was no different than a dead man. This is called the heavenly shaking cauldron. It was passed down to me by my master. It's comparable to a heavenly divine tool. Today, I will use this cauldron to suppress you. Let's see if you can escape from this cauldron. Xianxia was holding a huge cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was black. It was obviously a divine cauldron for concocting medicine. However, it was already a heavenly divine tool. This cauldron was indeed a treasure. But to Xianxia, this cauldron might not be able to suppress him. Get lost. Xianxia held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand and pressed downwards. His terrifying aura caused the void to crack. Xianxia used the azure dragon's 5 steps and the dragon transformation was imminent. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed through the sky, clashing with Xianxia's heavenly shaking cauldron. That terrifying sound made those heavenly god realm demonic beasts turn their heads. Xianxia and Xianxia were not ordinary people. As soon as Xianxia's heavenly shaking cauldron appeared, the entire void became hot. The heavenly shaking cauldron fell from the sky and suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia pointed his sword at the sky fearlessly. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly shaking cauldron clashed again. Xianxia was sent flying away by Xianxia this time. Xianxia was a half-step heavenly god after all. Xianxia's strength was far from Xianxia's. 12 fire god guards. Get into formation. Xianxia shouted. The 12 fire god guards instantly shot out like 12 colorful fire gods. They soared up to the sky. Their overbearing aura was extremely powerful, especially after casting the surging wave earth formation. Xianxia's expression slightly changed. He did not expect Xianxia to have such a technique. The 12 fire god guards were able to stop Xianxia's footsteps. The surging wave earth formation was comparable to Li Zongheng's ghost eye formation. It was extremely terrifying. It could easily stop a half-step heavenly god. You're quite capable. No wonder you could kill so many people. But you can't escape today. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He was not afraid at all and started a fierce battle with the 12 fire god guards. Xianxia was not in a hurry and attacked quickly. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Xianxia's strength was amplified to the maximum. He was only an early true god, fighting against a half-step heavenly god. Xianxia did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Even Xianxia was troubled by the 12 fire god guards. He dared not underestimate Xianxia's attack. Gradually, Xianxia could only change from attacking to defending. So powerful. Wu Qianxuan said sincerely. He would never be able to defeat Xianxia. As for Xianxia, who was only an early true god, he did not put him in his eyes. But now, it seemed like Xianxia's strength was ridiculously terrifying. They were on par with each other despite the difference of 3 grades. Now, you should understand that there's always someone better than you in this world. I've said it before. This Xianxia is not a simple person. Although Wu Tingho had already evaluated Xianxia in his heart, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. The puppet formation of the 12 fire god guards could even kill a half-step heavenly god. Xianxia will not lose. Yang Jian said. He trusted Xianxia wholeheartedly. This was the only thing he could do now. Plus, he believed that Xianxia would be able to turn the situation around. Is this guy really that monstrous? Yang Mingqing, who was at a distance, was deeply shocked by Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was only at the early true god realm. If it was him, he would have run away already. How could he still have the mood to fight? However, the truth had proven that Xianxia's strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone had a golden body. Their evaluation of Xianxia was bound to rise again and again. Don't underestimate him. It's not that easy for us to get the spiritual spring water. Su Jin said with a bitter smile. It's not that he wanted to boost Xianxia's morale, but they had witnessed Xianxia's strength. He was a peerless prodigy of the Divine Pale sect. Even he could only fight Xianxia to a draw. Now, it's hard to say who's the better one. I still believe in Xianxia more. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Who is Xianxia? His strength is only at the early true god realm. If it wasn't for this puppet formation, it's still too early for him to stand out. Yang Mingqing said unwillingly. Puppet formation. Isn't this a kind of strength? Do you think this is all he has? Perhaps he's more terrifying than you think. To be able to control 12 peak mid-true god puppets. Do you think an ordinary early true god could do that? Even I might not be able to control these 12 puppets with my soul energy. Su Jin said solemnly. At this moment, although Xianxia and Xianxia were fighting fiercely, the divine Pandalin on the other side was starting to feel weak. Facing the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, the infernal evil dragon and the azure flower giant python, the divine Pandalin could not resist anymore. Moreover, it had already suffered a few injuries. Xianxia looked at the divine Pandalin and saw that the divine Pandalin was in a disadvantageous position. If this continues, the situation would be very disadvantageous for them. Now you should understand what despair is, right? Ha ha ha. As long as the Pandalin is defeated, your death will be near. It's impossible to defeat me. Xianxia's expression was serious and meticulous. The 12 fire god guards also gave their all. Under such circumstances, they were only on par with Xianxia. Langya's combat strength was not any weaker than Li Zongheng's. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely serious because he had to face those heavenly god realm beasts. Langya was not difficult to deal with, but those heavenly god realm beasts were really troublesome. Currently, the divine pangolin had completely turned into a turtle. Under the siege of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the other beasts, it was not easy for him to turn the tide. None of the beasts were easy to deal with. The situation that was supposed to be on par with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had now turned into a one-sided battle. Infernal evil dragon, you despicable fella. I never expected you to be so cunning. The divine pangolin gritted his teeth and roared. His roar was thunderous and ear-piercing. The entire nine-dragon cave was shaking. His anger and unwillingness had caused fear in everyone's heart. However, the divine pangolin was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He could not display his peerless prowess at all. This is called karma. Who asked you to stand aside and not help me? Now, I will show you what it feels like to be bullied by a group of beasts. The infernal evil dragon sneered and looked at the divine pangolin with a gentle gaze. To the divine pangolin, this was his punishment. The infernal evil dragon had always been calculative. It was impossible for him to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Especially when he had received benefits from Xianxia. The infernal evil dragon's blood was filled with hatred. If he did not take revenge now, when would he take revenge? As for the viridescent flower giant python, its home was destroyed by Xianxia and it did not even have a place to stay. Its hatred would not disappear just like that. Now that it had seized this opportunity, it naturally wanted to strike Xianxia hard. It would be best if it could kill Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The battle between him and Xianxia was getting more and more terrifying. The battle had reached its climax. Xianxia held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand. He was fearless as he fought against Xianxia and the 12 fire god guards. However, Xianxia still could not escape from the formation of Xianxia's 12 fire god guards. Even Li Zongheng could only run away in embarrassment. Xianxia was using his full strength. He must suppress Xianxia as soon as possible, otherwise, he would be in a disadvantageous position. Even if the divine pangolin was slowly devoured by these heavenly god realm beasts, it would eventually die. Moreover, the divine pangolin was already pushed to his limit in a real battle. Fellow heavenly god realm seniors, whoever is willing to help me defeat that old rhinoceros, I will give you the immortal pill. I will not go back on my words. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The remaining 4 heavenly god realm demonic beasts were slightly moved. They had never seen an immortal grade pill before. However, when they saw the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros immortal pills, they knew that even 100 supreme grade pills would not be as effective as an immortal grade pill. The immortal grade pill was the most terrifying pill in the world. It was even better than the spiritual spring water that they had obtained. The 4 demonic beasts looked at each other in dismay. All of them were hesitant. Don't blame me, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, for being ruthless. I will exterminate your entire clan. The voice of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros reverberated in the ears of the 4 injured demonic beasts. The hearts of the 4 demonic beasts paused for a moment, but they stopped. If they were to take action, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. Even if they were to fight against the 3 viridescent flower giant pythons and the infernal evil dragon, they did not have absolute confidence. Their chances of winning were less than 40%. Therefore, if they were to lose, they would die without a burial place, and they would also implicate their own tribe. To them, this business was simply too dangerous. That was because they did not dare to confirm the strength of the infernal evil dragon and Akiji. If they acted rashly now, they would directly stand on the wrong side, and in the end, it would be too late for them to regret it. Xianxia's eyes looked gloomy. He was slightly worried as the temptation of an immortal-grade spiritual pill was extraordinary. However, the 4 great demonic beasts knew that they might not be able to enjoy it even if they were alive. Once they joined Xianxia's side and failed, the consequences would be disastrous. Xianxia, you're right. Dear seniors, if you are willing to help me, I will not treat you badly in the future. I will add another 10 supreme grade spiritual pills. Xianxia was not willing to be outdone. Although Xianxia's supreme grade spiritual pills were more tempting, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the others had the upper hand. The 4 demonic beasts were silent for a moment. They all chose to stand on the side of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. They did not want to gamble. If they lost, they would die. However, if they joined the other side, they could guarantee their safety. Moreover, it would be a one-sided suppression. In this kind of situation where they could gain 100%, they naturally had the upper hand. "We are willing to follow Brother Spirit Rhinoceros," the 4 great beasts said at the same time. At this moment, the one who felt the most despair was the divine pangolin. He had already fought with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros to the death. Now that the 9 great beasts had joined hands to besiege him, unless he was a mid-heavenly god, no one could escape unscathed. A peak early heavenly god and a mid-heavenly god were 2 different concepts. The divine pangolin could not withstand the attacks of the 9 great beasts. He was severely injured. Xianxia's situation was quite worrying. "Oh no, these demonic beasts are going to side with Xianxia," Lu Quanchao said with a gloomy expression. No one had expected that all the beasts would stand on Xianxia's side. In the end, Xianxia had made too many enemies. Now that the beasts were injured, they did not want to cause any more trouble. So, they chose to side with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the others. "Looks like Xianxia's situation is quite dangerous," Zhang Lei nodded and said. His eyes were filled with helplessness. They could not interfere at all. They were all heavenly god realm beasts. The divine pangolin was going to be defeated soon. At this moment, Xianxia would be the first one to be besieged by the 9 great beasts. "Don't tell me we can only watch Xianxia fall into such a predicament?" Yang Jian said in a deep voice while staring at the battle between the 9 demonic beasts and Xianxia without blinking. "Taking action now is no different from digging our own graves," Wu Qianxuan said. "Yeah, we need to look at the bigger picture." Wu Tingho nodded silently. "Heavenly God Realm seniors, if we kill this monster, won't the immortal grade pills on him belong to us? Ha ha ha, Xianxia will be the vanguard. His pills will belong to all of you." Xianxia held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand and stood in the sky while laughing. At this moment, Xianxia was forced into a desperate situation. Xianxia's expression was calm, but the current situation made him serious. The divine pangolin was besieged by the 9 demonic beasts and was almost exhausted. However, he still did not give up, not only for Xianxia, but also for himself. Once he gave up, it was equivalent to giving up his life. Then, he would say goodbye to this world completely. The divine pangolin would not be willing to be killed even if he used all his strength. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. If the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was alone, he would not be afraid. However, there were so many demonic beasts gathered here and all of them had become the subordinates of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. At this time, the divine pangolin was naturally pushed into the abyss. Every demonic beast was very clear about their current situation. Naturally, they would not put themselves in danger. It was only a matter of time before the single-horned spirit rhinoceros killed the divine pangolin. The fact proved that their initial choice was not wrong. Once they made a choice to fail, only death would await them. The divine pangolin was now covered with cuts and bruises. Even though his body was huge and his defense was strong, after all, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was there. His horn was sharp and unstoppable. Under the besiegement, the divine pangolin gradually fell into a state of weakness. Only the single-horned spirit rhinoceros used his true strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the divine pangolin. The infernal evil dragon and the blue and white giant python played the role of sending charcoal in snowy weather. They were the last straw that broke the divine pangolin's back. Seeing that the divine pangolin was struggling and suffering from serious injuries, Xianxia's expression became serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Senior pangolin, the immortal grade pill that I gave you can restore your strength." This shout gave the divine pangolin a glimmer of hope. At this time, he quickly ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill that Xianxia gave him. As expected, his strength was restored to its peak in an instant. At this moment, the divine pangolin completely recovered his previous strength. He changed his decadent state and began to fight back vigorously. The divine Pandalin's strength had been exhausted, which was why he had fallen into such a state. Now that his strength had recovered, the divine Pandalin was naturally unwilling to be defeated. Although he might not be a match for these people, he still launched his final attack. Celestial-grade medicinal pills indeed live up to their reputation. I'm even more curious as to how many celestial-grade medicinal pills this lowly human has. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros glanced at Xianxia with a gloomy expression. "Stall the Pandalin for me," the single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted in a deep voice. He turned around and faced Xianxia, because at this moment, he had completely locked on Xianxia. Killing intent surged, covering the sky and earth. Xianxia's expression turned cold. It seemed like this guy wanted to fight to the end with him. Moreover, he had given up on the divine Pandalin and had locked onto him. Xianxia's heart sank. I might not be a match for this fella. After all, this fella was a peak early heavenly god. Such a beast could move the mountains and fill the sea, shatter the mountains and crack the earth. Its strength could shake the heavens. Xianxia was not confident at all. Moreover, Xianxia was eyeing him fiercely. His current situation was even more dangerous than the divine Pandalin. Even if the divine Pandalin had recovered his strength, he still could not fight back against the 8 great beasts. He could only fight on equal footing with the other beasts. He had no choice but to save Xianxia. "It seems like you guys are determined to kill me," Xianxia said indifferently. "What you said is ridiculous. If we don't kill you, what should we do? If you don't look out for yourself, then the heavens will destroy you. Ha ha ha, just admit your defeat. Xianxia, how many pills do you have? Just take them out, and maybe I'll leave your corpse intact," Xianxia said with a smile. He had already regarded Xianxia as an ant. "It's useless to say more. You should know that I will not compromise even if I have to die," Xianxia said resolutely. At this moment, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had already taken a step forward. Without any nonsense, this was the scariest part of a demon beast. A slight disagreement would lead to a battle of swords, leaving no room for negotiation. Single-horned death. The old rhinoceros soared into the sky and pointed at Xianxia. Its terrifying horn looked like it could break the heavens and earth. It was extremely overbearing. Xianxia's countenance changed. He might not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Under the dragon transformation, the heavenly dragon sword swept across and met the attack of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. The single-horned death was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The moment the heavenly dragon sword came into contact with the horn of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, it was instantly sent flying. The terrifying power almost paralyzed the entire arm of the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia's countenance changed and he flew backwards. The sword of solitude slashed horizontally, but it was useless. The single-horned death went straight to the root of the problem. Xianxia could not avoid it and he could only use the Great Void technique to escape. But at this moment, Xianxia had already approached him again. The heavenly shaking cauldron smashed down fiercely, causing Xianxia to fall into a dead end. Xianxia retreated again and again until he reached the edge of the black hole. At this moment, he had no way to escape. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's single-horned death had injured Xianxia. Even under the Great Void technique, the remaining power of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros still affected Xianxia. Because the gap between the two of them was too huge, Xianxia knew that he was not a match for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. However, it was not that he did not have any way to deal with it. If the fire Qilin was here, he would definitely not be afraid of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. However, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was still in a coma, so Xianxia did not wake him up. Even if he woke him up, it would be useless since his strength had not reached the heavenly god realm. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros continued to attack without any fancy moves. It was just a one-sided battle. Xianxia was not a match for it. Although the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had lost some of its strength during the battle with the divine Pandalin, its true strength was not affected at all. Therefore, it was not difficult for it to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia's every step was dangerous and Xianxia was supporting him from the side. His situation was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the divine Pandalin. No one knew how much pressure Xianxia was under. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros only used 3 moves to force Xianxia into an irreversible situation. The 12 fire god guards had trapped Xianxia, but they could not trap his heavenly shaking cauldron. The heavenly shaking cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down. Xianxia was surrounded by enemies from all directions. He was in a passive situation without any way to turn the situation around. Although we're on different sides, this guy is really admirable. Even you and I don't have the guts to challenge the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Su Jin said sincerely. Although Xianxia's strength was weak, he had already won respect from Su Jin's heart because this kid was too daring. Moreover, he could still walk leisurely under the joint attack of Xianxia and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Although there was no hope for him to win, his aura did not diminish. This was a domineering aura. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. Yeah. But this kind of person is destined to not live long. Advancing bravely in a turbulent situation, not knowing how to conceal one's strength. What's the use even if he's a genius? In the face of absolute power, all tricks were meaningless. Before he truly matures, he's still a flood dragon. He doesn't have any dragon claws. Although it feels like the heavens are jealous of geniuses, this is fate. He only has himself to blame. Although Yang Mingqing admired Xianxia a little, the ones who were respected in this world were the experts who survived. Moreover, it was not easy for them to survive till the end. There were countless monstrous geniuses like Xianxia who'd looked down on the world before they'd even matured, but their final results weren't any better. As expected, as soon as Yang Mingqing finished his words, Xianxia was pushed back a few thousand meters by Xianxia and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. He was forced to the exit of the black hole. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros waved his hand and the 12 fire god guards were instantly defeated. This was the terrifying heavenly god's combat strength, invincible. Xianxia was no exception. After being heavily injured by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely gloomy. No. If we continue to stand by and watch, we'll be too inhumane. I will not retreat from this battle. Our lives were saved by Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia is in danger in front of us. How can you guys sit by and watch? Yang Jian roared and rushed towards Xianxia. Yang Jian, you're just asking for trouble. Leng Lingyi sighed. Xianxia was not difficult to deal with. They had so many people on their side, they did not need to be afraid. However, a peak early heavenly god single-horned spirit rhinoceros was an invincible existence. However, at this moment, Xianxia was forced back by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros again. Looks like you still lost in the end. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros looked at Xianxia condescendingly. He looked at Xianxia indifferently. These lowly humans were not worthy to fight with him at all. Ha ha ha. Let's see where you can run off to now. No one will come to save you. Xianxia sneered. Yang Jian is here. Holding the 3-pointed double-edged blade in his hand, Yang Jian stepped in the air and opened his heavenly eye. Xianxia glanced at Yang Jian in disdain and smashed the heavenly shaking cauldron down. Yang Jian used his strength to counter Xianxia's attack. After exchanging over 10 blows, Yang Jian was suppressed by Xianxia. The heavenly shaking cauldron sent Yang Jian flying. Xianxia squinted his eyes and stared straight at Xianxia. You're courting death. Xianxia's voice sounded like the call of hell, causing Xianxia to tremble slightly. However, he could not even protect his own life now. How could he care about others? Hand over the medicinal pills and I will let you die in one piece. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was most concerned about the immortal-grade medicinal pills in Xianxia's hands. I will not give them to you even if I have to feed them to a dog. At this moment, Xianxia smiled and turned around, retreating towards the black hole. Stupid human. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said fiercely. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. This fella must have a lot of immortal-grade medicinal pills in his hands because he gave each of the 4 beasts an immortal-grade medicinal pill. This fella must have a lot of treasures with him. Unfortunately, these treasures were buried in the earthly Hades sacred mountain forever. Because entering the Great Rift Valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain was equivalent to announcing one's death. No. Lu Quanchao and the others' expression changed drastically. That place was the real land of death. Once one entered the sacred mountain, one's soul would be destroyed. This was not just a legend because no one could walk out from that place. That place was like a black hole that could devour the heavens and earth. It was extremely dark and dangerous, like a curse that could never be removed. Jiang Chen. Yang Jian's expression was ferocious and his heart was torn apart. He was a person who valued friendship the most. Moreover, he had narrowly escaped death with Jiang Chen several times and was saved by Jiang Chen. Yang Jian's feelings towards Jiang Chen and his brotherly bond was needless to say. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Chen stepping into the black hole of the sacred mountain, his face was completely ashen. Leng Lingyi and Pan Hong quickly pulled Yang Jian back. At this moment, Lang Ye and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros did not expect that Jiang Chen would choose to enter the great rift valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There was no way out in that place. Not long after, the earthly Hades sacred mountain would close up again. Even if Jiang Chen did not die, he would be crushed by the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Moreover, this was an eternal curse. Those who entered the Great Rift Valley and those who were looking for the source of the spiritual spring would be buried together with the source of the spiritual spring. You bunch of incompetent scoundrels. You have to take responsibility for Jiang Chen's death. Yang Jian said while gritting his teeth. The current situation is changing rapidly. We are not a match for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros at all. Lang Ye alone is troublesome enough. We can only wait and see for an opportunity. Do you think that I will feel better? Jiang Chen saved us before. But if we rush out now, we will only be digging our own graves. I think this is not something that Jiang Chen would like to see. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. His expression was filled with sorrow. Lang Ye's eyes looked gentle. To him, it was better for Jiang Chen to die. It would be the end of all his troubles. He did not need to worry about anything anymore. I will be back. I will definitely be back. Jiang Chen's shout reverberated in the Great Rift Valley. His figure had already disappeared. However, the echo of his voice was just the most unwilling roar of his life in the eyes of the crowd. Yang Jian, Pan Hong and the others were filled with grief and indignation. However, they were too weak and couldn't do anything to help. They could only watch Jiang Chen die silently. To Yang Jian, this was like a knife cutting into his heart. Junior brother Jiang, we will definitely take revenge for you. Lu Quanchao clenched his fist tightly. But at this moment, the divine Pandalin was in the most dangerous situation. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. As long as the divine Pandalin falls, the situation in the Nine-Dragon Cave would become clear. There are many people hiding in the dark. Senior Spirit Rhinoceros, we should take care of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will become our greatest threat. Lang Ye said in a low voice. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros looked at Lang Ye and said indifferently. They should all be your mortal enemies. Forget it. We beasts have our own pride. Since I've taken your immortal grade pill, I'll do you a favor. The pitch-black Great Rift Valley was filled with a creepy feeling. The sound of flowing water seemed to be knocking on Jiang Chen's heart. There were cliffs and stalactites all around. There were gullies in the mountains. The dark space was cold and pitch-black. Jiang Chen could feel the bone-chilling cold every time he took a step forward. This kind of feeling was unbearable for ordinary people. Jiang Chen also thought about going out now. He would definitely be attacked by the group of heavenly god realm beasts. Jiang Chen would not be able to escape no matter what. Hence, he decided to enter the Great Rift Valley to find out what was going on. The spiritual spring water flowed out from this place. However, no one had ever found the source of the spiritual spring because no one who entered the Great Rift Valley could walk out alive. It was like a curse. Even the divine Pandalin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, who were at the peak of the early heavenly god realm, did not dare to step into this place. Because they deeply felt the terror of this Great Rift Valley. It was a fear that had existed in their hearts since ancient times. Hence, no one dared to step into it. This Great Rift Valley was a place of crisis. Hence, when Jiang Chen stepped into this place, both Lang Ye and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros chose to stay silent because they had already sentenced him to death. Xianxia walked into the Great Rift Valley step by step. The flowing water flowed through the Great Rift Valley. However, he did not know where it led to. It was about 100 meters high. There were stalactites on both sides of the cliff. The stones under his feet were also angular. Xianxia felt like he was crossing the river by touching the stones. Because he did not know what would appear next and where would this Great Rift Valley lead to. Hence, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He knew that the danger here was beyond his imagination. Although Xianxia was confident, he was not arrogant. He believed that the experts who came here to look for the source of the spiritual spring were definitely stronger than him. However, the result was the same. Hence, it was reasonable for him to be cautious. It was better to be safe than sorry. Xianxia walked for a long time. The light in front of him gradually became brighter. Because the Great Rift Valley was filled with white ice. Around the ice were gems of different colors. The gems were shining brightly, illuminating the bottomless Great Rift Valley. Below his feet, every inch of ice was freezing. If it wasn't for the protection of the 5-elemental true fire, he wouldn't have been able to go so deep. Because at the boundary of the ice and cold, Xianxia saw a lot of skeletons. Those skeletons were all curled up here. He could foresee that many of them had been frozen to death at the boundary of the ice and cold. It was not a groundless realm. If it was not for the 5-elemental true fire protecting him, Xianxia would be. Xianxia knew how dangerous his situation was. The bone-piercing chill made Xianxia's heart extremely serious. He was extremely careful, and with every step he took, he would carefully look at his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia felt that there was no end to the Great Rift Valley. He was walking down step by step. In other words, he was probably already in the underground. Apart from the skeletons all over the ground, Xianxia saw damaged divine weapons and some terrifying demonic beast skeletons. The sound of flowing water was still audible, but Xianxia could not find the real source of the spiritual spring. However, Xianxia knew that if the source of the spiritual spring was so easy to find, it would have been made public a long time ago. In fact, it was unknown whether the source of the spirit spring existed or not. This is a bottomless black hole. If I keep walking like this, I don't know how long it will take. Xianxia murmured. However, the deeper he went, the more Xianxia felt goosebumps all over his body. This kind of trembling came from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia was not afraid, but there was an inexplicable pressure. This bottomless Great Rift Valley had completely extended underground for who knows how many miles. However, it seemed to be endless. The stalactites and ice on both sides were condensed together, shining brightly. Among the stalactites and ice, Xianxia actually saw some human figures. They were black figures, but they were only black. There was also a terrifying black eagle that was dozens of meters tall. Those should be humans or demonic beasts that had entered this place before, right? Chi. 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 An ear-piercing sound rang out. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It was actually 2 ice beetles that were about 2 meters tall, completely crushing his height. Xianxia had never seen such terrifying ice beetles before. Weren't ice beetles the size of a finger? How did they become so big? While Xianxia was still in shock, the 2 ice beetles immediately attacked Xianxia. The 2 ice beetles quickly attacked. Their razor-sharp beaks fiercely pecked at Xianxia. Xianxia quickly retreated and slashed with his sword. The 2 ice beetles were directly cut into 2 by Xianxia. However, Xianxia felt that the surrounding air had become colder, as if his blood was going to freeze. These 2 ice beetles are probably at the late True God realm. Xianxia's expression was incomparably serious. These ice beetles usually lived in groups, and they usually wouldn't act alone. Cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. Cracking sounds were heard. Xianxia turned his head and saw tens of millions of ice beetles rushing towards him from behind. Xianxia's face turned green when he saw tens of millions of ice beetles rushing towards him from the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. What he was afraid of had come true. These ice beetles were much more terrifying than the man-eating ants. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Moreover, their destructive power was much stronger. With so many ice beetles, Xianxia really did not know if they were going to migrate or if they were coming for him. The destructive power of the ice beetles was evident. Wherever they passed, the ice and snow on the walls were all eaten by them. Even the black shadows in the snow were completely devoured. Xianxia felt his scalp going numb. Holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Xianxia retreated while running. However, the speed of those ice beetles was much faster than him. Moreover, they were coming at him in a threatening manner. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it in an invincible manner. Dozens of ice beetles were chopped into pieces. However, after dozens of ice beetles were chopped into pieces, hundreds and thousands of ice beetles swarmed towards Xianxia like a wall. Xianxia's sword aura was terrifying and ruthless. The heavenly dragon sword was also getting stronger. However, the ice beetles were endless. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xianxia felt that the ice beetles that died in his hands were no less than tens of thousands. However, there were still more ice beetles rushing towards him. Moreover, countless ice beetles had appeared behind him. The current Xianxia had no way out. Even though he kept chopping the ice beetles, it was useless because he seemed to never be able to kill them all. Damn it. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood why so many experts could not get out of this great rift valley. Even a divine king would be exhausted to death just to deal with these ice beetles. Xianxia felt more and more pressure. His space was also getting smaller and smaller because of the ice beetles. Damn it. I'm going all out. You bastards. Xianxia let out a furious roar. With a sweep of his sword, another few hundred ice beetles were killed. But in the next second, Xianxia activated the formation. The 5-elemental true fire instantly appeared around Xianxia. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was created by Xianxia from the no-beginning formation. Although it was only a basic formation, it used the 5-elemental true fire as its base. Hence, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was comparable to a middle-level formation. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not be compared to ordinary flames. Moreover, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation could amplify the power of the 5-elemental true fire. Xianxia controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. In an instant, the ice beetles around the 5-elemental trigram fire formation started to melt. The ice beetles did not notice the terrifying power of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. In 2 hours, under the operation of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, countless ice beetles had been killed. Xianxia remained calm as he controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. The essence of the formation was the fire of the 5-elemental trigram fire. Moreover, it was a defensive formation. Ice and fire were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was the natural nemesis of the ice beetles. However, the ice beetles did not seem to fear death. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation rumbled under their attacks. Xianxia's expression was extremely serious. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not withstand the onslaught of millions of ice beetles. Xianxia's physical strength was greatly depleted. After enduring for an hour, the number of ice beetles gradually decreased and eventually disappeared. However, Xianxia was so tired that he sat down on the ground. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Xianxia finally understood how terrifying the ice beetles were. If it was not for the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, even a divine king expert would die here. Even a heavenly god expert would be swallowed by the ice beetles in an instant. This great rift valley was indeed a peerless and dangerous place. Xianxia rested for a moment and ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Only after his strength was almost fully recovered did he continue onwards. By this time, he had walked for an entire day and night. Even he didn't know how far he had walked. A palace of ice and snow appeared in front of Xianxia. This was the palace of ice and snow. It had a circumference of 10 miles and was so tall that it couldn't be reached. It was made of ice and snow, making it seem like he was in a kingdom of ice and snow. However, this ice palace was full of broken walls and ruins. The entire palace was made of ice. The palace was dozens of feet high, like a fairy tale world. Xianxia sensed that this ice palace didn't seem real. It wasn't until he walked into the palace that he realized how frightening the extreme cold here was. The towering walls of ice and snow covered an area of tens of meters. Below the walls, there were actually two frozen guards. They were tall and straight, riding Fergana horses and wielding ancient halberds. Their auras were majestic, and the coldness they exuded was extremely threatening, looking extremely lifelike. There's really something hidden inside. One could imagine the shock in Xianxia's heart. Who could have imagined that there would be an ice palace like this in the Great Rift Valley? However, Xianxia couldn't sense any signs of life in this place. In other words, it was highly possible that this was an empty city. It had been like this for millions of years, a lonely city in a forest of ice. Xianxia always felt that this ice palace was filled with a strange aura. The coldness of this ice and snow could penetrate one's heart. Xianxia walked towards the ice palace, preparing to explore it. But at this moment, the two ice warriors in front of the ice palace suddenly moved. They were wielding ancient halberds in their hands. Amidst the ice warriors rode Fergana horses and charged towards Xianxia. Even the Fergana horses became active at this moment. The horses galloped in the air, trampling over Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword tore the halberd apart and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Xianxia's countenance fell and he quickly dodged the attack. However, the two great ice warriors did not give up and forced Xianxia into a desperate situation. The two heavenly god realm experts had joined hands to attack him. Xianxia's countenance fell and he quickly dodged the attack. However, the two great ice warriors did not give up and forced Xianxia into a hopeless situation. One could imagine how powerful the two heavenly god realm experts would be when they joined hands with each other. Xianxia took a few steps back, his expression was solemn. Under the cross of the heavenly dragon sword and the ancient halberd, he felt that he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Moreover, these ice warriors were extremely powerful, they were extremely ferocious. There's no sign of life in them, they're fighting based on their instincts. I'm afraid that they were not only at the heavenly god realm when they were alive. Xianxia's heart became heavy, the two heavenly god realm ice warriors were completely suppressing him. At this moment, the pressure in his heart was unimaginable. I must have disturbed these two fellas when I wanted to enter the ice palace. Xianxia activated the 5-elemental trigram fire formation again, trying to trap the two ice warriors. However, at this moment, the ice warriors did not hold back at all. The ancient halberd kept striking on the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. The terrifying energy caused the 5-elemental trigram fire formation to tremble. Mother ***, I'll use the two of you to test my little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. With the heavenly dragon sword as the lead, the meteor hammer and the storm hammer as the support, and the 108 divine swords as the foundation, Xianxia used his chi to control the sword formation. Outside the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, the ghost prison Ashura sword formation was completed. Although it was only the little Ashura sword formation, it was not to be underestimated. However, as soon as Xianxia's formation was completed, a fiery shadow shot out from the Zulong Tower in his body. The fire Qilin had completely transformed, completely absorbing the heart of lava. At this moment, the fire Qilin had become a heavenly god realm demonic beast. At this moment, the fire Qilin spat out flames, fighting against the two ice warriors alone. The two ice warriors were engulfed by the fire Qilin, vanishing without a trace. The fire Qilin transformed into a young man, wearing a fiery red armor. The flame mark on his forehead was extremely eye-catching, overbearing and terrifying. The fire Qilin's eyes were blazing, the fire Qilin true fire could burn anything in an instant. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Why? Isn't my Qilin's mightiness domineering? The fire Qilin said proudly. ***CK. Do you know that you've stolen my limelight? I wanted to try out the power of the little Ashura sword formation, but you killed two ice warriors in an instant. What am I supposed to do now? Xianxia was speechless. Cough cough. I was just itching to try out the power of the heavenly god realm. Ha ha ha. Look at how stingy you are. I just saw someone being beaten up by those two ice warriors. The fire Qilin coughed lightly and said. You pretended to be dead at the critical moment. Now that I want to use the formation, you came out to mess things up. I suspect that you did it on purpose. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. The heavens and earth can prove it. I did not do it on purpose. Who asked you to be so weak? Now that I am a heavenly god, you can't do anything if I want to kill you, right? The fire Qilin said with a faint smile. All right. Since you're so happy, I will use you as the touchstone for the little Ashura sword formation that was originally prepared for the ice warriors. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the fire Qilin. All right. I want to see how terrifying your little Ashura sword formation is. The fire Qilin looked as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. He was fearless and stood proudly. The young man was heroic and unstoppable. After a quarter of an hour, Fire Qilin's face darkened as he glared at Xianxia. However, his eyes were still filled with fear. Why are you so monstrous? Fire Qilin said after holding back for a long time. He finally understood how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation was. 108 peak divine tools. Who could take out such a terrifying arm? If it was someone else, unless he was a true great master of craftsmanship, a peerless expert with hundreds of thousands of years of experience. At first, Fire Qilin wanted to bully Xianxia. However, in the little Ashura sword formation, he was badly injured by Xianxia's sword formation. Even though he had broken through to the heavenly god realm and his divine strength had increased, it was still useless and he was defeated. Once again, he realized how dreadful Xianxia was. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Xianxia did not use all of his strength. Otherwise, the heavenly dragon sword would definitely shine brightly. He was extremely curious about the grade of the heavenly dragon sword. It was able to surpass the 2 heavenly divine tools, the storm meteor hammer and the 108 peak divine tools. This was the most dreadful part of the heavenly dragon sword. This sword formation was filled with killing intent. It was a peerless killing formation. This is not monstrous. This is called strength. So what if you've broken through to the heavenly god realm? You're still suppressed by me. Haha. Xianxia said proudly. Fire Qilin was furious. However, it was the truth. If Xianxia had fully activated the little Ashura sword formation, Fire Qilin would have been severely injured or even killed by the sword formation. You're quite capable. Why do I feel that this ice palace is very strange? Those 2 ice warriors were definitely not heavenly gods when they were alive. If not for the ice and fire restraining each other, ordinary heavenly gods would not be able to defeat them. The fire Qilin said in a serious tone. He did not care about the intense battle with Xianxia just now. At this moment, he also realized the danger of this place. I have a feeling that this is not a good place. Let's go. The fire Kirin whispered, reminding Xianxia. He could sense that there was something within the ice palace that made his scalp tingle. The fire Kirin didn't dare to take another step forward. Even though he had killed 2 ice warriors in an instant, he didn't have the courage to continue forward. That was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of his soul. He felt that there was definitely something shocking in this ice palace, and it was definitely not something good. When did you become so wishy-washy? Where did that awe-inspiring aura from before go? These 2 ice warriors were so weak in your eyes. Why are you so scared now? Xianxia said with a beaming smile. However, the fire Qilin's expression was incomparably solemn. The handsome face of the youth was filled with a solemn expression. I'm not joking with you, Xianxia. It's very likely that there are things in there that we can't deal with. Let's go. The fire Kirin urged Xianxia to leave again and again. However, his curiosity was getting stronger. The more the fire Kirin didn't want him to enter, the more curious he was. What was it that made him so afraid? Xianxia had always been a fearless person. At this moment, he had seen this ice palace. He definitely wouldn't leave just like that. Moreover, he wouldn't give up until he found the location of the spiritual spring. I'm a stubborn person. Haha, this ice palace is already in front of us. Do you think that I can still retreat? Xianxia laughed. You're courting death. Although I'm also full of curiosity, do you think that I'll be foolish like you? There's definitely something unknown in there. If we go in now, we'll be courting death. Do you know that? Sai, what do you want me to say in order for you to believe me? We, the Divine Beast clan, have very sharp senses. I'm sure that there's something in there that we can't control. Do you think that this ice palace is a place for mortals to stay? There are countless ice sculptures and broken walls. But try and see if you can break the city of ice with your strength. The fire Qilin's words reminded Xianxia. Xianxia struck out 2 palms on the ice palace. As expected, he couldn't break the defense of the ice palace. It seemed like an ordinary ice palace, but in reality, it was as tough as gold. Xianxia frowned. He was even more curious about this ice palace. However, he became even more serious. The fire Qilin's words weren't wrong. However, it still couldn't stop his determination. If he retreated, then he wouldn't be Xianxia. What's wrong? You finally know to retreat? Sometimes, it's not necessarily a bad thing to retreat in the face of a crisis. Otherwise, you might lose your life. Heh. The fire Qilin laughed. Before his laughter ended, Xianxia had already rushed to the entrance of the ice palace. Without the obstruction of the ice warriors, Xianxia easily entered the ice palace. The outer wall was made of ice and jade. It was pure white and flawless. The entire ice palace looked high-end and imposing. Even under the broken walls, it was still magnificent. One could imagine how fascinating this ice palace was when it was at its peak. The ice path under his feet reflected Xianxia's face perfectly. It was even brighter than a mirror. It was this ruined ice palace that gave off a cold and austere aura. Xianxia walked in the silent ice city. The aura in his heart had calmed down. Even his mind felt peaceful. It was a completely different feeling compared to outside the ice city. It felt like he was bathing in the warm sunlight of the heavens and earth. However, this feeling suddenly disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the chilling aura that made one shudder. In the ice palace, the cold air was oppressive. It was like smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. It seeped into one's bones. Damn it, it's so cold. If it wasn't for the Qilin true fire in my body, I would have frozen to death here. The fire Qilin said in a deep voice. Originally, the fire Qilin thought that the fire Qilin would stay outside the ice palace. However, at this moment, the fire Qilin followed him. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come? Xianxia smiled and asked. TSK. Do you think that I, the fire Qilin, am an ungrateful and heartless demonic beast? Even if I die, I have to collect your corpse. I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear staying outside alone. Let's go. Let's see what kind of place this ice palace is. The fire Qilin said impatiently. However, Xianxia could feel a trace of emotion from the fire Qilin. In the end, the fire Qilin was worried that Xianxia would be in danger in this ice palace. If he left just like that, it would be too heartless. Moreover, Xianxia's Zulong Tower and the Heart of Lava was a huge favor to the fire Qilin. Especially for demonic beasts, they were more worthy of respect than humans. Because in their hearts, friendship was above everything else. The fire Qilin followed behind Xianxia. They walked step by step into the largest palace in the ice palace. The palace was towering and towering. It was 100 feet tall. It made people gasp in admiration. Such a tall ice palace was definitely one in a million. Snow God Spiritual Vulture Palace. Xianxia murmured as he looked at the tall ice plaque. Snow Celestial Vulture Palace. I think I've heard of this name before. The fire Qilin frowned. You've heard of it before? It's in my inherited memories. I think I've heard of this name before, but I can't recall it. It seems to be the Snow Celestial Dojo, the training ground of the ancient gods. The fire Qilin waved his hand. Xianxia could tell that the fire Qilin really couldn't recall. He was so young, yet he had wrinkles all over his face. This fire Qilin had probably only cultivated for a few hundred years. Be careful. The fire Qilin growled. 3 ice arrows shot out from behind Xianxia, almost brushing past his ears. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. They had appeared in front of them without a sound, and their attacks were so fierce and unstoppable. If not for the fire Qilin's warning, Xianxia would have been hit. In front of Xianxia and the fire Qilin, 2 strong men in ice armor wielding long spears appeared. They were both frozen, but their abilities were not to be underestimated. So strong. the fire Qilin said in a low voice. These two men gave him a great deal of pressure. Behind them were 3 ice archers. The 3 cloud-piercing arrows were shot by them. Venerable Lord Ice. It can't be? These fellows had the abilities of a venerable when they were alive? The fire Qilin could not help but tremble. This was too terrifying. Even after tens of thousands of years, their abilities were not to be underestimated. Xianxia saw 2 words on the ice armor of these 2 men. They were Venerable Lord Ice and Venerable Lord Steady. What the hell? Xianxia let out a sigh. I am Venerable Lord Ice. I fight for the glory of the northern deity. Trespassers die. I am Venerable Lord Snow. I fight for the glory of the northern deity. Trespassers die. The 2 venerable lords of ice and snow said the same thing. Each of their spears slowly straightened, pointing at Xianxia and the fire Qilin. Looks like you have to do it. Don't hold back. I believe you can do it. After all, your true fire of the Qilin is the perfect counter to them. What about you? Don't you have the 5 elemental true fire as well? The fire Qilin said unhappily. I'm too weak. You're already a heavenly god. Come on, let's fight for our glory. Leave third brother's ice archer to me. Xianxia smiled. The fire Qilin was not afraid of the Qilin. The fire Qilin and the venerable lord of the ice and the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin took the initiative to attack Ice Snow Venerable. This time, it did not achieve the same effect as when it killed the ice warriors. Instead, the fire Qilin and Ice Snow Venerable were evenly matched. Dragon. And Venerable Venefen, the god. And Venerable Dragons on. And Blood, then Venerable Hafeng, Cell. God, the god, have King God, and have. The fire Qilin said pridefully. Ice and fire were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and they had perfectly fused together. Otherwise, the fire Qilin wouldn't have been able to fight the 2 venerable realm puppets for so long without being at a disadvantage. The flaming claw stepped on the void, the combination of ice and fire. Venerable Lord Ice and Honor Lord Scholar's ice spear swept across in a bold and unrestrained manner. If they were at their peak, they would have been able to kill the fire Qilin in a second. Now, however, they were only left with a little bit of instinctive consciousness. Their bodies were dead and their souls were destroyed. Only their wills were still alive. Even so, the 2 venerable lords were not to be underestimated. Although their attacks were reduced to the simplest horizontal and vertical slashes, their momentum was not diminished. That was the most frightening part. Xianxia looked up. The 3 ice archers were not to be underestimated. Ice swords were constantly shot out. Xianxia took each step carefully. With the 5 elemental trigram fire formation as the foundation, the heavenly dragon sword swept across the void. He continuously performed the Great Void technique and executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps towards the ice archers. The ice swords melted around Xianxia's body. In the end, they were not able to break through Xianxia's 5 elemental trigram fire formation. The 5 elemental true fire was not something that these ice arrows could penetrate. Xianxia was confident. Wherever his sword passed, the flames burned. The 3 ice archers seemed to be trembling. Xianxia let out a low roar. The 3,000 flames dragon seal instantly struck the 3 ice archers. The ice archers were completely engulfed by the 3,000 flames dragon seal and turned into ice water in an instant. The fire Qilin could not bear the heavy burden even though he was fighting against 2 venerable ice snow. The 2 hierarch ice snow were too strong. Even Xianxia's expression changed when he saw the hierarch ice snow. But at this moment, he had also joined the battle. Xianxia struck out 2 3,000 flames dragon seals consecutively. The ice snow reverend was only forced to take a few steps back. The long ice spear in his hand swept across the sky, bringing with it an imposing aura as if he was facing death with indomitable will. Xianxia and the fire Qilin joined forces and finally managed to suppress Ice Venerable's charge. Within the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, the fire Qilin seemed to have divine help. In addition to Ice Venerable's strength being suppressed, Xianxia and the fire Qilin once again joined forces and began a crazy counterattack. The ice crystals on Ice Venerable's body slowly melted. Go to hell. Qilin Saint Fire, melt the heavens and earth. The fire Qilin spat out a shocking flame from its mouth. Together with the 5 elemental trigram flame formation, it enveloped the 2 great ice and snow Xianxia. The ice spears of the 2 ice and snow Xianxia were finally melted. Their remaining will was gradually destroyed at this moment. Be destroyed. Your soul shall return to heaven. Jiangchen activated the 5 elemental true fire and once again displayed the might of the 5 elemental true fire. Even though his strength was still lacking, Jiangchen's attack was not any weaker than the fire Qilin's. The 2 venerable lords were finally melted by the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. The fire Qilin let out a long sigh of relief. It felt as if it had just survived a disaster. It said in a deep voice, "It's really hard to deal with. The 2 of us are blessed by the heavens. Anyone else would have died in the hands of these 2 grandsons." From this, one could see just how terrifying it was that even the remnant will of a venerable could kill countless people. A door made of ice appeared at the end of the palace. The icicles were simple and did not have any exquisite carvings. It looked like a door that was casually made and was as simple as a stone slab. However, droplets of water flowed out from the door and led to the front. What a rich spirit spring aura. Could this be the source of the spirit spring? The fire Qilin took a deep breath and stared at the ice door. It looked ordinary, but behind the door, there was a great pressure. At this moment, even Jiangchen fell into silence. He did not know what would happen if the door was opened. Most likely. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Jiangchen looked at the fire Qilin and nodded heavily. The fire Qilin also gave Jiangchen a look of trust. Jiangchen took a step forward and punched the icy door. The icy door was pushed open, revealing a grand palace with a circumference of 1,000 meters. The floor of the palace was filled with white bones, countless of them, leading to the high and mighty throne. There seemed to be endless long cries and sighs echoing in the palace, giving people a feeling of jealousy and oppression. The blood and tears of the ancient heroes were scattered all over the city walls. The souls of the ancient heroes were buried in this snow-like frost. Oh my God! How many people have died here? Moreover, the skeletons are still here. These experts must be at least Heavenly God realm or Divine King realm. There are skeletons everywhere. The fire Qilin's countenance changed. He could not hold his breath anymore. The pressure here made him breathless as if he was going to be flattened. However, he did not tell Jiangchen about it. Although Jiangchen was only an early true god, he did not seem to be affected by it. Jiangchen felt a faint sadness that arose from the bottom of his heart, as if he was paying homage to these dead heroes, and also as if he was looking at himself in the river of time. It was an indescribable feeling that he couldn't explain. It was an indescribable feeling as if it had existed since the ancient times. Jiangchen's eyes suddenly brightened up. Because there were 2 things that attracted his attention. It was a square block of ice with a circumference of 3 meters. Calling it an ice block was a bit inappropriate, because it was a bit too big. However, it was transparent. There was a figure inside the ice block. The figure's eyes were closed. He was wearing white clothes. His appearance could be seen clearly. He was extraordinarily handsome with a jade-like appearance. His long hair was flowing in the wind. He looked very lifelike. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, he seemed to have died many years ago. The other thing was the cold ice throne beside the ice block. It was exactly the same as the bronze throne in his hand. The only difference was the material. This made Jiangchen puzzled. However, this cold ice throne was definitely not simple. This person has been dead for so many years. He has been frozen in the ice for millions of years. It's quite worth it. Hee hee. The fire Qilin said with a smile. This ice throne feels somewhat familiar to me for some reason. Jiangchen murmured. When his hand touched the cold ice throne suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Jiangchen and the fire Qilin were sent flying away. Both of their expressions changed drastically. They immediately steadied their bodies and their expressions became solemn. Pfff. Jiangchen coughed out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the ice block actually flew up by itself and smashed towards the cold ice throne. The cold ice throne also moved by itself. The ice block and the cold ice throne actually started fighting at this moment. Not to mention the fire Qilin, even Xianxia was dumbfounded. The ice block and the cold ice throne kept colliding. Moreover, the most direct collision was completely unafraid of shattering. Violent impermanence. Every time they collided with each other, it gave people a feeling that the heavens and earth were collapsing. This had already exceeded their understanding. Such a battle had made Xianxia become serious. He could feel that these two items were peerless treasures. However, they seemed to have become extremely unusual before this. Moreover, the consciousness in their subconscious was hostile towards each other. The heavens had qi, the gods and ghosts had souls, and all living things had spirits. These two items were obviously not inanimate objects. They were real spiritual objects. The terrifying battle made Xianxia and the fire Qilin tremble. Most importantly, the terrifying destructive force made Xianxia feel suffocated. Wherever these two objects passed by, the void would be crushed, but nothing was destroyed. It was just a battle of spiritual objects, yet it was already so powerful. Ordinary people couldn't crush the void. At least, Xianxia couldn't do it. He might be able to tear the void with his great void technique, but crushing the void was not something that he could do with his current strength. Even the great void technique was not something that could be done. Xianxia couldn't do it. He might be able to tear the void with his great void technique, but crushing the void was not something that he could do. Xianxia was incomparably solemn. He couldn't help but be extremely curious about the cold ice throne and the ice block. However, he couldn't get close to these two spiritual objects at all. "Why are you attacking me?" A deep voice came from the cold ice throne, causing Xianxia and the fire Qilin to be even more shocked. I don't know. Within the ice block, there was a series of echoes, like the sound of Sanskrit in an empty valley. Moreover, it was completely a battle of wills, yet it was so powerful. Xianxia knew that this was definitely not a battle strength that could be displayed by a divine king expert. As for whether it was an ultimate god, divine emperor, or even an emperor god, it was even more unknown. At the side, the fire Qilin was also extremely solemn, because at this moment, the battle between these two spiritual beings had completely shocked him. This was something that he had never seen before in his inherited memories. This ice block and the cold ice throne are simply monstrous. The fire Qilin murmured. Yeah, these two fellows should have acquired intelligence, but I don't know what kind of spiritual objects they are. Now, I can only hope that the battle between these two spiritual objects won't affect us. Xianxia said softly. He also didn't know about these two spiritual objects. He also didn't know if the cold ice throne and his bronze throne were related. Who are you? Who are you? The cold ice throne let out a deep roar filled with anger because it didn't even know who was attacking it. Obviously, this spiritual object also had its own intelligence. However, although the ice block didn't know anything and didn't even know who it was, its strength and foundation were extremely powerful. When fighting with the cold ice throne, Xianxia vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. When the cold ice throne and the ice block collided, even the void was crushed. It didn't seem as simple as tearing apart, but it was able to restrain the terrifying power into nothingness. This was not something that an ordinary expert could do. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he thought of the white-clothed man in the ice block. Could this ice block be controlled by him? He didn't know whether it was a man or a woman, nor did he understand why he existed in the ice block. And cold ice throne and an ice block. Under such a terrifying battle, the void was crushed, but they were made of ice, yet they were unharmed. I don't know, who am I? Could it be that you're from the primordial era? Primordial era. So distant, so distant. Is the Big Dipper King still alive? Is the Lord of Bewilderment still alive? Is the heavenly axiom still that person? Intermittent voices came from the ice block. Sometimes it was deep, and sometimes it was confused. It seems like I'm the ice throne of the destructive ice god. I don't believe that I can't deal with a piece of thin ice like you. Are you the spiritual consciousness of the ice throne? I don't know. The battle between the ice throne and the ice block continued, but Xianxia was even more confused. He couldn't understand it, because these things weren't something he could come into contact with. Did you hear their conversation? What does it mean? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. The Big Dipper King, the Lord of Bewilderment, and the Heavenly Axiom. What kind of existences were they? He didn't know, but he felt that the things he knew were probably secrets that wouldn't be passed down in the divine realm. When did the two of them talk? Weren't they fighting all the time? The Fire Qilan's words made Xianxia's heart sink. Could it be that the Fire Qilan had only seen the battle between the two spiritual beings and hadn't heard their conversation? To Xianxia, this had once again become a doubt in his mind. But why could he hear it? This was just too unimaginable. I heard them talking to each other. Xianxia's words were like pearls. What? You said that the two spiritual beings were fighting and talking at the same time? The Fire Qilan was completely confused by Xianxia, but he was also a little nervous. The world was full of strange things, especially in this unknown domain. The mysteriousness of the Ice Palace was far beyond his imagination. Originally, they were just looking for the source of the spiritual spring, but now it seemed that both the Ice Block and the Ice Throne were extraordinary and had an unfathomable origin. That's right. Furthermore, their consciousness seems to be very blurry, especially this block of ice. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be controlled by the white-clothed man in the ice block, because he no longer has any signs of life or signs of life. I can't even sense any aura from him. If anyone else had heard Xianxia's words, they would have thought that he had gone mad. However, in the inherited memories of the Fire Qilan, there was such a memory. Everything had a spirit, and everything was a living being that existed between heaven and earth. Only by endlessly growing and multiplying could one sense all things. High-grade medicinal pills had pill spirits, and high-grade divine artifacts had artifact spirits. These were not groundless rumors. Looks like the things we've seen might not be things that people of our level should be able to see. The Fire Qilan said in a low voice. Even though his inherited memories were scattered, it didn't mean that he didn't know what these two spiritual objects were. Why can't I hear it? The Fire Qilan looked at Xianxia curiously. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absolute trust in Xianxia, he would definitely not speak carelessly at such a critical moment. He would have really thought that Xianxia was talking nonsense. I don't know. Xianxia shook his head. However, what he had said just now had come true in an instant. The two spiritual objects that were originally fighting actually approached Xianxia and the Fire Qilan. The Fire Qilan rapidly retreated, but Xianxia wasn't so lucky. The Ice Throne smashed towards Xianxia. Once Xianxia was hit, he knew that his soul would definitely scatter. However, at this moment, Xianxia urgently summoned the Zulong Tower to protect himself. Even so, Xianxia was still sent flying. Even the Zulong Tower was shaken to the point that it seemed like the sky was collapsing. On the 66th floor of the Zulong Tower, an old and powerful figure appeared. At that moment, his expression became extremely solemn, and there was even a hint of fear. What is this thing? That person seems to be in existence from the primordial era. The old man's brows were tightly knitted and his expression was grim. However, even the ancestral dragon pagoda was extremely fearful of him. This was enough to show that the person in the ice block was definitely not simple. The Ice Throne was definitely not someone that was easy to deal with. The Ice Throne of the destructive Ice God? It is indeed extraordinary. Even though the destructive Ice God has fallen for millions of years, this Ice Throne is still so terrifying. Who is the person in the ice? The old man murmured to himself. However, at this time, he couldn't leave the Zulong Tower unless one day, the Zulong Tower could open to the 99th floor. Only then would he have a chance to regain his golden body. However, it was easier said than done to open to the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower. The old man glanced at Xianxia and his eyes were filled with helplessness and a sigh. Although this young man had extraordinary talent, it was absolutely impossible for him to open the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower unless he reached the level of a God Emperor. In the divine world, no one had reached the level of a God Emperor in the past 10,000 years. The youngest God Emperor had only reached the level of a God Emperor after 270,000 years. Just like what the old tortoise said, the heavenly way is impermanence. Only samsara is left. Everything is predestined. The old man said faintly, reminiscing about the past as he fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, the ice throne once again smashed towards Jiang Chen. The void was crushed. Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. At this moment, even the Zulong Tower seemed to be sucked into the void. Although the Zulong Tower could protect him, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be injured at all. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound was heard. The ice block collided with the ice throne once again. However, this time, the ice throne was sent flying a few hundred meters away. The ice block stood in front of Jiang Chen, unmoving like a mountain. Jiang Chen was standing opposite the man in the ice block. However, the man in the ice block had been dead for thousands of years. Just now, Jiang Chen felt that the ice block seemed to want to protect him. The ice throne was sent flying by the ice block without any warning. The man in the ice block, the man in the ice block. Why does my heart hurt? Jiang Chen murmured. When he looked at the man in the ice block, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart, as though it was about to be ripped out. This is definitely a man from the immemorial era. It's a seal, the 9 Underworld seal. In the Zulong Tower, the old man's expression was incomparably solemn. There was even a hint of astonishment on his face. However, in the next second, even he chose to remain silent and disappeared from the Zulong Tower. Because he couldn't exist for too long, he was limited by the current situation of the Zulong Tower. It was already extremely lucky for him to be able to wake up from the dead silence. Hurry up and think of a way, Jiang Chen. Fire Qilin said with a bitter face. Why don't you think of a way? If I had a way, would I just sit here and wait for death? If it wasn't for the ice block that saved my life, even the Zulong Tower would have been dragged into the void. I'm afraid I would be in danger then. Although the ancestral dragon pagoda can protect me, once I'm blasted into the crack of the void by this ice throne that can shatter the void, I reckon that I won't be able to return unless I cultivate the great void technique to the highest realm. Jiang Chen said with a lingering fear. Even the Zulong Tower was greatly shaken, but the Zulong Tower never had a soul. This was also what Jiang Chen had been wondering about. Logically, the Zulong Tower, which was comparable to the ice throne, should have a soul. These two great spiritual beings were truly very strange. This was also the first time that Jiang Chen encountered such a thing. In the past, the Zulong Tower was an omnipotent existence. Today, he finally found an existence that could shake the Zulong Tower. He did not know whether it was good or bad, but he was still hesitant. Now, I can only make a desperate attempt. Let me see if the myriad chi cauldron can suppress the two of you. Jiang Chen's heart moved. This was his last card. If even the myriad chi cauldron could not suppress the two spiritual objects, then there was no chance at all. He could only resign himself to fate. However, Jiang Chen did not like to control his fate in the hands of others. Heaven cauldron shakes the universe. Jiang Chen roared. The myriad chi cauldron rose horizontally and horizontally. The power of the cauldron was matchless. At that moment, both the ice block and the ice throne stopped instantly. It was as if time had frozen at that moment. It works. Fire Qilin was instantly delighted. Jiang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He suppressed the ice throne under the myriad chi cauldron. As for the ice block, it was not suppressed by the myriad chi cauldron. Instead, it remained at the same spot. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the ice block was also afraid of the myriad chi cauldron. It was just that it didn't seem to have any spiritual consciousness and it didn't have a mind of its own. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the block of ice, the eyelids of the man in the ice seemed to twitch. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with shock, but in the next second, he regained his deathly stillness. Although it was only for a split second, Jiang Chen still caught it. However, deep in his heart, he still hoped that it was not real, because the feeling this man in the ice gave him was even more terrifying than the ice throne, even though it had saved his life. The origin of this myriad chi cauldron was not simple. It was the most precious item of the craftsman god. However, the current Jiang Chen was still unable to fully control the myriad chi cauldron. Such a dense spiritual spring aura. The fire Qilin suddenly straightened his back and took a deep breath. At this moment, Jiang Chen noticed that it was indeed so. Moreover, the terrifying spiritual spring aura was actually emitted from the ice block. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. He was even more curious about the ice block and the man in the ice block. Xianxia walked towards the ice block step by step and placed his palm on the ice block. However, he found that he couldn't melt the ice block at all. This is strange. My divine power actually can't melt this ice block, Xianxia said doubtfully. After saying that, Xianxia unleashed the 5-elemental true fire. The terrifying 5-elemental true fire rose from his palm, ready to melt the ice block. After a while, the ice block was still as good as before. There was no sign of melting at all. Xianxia and the fire Qilin exchanged a glance and their facial expression finally changed. This is too strange, right? Your 5 elements true fire actually can't melt this ice block? The fire Qilin murmured. In his heart, he was more and more surprised by the mysterious ice block. This ice block is definitely not an ordinary ice block. However, even if it's a millennium frigid ice, it shouldn't be so difficult to melt. I don't believe it. There was a touch of stubbornness in Xianxia's eyes. For an hour, he had been using the 5 elements true fire to melt the ice block. However, there was no sign of the ice block melting. This made him finally give up. He had no way to deal with the ice block at all. On the other side, there seemed to be drops of water falling down. However, Xianxia could see that it was not melted by his 5 elements true fire. Instead, the drops of water flowed into a distant stream, extending all the way. The stream of water was very small and the drops were very real. It turns out that the source of the spiritual spring is the water that flows out from the melting ice block. However, why can't my 5 elements true fire melt it? His water drops, drop by drop, I don't know how long it will last. Xianxia suddenly understood. However, how could the ice block be so hard? It seemed to have nothing to do with the hardness. It was the first time that Xianxia had encountered something that could ignore the melting of the 5 elements true fire. Moreover, ice and fire were originally mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Under such circumstances, even Xianxia's 5 elements true fire could not help. Wasn't this ice palace a little too strange? The 5 elements true fire can't do anything. What about the red lotus karmic fire? Xianxia was slightly moved and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it was during normal times, perhaps Xianxia would not be able to do anything. However, this time, if Xianxia could find something that could challenge the red lotus karmic fire, it would definitely be different. Sister Red Lotus? I found something. I'm afraid you can't melt it, Xianxia said in the myriad chi cauldron. However, there was no response. Sister Red Lotus? I know you must be listening. Even my 5 elements true fire can't do anything to it. I think your red lotus karmic fire can't do anything to it, right? Sigh, forget it. I'll think of a way myself. However, I guess there's nothing in the world that can melt it. It's really magical, Xianxia said from the bottom of his heart. His words were filled with sorrow. There's nothing in the world that my red lotus karmic fire can't melt. Red Lotus said faintly. Xianxia was delighted. He knew that Red Lotus would not be able to resist the temptation. Since she claimed to be the most powerful flame in the world and even his 5 elements true fire couldn't do anything to it, it would definitely attract her attention. This was something that Xianxia did not need to worry about at all. Although it was an old-fashioned way to goad someone, they had no choice but to fall for it. That was the incomparable pride in the depths of her heart. She was clad in fiery red clothes. She had a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. Even the fire Qilin trembled when he saw her. He subconsciously took a few steps back. His face was completely pale because the pressure Hong Lian gave him was too great. She was like a mountain that he could only look up to. He couldn't look at her, and he didn't dare to look at her. Xianxia, who is she? How could she be so terrifying? If you had called her out before, wouldn't you have been invincible? The fire Qilin said weakly. It was an innate suppression. He was weaker in terms of flames, but it was rare to find an existence that could suppress his Qilin's sacred flame. Do you think I can invite this grandaunt to help me? You think too highly of me. Xianxia smiled bitterly as he looked at the fire Qilin. At this moment, he had indeed turned into an obedient baby. A flame spirit that's even more terrifying than you. You should know who she is now, right? Is she not human? She's red. Xianxia shook his head. The Buddha says, don't say. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. This big sister's temper is rather violent. The fire Qilin gasped. He was even more afraid of Red Lotus now. He tried to stay as far away from her as possible. Xianxia glanced at Red Lotus. She had been staring at the block of ice for a quarter of an hour without saying a word. Did you see anything? Xianxia asked solemnly. Not simple. What's not simple? Xianxia continued to ask. So handsome. Red Lotus's words almost made Xianxia vomit blood. Big sister, I asked you to melt this ice block for me. Did I ask you to look at a handsome guy? The fire Qilin couldn't help but cover his mouth. If he wasn't afraid of Red Lotus, he would have already burst into laughter. Then can you melt this ice block? Xianxia said impatiently. Are you admiring this handsome guy? Although everyone loves beauty, don't you think you're being a bit too presumptuous right now? Is there anything in this world that I, Red Lotus, can't melt? Red Lotus snorted disdainfully and glanced at Xianxia. Then you've been waiting there for a long time. I'm afraid that if I can't control the flames, the person in the ice will be melted. I'm worried about you now. You don't have the ability to melt this ice cube. Xianxia sneered in his heart. His target was naturally the spiritual spring water after the ice melted. So much spiritual spring water, what kind of fortune would that be? However, when he thought that the water was used to freeze corpses, Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable. Red Lotus coldly snorted. She did not say anything else. In her hands, flames started to burn. But at this moment, something even more terrifying happened. Even under the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the ice block was still as good as new. It did not melt at all. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. Even Red Lotus was extremely serious. This time, her confidence was completely destroyed. Now, you should know how terrifying this ice cube is. Xianxia said with a faint smile. This is not an ordinary ice cube. Xianxia felt helpless. Do you think I don't know that this isn't an ordinary piece of ice? If it was an ordinary piece of ice, why would I need you? My own 5-elemental true fire can melt this thing in a matter of minutes. There's a seal on this ice cube. Red Lotus's words attracted Xianxia and the fire Qilin's attention. There's a terrifying seal on this block of ice, and it's very likely to be an ancient seal. Although this block of ice isn't simple, it shouldn't be this terrifying. To be able to freeze this 10,000-year-old mysterious ice and use a seal to completely seal this person, who exactly has such great ability? Red Lotus mumbled. I'm afraid this person in the ice has been here for countless years and no one knows about it. If the seal isn't broken, perhaps no one can melt this ice cube. This isn't just a problem of the mystic ice. If the seal isn't broken, even a god emperor can't do anything about it. Red Lotus's face was solemn. If the seal isn't broken, even a god emperor can't do anything about it? Seems like this is a great Buddha. Even though Xianxia did not know the origin of this person in the ice cube, he knew that this thing was definitely an ominous thing. Then what should we do? Let's just leave this ice cube here. The fire Qilin said. What a waste. This 10,000 years of mystic ice is extremely precious. Moreover, this seal is probably from the ancient times. There's nothing it can't break through. This ice cube itself is a great killing weapon. Red Lotus said. At this moment, the fire Qilin was so scared that he shrunk back and dared not speak anymore. That's right. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Why didn't he think of this? Maybe it was because he was too afraid of this ice cube that he forgot about this point. Xianxia wrapped the ice cube. This was definitely a great killing weapon. With a single strike, it could destroy everything. Even though it was a little cumbersome, it was truly terrifying. Oh right, what's a seal? Is it a type of seal? Xianxia asked. A seal is a type of sealing forbidden technique. Even a god emperor might not know how to use it. Red Lotus's words made Xianxia even more fearful. Just what kind of existence was this ice palace? Even a god emperor might not know how to use a seal to seal a person. It was really terrifying. Xianxia looked at the water that flowed down from the ice cube at the entrance of the palace. He immediately collected all the spiritual spring water and filled 5 jade bottles. However, it should be called the 10,000 years ice water now. Xianxia drank a bottle of 10,000 years ice water. At this moment, his face looked extremely solemn. The dragon marks in his body had completely grown to their limit. Xianxia could feel a terrifying power gushing out from his body. At this moment, his strength had broken through to the mid-true god realm. In an instant, Xianxia felt that his limbs and bones were filled with energy. Although it was just a step away from the mid-true god realm, it was a completely different concept compared to the mid-true god realm. Did Red Lotus leave? The fire Qilin looked around with fear. Red Lotus had already returned to the Myriad cauldron. Look at your cowardly self. Haha. Xianxia laughed. What do you know? That's respect. Red Lotus is the spirit of all flames. I'm looking up to her. The fire Qilin said seriously. That's the suppression of the flames, right? When I surpass her one day, I'll definitely give you a trace of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Xianxia stopped smiling. The fire Qilin's eyes lit up. Now, the person he was looking up to had become Xianxia. Now, we should go out and have a look. After all, this ice palace is not a good place. The fire Qilin said. Xianxia nodded. The two of them walked out of the ice palace and started their journey back. However, the moment they left the ice palace, it collapsed and turned into dust. Rumble, a deafening sound reverberated through the void. At this moment, the enormous earthly Hades sacred mountain began to converge slowly. Because the spiritual spring water did not flow out, only 80% of it flowed out. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was the worst. Because he wanted the most spiritual spring water. But now, all his efforts were in vain. Could it be that the source of the spiritual spring had dried up? Xianxia did not know. This was probably the first time something like this had happened. Could it be that Xianxia had really entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain and found the source of the spiritual spring in the dark Great Rift Valley? At least, Xianxia did not believe it. Countless experts and predecessors had entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain before. But in the end, they were all annihilated. None of them came out alive. That place was a forbidden place, an abyss of death. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The experts led by Lu Quanchao and the Wu brothers were all severely injured. Yang Mingqing and Su Jin were also unable to escape misfortune. The two of them were also severely injured by the demonic beasts led by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. The other group of people who were hidden were also unable to escape. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was the best. Even Lu Quanchao and the other experts, who were led by the divine pangolin, could not resist this group of terrifying beasts. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was invincible. He almost wanted to kill all the humans. Moreover, there were many half-step heavenly god realm experts hiding in the surroundings. How many of them could escape from his eyes? The fact proved that the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was extremely powerful. The moment when Xianxia was forced into the Great Rift Valley, they were already labeled as dead. At that moment, everyone was doomed because the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had already seen every single one of them. He wanted all of them to stay here. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros hated those humans who kept entering the hidden secret realm to plunder. In his eyes, these humans were his natural enemies. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was unstoppable. It defeated Lu Quanchao and the others. Even Yang Mingqing, Lu Quanchao, Su Jin and a few other half-step heavenly god realm experts could not handle the situation at all. Although the infernal evil dragon and the viridescent flower giant python were injured, they were still heavenly gods after all. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was impossible for them to turn the situation around. Yang Mingqing fell to the ground, heavily injured. His complexion was unsightly. Su Jin also fell to the ground. The original plan was completely ruined. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. Lu Quanchao fell to the ground. Wu Qianshuan and Wu Tingho also fell to the ground. They could not withstand the attacks of the beasts. It was not easy for them to survive. The divine pangolin was a peak early heavenly god realm divine beast after all. His strength was unfathomable. Even though he had fallen into a desperate situation several times, he was still able to escape from death. However, there weren't many chances like this anymore because the single-horned spirit rhinoceros wouldn't give him too many chances to escape. If the divine pangolin did not hold up the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, they might have been defeated and become the food of the beasts. Whether it was Lu Quanchao or Su Jin, they were forced to join the battle. Because the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had completely covered them, they had nowhere to hide. That was why they were forced into a desperate situation. However, Lu Quanchao and the others did not forget one person. It was Jiang Chen, a man who stepped into the Great Rift Valley. When Jiang Chen was forced to enter the Great Rift Valley, everyone felt terrible. However, there was nothing they could do. Lu Quanchao hoped and longed for Jiang Chen to come out from the Great Rift Valley. Every single time, he would descend like the savior of the world. However, this time, Lu Quanchao also fell into silence. Senior brother Lu, do you think junior brother Jiang will be able to walk out alive? Yang Jian murmured. Looking at the earthly Hades sacred mountain that was gradually recovering, he knew better than anyone else that Jiang Chen had already become a dead soul at this moment. However, was everything irreversible? At least for now, their fates were still unknown. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they would leave this world forever. The hidden secret realm was not only Bai Yunfei's grave, it was everyone's grave. Perhaps. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His heart was still trembling. However, what could he do? He had already used all of his skills to try to turn the situation around. However, the result was still cold. They were forced to retreat step by step and their injuries were getting worse. Even the strongest among them, the divine pangolin, was dying and could be killed by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros at any time. Jiang Chen was their hope, their savior. However, at this moment, even Yang Jian and Lu Quanchao who believed in him the most were silent. One by one, they fell down. Their hope was gradually nibbled away. In the end, there was only despair left. Everyone seemed to see the end of their lives. Jiang Hao died, Pan Hong was beheaded, Ling Lingyi was buried in the earthly Hades sacred mountain, Heavenly Star sect only had Lu Quanchao and Ling Long, Earthly Hades sect only had Zhang Lei, and Profound Feng sect only had Yang Jian and Man Shui. Everyone was severely injured and struggling at death's door. Yang Jian could still remember the words that Pan Hong shouted before his death, the flag of Profound Feng sect must not fall. It was alright if he died. As long as Jiang Chen was still alive, everything was not over. At that moment, Yang Jian's eyes were filled with tears. Pan Hong and Jiang Chen were filled with hope. However, could he really come back and save everyone? Perhaps, this was only a dream. When the great rift valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain closed again, Yang Jian's hope was completely shattered. Jiang Chen could never come out again. Forever. Langya sneered and looked back. His eyes were filled with coldness. Jiang Chen's death was finally over. Otherwise, that fella always gave him an uneasy feeling. Even when the earthly Hades sacred mountain had yet to recover, Langya did not dare to let his guard down. That was why he did not take any action. Because he was waiting for an opportunity to become invincible. Yang Jian was silent. Man Shui was in despair. Lu Quanchao sighed. Ling Long looked at the direction of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Once upon a time, when they entered the hidden secret realm, the elders had instructed them to protect Jiang Chen. However, how could they tell others about the hardships and sorrows that they had gone through? Although he was invincible, powerful, and talented, he was still sealed in the earthly Hades sacred mountain forever. Jiang Chen's death would soon be forgotten by the people. He would be ignored by all the beasts in the hidden secret realm. Those who were still alive would be talking about it. They would soon follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps and become the fertilizer of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Everyone was in complete despair. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros took the lead and swept away everything in its path. Everyone was pushed back hundreds of meters by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and suffered heavy injuries again. They did not even have the strength to stand up anymore. Yang Mingqing was dead and Su Jin was dying. Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho held each other's hands and shed tears of brotherhood, despair, loneliness, hatred for the unfairness of heaven. Everyone's mind was filled with many thoughts, but no one could change the outcome. This was fate. What's the joy in life? What's the bitterness in death? Life and death are just like a road. Lu Quanchao said faintly. Since there was no way to fight back, waiting for death might be the best choice. It seems like we're destined to die here. So what if you're talented? Ha ha ha. In the end, you'll still be a pile of dirt. Zhang Lei laughed wildly. The only one who could still stand was the divine pangolin. He could only stand. If he fell down, he would really die. Your demon spirit can be considered a kind of benefit to me. However, I need it alive. Only then will I be able to extract your demon spirit and bring out its greatest value. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said with a smile. However, the divine pangolin's huge body was trembling. Because the single-horned spirit rhinoceros wanted to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. You're despicable. Old rhinoceros, you'll definitely get what you deserve. Just kill me if you can. Coward. The divine pangolin roared. He didn't dare to imagine how cruel the single-horned spirit rhinoceros would be, because he had to live on and endure the pain of despair. He couldn't die until the demon spirit was completely separated from his body. Only then would he die silently. This was even more terrible than the torture of humans. You have no choice. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros grinned with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. That top-grade medicinal pill has the effect of recovering divine power. Next, leave these people to me. Xianxia smiled and said. Good. However, the final spirit spring did not flow out. What a pity, what a pity. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said indifferently. He swallowed 2 supreme-grade elixirs, and his limbs and bones instantly recovered a lot of divine power. However, the source of the spiritual spring had nothing to do with him. As for whether there was any spiritual water or not, he didn't have any obligation to help Xianxia find it. He had already done his best because Xianxia had already paid the highest price he could to save his life. As the leader of the beasts, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros wouldn't kill Xianxia. This was his promise and also his dignity. Xianxia revealed a faint smile after all the demonic beasts had consumed the supreme-grade pill. Now, hand over all of your spiritual water to me. Since I did not get my share, I can't possibly return empty-handed, right? Xianxia turned around and looked at the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the other beasts. What do you mean? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros stared at Xianxia coldly. What do I mean? Don't you understand? Since you've received my medicinal pills, you should at least show some gratitude, right? Hand over all of your spiritual water. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia said calmly. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's eyes lit up. He slightly circulated his chi and the divine power in his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Instantly, all the demonic beasts were shocked and looked at Xianxia in fear. Don't ever try to use the divine power in your body. Otherwise, your divine power will break your meridians and you'll die suddenly. If you hand over the spiritual water in your hands obediently, perhaps I will spare your lives. Despicable human, how dare you drug us? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's voice was deafening. However, he seemed to be lacking in confidence. Even his eyes became weaker. I didn't force you. You guys ate it yourselves. Don't blame me. Xianxia shrugged and said disapprovingly. You're worse than a beast. I'm going to kill you. Despicable human, how dare you scheme against us? Brother Spirit Rhinoceros, you can't let him go. You must kill him. Never believe a human's words. You're a scum. Every beast was incomparably furious. After consuming Xianxia's supreme grade pill, all of them had lost their divine power. They were already exhausted. Now that they were poisoned by Xianxia's poison, they were like little white rabbits waiting to be slaughtered. Every beast's ferocious appearance had vanished at this moment. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was extremely regretful. How could he trust this human? In the end, he was the one who harmed all the beasts. Because of his greed, he had become Xianxia's prisoner. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros had never done such a transaction in his life. However, he had never expected that he would be fooled by a young man after living for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, he made a wrong move and lost everything. Now, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and all the beasts had become Xianxia's prisoners. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros finally realized how stupid he was. He had never trusted a human before. However, at this moment, he chose to let Xianxia go for the sake of his pride as a beast. In the end, he reaped what he sowed. They were meat on the chopping block. At this moment, all the demonic beasts chose to give up on the spiritual spring water in their hands, because this was their last hope. The human's heart was unpredictable and the world was impermanence. Lu Quanchao and the others were slightly stunned. They had never expected that Xianxia would betray them at the last moment and put the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the others in danger. However, it was useless to them because everyone's fate was in Xianxia's hands. However, Lu Quanchao and the others understood that even if they took action now, they would not have any chance of winning. Because even if the beasts did not take action, they would not be able to live for long. Xianxia would never let them go. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Xianxia had done everything just for this step. Moreover, his plan was perfect from the beginning. Everything was going according to his plan. At this moment, Lu Quanchao and the others finally understood Xianxia's ulterior motives. Saying that Xianxia had put in a lot of effort was an exaggeration. Because everything that he had done, other than himself, had caused the wrath of the heavens and the people. This Xianxia is not simple. I'm afraid that we're going to die in his hands. Wu Qianxuan sighed and felt extremely regretful. They originally wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but they didn't expect to be blocked by the group of demonic beasts before they could even make a move. Now, the situation changed in an instant and they were played by Xianxia in the palm of his hand. It really made them feel sad and even mocked themselves. It's useless to say anything now. Even Jiangchen was completely buried in this earthly Hades sacred mountain. This hidden secret realm is truly a place of death. Looks like our luck is not that good. We always meet these experts. Jiangchen said with a smile. Man Shui said with a bitter smile. At the end of the day, we are the ones who are greedy. If we didn't have the intention to take the earthly Hades sacred mountain from the beginning, perhaps we wouldn't be here now. Our fates would also change because of this. Everything is predestined and it's God's will. Don't we have only ourselves to blame for what we've done? Yang Jian sneered. He no longer cared about life and death as despair had already shrouded them. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll drag you to the grave with me. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros roared. Although he had taken 2 medicinal pills, his strength was still too strong. Moreover, the supreme-grade medicinal pill did not suppress the single-horned spirit rhinoceros too much. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros could also exert the strength of a half-step heavenly god to fight with Xianxia. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Humph, a stupid beast. It's not a pity if you die. Xianxia said disdainfully. Although the single-horned spirit rhinoceros's strength was at the half-step heavenly god realm, he was still restricted by the medicinal pills. Hence, he could not exert his full strength. So, Xianxia was not worried that the single-horned spirit rhinoceros could overturn the heavens. I, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, do not have an undeserved reputation. Even if I lose more than half of my strength, I will not hesitate to kill you. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros roared in a low voice. His horn soared up to the sky, constantly looking for a dead angle from all directions. Xianxia did not show any mercy to Xianxia. He retreated as he fought and clashed with the heavenly shaking cauldron. Although the power of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros horn was invincible, at this moment, it was a little hard for him to deal with it. However, it was not easy for Xianxia to kill him. What are you waiting for? Li Zongheng, don't think that you can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Xianxia sneered. Everyone was shocked. Even the single-horned spirit rhinoceros felt the same way. Could it be that Xianxia had a helper? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's heart sank. If Xianxia had a helper, then he would be helpless today. Ha ha ha, brother Xianxia, why are you so angry? How can I just stand by and watch? This is my duty. I won't let you fight alone. This old rhinoceros is already exhausted and is at the end of its tether. I thought you could deal with it by yourself. Li Zongheng stepped on the sky. His terrifying aura made everyone breathless. Ghost Isec's strongest expert, Li Zongheng. Lu Quanchao said. At this moment, they did not have any hope anymore. This was their flawless plan from the beginning. At this moment, they were just drawing the net. This guy is on the same level as Xianxia. Even the three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect have to be polite to him. This Li Zongheng is really powerful. I am not his opponent even if I am at my peak. Su Jin sighed. Everyone knew how terrifying Li Zongheng was. The black clouds that were rushing towards them filled the sky and surrounded the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill this monster to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xianxia said solemnly. How could he not know what Li Zongheng was planning? If he did not say anything, Li Zongheng would continue to act dumb. Once Xianxia was injured, wouldn't Li Zongheng be the one to reap the benefits? I am a little regretful about Jiang Chen's death. Because I could not kill him with my own hands. Li Zongheng said. Jiang Chen? Is he really that powerful? Why don't I feel anything? Xianxia said in disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that there are so many experts and demonic beasts here today, he would definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. This fellow has such courage. Li Zongheng didn't care about Xianxia's mocking gaze. Only those who had experienced the battle knew how terrifying that guy was. Moreover, he had used the blood escape technique to escape, which affected his injuries. That's why he only recovered 70% of his strength. Let's get rid of this single-horned spirit rhinoceros first. This guy is full of treasures. Hee hee. Xianxia looked at the single-horned spirit rhinoceros covetously. The spirit rhinoceros did not expect Xianxia to treat him as a medicinal ingredient. All right. Li Zongheng did not say much. Killing the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was no longer a dream. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Although the single-horned spirit rhinoceros's roar was like thunder, it was all bark and no bite. Although Li Zongheng did not use all of his strength, it was easy for him to suppress the single-horned spirit rhinoceros together with Xianxia. The battle between two men and one beast did not last for long. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was defeated. Because the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill was getting stronger and stronger, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros could not hold on for long. He was suppressed by Xianxia. The heavenly shaking cauldron almost tore the single-horned spirit rhinoceros's body, causing him to fall into despair and pain. Die! Xianxia roared in rage. With the help of Li Zongheng, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was instantly suppressed and his horn was pulled out. At that moment, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros finally fell down slowly. His breath was weak and his life force was slowly fading away. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. That's because it was their turn next. Don't worry. You guys won't die because I won't kill you guys easily. Hee hee. That would be a real waste of God's gift. Li Zongheng looked at everyone. Yang Jian's expression changed drastically because only he knew what Li Zongheng was going to do. He wants to control all of our souls. Yang Jian said in a trembling voice. It would be better to just die and become Li Zongheng's puppet to fight for him. Then, they would all become the walking dead. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If that was the case, they would rather die than live. You're right. I want to control all of your souls and use them for me. Then, with all of you and these beasts, who can be my enemy in the hidden secret realm? Ha ha ha. Li Zongheng's roar entered everyone's ears. They finally felt that living or dying was a kind of courage. Li Zongheng, do you really want to go against the world? Everyone here is a disciple of a famous sect in the Linhe boundary. Are you not afraid of being attacked by all the sects? Su Jin said with an ugly expression. He did not want to be controlled by Li Zongheng and become his puppet. If that's the case, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? That's right. Don't do it. Everyone here is a disciple of a famous sect. Aren't you afraid of provoking the public if you dare to act recklessly? Wu Qianxuan echoed. Every single one of them was filled with apprehension because Li Zongheng might not accept their threats. Furthermore, they were the meat on the chopping block. Was it really that easy to turn the situation around? Since Li Zongheng dared to come out, it was highly possible that he had already thought of a countermeasure. Furthermore, the people from the Ghost Eye sect had always been independent and ruthless. Even the Clear Stream sect was unwilling to offend them. Aren't you guys too naive? Hee hee. Do you think that I will let you guys see the sun after leaving the hidden secret realm? As long as you guys help me in the hidden secret realm, it's enough. Your value will be revealed. Hee hee hee. Li Zongheng's face was filled with a feminine expression. He glanced at everyone. These people were all anxious. This fellow was more terrifying than the devil from hell. Li Zongheng was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, making everyone feel suffocated. You only have one portion of spiritual spring water. These beasts and people are all yours. Xianxia said. Only one portion? Aren't you being too greedy? Hee hee. Li Zongheng looked at Xianxia and said indifferently. Although these beasts and people are useful to me, you don't have to burn the bridge after crossing it, right? Aren't you afraid that I'll deal with you after taking control of these beasts and people's souls? Would I still be standing here if I'm afraid? You've gotten what you want. One portion of spiritual spring water is enough for you. I need a lot of spiritual spring water to concoct medicine. Xianxia said calmly. What does it have to do with me if you need a lot of spiritual spring water? Don't tell me you want to take my share as well? Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and stared at Xianxia. I'll give you one more. This is my limit. You've already gotten what you wanted, so it should be effortless for you. Furthermore, I've even given you the immortal-grade medicinal pill. You won't deny this, right? From the very beginning, you obtained all of this without shedding a single drop of blood. Xianxia's words made Li Zongheng silent, because he had indeed gotten what he wanted. Moreover, Xianxia had paid more than him. An immortal-grade pill was something that even Li Zongheng coveted, but how could an immortal-grade pill be so easily obtained? Alright, since that's the case, why don't we part ways here? Li Zongheng didn't want to cooperate with Xianxia anymore. He only needed to let those beasts and Lu Quanchao recover their strength. Then, he would be able to control their souls and become invincible. There were so many beasts and they were all true experts. Once they recover their strength, any one of them would be invincible. Hee hee, as expected of Li Zongheng. Cold and murderous, unparalleled and courageous. Truly courageous. Xianxia of the Divine Pill sect is not bad either. However, good stuff should be shared with everyone. If the two of you want to take it all for yourselves, it'll be quite despicable. Am I right? Brother Xianxia. A faint laughter resounded. A blue silhouette appeared. His aura was even stronger than Li Zongheng and Xianxia. This guy's attack had become everyone's hope. Although they did not know this person, they knew that this person was not simple. Wu Rufeng. Don't tell me you also want a piece of the action? Xianxia said coldly. I'm just reminding you guys. Good stuff should be shared with everyone. Am I right? Brother Zongheng. If you're too selfish, you'll become a real enemy. I've always liked to make friends. After all, more friends means more opportunities. Wu Rufeng shrugged with an indifferent expression, and he spoke in a composed manner. He's Wu Rufeng. The second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Wu Rufeng. It's him? No wonder even Xianxia and Li Zongheng dared not let their guards down. If Wu Rufeng is here, then the other two Grand Guardians should be nearby. Looks like the battle is getting more and more intense. I hope they'll both suffer great losses. Apart from being shocked, Lu Quanchao and the others were also interested in the battle between Xianxia and the others. If Wu Rufeng were to take action, then Xianxia and Li Zongheng would definitely not leave easily. At that time, they would be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, Brother Zongheng's means are impressive. Hee hee hee. Wu Rufeng could be said to be their savior. The Clear Stream sect is the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. Senior Brother Wu will not just stand by and watch. Yeah. We're saved this time. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Wu will not let them go. The Clear Stream sect is indeed the #1 sect. Senior Brother Wu, you must stand up for us. These scum of the Ghost Eye sect want to enslave our souls. How heinous. They thought that Wu Rufeng's appearance would change the situation. However, things did not go according to plan. Xianxia chose to give in. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His expression did not look good. However, Wu Rufeng's appearance had given him a great pressure. I'm willing to share 2 portions of spiritual spring water with Brother Rufeng. Xianxia glanced at Li Zongheng. Li Zongheng was unhappy. I only have 2 portions of spiritual spring water. You bastard. However, Xianxia had already set an example. If he didn't do something about it, Wu Rufeng wouldn't be willing to do so. Of course, I will not be willing to fall behind. Ha ha ha. Brother Rufeng, come. I only have 2 portions. You can have 1. Li Zongheng gave Wu Rufeng another portion of spiritual spring water. At this moment, the 3 of them finally reached a consensus. Wu Rufeng was now in cahoots with Li Zongheng and Xianxia. This made Lu Quanchao, Su Jin, Wu Tingho, and the others' jaws drop. This Wu Rufeng, the second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect, how could he be so shameless? They initially thought that he was their savior. But now, he became their accomplice. The hope of Su Jin, Wu Tingho, and the others was shattered once again. Wu Rufeng became the accomplice of the other party. Now, they became the defeated party. It seemed like a joke that justice always prevailed. Wu Rufeng, you bastard. How dare you collude with this group of people? Are you even a human? You've lost the face of the Clear Stream sect. Su Jin roared in anger. He had no choice but to do whatever he wanted now. He initially thought that Wu Rufeng would help him. But now, it seemed like he was overthinking. You bastard, the reputation of the Clear Stream sect has been destroyed by you. Wu Qianshuan's roar pierced through everyone's ears. But it was useless. Wu Rufeng still got 3 portions of spiritual spring water, and they still couldn't fight against death. Xianxia was not afraid of Wu Rufeng. But if Wu Rufeng chose to stand on the side now, he might be isolated. If Li Zongheng joined hands with him, then he would be in danger. So, to be safe, a 3-way alliance was the most stable and safest method. If there was a balance, no one would choose to break it. This was the power of balance. Whoever broke it would be the biggest victim. Wu Rufeng's appearance at this moment made Li Zongheng and Xianxia suspect that the other 2 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect would soon appear in the vicinity. A bunch of ants. What does your life and death have to do with me? Who can you blame if you're not as skilled as others? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Your life, your dignity, you have to fight for it yourself. Wu Rufeng laughed hysterically. Although he was mocking Lu Quanchao and Yang Jian, this sentence still resonated in their hearts. Indeed, he was right. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, what's the use of placing your hope on others? If you're not as skilled as others, you'll still die in the end. Dignity and life, you have to fight for it yourself. If you rely on others, you'll lose your dignity one day. This is life. You can't win against life even if you try. Wu Tingho said with a bitter smile. Xianxia, Li Zongheng, and Wu Rufeng had declared their despair. Death was not the scariest thing was that these people would become prisoners and their souls would be enslaved. These people must be killed. Wu Rufeng smiled. Li Zongheng's eyes turned cold as he stared at Wu Rufeng. What do you mean by that, Brother Wind? Li Zongheng said in a weird tone. Don't you understand what I mean? Wu Rufeng said. He knew that Li Zongheng wanted to control more humans and beasts and enslave them. In the end, he wanted to deal with the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect. Other than them, there was no one else in the hidden secret realm that could break his wings. Therefore, Wu Rufeng had to nip the danger in the bud. Otherwise, he would be setting a trap for himself in the future. I don't understand. I want all of these people. I can do whatever I want with them. Brother Rufeng, you don't have to worry about this. How can that be considered as trouble? Every single one of these people are people with ulterior motives, and I wish for nothing more than to kill them. Yet you want to forcefully protect them. This doesn't seem to be reasonable, right? No matter what, I, Wu Rufeng, will definitely kill these people today. Wu Rufeng said in a deep voice as he confronted Li Zongheng. Xianxia sneered in his heart. It's better for you guys to fight till the end so that I can reap the benefits. At that time, all the spiritual water will belong to me. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, in the earthly Hades sacred mountain, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Such a huge movement was frightening. Especially the 9-dragon cave Great Rift Valley. At this moment, it appeared once again. The 10,000-year-old ice block opened the way and the earthly Hades sacred mountain collapsed once again. In the Great Rift Valley, a fiery red figure soared into the sky, dyeing the void red. Everyone felt the pressure of a heavenly god realm expert. The pressure came from the fire Qilin. However, there was a person sitting on the back of the fire Qilin. That person was Xianxia. Xianxia had returned in a domineering manner. Xianxia is still alive? Is he really still alive? I'm not dreaming, am I? Yang Jian suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with excitement. He could not help but tear up. Even Lu Qianxiao's eyes were a little wet. Xianxia was like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. He rode on the fire Qilin and came out from the Great Rift Valley. The void was dyed red. His imposing manner was peerless and unparalleled. This fella? He actually came out from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. How is this possible? No one has ever come out from the earthly Hades sacred mountain for millions of years. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Wu Qianxuan looked at the scene in disbelief. The return of Xianxia had made Yang Jian and the others cheered up. Man Shuai's eyes were also filled with tears. Xianxia was their true savior. What a brave and handsome fire Qilin. He's even more arrogant than the Dragon Clan. To think that he would lower his head to a human who is weaker than him. I've never heard of such a thing. It's like a fairy tale. Su Jin murmured. He's still alive. Everything is still possible. Ling Long silently stared at this figure. She couldn't explain why, but there was a trace of joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because he had given her hope for life. Senior Pan, you saw it. Xianxia is still alive. Man Shuai roared. The anger, unwillingness, hatred and ruthlessness in his heart seemed to be vented the moment Xianxia returned. It's him? Looks like it's the right decision to come here. Wu Ruffing squinted his eyes and said with a smile. There was an unconcealable joy at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia, he's not dead yet? Li Zongheng's expression was solemn. After experiencing a battle of life and death, he knew how terrifying Xianxia was. This fellow was like a cockroach that could not be killed. No matter how tough the situation was, he would always be able to stand up. Even the unprecedented Great Rift Valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain could not seal him. Li Zongheng could not help but look at Xianxia in a higher light. Since the Great Rift Valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain could not seal you, it seems like you found the source of the spiritual spring? Langya sneered and looked at Xianxia. That's right. So what? If I couldn't find the source of the spiritual spring, why would I come out again? Even the earthly Hades sacred mountain could not seal me. Why? Do you want to stop me? Since you found the source of the spiritual spring, you must have a lot of spiritual spring water with you. Wu Rufing's eyes lit up. This fella's body is full of treasures. I never thought that we could meet here. Wu Ruffing, why are you alone today? Xianxia looked at Wu Ruffing Ling. Killing you alone is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Wu Ruffing said proudly. You're just a mid-true god and you want to fight me? What a joke. If you surrender now, I'll spare your life. Langya, Wu Ruffing, Li Zongheng, all three of you are here. Looks like I, Xianxia, will have to start a massacre today. No one will be able to escape today. Those beasts that forced me into a desperate situation, all of them must die. Xianxia said faintly. However, Li Zongheng felt as if his blood was going to freeze at this moment due to his terrifying and bloodthirsty battle intent. I let you escape last time. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Xianxia looked at Li Zongheng coldly. Xianxia looked at everyone fearlessly. The three of them were the most powerful existences in the hidden secret realm. Perhaps only Shanyuan Kanglin was stronger than the three of them. At this moment, Xianxia ignored everyone. His battle intent was unparalleled and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Li Zongheng looked at Xianxia with a gloomy face. If he was alone, perhaps he would be afraid. However, there were three of them now. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, Langya and Xianxia seemed to have a deep grudge against each other. Wu Rufeng also had a grudge against Xianxia. God is helping me. Li Zongheng was overjoyed. Killing Xianxia might not be a difficult thing for the three of them to work together. However, Li Zongheng was most worried about the heavenly god realm fire qilin. The fire qilin might not be any weaker than the single-horned spirit rhinoceros or the divine pangolin at their peak. If they were to fight it with all their might, they might be at a disadvantage. However, Li Zongheng was not without confidence. A heavenly god realm fire qilin might be able to defeat the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the other beasts. However, he still needed more time to control the souls of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the other beasts. Don't worry. This time, you're the one who's going to escape. He. Li Zongheng said confidently. It can be considered fate that we met here. Later on, you should properly enjoy the bath of death. Xianxia, us three brothers have been searching for you for so long. The heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. We've finally caught you. Wu Rufeng's face was filled with pride. To him, killing Xianxia was just a piece of cake. However, he was worried about the fire qilin behind Xianxia. This fella was obviously using the fire qilin's power to intimidate others. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? You're right. But what can you do even if you have the fire qilin by your side? Today, the three of us will kill you. No one can stop us. Langya said with his eyes squinted. Since the three of you are here, I'll kill all of you at the same time. It'll save me the trouble of looking for you guys. However, you guys are just the beginning. Don't worry, I know what you guys are afraid of. The fire qilin will not take action. I alone am enough to kill all of you. Xianxia said indifferently. What? You're really arrogant. Ha. You want to kill all three of us with your current strength? If it wasn't for the fire qilin, do you think you can do this? What a joke. Wu Rufeng squatted on the ground and laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His eyes were filled with tears as he kept shaking his head. Are the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? Wu Rufeng looked at Xianxia with disdain. He might not even use his full strength to kill Xianxia. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Looks like you're getting more and more arrogant. Xianxia, do you really think that we're Li Yanchao and Zhu Mingyang? Let you kill us? Do you really think that you're invincible? Amid true God. I'm really scared. Plus, you're fighting three of us at the same time. I really thought that you're crazy. Could it be that your brain was damaged by the mountain ridge of the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Langya and Wu Rufeng looked at each other and couldn't stop smiling. Xianxia's arrogance and conceitedness will definitely pay the price. Underestimating the enemy is like playing with your life. I will give it my all in this battle. Only Li Zongheng said solemnly. Because Xianxia used his early true god strength to defeat him. Plus, this fella obtained the inheritance of the formation god. No one knew how terrifying the no-beginning formation was. Xianxia also obtained the secret technique of formation from it. This was what Li Zongheng was most concerned about. Langya and Wu Rufeng regained their composure and stared at Xianxia with a gloomy expression. The battle was about to begin. Not using the heavenly god realm fire qilin? Is Xianxia joking? He's only a mid-true god, fighting against three half-step heavenly gods alone. Is he really that confident? Wu Qianxuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, Xianxia was their only hope. Hence, he hoped that Xianxia could turn the situation around. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would be so arrogant. If that's the case, the three experts would be able to take advantage of the situation. In the end, even the heavenly god realm fire qilin might not be able to protect him. Xianxia never loses. As long as he's still alive, then his words are worthy of our trust. Yang Jian chose to believe in Xianxia. Although he had his doubts, there was only one reason. He was Xianxia. I also hope that he can bring me a different surprise. If he can really fight 3 against 1 and defeat Li Zongheng and the others, I, Su Jin, will not complain even if I have to follow in his footsteps. Su Jin said in a deep voice. Experts always have their own pride. Everyone thought that it was impossible, but Xianxia insisted on challenging them. Moreover, he knew that the 3 of them were fearless. If the heavenly god realm fire Qilin were to take action, they would definitely be able to handle it. Otherwise, they would not be so confident. Therefore, it was better to let the fire Qilin watch the battle. He might not necessarily lose if he fought against 3 alone. Moreover, Xianxia's strength had already reached the mid-true god realm. Although it was only a single step, the changes were huge. Just the 12 fire god guards had all reached the peak late true god realm. The 12 fire god guards could easily kill a half-step heavenly god realm expert. Xianxia naturally has his reasons for doing this, and he also has the strength to do so. The heavenly god realm fire Qilin stood beside Xianxia, supporting Xianxia. He was not worried at all. Previously, Xianxia had used the little azure formation to make him lose his combat strength. If he underestimated Xianxia, the price he would have to pay would be the end of his life. Therefore, fire Qilin was not worried at all. Let's fight. You guys don't have many chances. Xianxia smiled and took a step forward. Under the dragon transformation, his strength instantly rose to the peak of the late true god realm. He faced the 3 of them without any fear. Good. That's more like it. But, that's all. Xianxia sneered and took the initiative to attack. His thunderous attack shook the heavens and earth. His fists were launched and the void exploded. The surrounding airwaves swept across the heavens and earth. Xianxia stood still like a mountain. His heavenly dragon sword swept across and broke Xianxia's fists. Within 10 moves, none of them gained the upper hand. Moreover, Xianxia was getting more and more courageous as the battle went on. His heavenly dragon sword was extremely powerful. Xianxia's overbearingness made Xianxia unable to make any progress. On the contrary, Xianxia was forced to retreat for a few hundred meters. Alright, I'll help you. Li Zongheng's expression was solemn. He was the only one who valued Xianxia the most. Because he had escaped from Xianxia's hands in the past. At this moment, he naturally valued Xianxia the most. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets when he was defeated by Xianxia. Li Zongheng's long spear pierced through the sky and clashed with Xianxia. After images were left everywhere. 1 against 2, but Xianxia did not seem to be defeated at all. What a monstrous existence. But today is the end for you. Wu Ruffing sneered and joined in the fray. The mace in his hand was so powerful that it could split the heavens and earth apart. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. The 3 of them surrounded Xianxia in a triangle formation without any hesitation. Xianxia fought for a long time. Although his strength was only at the peak true god realm under the dragon transformation, his strength was comparable to a half-step heavenly god. 12 fire god guards formed the formation. Xianxia's expression was cold. He immediately summoned the 12 fire god guards and surrounded the 3 of them. The strength of the 12 fire god guards was only 1 step away from the half-step heavenly god realm. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Under the formation, the power of the 12 fire god guards was even more ferocious. The attack of the 12 fire god guards was not any weaker than Xianxia. What a great fire god guards. They really make my heart itch. Wu Rufeng's expression became solemn. Because he had underestimated Xianxia, he didn't unleash his full strength. But now, it seemed like Xianxia wouldn't just give up without a fight if he didn't use his full strength. Heaven-devouring mace, sky-shattering strike. Wu Ruffing waved his huge mace and smashed it towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia's expression turned solemn, but he was not afraid at all. He blocked the attack with his sword. Wherever the sword passed, a sword mark would be left behind. Wu Rufeng's mace was pushed back by Xianxia's counterattack. Surging wave earth spirit formation. Xianxia thought. The 12 fire god guards shrunk the formation. The 3 of them looked extremely serious. The formation had completely suppressed their strength. Moreover, Xianxia was only a mid-true god, yet he was able to fight on par with the three of them. This was a great humiliation to Wu Ruffing and the others. Great! This kid is comparable to Sun Zhongmo. Wu Tinghao's expression was solemn. His heart was filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Even Wu Qianxuan, who looked down on Jiang Chen, was speechless right now, because Jiang Chen was just too strong. He was able to fight three enemies at the same time and was able to trap them with the formation. The battle was getting more and more exciting. A strong man doesn't need to explain. Man Shui laughed and said. He was also a mid-true god, but compared to Jiang Chen, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of foundation. Jiang Chen's dreadful strength made his opponents feel suffocated. As for those half-step heavenly god realm experts, let alone three of them, Man Shui could not even deal with one of them. That's our hope, said Ling Long with a faint smile. However, at this moment, she had already stealthily left. Under everyone's gazes, she finally disappeared into the depths of the vast mountain range. However, the battle between Jiang Chen, Wu Ruffing, and the other two was still going on. The four of them fought fiercely and each of their attacks was deadly. Wolf Fang's mightiness, sun and moon contend. Wu Rufeng's aura rose again. The terrifying airwave shook the heavens. Jiang Chen's 12 fire gods were pushed back a little. Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword to block the attack. Although the heavenly dragon sword was unharmed, he could feel his body trembling. Wu Ruffing was indeed the strongest among the three. On the other side, Li Zongheng and Langya did not hesitate at all. They attacked Jiang Chen again even though they were under the restraint of the surging wave earth formation. Jiang Chen was attacked from the front and back. He quickly dodged the attack, but he was still hit by Langya's palm on his chest and was sent flying. Earth Spirit Formation, Rippling Wave. Under Jiang Chen's thought, the Rippling Wave Earth Spirit Formation was activated again. The three of them suffered serious injuries in the shaking Earth Spirit Formation. Jiang Chen's injury was not serious. He went back to the 12 fire god guards and fought against the three of them. The terrifying attacks fell on each of them. Under the dragon transformation of Jiang Chen and the continuous recovery of the wood spirit, the toughness of his body was self-evident. Facing Langya's attacks, Jiang Chen used the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal to force the three of them to retreat. Vanguard Divine Lock Formation. Jiang Chen changed the formation again. With thousands of high-grade divine origin stones as the base of the formation, the 12 fire god guards were in the middle, completely controlling the three of them. The three of them were slightly stunned when the Rippling Wave Earth Spirit Formation was changed. However, they were trapped by Jiang Chen's Divine Lock Formation again. This time, not only the attacking range of the three of them were locked, but their divine power was also suppressed. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the void, covering 1,000 miles. The Sword of Solitude slashed down from the sky with unstoppable force. It was as if a mountain could be uprooted. Such a powerful sword aura. Wu Ruffing said in a deep voice. His expression changed. The three of them were extremely shocked. However, they were completely trapped in the Vanguard Divine Lock Formation. Heavenly Shaking Cauldron, shaking the heavens and earth. Dark Whirlwind. Wolf Fang Hammer. Awesome. This is Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Yang Jian's eyes were filled with hatred. Jiang Chen had helped them vent their anger. Now that he was fighting against three enemies, he did not seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Instead, he had the upper hand. Even the powerful second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect had to restrain himself at this moment. Jiang Chen is indeed a disciple of our Profound Feng sect. This time, our Profound Feng sect will definitely be famous. Haha. Man Shui was incomparably happy. Jiang Chen's strength was their pride. As a disciple of the Profound Feng sect, there were only the two of them left. Wang Chongyang was still missing, but he was probably dead. Man Shui was full of admiration towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was filled with admiration. Jiang Chen's strength had saved everyone from the disaster. Even Su Jin, Wu Qianxuan, and the others were full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Such strength was the mark of a true expert. Wu Qianxuan, who looked down on Jiang Chen, now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Who would not be afraid of a true god who could unleash a terrifying strength that could even make a half-step heavenly god fearful? Wu Ruffing took a few steps back. Facing the 12 fire god guards, the 3 of them were in a pinch. If you don't take action now, when will you? Do you want to hide your strength and die here? I don't want to die together with you. Wu Ruffing said coldly. Everyone had their own way of thinking. Xianxia wasn't afraid of any changes. He was a man, and he could change himself at any time. However, it was impossible for the 3 of them to be of one mind and one mind. This was because they didn't belong to the same sect, and it was only a temporary alliance. It was naturally impossible to expect everyone to go all out. All 3 of them, including Wu Ruffing, had their own trump cards. As soon as Wu Ruffing finished his words, Xianxia and Li Zongheng knew that they would be in a bad situation if they continued to hide their strength. Wu Ruffing did not expect Xianxia's strength to be this terrifying. If we continue to hold back, I'm afraid that we'll die here. Xianxia was slightly startled. He was ready to fight with all his strength. The 3 of them had their own thoughts. However, they had to fight with all their might to defeat Xianxia. Because none of them had expected that they would be forced into this situation. They had to pay the price for underestimating their enemy. Are you guys finally going to fight? Let me see how terrifying you guys are. 3 heroes against 1 hero. I will never lose. Xianxia's vanguard godlock formation had almost suppressed Wu Ruffing and the other 2's strength. However, they were the most terrifying disciples of the 3 major sects in the Linhe boundary. How could they not have any trump cards? Whether it was Wu Ruffing, Li Zongheng or Xianxia, they all had their own means to protect themselves. But at this moment, they had to fight with all they had. Demon Eye, rise. Light that can destroy the world. Li Zongheng said in a deep voice. His demon eye was invincible and could destroy thousands of saints. Wherever it passed by, the ground seemed to be corroded. The radiance of the devil eye almost crushed everything. Xianxia kept retreating. The vanguard divine lock formation changed once again. He stood in the sky and the mightiness of the ancestral dragon pagoda swept across all directions. Facing the terrifying devil eye, Xianxia was not affected at all. Under the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianxia was bathing in the terrifying golden light. Then, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Since your demon eye can't do anything to me, let's see if you can ignore my Buddha's radiance. Buddha's radiance. Xianxia made a series of hand seals and the Buddha's radiance became dazzling. The dazzling radiance formed a sharp contrast with Li Zongheng's demon eye. At this moment, Li Zongheng's expression changed. The demon eye's light was almost devoured by the Buddha's radiance. His demon eye suffered a backlash at this moment. In other words, the Buddha's radiance had completely suppressed Li Zongheng's demon eye's light. In the end, Li Zongheng was defeated by Xianxia. The genius of the Ghost Eye sect was now in a difficult situation. The heavenly shaking cauldron contains the essence of the heavens and earth. Suppress it now. Xianxia roared in rage. The Buddha's radiance had no effect on him at all. It might be able to play a crucial role in suppressing Li Zongheng's evil technique. However, his heavenly divine tool's might was not something a half-step heavenly god could break. Even a true heavenly god might be suppressed if he was not careful. Xianxia's expression changed. The heavenly shaking cauldron devoured everything and suppressed Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were filled with arrogance. He looked at Li Zongheng indifferently. The latter was severely injured and his expression looked terrible. Xianxia's vanguard godlock formation could not defeat Xianxia. Moreover, the heavenly shaking cauldron actually suppressed Xianxia. Lu Quanchao and the others' expression slightly changed. Xianxia was suppressed by the heavenly shaking cauldron. The heavenly shaking cauldron was a terrifying heavenly divine tool. Who wouldn't be nervous? As soon as a heavenly divine tool appeared, everyone was shocked. Even a heavenly god realm expert would be wary of such a terrifying tool. Some heavenly god realm experts might not even be lucky enough to own a heavenly divine tool. Heavenly divine tool. That's a heavenly divine tool. Can Xianxia turn the situation around? Wu Qianxuan murmured. No one could say for sure. Xianxia was insufferably arrogant. At this moment, he was finally punished by Xianxia. Even the great rift valley of the earthly Hades' sacred mountain could not trap Xianxia. A mere heavenly divine tool will definitely not be able to trap Xianxia. Yang Jian said and looked at Wu Qianxuan. He trusted Xianxia unconditionally. At this moment, Langya heaved a sigh of relief. A heavenly divine tool was terrifying. Even a divine king might not be able to break the seal and destroy a heavenly divine tool, unless it was a master refiner. A heavenly divine tool was much more terrifying than an ordinary divine tool. It was a heavenly god tool with spiritual aura. It was born from the creation of the heavens and earth. Once it becomes an origin divine tool, it might give birth to a tool spirit. Looks like Brother Langya is indeed stronger. Wu Ruffing also heaved a sigh of relief. Before he even took action, Langya had already completed his counterattack and completely suppressed Xianxia under the heavenly shaking cauldron. It was indeed a matter worth celebrating. No matter how strong he is, he's just a mid-true god. What's there to be afraid of? Ha ha ha. The heavenly shaking cauldron will definitely suppress him to death and refine him completely. Langya said proudly. At this moment, even though Xianxia was trying his best to escape from the heavenly shaking cauldron, the heavenly shaking cauldron was completely sealed. The pressure of the heavenly shaking cauldron was the pressure of a heavenly divine tool. Xianxia was completely trapped inside the heavenly shaking cauldron. Amazing. Amazing. Haha. The heavenly shaking cauldron is a genuine heavenly divine tool. Don't waste your energy. You will be melted into a puddle of blood in less than 10 days. Ha ha ha. Langya's cold voice resounded in the heavenly shaking cauldron. Xianxia's expression was cold. Langya would never have thought that Xianxia would still be able to walk leisurely at this moment because he did not care about the heavenly shaking cauldron at all. He was suppressed by Langya because he wanted to see what kind of treasure this heavenly shaking cauldron was. But now, it seemed like it was nothing compared to the myriad chi cauldron. Xianxia, don't disappoint us. I believe that you will be able to break the seal. Man Shui took a deep breath. Just like Yang Jian, he was willing to believe in Xianxia unconditionally. It was not blind, but it was a kind of hope for his brother. As long as his heart was still there, his dream and hope would still be there. However, it is still a heavenly divine tool. Since you have sealed me, I will let you know what it means to be invincible. Who can seal me, Xianxia? The heavenly shaking cauldron is not an exception. Xianxia said faintly. He suddenly opened his eyes. Under the heavenly shaking cauldron, he could hardly breathe. However, it was only a heavenly divine tool after all. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword's power was unparalleled. At this moment, the true heavenly dragon sword, the power of a primal origin treasure, was unstoppable. Xianxia sneered. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly shaking cauldron collided almost instantly. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword instantly made a big hole in the heavenly shaking cauldron. Then, he slashed the heavenly shaking cauldron into powder. Xianxia was like a mad dragon, breaking the seal with an unstoppable force. The heavenly shaking cauldron was broken into hundreds and thousands of pieces. Xianxia stood proudly with his sword. His aura was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Xianxia's gaze was like a sword. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swept through the universe. When the sword was unleashed, thousands of swords were broken and the void was broken. Although the heavenly shaking cauldron was a heavenly divine tool, it could not withstand a single blow from the heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was a true primal origin treasure. Langya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He kept retreating as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His will that was controlling the heavenly shaking cauldron was completely devoured. His face turned pale and bloodless. No, I can't lose, no, Langya's roar was like thunder. The heavenly shaking cauldron was destroyed by Xianxia and broke out of the seal. Langya's spirit almost collapsed. The cauldron that he was so proud of had become a laughingstock. Xianxia crushed the heavenly shaking cauldron under everyone's gaze. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. Everyone felt a deep sense of fear, including Wu Ruffing. Because at the moment when he broke out of the seal, Xianxia's aura was like an immortal god of war that stood above the heavens and earth in the ancient times. His aura was unparalleled, he could trample over the myriad of worlds in the universe, he was the only one. In a split second, Xianxia wielded his sword and slashed. Langya's hair was messy and his aura was chaotic. Under Xianxia's attack, he was instantly defeated. Xianxia's sword of solitude pierced through the 9 sword lights and pierced through Langya's body. 9 bloody holes appeared on Langya's body. At that moment, Langya's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knelt down on the ground and his aura dissipated. The heavenly shaking cauldron is just SOSO. Xianxia smiled faintly, but it was enough to make all the devils focus their attention. You're more arrogant than me, Xianxia. But, you're qualified to say such words. My life is not in vain to die in your hands. Langya's voice was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, he fell down and his aura was gone. The true qi in the heavens and earth gradually dissipated and became history. A prodigy of a generation had fallen. Powerful, too powerful. A mid-true god killing a half-step heavenly god with his strength. Xianxia's image was indescribable in Lu Quanchao and Su Jin's eyes. Wu Rufeng's eyes became solemn. His evaluation of Xianxia had risen to another level. He even treated Xianxia as his number 1 enemy. Even Langya and Li Zongheng were defeated by Xianxia. He could not afford to be careless anymore. I've said it before. Xianxia is not simple. He cannot be underestimated. But who believed me? Li Zongheng said with a bitter smile. He even felt a little miserable and desolate. However, at this moment, there was nothing he could do to save the situation. Xianxia's dreadfulness had left a huge shadow in his heart. And you? Xianxia pointed at Wu Rufeng and said. So what? I'm the second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect. Do you think I'm as stupid as Li Zongheng and Langya? The 2 of them are just ants in my eyes. Wu Rufeng said arrogantly. Li Zongheng's expression changed. However, he was defeated by Xianxia after all. No matter what Wu Rufeng said, he was just mocking Xianxia. Although it was arrogant, it was still the Clear Stream sect. Just these 3 words were enough to make people revere them. However, in Xianxia's eyes, the people of the Clear Stream sect were meant to be killed. Xianxia was never a troublemaker. However, what he hated the most was those who provoked him. If he did not use the Zulong Tower to escape, the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect would have killed him. Xianxia would never forget this hatred. Now that the second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Wu Rufeng, was here, even if Xianxia let Li Zongheng go, he would still give Wu Rufeng the most painful blow. Moreover, Xianxia would never let him live. Only by killing him would he be able to prevent future troubles. I'm not as easy to kill as them. As for who's the cat and who's the mouse, it's hard to say. Wu Rufeng and Linglong smiled. However, they were already on high alert. Both of them could have a battle of life and death at any time. The battle between the second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect is going to be even more terrifying than the battle between Langya and Li Zongheng. Lu Quanchao said. After all, the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect are invincible in the Linhe boundary. They're the most outstanding young prodigies in the world. The second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect must be someone extraordinary as well. It's said that the 3 of them could even fight against a heavenly god expert. Su Jin said solemnly. He had heard about the strength of the 3 great guardians of the Clear Stream sect, no one dared to offend them. Wu Rufeng was Xianxia's greatest opponent. However, at this moment, both Xianxia and Wu Rufeng had no way out. The arrow was already on the bowstring and it had to be released. As for who would be the one laughing in the end, it was unknown. After killing you, I will personally behead Xianyuan Kanglin and let you 2 brothers reunite. If Tangzhen is also in cahoots with you, I will not be merciful. You have a sharp tongue. However, I'm afraid that these are your last words. From today onwards, there will be no more Xianxia. Wu Rufeng said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with malice. The battle was imminent. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Are you just bluffing or are you really capable? Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll have to show it to the world. The Fire Qilin chuckled and stood at the side to support Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not ask him to take action, so he did not take action. He could not understand why Xianxia had to take action personally. However, Xianxia's power seemed to be more terrifying than his. It's just that Wu Ruffing did not know how powerful Xianxia was. This lad's strength is indeed extraordinary. After the divine pangolin landed, he had been resting. He had been watching Xianxia's every move. Although Xianxia was not as strong as him when he was at his peak, it was still rare for a mid-true god to defeat a few half-step heavenly god experts. Moreover, the divine pangolin could feel that Xianxia had an aura that even he was afraid of. At least, the fire qilin was not any weaker than him. Moreover, the fire qilin was a natural saint beast, the king of the divine beasts. Even he was willing to be Xianxia's mount. The divine pangolin understood that if it was not for Xianxia, perhaps everyone here would have been killed or injured, or even become someone else's prisoner. It was a torturous life. Moreover, no one was willing to be someone else's slave, even those prideful demonic beasts. They had chosen to stand on Xianxia's side in the past. Hence, after being subdued by Xianxia, they had completely shut up. They could not even resist the mightiness of the fire qilin. Xianxia stared at Wu Ruffing. The two of them were ready to fight at any time. Wu Ruffing's strength should not be underestimated. The reputation of the Clear Stream Sect's three great guardians was quite domineering. Although Wu Ruffing's strength would definitely be weakened under Xianyuan Kanglin's halo, a true expert would be able to withstand scrutiny. Obviously, Wu Ruffing was such an expert. Even Xianxia of the Divine Pill sect and Li Zongheng of the Ghost Eye sect were nothing in his eyes. This was the attitude of an expert. Wu Ruffing's aura was ferocious as he forcefully rushed towards Xianxia. The mace in his hand danced in the sky and slashed down towards Xianxia, clashing with Xianxia again and again. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as a domineering technique swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia took every step carefully while Wu Ruffing was suppressing Xianxia crazily. The mightiness of a half-step heavenly god was fully displayed. Wu Ruffing's overwhelming attacks were like the wind, and it was indeed entertaining to watch. Xianxia could only defend himself passively. Wu Ruffing's attacks were unstoppable, and each of his attacks was deadly, not giving Xianxia any chance to breathe. Xianxia's expression became serious. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless, because Wu Ruffing's strength was really strong. Underestimating his enemy was like playing with his own life. Even a lion needed to go all out to catch a rabbit. Naturally, Xianxia would not neglect Wu Ruffing. This item is called the Azure Dragon Banner. It can stir up the galaxy, change the weather, and control the universe. Today, I will show you the might of a half-step heavenly god with my Hurricane Valiant. Wu Ruffing said faintly. He held the Azure Dragon Banner in his hand and stirred it up. The wind howled and the cranes wailed in the void. An indestructible wind blade pierced through the sky and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia stood still and looked calm. The heavenly dragon's sword made 9 revolutions and shattered the terrifying wind blades. However, Wu Ruffing's Azure Dragon Banner was indeed terrifying. The terrifying wind blades swept across the void, forcing Xianxia to avoid them. Under the attack of the Azure Dragon Banner's wind blades, Xianxia's expression became more and more solemn. Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to last more than 10 seconds. Su Jin sighed and felt ashamed. The terrifying wind blades were like a nightmare to them. However, in Xianxia's hands, even though it was a little difficult, it was like taking a stroll in the park. The terrifying wind blades from the heavenly divine tool were completely blocked by Xianxia, causing Wu Ruffing's attack to stagnate. Yeah. Such terrifying wind blades. If it were me, I would have been killed by them. Lu Quanchao said with a bitter smile. Everyone was praying silently. Xianxia was fighting against 3 people at the same time. 2 of them were defeated. Now, only Wu Ruffing was left. If Xianxia managed to kill Wu Ruffing, he would be able to defeat 3 people at the same time. Believe me. Xianxia will definitely win. Yang Jian smiled and sat on the ground calmly. He was more confident than Xianxia. Yang Jian's current strength had reached the peak of the true god realm. However, he was still far from the half-step heavenly god realm. During this period of time, the battles and changes in the hidden secret realm had allowed him to grow. This was the true experience. Only after experiencing death, feeling the extreme of life and death, the torture of ice and fire. Could one change and become a new person? Yang Jian had seen his brothers and friends fall one by one. His heart was stimulated again and again, but he still had a dream. He was the hope of the profound Feng sect. He must reach the 9 heavens and live on. Jiang Chen was like a savior, saving them time and time again. That was why Yang Jian trusted Jiang Chen so much. Even the great rift valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain could not stop him, let alone a mere Wu Ruffing. Jiang Chen would definitely be able to turn the tide. Let's see how long you can last. Wu Ruffing sneered. The wind blades were getting more and more terrifying. Wu Ruffing approached Jiang Chen step by step. Jiang Chen could only take a few steps back. However, the wind blades were extremely terrifying. An ordinary half-step heavenly god realm expert would have been defeated by now. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. Did you really think that I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and stood proudly in the sky. The void was quiet and dark. The flag was fluttering in the wind. It's time to end your Azure Dragon banner. Under the pressure of the divine burying flag, the Azure Dragon banner was forced to retreat. Even Wu Ruffing was shocked. He never expected the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand to be so terrifying. They were both heavenly divine tools, but it was incomparable to Jiang Chen's divine burying flag. As the divine burying flag was waved, a terrifying aura of death filled the air. The murderous aura spread out. Wu Ruffing was shrouded by the black clouds as if thousands of ghosts were devouring his soul. The might of the divine burying flag was evident. At this moment, the Azure Dragon banner's wind blades were getting weaker and weaker. They could not withstand Jiang Chen's divine burying flag at all. The divine burying flag was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling, tearing the wind blades apart. Damn it! Wu Ruffing said while gritting his teeth. The divine burying flag was like a 1,000-kilogram boulder that was pressing on his heart. Azure Dragon, Hurricane rises. Wu Ruffing activated the Azure Dragon banner again. In an instant, the Azure Dragon appeared like a silver snake dancing on the mountain. It was like a peerless mad dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The wind shadows were rising and the mad dragon was wreaking havoc. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He was not afraid of the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag tightly. This time, it was time for him to take action. After the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was like a soaring dragon. He held the divine burying flag in his hand and started to attack violently. In Jiang Chen's hand, the divine burying flag was like a god. In terms of aura, it completely suppressed the Azure Dragon banner. Moreover, the mad dragon that was sweeping over like a hurricane could not advance any further towards Jiang Chen. Under the dragon transformation, the dragon chi in Jiang Chen's body had reached its peak. Even the fire qilin could feel the pressure. This was the true dragon chi. It was completely suppressed by the illusory mad dragon. The dragon shadow storm was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. It could not attack Jiang Chen at all. Sweeping across the world, only I can destroy. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag with one hand and stirred up the galaxy. The wind and clouds surged and a giant black dragon appeared in the void. It was more than 100 times bigger than Wu Rufeng's mad dragon. The entire mountain range of the earthly Hades sacred mountain was shrouded under the shadow of the giant black dragon. The giant black dragon swallowed Wu Rufeng's Azure Dragon in one gulp. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled and all living things were shocked. The mightiness of the divine burying flag was pushed to its limit. Under the black dragon, everything would be annihilated. Wu Ruffing was devoured by the black dragon. Even if the Azure Dragon flag was raised again, it would still be difficult to resist Jiang Chen. Divine burying dragon Wu. It's the true dragon chi. The fire qilin was shocked. The fire qilin was extremely shocked. Wu Rufeng's Azure Dragon banner relied on traces of dragon chi to evolve into a drought-land frenzied dragon. However, Jiang Chen's divine burying flag relied on Jiang Chen's own dragon chi to transform into a 100,000 zhang long black dragon. This was beyond anyone's expectation. The black dragon engulfed Wu Ruffing in a suicidal manner, causing him to be completely engulfed. However, the fire qilin could feel the true dragon chi from the black dragon, causing him to feel solemn. The chi of the true dragon was not just any dragon chi. It was impossible to possess the chi of the true dragon unless one was a true peerless divine dragon. Even the descendants of the dragon clan could not possess the chi of the true dragon before reaching God King. Although the fire Qilin was scared, he would not ask Xianxia about it. It was his secret. However, the dragon transformation of Xianxia shocked the fire Qilin more and more. Initially, he thought that it was just a method to increase his strength. He did not expect that the pressure of the dragon clan after the dragon transformation was real. Moreover, it was the true dragon chi. The fire Qilin could not see through Xianxia anymore. However, he knew that Yi Futian was not an ordinary person. The choice he made back then might bring him unimaginable benefits in the future. The true dragon chi. Xianxia. Are you the reincarnation of a true dragon? Hee hee. The fire Qilin shook his head with a smile and murmured to himself. However, at this moment, Wu Ruffing had already been completely devoured by the black dragon formed by the divine burying flag. The black dragon dissipated, and the sky darkened. The azure dragon flag was broken. Wu Ruffing's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were unfocused. He murmured, "How is this possible? It's impossible." He did not expect Xianxia's divine burying flag to be so terrifying. It devoured his azure dragon hurricane in one gulp, and even he was heavily injured. In the end, even the azure dragon banner was broken by Xianxia. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to Wu Ruffing. As he stared at the two house of the green dragon banner in his hand, Wu Ruffing's heart instantly sank to the bottom of an abyss. His expression was rather ugly. Under the ferocious and unparalleled black dragon's attack, Wu Ruffing's internal organs were all severely injured. The current him was also greatly weakened. The azure dragon banner is only SOSO? It's time for you to die. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He strode forward with his sword and kept the divine burying flag. The sword of solitude radiated in all directions. Solitude and sleeplessness solve 1,000 worries. Xianxia's sword was not only ferocious, it was also ferocious. His sword intent could even tear the void apart. Wu Ruffing gripped his mace tightly once again. He tried to attack twice, but he was still struck down by Xianxia. The third time, Xianxia's sword finally slashed horizontally. Wu Ruffing kept retreating, he had no way to avoid it. The sword intent fell, and Wu Ruffing's arm was chopped off. In front of the sword intent, Wu Ruffing had no way to defend himself, let alone now that he was heavily injured. This time, Wu Ruffing finally knelt on the ground with a thump. He knelt on one knee, and his face was pale. There was a trace of fear on his face. I've lost. I've really lost. I've lost to a mid-true god brat. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Wu Ruffing laughed and said. However, Xianxia could see that although Wu Ruffing looked calm, he was extremely afraid of death. Victory or defeat is already in my heart. I can only be at ease after I kill you. Xianxia walked towards Wu Ruffing step by step. Wu Ruffing suddenly raised his head and stared at Xianxia. You can't kill me. I'm the second great guardian of the Clearstream sect. Wu Ruffing said fiercely. He could feel that Xianxia's killing intent had not weakened at all. Clearstream sect? Hee hee. What a joke. Do you think I'm afraid of the Clearstream sect? Or would I attack you if I'm afraid of the Clearstream sect? Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Sometimes, humans were really pitiful. Especially those who did not know what was going on. They were arrogant, but they were as lowly as a street rat. No. You can't kill me either. Otherwise, my big brother will not let you go. Wu Ruffing retreated step by step. Facing Xianxia, who was approaching him step by step, his heart was filled with extreme fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Death is not scary. What's scary is that you don't even have the courage to face death. Wu Ruffing's eyes were filled with tears. He kneeled down in front of Xianxia and said with a sobbing tone. I beg you, please don't kill me. For the sake of my third brother, let me go. I promise my big brother will not make things difficult for you. Facing Wu Rufeng's attitude, Xianxia sighed. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Since you're so arrogant, why can't you die with dignity? From the moment you and Xianyuan Kanglin chased after me, I've already decided that I will kill you. Other than you, there's also your big brother, Xianyuan Kanglin. I will fight him sooner or later. Xianxia said. Wu Rufeng's eyes gradually became gloomy. He knew that it was impossible for him to get Xianxia's forgiveness in exchange for a chance of survival. I'm the second great guardian of Clearstream sect. If I die, my big brother will definitely avenge me. He will. Just wait for your death. Ha ha ha. Noisy. Xianxia frowned. He took out his sword and blood dripped down. The mountain wind blew and the rain started to fall. It was a drizzle, as if it wanted to wash away the blood in the earthly Hades' sacred mountain. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his heart was as calm as still water. Every slash of his sword, except for the divine Pandalin, whether it was the infernal evil dragon or the viridescent flower giant python, all of them died under his sword. Li Zongheng was no exception because Xianxia said that he would not let any of them go. The rain was drizzling. Everyone's heart sank as they looked at Xianxia quietly. He was like an undefeatable god of war, invincible and unstoppable. He stood between the heavens and the earth, and he was as bright as the sun and the moon. Yang Jian, Lu Quanchao and the others looked at Xianxia silently. The sky was always gray and the ground was always stained with blood. As long as they were still alive, they would continue to walk forward step by step, fighting against death, fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against the people. Xianxia mercilessly killed all the beasts, leaving only the divine Pandalin. No one felt that Xianxia was bloodthirsty, no one felt that he did anything wrong. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even the heavenly god realm beasts begged for their lives. However, they could not escape death in the end because they were the ones who forced Xianxia into a dead end. The divine Pandalin looked at the dead heavenly god realm demonic beasts and could not help but sigh. He felt a little sad in his heart. Although he had a different standpoint with them, they were still the same kind. Now that all of the demonic beasts were killed by Xianxia, he fell into silence. His heart was filled with sadness. He fell into silence. Thank you. The divine Pandalin looked at Xianxia and said with mixed feelings. I should be the one who should say thank you. Xianxia smiled. If he did not fight against the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, everyone would be dead now. You're indeed very strong. You'll definitely be able to leave this hidden secret realm. The divine Pandalin said in a low voice. I know that you're not feeling well. However, this is the rule of this world. I did not kill him. If I wait for them to recover their strength, even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could I fight against so many beasts? Moreover, if they did not force me into a dead end, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Xianxia smiled and said. I know. I, the divine Pandalin, am not unreasonable. From now on, it's time for me to lay low for a period of time and cultivate. After the divine Pandalin finished speaking, he turned around and left. His huge body shook the mountain range. Because he was an old steed, he was heavily injured and could not walk in the air anymore. Words cannot express my gratitude. I, Su Jin, will not say much. If there's anything you need, just say the word and I will do my best to help you. Sui Jin stepped forward and said while cupping his fist. He looked at Xianxia with admiration in his heart. The strength of a man couldn't be seen from his appearance. This was a true expert who never revealed his true strength. Anyone who looked down on Xianxia would be shaking hands with death. That's right. It's nothing. Xianxia said. Wu Qianxuan, Wu Tingho, thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. We are willing to follow Brother Jiang in this hidden secret realm. Wu Tingho and Wu Qianxuan said solemnly. Now, only Yang Jian, Lu Quanchao, Man Shui, Zhang Lei, and the others were left. Leng Lingyi, Pan Hong and Jiang Hao were dead. Xianxia sighed in his heart. As the great senior brother of profound Feng sect, Pan Hong's death made Xianxia feel bad. However, the dead could not come back to life. The dead had passed away, but the living had to move forward. From afar, Xianyuan Kanglin's pupils shrunk and his expression changed. He murmured, "Second brother, he's gone." "What? Second brother, he? Big brother, did you get it wrong?" Tangzhen's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, both of their faces did not look good. His soul consciousness has completely dissipated. In other words, his soul has been destroyed. Xianyuan Kanglin said indifferently. Tangzhen took a deep breath and looked solemn. In the entire hidden secret realm, the number of people who can threaten second brother can be counted with one's fingers. But he's still dead. Looks like there are quite a lot of experts in this realm. But second brother's death is still a blow to us. Don't worry, second brother, I will make everyone die together with you. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. At this moment, both of them were heading towards the Burying Soul Mountain in the extreme north. That was their biggest target. It was still drizzling, but Tangzhen's heart was extremely depressed. Because second brother had died. He was supposed to go to the earthly Hades sacred mountain to obtain the spiritual spring water. But unexpectedly, he was buried there forever. They were supposed to meet each other at the Burying Soul Mountain, but now, everything was just a dream. Big brother, who do you think it is? Tangzhen asked. It doesn't matter who it is. What's important is that I want everyone to die here. This time, only the people from Clearstream's sect will be able to walk out of here. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were cold. Even Tangzhen felt his heart palpitating. Although he did not know why his big brother wanted to go to the Burying Soul Mountain, the terrifying aura made him extremely solemn. Could it be that the Burying Soul Mountain can kill everyone? Tangzhen asked in a low voice. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Tangzhen and said indifferently, "Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Sometimes, it's better if fewer people know about it. Now that there's only you and me left, I don't want you to doubt me. Understand?" Tangzhen's body trembled and his expression became solemn. "I understand, big brother." Tangzhen knew that Xianyuan Kanglin was planning a huge conspiracy. It might be to kill everyone in the hidden secret realm. Profound Feng sect, in a vast mountain. A white-clothed lady was standing in the wind. She was tall and slender like a jade. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her temperament was extraordinary. Many people could only look at her from the back. The woman's expression was indifferent, without joy or sorrow. It was as if there was not the slightest trace of emotion in her exquisite charming eyes. Her face was like a pearl, her eyes were watery, her cheeks were red and her lips were slightly moving. She was charming and extraordinary, as cold as an ice mountain. The lady's aura was powerful. Everything in front of her was nothing. At this moment, the entire Profound Feng sect was as quiet as a cicada in winter. So powerful. Isn't she Jiang Chen's woman? How did she become so powerful all of a sudden? Yeah. It's my first time seeing this lady's strength. It seems like she's even stronger than the sect lord. How could such an expert be Jiang Chen's woman? Haha. Although Jiang Chen is powerful, he still can't fight against such an expert. This lady is like a natural king. She's really beautiful. Such a lady should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see her in the mortal world? Wonderful. Wonderful. That bastard Jiang Chen, what happened to all the good fortune he'd accumulated over several lifetimes? Hey. It's like a flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. Tens of thousands of Profound Feng sect's disciples stood on the peak of the mountain, looking at her silently. She was like an ancient goddess of war. Her cold light swept across the land, leaving nothing alive in her wake. Among these people, there were elders and disciples. Every single one of them was filled with respect and admiration for her. At the same time, they were extremely shocked because this woman's strength could actually become so powerful in such a short period of time. She had definitely surpassed heavenly gods. Who would dare to go against her? The disciples who were below the true God realm did not even dare to look at her as they were afraid that they would be killed by her with just a thought. Sister Ling, are we really not going to wait for Big Brother? Yu'er said with a sad face. She stood beside the lady and said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. The woman gently shook her head and sighed in her heart. I don't have much time left. Therefore, we have to leave now. Once we leave, it will be a few months. Even though it's freezing cold, he is still as magnificent as ever. I hope that he can come back alive." The lady's lips parted, her expression was calm. If it wasn't Ling Yun, who else could it be? "But you said you would wait for Big Brother." Yuer pouted. "Things have changed, and I can't do anything about it. Master has urgently summoned me back. Something big must have happened in the sect." Ling Yun murmured. She had already waited for 10 months, why should she care about these 2 months? But she really did have something to do. Otherwise, what harm would there be in waiting for you for 2 months? "All right," Yuer said in a low voice. At this moment, she only sighed softly and said in an old voice, "Big Brother, when you see me again, I might already be as beautiful as Sister Ling." Ling Yun smiled sweetly, giving birth to 100 beauties. Her beauty made many people yearn for her, making the heavens and earth feel suffocated. Hundreds of flowers bloomed together, the years were shameful, the beauties had no face to see their fragrance. "When you grow up, you will definitely be more beautiful than me." Only in front of this lady would she reveal a simple and relaxed smile. "No, I just want to be as beautiful as Sister Ling." "If that's the case, Big Brother won't know who to choose." He. Yuer smiled. Ling Yan's face blushed slightly as she snorted. "This little brat is full of mischief. But before I leave, I have one more thing to do." "What is it?" Yuer asked. "To kill someone." Ling Yan looked at the mountain where the elder was and said faintly. "Oh." Yuer nodded silently. She knew who Sister Ling wanted to kill. "I hope that you won't blame me for being nosy." Ling Yan stepped into the air, using the spatial bending technique. In an instant, she passed through the mountain ridge and arrived in front of Yan Jun's cave. "Come out and die." Yuer shouted with her hands on her waist, looking like an adult. "Someone dares to clamor in front of my door?" Yan Jun's voice resounded in all directions. His silhouette walked out from the cave, wearing a rough hemp robe, looking like an immortal. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Jiang Chen's orphan and widow." He. Yan Jun said coldly. But all of a sudden, his gaze towards Ling Yun turned extremely ugly. He subconsciously took 2 steps back with a grave expression. You're a heavenly god realm expert?" Yan Jun never expected this lady to be this powerful. After not seeing her for a few months, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Or perhaps, she had been hiding her strength all along? "You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have," Ling Yun said faintly. She raised her hand and slashed down with unstoppable force. The entire Profound Feng sect was incomparably shocked. However, Ling Yun remained unmoved like a mountain. Yan Jun quickly retreated and his expression changed drastically. His lips curled up in fear. He could not withstand Ling Yun's attack at all. "You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." In an instant, Ling Yun unleashed a terrifying seal with her other hand, directly defeating Yan Jun. Even until his death, he did not know who his opponent was. He was extremely unwilling. However, he did not have any strength to fight back in front of Ling Yun. At that moment, Ling Yun brought Yuer and disappeared into the depths of the clouds under the astonished gazes of the people of Profound Feng sect. Jiangchen protected Yang Jian and the others. After half a month of recuperation, everyone's strength had recovered and there were significant changes. Since they had gone through a life and death battle, they had gained a lot of knowledge. Even though their strength could not improve as fast as before, they still benefited a lot from it. Jiang Chen, Su Jin, Wu Qianxuan and the others were also moving forward. Su Jin and Wu Qianxuan admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. In less than 2 months, the hidden secret realm would open again. During this period of time, they were a powerful force after all. Undeniably, the hidden secret realm was a great training ground for all the sects in the Linhe boundary. Moreover, it was extremely cruel. Those who could survive here were all peerless experts with monstrous talents. There was no such thing as luck in this cold and murderous world. "Look, what's that?" Man Shui said as his pupils shrunk. There was a dark mass of ants coming towards them from afar. "It's the man-eating ants again," Jiangchen said solemnly. Such a terrifying group of ants. I'm afraid even heavenly god realm experts would be devoured by them. Look, the area that they're passing through is a mess. Not even a blade of grass is left. Sujin said with an ugly expression. These fellas seem to be coming for us. Wu Qianxuan's expression changed drastically as he took a few steps back. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen roared. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly surrounded everyone. In a blink of an eye, the group of man-eating ants soared into the sky. Some of them had wings, some of them did not. In short, no living being was spared wherever they went. Plants withered and ancient trees withered. That kind of tragic scene made one's heart tremble. In the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Jiang Chen and the others looked at the dense group of man-eating ants and felt extremely depressed. God knows how many man-eating ants had rushed here and died here. Although these man-eating ants were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. If it wasn't for the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, their lives would have been in danger. This is the kind of thing that kills without blinking an eye. This thing is terrifying. Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Wu Tingho said quietly. Jiang Chen had many tricks up his sleeves. Even when facing such a terrifying group of man-eating ants, he still had a way to deal with them. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation completely isolated the group of man-eating ants, leaving them with no place to use their skills. After a full hour, all of the man-eating ants began to disappear from the edge of the extreme north. For these man-eating ants to migrate on such a large scale, something big must be about to happen. I saw a terrifying ant king among the group of man-eating ants. Its strength has probably reached the heavenly god realm, but it did not attack us. However, they felt that the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was useless against them. However, I can sense that the ant king is very anxious. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, no one refuted him, because Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable, and they had encountered such a situation more than once. I think so too. Jiang Chen's idea should be very correct. However, are we going to chase after them and take a look? Zhang Lei said. You're right. Look over there. Oh my god, it's all bats. Is this a group of bats? Yang Jian could not help but look over and felt his scalp going numb. The bats had covered the entire void. It was not just a patch of darkness, it had sealed the void of 100 li radius. It was pitch black. The bats' strange cries made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, these bats were also continuously rushing towards Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation. In the end, there were hundreds and thousands of bat corpses that were left here forever. Those bats were even more numerous than the man-eating ants. Moreover, those bats were like a ray of black light that pierced through the sky, causing Jiang Chen to feel extremely depressed. The leader of the bats was a terrifying heavenly god realm bat that was not inferior to the fire Qilin. It's terrifying. I'm sure that these fellas are chasing after something. Sujin said in a deep voice. More and more demonic beasts were rushing towards the extreme north. There must be something terrifying happening. Looks like we have to go there even if we don't want to. I'm very curious. Wu Qianxuan said with a smile. Everyone nodded silently. Curiosity was a thing that could really kill people. However, when everyone was curious, no one would care so much about it. Su Jin and Lu Quanchao took the lead as the group swiftly rushed towards the extreme north. 7 days later, they finally arrived at the extreme north and bumped into Yu Rongyan from the one-word Fengyun Hall. I'm Su Jin. Brother Rongyan, how have you been? Hee. Su Jin said with a smile. He saw Yu Rongyan with a dozen experts behind him. There were even 2 half-step heavenly god realm experts. They were the true experts of the Linhe boundary. How have you been? This is Miss Jin Yuma from the Ink Feather sect. This is Dongfang Kuangying from the Flying Eagle sect. These 2 are genuine half-step heavenly god realm experts. Yu Rongyan said with a smile. There's something that I have to tell you. Brother Yang has died in the previous battle. There's nothing I can do. Su Jin said apologetically. Yu Rongyan's expression changed. But soon after, he sighed. Who could be sure of such a thing? Life and death are all fated. Especially in the hidden secret realm, no one could be sure of success or failure. Otherwise, how could it be called training? Forget it. This is fate. Perhaps Xianxia's fate is like this. No one can force it. In this place, as long as one could survive, apart from strength, luck was also very important. The three of us have killed countless people along the way. There were more than 100 of us before, but now, there's only a dozen of us left. Yu Rongyan nodded. He knew that this was a fact that no one could change. This is Lu Quanchao from the Heavenly Star sect, Zhang Lei from the Earthly Hades sect, Wu Qianshuan and Wu Tingho from the Wui sect. This is Profound Feng sect. Su Jin was interrupted by Dongfeng Kuangyin. He sneered and said, Profound Feng sect? Haha, how could a sect of this level enter the Hall of Elegance? I'm afraid that they've been running for their lives. Luck is also a part of strength. You're right. Just don't be a burden to us when the time comes. No one can help you if you're not strong enough. Qin Yuma said faintly, looking down on Jiang Chen and the other two from Profound Feng sect. Su Jin's expression froze. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything. Su Jin also smiled bitterly. But to Jiang Chen, this mockery was meaningless, because he didn't care about these people at all. You're right. Let's pray for our own good then. You guys look travel-worn as well. Did something big happen to you guys? Su Jin looked at Yu Rongyan and asked. That's right. I have killed a half-step heavenly god demonic beast before. He said that there might be a peerless demonic beast appearing in the Burying Soul Mountain in the extreme north. This peerless demonic beast might change the situation of the entire hidden secret realm. That's why we came all the way here and met two groups of demonic beasts migrating on a large scale. It was a close shave. Yu Rongyan said solemnly. At this time, although they didn't have a deep friendship, they understood that only by joining hands could they become a true helper. Only then could they have the last laugh. Since they came here, they were all aiming for this peerless divine beast. If there were any changes, the more people there were, the more power there was. We also met groups of man-eating ants and bats migrating in this direction. Could it be that the peerless demonic beast is the treasure? Lu Quanchao said seriously. It's highly possible. However, we can't rule out the possibility that there are other existences. After all, this is an extremely dangerous place. I've heard from the seniors in the sect that this Burying Soul Mountain was originally a place of mass graves. There's nothing special about it and there's hardly anyone who comes here. After all, it's a place of corpses and bones. However, this time around, there are countless demonic beasts gathered here, so it's definitely not simple. Yu Rongyan said. We're betting our entire family's lives. I hope that some people won't hold us back. Hee, when the time comes, we won't be soft-hearted. Only the strong deserve to live in this world. One day, you will be soaked under someone else's wings. It'll be too late to regret at that time. The corner of Qin Yuma's lips curled up. His thin lips were full of sarcasm. If that's the case, I don't think there's a need for us to work together anymore. Since some people look down on us, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Su Jin shook his head. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. These fellas, do they really think that they're invincible? With Jiang Chen's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to crush the three of them. That's about enough. UMO, this time, we need to unite everyone in order to gather our strength. The Burying Soul Mountain is now filled with hundreds of beasts, we can't underestimate them. Yu Rongyan whispered. He placed great importance on this alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so serious. I'm just worried that someone will become a burden to us. Hee. Qin Yuma Linglung smiled. Her appearance was not bad, but her heart was cold and her words were harsh. Jiang Chen didn't move an inch. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui couldn't take it anymore, but he was still calm. Look, that's the Burying Soul Mountain. No one knew who said this, but a black chi soared into the sky from the towering mountain shrouded in black clouds, as if it wanted to stir up the winds and clouds of the world. The surroundings of the Burying Soul Mountain were filled with a domineering aura. There were actually close to 100 heavenly god realm beasts. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps going numb. So many heavenly god realm beasts and their clans, it was a huge force. However, no one knew what was going to happen in the Burying Soul Mountain. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have engulfed the entire Burying Soul Mountain. This Burying Soul Mountain is really strange. No wonder it could attract so many heavenly god realm beasts. It seems like it's really extraordinary. It's impossible for us to stand out among so many beasts. That's right. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. But even if he didn't say it out loud, everyone knew that a heavenly god realm demonic beast was powerful enough to deal with all of them. Now, hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts had appeared. Most of the terrifying existences in the hidden secret realm were probably here. This was truly a gathering of heroes. It's impossible for us to join the battle. But we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. As for what's coming out of the Burying Soul Mountain, let's just stay put and be a spectator. If there's a chance, we won't let it go. If there's no chance, we can't force it. It won't take long for the hidden secret realm to open again. It's not worth risking our lives for it. Hee. Yu Rongyan said with a smile. What are those beasts doing in the Burying Soul Mountain? Yang Jian said in a low voice. He was full of doubts. Yeah. There are so many beasts, hundreds of them. It's going to be a shocking battle. We'll be lucky if we don't get involved. Man Shui curled his lips and said. You're right. Hee, human strength is limited. Compared to these heavenly god realm beasts, we're still too weak. If we really can't do it, we'll just watch the show. It's not easy to get involved in this mess. Jiangchen said in a low voice. It's good that you know. Why aren't you hiding now? Ha ha ha. Dongfang Kuangyin suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen and the others. Nobody will think that you're mute if you don't speak. Yang Jian said coldly. You're pretty good. But if you don't reach the half-step heavenly god realm, you're no different from an ant. It's impossible for you to control your own life. Dongfang Kuangyin said. Being strong or weak doesn't necessarily determine success or failure. Sometimes, humans can conquer the heavens. Jiangchen said with a smile. What a joke. Humans can conquer the heavens. Looks like you really think that you're a clove of garlic? Pretending to be profound? Or do you really have no temper? What I can't stand the most is this fearless and petty attitude of yours. Weaklings should act like weaklings. Other than you, the other two fellas are not qualified to enter this place. Mid-true god, courting death. Don't listen to your elders. You'll suffer. Haha. Dongfang Kuangyin gave Yang Jian a glance and turned to leave. However, Yang Jian and Man Shui felt a chill down their spines. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was still calm as he looked at the Burying Soul Mountain. At that moment, Jiang Chen could clearly see that there were hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts. There were hundreds of millions of them, densely packed together. However, they were bowing towards the Burying Soul Mountain. Countless demonic beasts cowed out in the direction of the Burying Soul Mountain. Every single demonic beast's eyes were filled with sincerity. They even cowed out 3 times and 9 times. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were leading the worshipping of the Burying Soul Mountain. It was like an ancient and mysterious ceremony. Buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. However, the murmurs of the demonic beasts were puzzling. Because no one could understand what they were saying and what they were trying to express. This made people speechless. However, Jiang Chen had a strong premonition that these demonic beasts were in awe of something that they were afraid of. These fellas, are they worshipping the Burying Soul Mountain? What is there to worship in this Burying Soul Mountain? Qin Yuma said indifferently, her face full of disdain. Although she was pretty, she was arrogant. She didn't put anyone in her eyes because of her strength. Even Yu Rongyan didn't have any special privileges. Her eyes were above everything else. Hee. Maybe they're afraid, knowing that they're going to die soon. That's why they're worshipping here, hoping that they won't be buried in the Burying Soul Mountain. This group of demonic beasts seems to want to have a chaotic battle, a feast of gluttony, right? Dongfang Kuangyin said and intentionally looked at Qin Yuma. He was quite fond of Qin Yuma, he even wanted to have a relationship with her. However, Qin Yuma's standards were very high. There was only one person that could enter her eyes, the number one expert of the Clear Stream sect, the Grand Guardian, Xianyuan Kanglin. Perhaps, Xianyuan Kanglin is already here. I hope that I can see him this time. Then, my months of searching will not be in vain. I think Xianyuan Kanglin will definitely come for such a grand feast. Qin Yuma murmured. Xianyuan Kanglin? Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. Let's see what this fella is capable of, to be able to make you fall in love with him. As long as he hasn't broken through to the heavenly god realm, I, Dongfang Kuangyin, will be able to fight him. Dongfang Kuangyin said unhappily. Even 10 of you are not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. Do you think that Clear Stream sect's Grand Guardian is that easy to defeat? What do you think the Clear Stream sect is? For thousands of years, they had been the number one sect. How could they not have any foundation? Humph. You're nothing compared to Xianyuan Kanglin. Qin Yuma said coldly. Her dream was to fight alongside Xianyuan Kanglin. She could not let her guard down at this moment. Dongfang Kuangyin might be strong, but he was nothing in Qin Yuma's eyes. She had witnessed Xianyuan Kanglin's strength before, it was truly earth-shattering. It was said that the great tycoon of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Kanglin, was able to block a heavenly god's attack and escape unscathed. Such an expert could easily defeat a half-step heavenly god. Those who are not ignorant are truly fearless. You are indeed not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. Xianxia said lightly. Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at me? Dongfang Kuangyin was unconvinced, but he could not lose his temper in front of Qin Yuma. However, Xianxia was different. A mere mid-true god dared to mock him? Wasn't that courting death? Dongfang Kuangyin's face turned pale. He roared and unleashed his half-step heavenly god aura towards Xianxia. You want to touch Xianxia? You'll have to get past us first. Wu Tingho took a step forward and joined hands with Wu Qianxuan. The two of them were only a step away from the half-step heavenly god realm. Even Lu Quanchao and Su Jin did not dare to let their guard down. Dongfang Kuangyin became even more furious when the two of them stood in front of Xianxia. Just the two of you? You want to be my opponent? Hee hee. Looks like you guys don't know your place. Dongfang Kuangyin roared and attacked. Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho did not take a single step back. At this moment, Dongfang Kuangyin felt as if he had punched a wall. He finally understood that these two fellas were not afraid of him at all. Looks like they came prepared, and they were definitely not ordinary peak true gods. Are you a coward who only knows how to hide under someone else's wings? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to do it. You said that I'm not as good as Xianyuan Kanglin. What ability do you have? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll take it as you're provoking me and challenge you. Dongfang Kuangyin was furious. He could not care less, especially since the Wu brothers were targeting him. Dongfang Kuangyin wanted to show Qin Yuma what he was capable of. Thank you for your kind intentions. But since they challenged me, I can't just retreat, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be treated as a coward? Jiangchen shook his head with a smile. This kind of trash is not worthy to fight with you. Brother Jiang, watch carefully. We will not let him touch a single hair on your head. Wu Qianxuan said. Wu Tingho pulled him and shook his head. Since that's the case, we'll wait and see. Brother Jiang, it's fine if you show mercy. Otherwise, this Dongfang Kuangyin will lose face. Wu Tingho said in a serious tone. At this moment, Dongfang Kuangyin was even angrier because the Wu brothers were just toying with him. Jiangchen had to take action himself, but if he took action, it would be the same as killing someone. Since you want to be a hero, then I'll show you what a true expert is. You're not worthy to stand beside me. Dongfang Kuangyin said domineeringly as he approached Jiangchen. At this moment, Su Jin, Lu Quanchao, and Yu Rongyan were attracted by Dongfang Kuangyin. What's the meaning of this? Is Brother Dongfang trying to bully the weak? You should know that Jiangchen is only a mid-true god, why are you doing this? Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. He wanted to see what Jiangchen was capable of, why Lu Quanchao and the Wu brothers were so protective of him, and even Su Jin was so protective of him. Since he's provoking me, then I shall not remain silent. My, Dongfang Kuannin's, glory shall not be tarnished. Dongfang Kuannin shouted in a deep voice, closing in on Jiang Chen. He had no intention of letting Jiang Chen leave in one piece. Dongfang Kuannin, don't go overboard. Lu Quanchao roared. Can't you see that someone provoked me first? I'm going overboard? Hee hee, now everyone should be able to see for themselves who exactly is the one provoking who. Since he wants to challenge me, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Su Jin, Lu Quanchao, and the others' words. Yu Rongyan was shocked by this gesture. Even if Jiang Chen was faking it, he was not someone easy to deal with. Moreover, Su Jin and Lu Quanchao treated Jiang Chen seriously. It seemed like Jiang Chen was not a simple person. Qin Yuma squinted her eyes. She was curious about Jiang Chen. Only Dongfang Kuanyin hated Jiang Chen to the bone. He wanted to fight Jiang Chen, to let Jiang Chen know how it felt to offend him. It was not a good feeling. Dongfang Kuanyin was the only one who hated Jiang Chen. Moreover, he would be able to show off his might in front of the goddess he admired, so why not? As you wish. Jiang Chen gestured. Everyone held their breath, especially those on Yu Rongyan's side. They couldn't help but sneer. A mid-true god dares to accept a challenge from a half-step heavenly god? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. What a promising young man. Ha ha ha, looks like our young master Dongfang is going to be famous again. There will always be those ignorant fellows who want to attract attention and play to the gallery. Just him? Hee hee, he'll definitely be kicked to death by young master Dongfang. I bet that he won't be able to take more than 3 moves. 3 moves? Haha, don't tease me. It's unknown whether this guy can even take 1 move. However, his courage is praiseworthy. His fearless spirit, I'm convinced of this. Young master Dongfang, don't hold back. Let this reckless fella know what a true expert is. The people behind Dongfang Kuanyin were filled with anger. They looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Dongfang Kuanyin was one of their leaders. Jiang Chen was just a mid-true god, yet he dared to challenge Dongfang Kuanyin. If they didn't teach him a lesson, they wouldn't be able to accept it. 3 moves. Don't be so arrogant if you can't hurt me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. 3 moves? Haha, why would I need 3 moves to kill you? 1 move is enough to send you to heaven. Dongfang Kuanyin laughed and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Dongfang Kuanyin took a step forward and unleashed a powerful palm strike. His aura was like a dragon, a half-step heavenly god. Everyone was shocked when they saw the terrifying palm strike. Jiang Chen, who was below the half-step heavenly god realm, did not even flinch when facing Dongfang Kuanyin's attack. At this moment, Dongfang Kuanyin used all his skills, not planning to give Jiang Chen any chance to resist. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen in 1 move. Dongfang Kuanyin's steps were firm and powerful. 3 palm strikes were launched towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled unmoved. The rebound force pushed Dongfang Kuanyin back. Dongfang Kuanyin couldn't break through the defense of the profound heavenly armor. His own rebound force pushed Dongfang Kuanyin back. Dongfang Kuanyin's expression became ugly as his lips trembled. The crowd was shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Dongfang Kuanyin's full-powered attack was easily countered by Jiang Chen, and he did it with such ease. This fella? Did he really block young master Dongfang's attack? Someone asked in surprise and murmured. I don't believe it. I feel that Jiang Chen must have taken advantage of the situation. Is there a need to ask? Young master Dongfang must have underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have died for sure. Just wait and see. This time, young master Dongfang will not give Jiang Chen any chance. Someone nodded in agreement. They did not believe that Dongfang Kuanyin couldn't even defeat a mid-true god like Jiang Chen. Even Yu Rongyan was slightly startled. But in his heart, he thought that Dongfang Kuanyin must have been careless and didn't use his full strength. That's why Jiang Chen was able to dodge the attack so easily. However, only Dongfang Kuanyin knew that he had used 80% of his strength in that attack. Yet, it was still blocked by Jiang Chen. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength now. I must teach this Jiang Chen a lesson. Even if I can't kill him, I'll at least make him shed a layer of skin. This time, I won't be merciful. Dongfang Kuangyin sneered. This time, he did not hold back at all. His attack was earth-shattering. Jiang Chen was still walking leisurely with a calm expression. He shook his body and pushed Dongfang Kuangyin back again. This time, there was no sign at all. He did not expect that he would be pushed back by Jiang Chen so easily. It was as if Jiang Chen's body was covered in an impenetrable armor. I was wondering what kind of ability you have. So it's that armor that can block a half-step heavenly god's attack. No wonder you dare to show off in front of me. So what? If you have the ability, break through my defense first. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, but his impression of Dongfang Kuangyin dropped a few notches. Although this kind of person was pretty strong in their alliance, he was destined to spoil their plans, just like a fly. Jiang Chen originally wanted Dongfang Kuangyin to back off. He did not expect Dongfang Kuangyin to be so stubborn and want to kill him. Eat my third move. Dongfang Kuangyin roared in rage. The long blade in his hand slashed horizontally. Jiang Chen blocked it with his sword, pushing Dongfang Kuangyin back for the third time. Dongfang Kuangyin's eyes became colder as he roared and charged at Jiang Chen for the fourth time. Blade shadows filled the air as he fought to the death. Moon Meteor Blade, die for me. Dongfang Kuangyin slashed out with his blade. A terrifying wave of blade energy was unleashed, sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. However, Jiang Chen did not move an inch. At this moment, Yu Rongyan appeared in front of him and roared in rage. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Dongfang Kuangyin. Yu Rongyan roared in rage. Dongfang Kuangyin was slightly startled. He stopped slashing with his blade and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, Qin Yuma sneered and did not look at him anymore. 3 strikes have passed, you can't even break junior brother Jiang Chen's defense. Don't tell me you still want to embarrass yourself here? Yu Rongyan said Lung. One should know that Jiang Chen was a mid-true god. Even he was shocked. He could not help but wonder if he could break through Jiang Chen's defense. Yu Rongyan was not sure, but at the very least, Jiang Chen was undefeatable. Pow. 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 Interesting. It's been a long time. Looks like there are many prodigies gathered in the soul-burying mountain this time. Ha ha ha, brother Jiang, you're truly extraordinary. Others might not know, but Jiang Chen knew who it was just by hearing the voice. It was none other than the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian, Tang Zhen. He was also one of the most powerful people in the sect. His strength had already reached the half-step heavenly god realm. Moreover, he was even more powerful in front of Yu Rongyan and the others. Jiang Chen's heart slightly moved. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will be looked at differently, let alone the peerless genius of the Clear Stream sect. Although Tang Zhen was not as strong as Shanyuan Kanglin, he should not be underestimated. His strength was so strong that even Yu Rongyan, Su Jin, and the others were on guard. Because of his arrogance, everyone was shocked. His appearance was a bit sudden and he did not put anyone in his eyes. It was as if there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. You've become stronger. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Haha. Of course. You're the same. Although you're only a mid-true god, I don't believe that a half-step true god can't break through your defense. My hands are itching to have a good fight with you. Let's have a good fight. Tang Zhen said with a laugh. Even though he was arrogant and full of arrogance, he did not show any neglect towards Jiang Chen because he knew Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. Who is this person? Su Jin was slightly startled. He knew very little about Tang Zhen, but he knew that Tang Zhen was stronger than him. Even among the half-step heavenly gods, there were strong and weak ones. Su Jin was slightly startled. Tang Zhen, the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. The Clear Stream sect's third great guardian. These few words were quite shocking to everyone. After all, no one wanted to offend someone from the Clear Stream sect because the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian was too famous. Be it in the hidden secret realm or outside of the Linhe boundary, Clear Stream sect's strength was one of the best. It could even represent the existence of the Linhe boundary. One could imagine how powerful it was. The clear stream sect's third guardian, Great Guardian Xianyuan Kanglin, was invincible and unstoppable. Second guardian had been killed by Jiang Chen. Of course, only Lu Quanchao and the others knew about it. Yu Rongyan and the others did not know about it. Otherwise, they would not be so rude to Jiang Chen. The third tycoon, Tang Zhen, was also extremely terrifying. No one dared to look down on him. At this moment, he only had eyes for Jiang Chen, which shocked Yu Rongyan and the others. Perhaps, there will be that opportunity. But I'm afraid that one day, we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Jiang Chen said. Tang Zhen frowned and looked at Jiang Chen with some astonishment. He did not know what Jiang Chen wanted to say and did not understand. What do you mean, Brother Jiang? You seem to be implying something. Even if we have to fight each other on the battlefield, I'm not willing to fight you. Because at that time only one of us can survive. Listen to me, leave the Burying Soul Mountain. This is not a place you can come to. Tang Zhen looked at Jiang Chen and said with a solemn expression. Really? Then why can you come and I can't? Jiang Chen said. The Burying Soul Mountain would have a big movement, and he did not know if it was a beast or a human. At least, he guessed that Xianyuan Kanglin would be here. It was unrealistic for Tang Zhen to stir up trouble in the Burying Soul Mountain alone. There was no doubt about it. You know that I don't mean that. Jiang Chen, why don't you listen to me? I know that you're strong and confident. But this time, it's different. It's extremely dangerous. You're not my big brother's match. Hey. Tang Zhen said with a sigh. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth because he was here to advise Jiang Chen. As long as his elder brother got what he wanted in the Burying Soul Mountain, he wouldn't make things difficult for Jiang Chen anymore. But if Jiang Chen was here, it would be a different story. Thank you. But I will not leave. This Burying Soul Mountain might be a place for others to bury their souls. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Zhen with a solemn expression. Although he knew that Tang Zhen might not be here to make things difficult for him and was a brother worth befriending, they were still on different sides. Tang Zhen was on Xianyuan Kanglin's side, which meant that they were destined to stand on opposite sides. Jiang Chen did not want to fight with Tang Zhen. But it was too late now. Tang Zhen's appearance meant that Xianyuan Kanglin was here and the Burying Soul Mountain was not a simple place. Although Jiang Chen did not want to say much, he knew that this was the cruelest side of the world. No one would be able to escape from this great furnace. Who would be able to survive and laugh until the very end? It was unknown. You're still as stubborn as ever. What do I have to say to make you leave? This is not a game. If you insist on staying here, I can even say that you'll definitely die. Tang Zhen's eyes were burning as he looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, both of them calmed down. I killed Wu Ruffing. Jiang Chen said in a calm and indifferent manner. But to Tang Zhen, it was a storm in his heart. He had never thought that the person who killed his second brother was his only friend in the hidden secret realm. This was undoubtedly a great blow to Tang Zhen. Because in his heart, Tang Zhen had always been a chivalrous and courageous man. He disdained the despicable means of his eldest and second brothers, and was even more disdainful of them dealing with Jiang Chen. However, they were brothers after all. It was impossible for him to betray his own brothers. At this moment, his best friend who fought side by side with him killed his brother. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He shook his head and subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Chen's eyes terrified him. This person seemed to be bottomless. Although he knew that Jiang Chen might not be able to threaten him, he still felt angry and afraid. Why? Why did you kill my second brother? Tang Zhen was furious. Leng Leng looked at Jiang Chen and roared. His aura soared up to the sky. If I don't kill him, I'll die. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Those who are stronger than you can always live well. Those who are weaker than you can only die under your sword. I don't want to die. Jiang Chen said. Although he said it in a righteous manner, who could understand the bitterness in his words? Tang Zhen had thousands of reasons in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. He could only say, if I don't kill him, I'll die. This made Tang Zhen speechless. If I don't kill him, I'll die. This was an irreversible situation. Only one of them could live. He knew his second brother's character. If he met Jiang Chen, he would definitely not give up until he died. Tang Zhen was quite shocked that Jiang Chen could kill his second brother. He had never thought that Jiang Chen could be so terrifying. After all, they were brothers for more than 20 years. One could imagine how angry Tang Zhen was. He drew his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. When the sword fell down, everyone's face was filled with panic. Only Jiang Chen remained unmoved. That sword cut off a strand of Jiang Chen's hair. Tang Zhen looked at Jiang Chen coldly and took a deep breath. His aura was still there, but his heart was already filled with despair. The death of his family and the separation of his brother. This kind of pain from both sides was a fatal blow to his soul. Moreover, Tang Zhen was a person who valued friendship. The strong prey on the weak. Why didn't you hide? Tang Zhen's anger was burning fiercely. At this moment, his heart was as still as water. Because I've always treated you as my friend. Jiang Chen said. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He held his sword and turned around to leave. Ha ha ha. From now on, I'll cut off all ties with you. The moment Tang Zhen left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Because Tang Zhen's strength was extremely strong. He could easily crush anyone except for Jiang Chen. The three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect are indeed worthy of their reputation. I'm afraid this Tang Zhen is not weaker than Wu Rufeng. Lu Quanchao said with a solemn face. Everyone was filled with pressure and doubt. Because, were Tang Zhen's words just to scare them? He said that the Burying Soul Mountain would collapse and the earth would crack. Who could foresee this? Nobody knew, but their hearts were shrouded with a layer of haze. That's right. I'm afraid that none of us here would be able to withstand such an expert. Zhang Lei said solemnly. Nobody wanted to boost the morale of others and diminish their own morale. However, the truth was that Tang Zhen's strength was not something they could contend against. No one could be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. In terms of momentum, he had already crushed everyone except for Jiang Chen, who dared to face Tang Zhen at that moment. He didn't retreat even half a step. He was so calm under Tang Zhen's sword. Yu Rongyan, Qin Yuma, and the others were also slightly surprised. Jiang Chen's boldness was indeed the strongest they had ever seen. Apart from him, who else would dare to receive that attack? Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. He looked at Tang Zhen's back as the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. How could he not wish to properly explain to Tang Zhen? But no matter what he said, it would be futile. Their positions were different and they would fight to the death. There was nothing more to say. At least he would not kill Tang Zhen. However, that Xianyuan Kanglin would not let him go. Those beasts are jumping towards the canyon of the Burying Soul Mountain. Yang Jian exclaimed. Most importantly, they didn't just jump down, they self-destructed the moment they jumped down. Blood mist filled the air. Tens of millions of beasts started to self-destruct. Blood filled the air. Everyone took a deep breath. These beasts were digging their own graves. They were asking for death. It seems like a blood sacrifice. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. His eyes were extremely solemn, even his tone was oppressive. Because of the thick smell of blood, the entire Burying Soul Mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of blood. It was a horrible sight to behold. What's a blood sacrifice? Lu Quanchao asked. Blood sacrifice is an ancient inheritance ceremony. It requires the use of fresh blood to create a pool of blood. Then, using the blood of thousands of beasts as a sacrifice to the legendary ancestral god to obtain the ancestral god's radiance. Once the blood sacrifice is successful, there will be a rain of blood. In the end, the ancestral god's inheritance will come out and travel across the universe. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. His heart was filled with awe and fear. No one would dare to try this blood sacrifice ceremony because it required the blood of 10,000 beasts as a guide, and this was just a guide. What a great blood sacrifice. In other words, it's summoning the inheritance with the death of all the beasts. Yu Rongyan said with a cold look in his eyes. This method was too bloody and brutal. Even if they were beasts, they were still living beings. Tens of millions of beasts were going to self-destruct. That scene was absolutely magnificent. It also made people feel depressed. Isn't this too cruel? This great wall is completely built with blood. The canyon of the Burying Soul Mountain is already filled with rivers of blood. It's too horrible to look at. Man Shui said. Everyone was extremely worried. Tangzhen's words reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears once again. Tangzhen must have known something beforehand. That's why he advised Jiang Chen to leave this place as soon as possible. This was also what puzzled Jiang Chen the most. The changes in the Burying Soul Mountain might not be that simple. Also, the 9-Dragon Cave's big brother disappeared. Could it be that he was absent because of what happened in the Burying Soul Mountain? A series of doubts arose in Jiang Chen's heart. However, these doubts would be verified in the Burying Soul Mountain. Stepping on the void, Jiang Chen looked into the distance. Sure enough, the 100-li Grand Canyon was filled with blood. A long river of blood appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The long river of blood was still surging and increasing in number. The demonic beasts were rushing forward without any hesitation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with blood as he looked at the river of blood from afar. His eyes were filled with blood. Under the worship of hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts, those beasts seemed to have been cursed. They died without any regrets. They charged into the canyon and turned into a mist of blood. The scene was unbearable. Even Man Shui and the others felt sorry for the beasts. Such a bloody sacrifice was terrifying. Plus, the river of blood was like a huge rock in their hearts. They couldn't think of anything, only sorrow and loneliness. These beasts, are they willing to die? Such terrifying psyche energy. This psyche energy is like the driving force for these beasts to die. Jiang Chen murmured. However, at this moment, he sensed something strange. This psyche energy ripple? End of chapter 2402. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.